Chapter 1. New Affections and Old Flames. In the cinema, Jiang Qingyan's phone buzzed to life. When Ruan glanced over and spotted the name Yao Man, instantly realizing that their movie plans for the day were about to be derailed. On the other end, whatever was being said caused Jiang Qingyan's expression to falter slightly. "Don't cry, I'll be right there," he said, his voice low and soothing, possessing a metallic timbre that was both striking and reassuring. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan turned to Ruan. "Something happened with Yao Man. We'll have to catch the movie another time." He made to leave, but when Ruan grasped his hand tightly, "Let's finish the movie first." Logically, she knew she shouldn't stop him. Who was Yao Man? The daughter of the chairman of Ronli Group, she was a figure not to be trifled with, someone who could not easily be offended. Yet, pushing reason aside, when Ruan felt overwhelmed with frustration, weariness of the situation. This would be the third time they were trying to watch this film. The first time, they left halfway, because Yao Man had a headache. The second time, it was a stomach ache. In both instances, Jiang Qingyan had discarded her company upon receiving a call from Yao Man. "Chairman Yao asked me to take good care of her. It would be hard to refuse," he often said, a line that always left when Ruan at a loss for words. Indeed, who could argue with someone with such a powerful father? Who could challenge the privileges they enjoyed from the illustrious Ronli salary? After Jiang Qingyan departed the previous times, when Ruan had left too. Yet today, she insisted on this movie, not because it was particularly captivating, but due to her insistence on witnessing its conclusion. She believed that every narrative deserved a proper ending. Yet, it seemed this would remain an unfinished tale. As the movie was set to begin, the lights in the screening room dimmed, casting a flickering glow across when Ruan's resolute profile. One wanted to withdraw, while the other held on tightly. The two of them engaged in an unyielding standoff. Eventually, a young man seated behind them could no longer contain himself. He kicked Jiang Qingyan's chair. "Hey man, are you leaving or what? You're blocking my girlfriend's view." Bending down, Jiang Qingyan met when Ruan's gaze directly, his obsidian eyes bearing an intense darkness that could consume her. Eventually, he ceased his struggle and allowed her to hold on to him. Ruan, this isn't the time for a tantrum. We can watch the movie anytime, let go." His tone was even gentle, but when Ruan could sense his anger simmering beneath the surface. Jiang Qingyan was skilled at controlling his emotions. The angrier he was, the more composed he appeared. When Ruan released his hand, the corners of her lips twitching into a faint smile. "Jiang Qingyan, don't lose yourself in the scenario. Are you really only concerned for her because of her status?" For a moment, Jiang Qingyan froze, but he did not respond. Instead, he stepped away and left the theater. When Ruan resolved to finish the film on her own. This film had been out for a while. It was nearing its final screening. If she continued to wait for Jiang Qingyan, she would never see the ending. The horror film was steeped in a spine-tingling atmosphere, with a blood-drenched ghost that seemed poised to crawl out from the screen. The surround sound intensified, the eerie laughter echoing in her ears. When Ruan's mind briefly wandered, and the ghost's face morphed into Yao Munsa's sight that repulsed her. The popcorn lost its appeal, and she no longer wished to continue watching. Her phone vibrated, signaling a message from her friend, Zhang Tongtong. "Zhang Tongtong, did Jiang Qingyan leave again? You two finally get the chance to finish that movie. What a feat." When Ruan, he left. Within seconds, Zhang Tongtong called. At 5:30, the movie had yet to reach its conclusion, with about 40 minutes remaining, but when Ruan, feeling despondent, decided to leave. As she stepped outside and answered the call, Zhang Tongtong's voice emerged, full of exasperation. "Jiang Qingyan left again? I'm absolutely speechless. Is it Yao Man again? What now? Has she broken her leg or her arm? Why is she always so troublesome? It's infuriating. What was happening?" When Ruan genuinely had no clue previously, Jiang Qingyan had offered explanations before leaving, but this time, he didn't have the time to clarify anything. After New Year's, Haicheng was hit by a cold wave, with temperatures plummeting. As it continued to rain, gusty winds mixed with fine droplets ravaged the city, the air charged with a biting chill. when Ruan shivered as she reached the entrance. After venting, Jiang Qingyan continued, Ruan, I really think you should consider resigning. Although Rongley is a big company, it's stifling. When Ruan tugged at her coat, wrapping herself tighter. I am planning to resign. Really? What about Jiang Qingyan? Will he resign too? When Ruan reflected on her years with Jiang Qingyan, taking into account the recent shift in his attitude toward Yao Man, and arrived at a reasonably accurate assessment. Maybe yes, maybe no, it's hard to say. Her tone was accompanied by a bittersweet smile, laced with self-deprecation, leaving Jiang Qingyan feeling uneasy. Ruan, you've been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years, while Yao Man has only been back for 3 months. Surely, the odds favor you. When Ruan lifted her gaze to the darkening sky. 3 years, that's right, she had been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years. Throughout that time, he had been an exceptionally devoted boyfriend, offering her his unwavering heart, leaving no room for criticism. Yao Man, on the other hand, had moved abroad right after high school and only returned 3 months ago. Jiang Qingyan had been in contact with her for just a short time. When merely comparing timelines, 3 years did seem more favorable than 3 months. Yet love was not solely contingent on duration. When Yao Man had first pursued Jiang Qingyan, he had been respectful yet distant, his demeanor reflecting a clear disinterest and avoidance. But at some point, his attitude had gradually shifted. While he still maintained a level of decorum, he exhibited patience and kindness towards Yao Man, a reflection not solely limited to her status. Arriving home just before 7, when Ruan opened the door to darkness. Fumbling for the light switch, she kicked off her heels. Huadao Bayer and Jiang Qingyan's shared residence. They had purchased the apartment 2 years prior, a spacious 160-square-meter dwelling. Both contributed equally to the cost, and the deed bore both of their names. During the purchase, they had experienced some friction. Jiang Qingyan had insisted on paying for the house himself and placing it solely in her name as a gift, which she had resisted. After a few days of Cold War, he relented. Their relationship had always pointed toward marriage, or at least it had, back then. When Ruan went into the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles, and after eating, she retreated to the study to read. By 11, after emerging from the study, Jiang Qingyan still hadn't returned. She decided not to wait any longer, placing her book down to head for a shower. After an hour in the bath, she stepped out of the bathroom and found the room cozy and warm. Her hair was half dry, and her thirst intensified as she prepared to pour herself a glass of water. As she entered the living room, her steps halted abruptly. Jiang Qingyan had returned. He seemed inebriated, leaning awkwardly against the sofa, his coat discarded, and clad only in a gray sweater, his eyes closed. His handsome, aristocratic features were slightly contorted as if he were in discomfort, clear evidence he had drunk quite a bit. When Ruan turned back to the kitchen, poured herself a glass of water, then prepared some hangover soup. When she returned, Jiang Qingyan remained in the same position, though he was awake now. Their eyes met, and when Ruan momentarily lost her focus, Jiang Qingyan possessed a pair of deep, captivating eyes that radiated tenderness toward whoever he gazed upon over the years. She had been unable to escape their allure. She approached him, extending the white ceramic bowl. "Drink this." Jiang Qingyan looked up at her under the lights. The silk slip dress she wore accentuated her figure, her shoulders fair and bare. After bathing, her cheeks flushed with a natural glow, exuding an undeniable allure. He accepted the bowl of hangover soup, drank it, and then handed it back to her. Just as when Ruan set the bowl on the coffee table, he took hold of her wrist, pulling her onto his lap, and kissed her fervently. Caught off guard, when Ruan instinctively resisted, attempting to push him away. The proximity brought the scent of his cologne fragrance she despised, flooding her senses. It was the scent Yao Man frequently wore, a rich and overwhelming rose fragrance. Irritated by her rejection, Jiang Qingyan gripped the back of her head, intensifying his kiss with increasing forcefulness. Unable to break free, her hand slid to his waist, slipping beneath his shirt to grasp the firm muscle there, slowly twisting her fingers. With a squeeze of his flesh, As she twisted at a sharp angle, the alcohol-induced haze began to fade for Jiang Qingyan, who broke away from her lips, astonished at the pain radiating from his side. "Is that how it's going to be?" he asked, taken aback. When Ruan extricated her hand and shifted to the side, her expression betraying her disgust and discomfort. "You smell like her perfume. It makes me feel nauseated." Jiang Qingyan paused, then explained. "She was at the airport picking up a friend, and her car broke down. I drove her to the airport, and her friend insisted on treating me to a meal. I drank too much while she kept pouring, and when I left, she helped me into the car. That's probably when the scent transferred." When Ruan slowly acknowledged this, her expression unreadable as she weighed her trust in his explanation, Jiang Qingyan quickly shifted the topic. "Did you finish the movie? What was the ending?" When Ruan clicked her tongue in disappointment and shook her head. "I don't know. After you left, I became distracted. My mind kept racing over one particular thought." "What thought?" With a recline of her form, she pushed back her half-dry hair, her long limbs and striking features bare in the dim light, yet stunningly impactful without any makeup. "I am planning to resign." Jiang Qingyan paused, taken aback. "Resign?" When Ruan chuckled lightly. "Yes. For years, I've toiled at Rongli, earning a paycheck while that rich girl swoops in to steal my boyfriend upon her return. It's too much." Both she and Jiang Qingyan were part of Rongli Capital, the most profitable subsidiary of Rongli Group. When Ruan studied Jiang Qingyan, "And you? Will you stay or leave?" Though they were ostensibly discussing resignation, they both recognized it as a choice in love. Leaving meant he chose when Ruan staying indicated he had selected Yao Man. New affections or old flames there could only be one. Outside, rain pattered heavily, occasionally accompanied by rumbles of thunder, while the silence in the living room thickened due to Jiang Qingyan's contemplation. Suddenly, his phone on the coffee table buzzed with an incoming call. When Ruan cast her gaze down, and with a sigh, she once again saw the persistent presence of the woman from earlier. Jiang Qingyan was lost in thought over her query and did not notice as when Ruan snatched the phone before he could react. "Qingyan, there's lightning outside. I'm scared and can't sleep alone." Yao Man's soft, faux-sobbing tone resonated from the other end. When Ruan felt a wave of revulsion course through her. "Scared of sleeping alone? Should I come and keep you company? I can hold you while you sleep." When Ruan? Upon hearing her voice, Yao Man's tone changed abruptly, irritation rising in pitch. "Why are you there? Who asked you to accompany her? Are you insane? So, you expect Jiang Qingyan to keep you company?" When Ruan laughed lightly. "That won't work. He just turned animalistic in bed with all the excitement and has fallen asleep in my arms." Jiang Qingyan looked up at her, a mixture of frustration and resignation evident on his handsome face. On the other end, Yao Man was visibly provoked, her voice coated with jealousy. When Ruan, "What are you so pleased about? He doesn't love you. He is only with you because..." The reason behind her statement was lost on Wen Ruan. Jiang Qingyan took the phone back, terminating the call with a sigh. "She has a terrible temper. Why provoke her? You're still at Rongli. Ruan, don't always poke the bear." His tone was calm, but laced with a hint of reproach, a quiet admonishment regarding her alleged provocations toward Yao Man. At nearly 1 in the morning, when Ruan had no desire to engage in an argument with him. Instead, she returned to the crucial question. "I'll resign. What about you? Will you stay or leave?" Jiang Qingyan reached for the cigarette box on the coffee table, popped one into his mouth, and lit it, a cloud of smoke surrounding him. Only after some time did he speak. "If I don't leave, are we really going to break up?" When Ruan picked up his lighter, clicked it open, watching the flame flicker to life. "If you stay, Yao Man will continue to haunt you." She released her grip on the lighter, the flame extinguishing as her fingers pressed against his heart. "Your heart is already in disarray. Given time, I won't be able to keep you here." Jiang Qingyan remained still, allowing her to press against him. When Ruan pressed harder, "Therefore, while there's still space for me in your heart, while I still stand a chance, I need to put distance between you and Yao Man. I'm not forcing you, just consider it carefully. If you ultimately choose to stay, then let's part amicably. I wish you a bright future ahead, and I hope to find someone worthy of my heart once again. Chapter 2. Another departure? Regarding her resignation, Jiang Qingyan promised to give it proper consideration. When Ruan set a deadline with only a month until the new year, she was willing to wait that long. Following that, she would leave Rongli. Either she would depart alone or together with him. The following week unfolded itself more peacefully for Wen Ruan. Yao Man seemed to have had a personality shift, no longer creating difficulties for her. Instead, her glances were marked with provocation and an amused satisfaction. Did Yao Man believe victory was assured? When Ruan chose to ignore her provocations, as long as she left her be. On Friday, Haicheng was once again besieged by rain, the droplets relentless and unyielding. At 3 in the afternoon, at Rongli capital, after a meeting concluded, as when Ruan was organizing documents, the director of Investment Division 1, Lin Yu, scooted her chair closer. When Ruan, you don't think Baibao is going to fall through, do you? Today marked the scheduled vote on Baibao International's acquisition and restructuring of Fuji Technologia, hefty 200 billion investment. When Ruan had been devoted to this mission all year, if successful, it would sustain the company for several years, with everyone eagerly awaiting the outcome. Recently, an executive vice president position had opened up in the Investment Management Center, and the message was clear from the meeting. If Baibao succeeded today, that position would belong to Wen Ruan. As a rival, Lin Yu obviously hoped for Baibao's failure. Now, it was already 3 o'clock. 6 hours had passed since the decision was made, and still, there was no news. The others had filtered out of the meeting room, leaving only the two of them. Lin Yu wearing a self-satisfied smirk, relishing in her anticipated disappointment. It must be falling through. Certainly. Before Wen Ruan could respond, her phone rang, interrupting her. She swatted Lin Yu's hand from her shoulder, flicking her finger across the screen. It's a go. The instant she answered, jubilant shouts erupted from the other end. It's a go. It's a go. It was the director from Baibao, announcing their success. With Baibao's approval secured, she turned to Lin Yu, mimicking her earlier tone of triumph. Apologies, looks like you're disappointed again. The use of again sent a rush of frustration and envy coursing through Lin Yueshi was about to be overshadowed yet again, robbed of her thunder. It was exasperating. When Wen Ruan had first arrived, Lin Yu hadn't seen her as a threat. Graduating from a prestigious university and wielding dual master's degrees in mathematics and economics, Wen Ruan's resume was undeniably impressive. However, with Rongli Capital being a formidable subsidiary of Rongli Group, the leading enterprise in Heichengai, academic achievements merely served as a prerequisite. There were many with similar high qualifications, and Wen Ruan, with her striking looks and elegance, seemed at first glance more like a pretty vase than anything else. Who would have thought that this seemingly mute beauty would turn out to be someone who demanded attention? The promotion system at Rongli was notoriously stringent and ruthless, with the average age of an investment director being 35. Though Lin Yu was well-educated and capable, having relied on her uncle in the group's upper echelons to achieve her position by 30, Wen Ruan, lacking any substantial connections, reached equal ground with her at the age of 27. Many resented her for it, especially Lin Yu, yet there was little to be done. How could one argue against raw talent? When Ruan rose through the ranks from assistant analyst to director of Investment Division 2, consistently landing top performance scores, shattering company records along the way. Every project she oversaw ultimately succeeded. With staggering returns, the unicorn projects she took on blossomed into great success. Though she was quiet, her capabilities were exceptional. She had soared through her career under uncommon circumstances. Over the years, only 2 individuals had been consistently promoted beyond expectations. One was Jiang Qingyan, the center's general manager, and the other was Wen Ruan herself. With thoughts of Jiang Qingyan lingering in her mind, Lin Yu smirked, kicking Wen Ruan's chair lightly. Which do you think Jiang Qingyan will choose? His future or love? Will he cling to your struggling romance or marry Yao Man, becoming a prince and fulfilling his destiny? Wen Ruan caught the implication in her words. If you want to say something, just say it straightforwardly. No need for the bizarre laughter, it's rather off-putting. Lin Yu's grin faltered, almost pained beneath its surface. Drawing closer, she lowered her voice. Do you seriously believe he'll stay faithful to you when Yao Man is waiting to claim him? Considering her ties to the chairman, it's only logical for him to choose her in the end. So what's the big deal? After all, when Ruan was merely an ordinary girl, bearing little standing against the daughter of the group's wealthiest and most influential patriarch. If the two women were to confront each other over Jiang Qingyan, Lin Yu would revel in the show a spectacle of delight. When Ruan chose not to engage, as her phone rang again. The upper management upstairs had heard the news of Bai Bao's success and called her in for tea, showering her with praise and subtly hinting at promotions to come. Unsurprisingly, she was practically guaranteed the vice president position in the investment management center. To avoid traffic congestion, when Ruan left work half an hour early, ascending the elevated highway at the second intersection. Tao Xiangju was a renowned restaurant, celebrated for its elegant and cozy atmosphere. The decor exuded the wisdom and culture of the east window decorations of paper cutting, lanterns resembling books, and the soft, melodious strains of the guzheng all conspired to draw guests away from the clamor of the outside world. When Ruan had reserved a private room 2 days in advance. Today marked the 3rd anniversary of her and Jiang Qingyan's relationship, coinciding fortuitously with the successful acquisition of Bai Bao, double blessing. Entering the room, she found Jiang Qingyan already there, standing by the window on a call. Dressed in a fitted suit, his tall stature clad in sophistication, he wore thin gold-rimmed glasses that added to his charm, embodying a scholarly elegance that was hard to forget. When Ruan caught a snippet of his conversation, "You have a bad stomach, don't drink tonight." The tone was not overly tender, yet a hint of concern shone through. Whatever was said on the other end incited his frustration. "Stop fooling around, I can't leave right now, hello?" As the call ended, Jiang Qingyan's brow furrowed as he glanced toward her, instinctively pocketing his phone. "You're here." When Ruan queried, "When did you arrive?" "About 5 minutes before you." Jiang Qingyan had been at the bank for a meeting earlier, directly relocating from there to the restaurant. With the rooms heating on high, when Ruan shed her coat to reveal a stunning red dress paired with black knee-high boots, her figure accentuated in all its allure. While awaiting their meal, she recalled the recent phone call. "Who has a bad stomach? Who called?" Seated opposite, with his phone in hand, Jiang Qingyan typed a message without looking up. "Just a friend." This evening's ambience differed from their usual gatherings based on her wishes. The restaurant had adorned the room with floral arrangements that enhanced the overall romantic decor, warm yellow lights dangling from the ceiling, elegant yet inviting. At that moment, when Ruan felt that their meticulously crafted atmosphere was a tad wasted, for Jiang Qingyan's attention remained focused solely on his phone, his head bowed deep as he typed incessantly. After sending the message, he locked his phone, repeatedly unlocking and locking it again as he evidently awaited a response. "A friend? Was it Yao Man? Did Yao Man call you earlier?" When Ruan's suspicion broke through, and finally, Jiang Qingyan lifted his gaze from the phone, prepared to speak when another call chimed in. Glancing at the screen, he answered immediately. Once the call concluded, his expression darkened, and he rose abruptly. When Ruan poured herself a glass of red wine and looked at him quizzically. "Are you leaving again?" The caller ID revealed Yao Man's name, and Jiang Qingyan's face conveyed a mix of anxiety and regret. Ruan, I'll try to return as soon as I can." With that, he rushed out, and when Ruan did not stop him, she swirled her wine glass absent-mindedly, sipping the drink, only to detect a hint of bitterness upon swallowing. Outside, the soothing strains of the guzheng drifted through the gaps in the door, low and melodious, much like rain falling against banana leaves. As she listened, her mind wandered back to earlier anniversaries: 1 year, 2 years, her birthday, Valentine's Day, all occasions meticulously planned by Jiang Qingyan. He would arrange everything in advance, select gifts, book restaurants, and take her wherever she wished, pouring his warmth and affection into every gesture. This year, however, he had forgotten their special day. Just a few days ago, When she asked whether he had made any reservations, he seemed puzzled. Tonight's reservation was entirely hers, and the flowers were her doing. Yet, amidst all this preparation, the leading man had already made an exit. When Ruan enjoyed a solitary candlelight dinner, finally leaving the restaurant at 8:30, Jiang Qingyan had yet to respond to her messages, nor did he answer her calls. She purchased a ticket for the same film, the one they had attempted to finish thrice without success. Their love story had begun to reveal its denouement, and the film deserved closure as well. After waiting for the designated driver to arrive, she found herself 10 minutes late to the 9 p.m. screening. The lights dimmed upon her entry, and she lowered her head, searching for her seat. Having already seen the first half of the film 3 times, her mind drifted, but the latter scenes completely escaped her. The ghost on the screen morphed yet again into Yao Man's visage. It was utterly revolting. Resolute in her determination, she forced herself to witness the film's end. A sudden kick against her seat startled her, not too light nor too heavy. Assuming it to be an accidental nudge from behind, she paid it little mind. Yet another kick followed, more insistent. Even that was not enough. A hard thump landed at the back of her head, painful, but not debilitating. Glaring at the popcorn that had spilled onto the seat beside her, when Ruan turned to confront the miscreant, only to discover that the climactic credits were rolling, and the lights were starting to illuminate the room. There, too, was the cause of her irritation. A man in a black turtleneck sweater and navy blue coat, with captivating features and sharply angled eyes fixed on her, wore a devilish smirk. Leaning back casually, he cradled an unthrown piece of popcorn in one hand, grinning wider at her reaction. Zheng, the founder of Mingi Capital. When Ruan had not expected to encounter this troublesome man while just trying to enjoy a movie. Had she known, she would have chosen a different cinema. She had a grievance against Zheng. In her youth, she had committed an act that had gravely offended him, and, though she had already apologized, it had seemed trivial in her eyes. Zheng, however, perceived it as a severe affront, holding a grudge against her ever since. To what depth did this grudge run? After she began working independently on projects, he had become ever the roadblock, thwarting every endeavor she pursued, competing fiercely for anything she expressed interest in. As their rivalry intensified, any hint of guilt she once felt evaporated amidst her anger. What was his was now fair game. The antagonism between them was well known among their circles, and neither had reaped any rewards from their conflict over the years. The one project she had managed to come out ahead on was Baibao. Zheng had initially coveted it, but seemed to have faced obstacles of his own. He ultimately relinquished Baibao, leaving the country 6 months prior on a project exploration. The film finished, and patrons began exiting the theater. At that moment, when Ruan finally noticed that Zheng was accompanied by a long-haired woman, her face concealed behind a mask, dressed in a skin-tight, black deep V dress, unyielding to the cold. The glance she sent when Ruan brimmed with suspicion and hostility. When Ruan found her irritation flaring anew, contemplating a confrontation with Zheng to vent some of her pent-up frustration, only to relent upon seeing his girlfriend's presence by his side. Zheng was not one to forgive easily. A small transgression had played on his memory for years. Should an argument spark between them tonight, should tempers flare and tensions rise, his girlfriend might well take flight. That would undoubtedly add another mark against her in his ever-growing ledger of grievances. With a careful balance of thought, when Ruan redirected her gaze to Zheng and smiled. "Mr. He, I'm in a good mood today, so I won't hold it against you this time, but let's keep this from becoming a habit." Her laughter lit up her features, her cold demeanor transforming into something decidedly more tempting. Zheng's girlfriend instantly bristled with unease at the exchange. Something seemed amiss. Who was this woman, so seemingly familiar with Zheng that he recognized her at a mere glance? A woman's intuition screamed danger. Who is she, Zheng? Zheng ignored her question, stepping forward a few paces, leaning slightly toward when Ruan, his dark, penetrating gaze riveted on her reddened eyes. "So, happy yet why are you crying?" When Ruan froze momentarily, raising a hand to touch her face, sure enough, tears had escaped her eyes. She wiped them away, dismissively stating, "This film scared me. I'm rather sensitive to horror." "You're sensitive?" Hee-sung chuckled lightly, narrowing his long eyes in amusement. "Yet, when we played together back then, you seemed quite courageous." When Ruan could only sigh inwardly, caught off guard by his recollection. That incident from years ago still lingered in his mind when he had mocked her then. She was left speechless. Her mood was sour tonight. She had no desire to engage with him further. "Mr. He, I have other matters to attend. I must take my leave." Greeting him as she did, she made a swift exit. As Hee-sung started to pursue her, his girlfriend encircled his arm, halting him. "Hee-sung, who is she?" Hee-sung withdrew his arm, his gaze following when Ruan, as she disappeared into the throng, a lazy smirk on his lips. "She's just a heartless little fraud."
Chapter 3, You Are the Intruder. As when Juan returned to Huadangbei, the clock was nearing midnight, the living room lights were aglow, indicating that Jiang Qingyan had returned. She set down her car keys, changed into her slippers, and turned to walk inside. However, after just a couple of steps, she abruptly halted. The tumult of her heart, which had been tumultuous all night, plummeted, sinking into an abyss of despair. Jiang Qingyan was clearly intoxicated. Her neck flushed crimson, her body slumped against the sofa. Yao Man sat beside her, her arms wrapped around his neck, nestled against his chest, slowly kissing him. Jiang Qingyan had her eyes closed, her hands dangling by her sides, appearing as though she were asleep, unresponsive to her advances. When Wan alighted from the car, she inadvertently stepped into 2 puddles, soaking her shoes. The cold seeped up from her feet, rendering her nearly numb. Her body trembling slightly as she struggled to maintain her balance, she stood frozen for a few seconds before walking over, grasping Yao Man by the back of her collar, forcefully pulling her away. As Yao Man was lifted, Jiang Qingyan lost his support and slumped onto the sofa, his brow furrowed in discomfort. With a swift motion, when Wan raised her hand and struck Yao Man, Yao Man exclaimed, a stinging slap landing on her face, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at Wen Ruan. "You dare hit me," she exclaimed, a scion of the Ronli group who had grown up with a silver spoon in her mouth. Always the center of attention, never having faced disrespect. At 30 years of age, this was the first time she had ever been struck. When Ruan shook her hand, slightly numb from the force, retorting, "You come to my home in the middle of the night, molest my boyfriend, shouldn't you be punished?" Yao Man's voice turned sharp. "Molest? Jiang Qingyan loves me. We are in a mutual relationship." When Wan interjected, "This isn't about love, it's a matter of ethics and decency. Tell me, has Jiang Qingyan ever explicitly stated that I am his girlfriend?" Yao Man frowned. "He has, but that was soon forgotten." When Wan rolled up her sleeves, her emotions steadying as she smiled warmly. "Forgotten so quickly? So you are aware that we are not broken up yet, and you dare come here to torment me? How is it wrong to strike you?" She pointed at the still intoxicated Jiang Qingyan. "You took advantage of my boyfriend while he was drunk. I could report you to the authorities." Yao Man covered her face, glaring at her with resentment. "What do you have to be so arrogant about?" This was her first time receiving a slap, and the sting made her grit her teeth, her eyes reflecting a fierce determination, as if she had nothing left to lose. "When Ruan, do you think you're the one who gets to decide the narrative of my relationship with Jiang Qingyan?" When Ruan found the question bewildering, "You have a very clear understanding of your own role," Yao Man sneered. "No, you are the true intruder." When Ruan felt offended, regarding her with a look that suggested, "If your mind is troubled, seek help." Yao Man continued, "Jiang Qingyan hasn't mentioned our past, has he? In fact, we have known each other since childhood." When Wan was about to grab a broom to chase her away when she paused. Known since childhood, no one had ever mentioned this to her, and she was genuinely unaware. Yao Man was not lying. She had indeed known Jiang Qingyan since they were young. Jiang Qingyan's mother had hired her as a dance teacher, instructing her from elementary through high school until Yao Man went abroad. She was exceptionally talented in dance but struggled academically, while Jiang Qingyan excelled, consistently topping his class. His grandfather often urged the dance teacher to tutor him, leading to Yao Man receiving assistance from him throughout her middle and high school years. Although her grades improved somewhat, she still failed the college entrance examination due to her early romance with a slacker rich second-generation student next door. That boy, uninterested in academics, had taken her out the day before the exam, leading her to skip it entirely. Fearing that she would continue her relationship with him, her family sent her abroad, and out of spite, she did not return for several years. Yao Man would not be foolish enough to disclose this sordid tale of her first love to Wen Ruan. What she intended to reveal was far more brutal, a revelation that could pierce her heart. "Jiang Qingyan has always loved me." Today, Yao Man donned a luxurious brown cashmere coat adorned in high-end designer attire. The diamonds in her earrings sparkled brightly, and her makeup was bold and extravagant. She approached the sofa, bent down to retrieve her bag, and pulled out a letter, turning to face Wen Ruan, opening it and thrusting it into her hands. "This is a love letter that Jiang Qingyan wrote to me the day before I left for abroad." At that time she had not liked Jiang Qingyan. He had been merely a studious bookworm, quiet and lacking charm, unlike the slacker who wooed her with sweet words, taking her on thrilling escapades. Moreover, she had little interest in academics. And Jiang Qingyan's scholarly demeanor had irritated her, hence, when she received the love letter the day before her departure, she had mocked him, claiming he was a toad yearning for a swan, and discarded the letter without reading it. It wasn't until last weekend that she learned what the letter contained that day. Upon discovering Jiang Qingyan and Wenwan were going to the movies, she sought to sabotage their plans and approached Jiang's teacher. The teacher, who had always favored her, was to lure Jiang Qingyan back home. However, in the process, she inadvertently uncovered the letter. The teacher informed her that after she left, Jiang Qingyan had retrieved the letter. Man, he has never forgotten you, he has always been waiting for you. Wenwan could not quite catch what Zhao Man said afterward, her gaze fixated on the thin, yellowed piece of paper before her. Her expression dazed. The years had faded the paper, yet it was preserved well enough that the handwriting was legible. Jiang Qingyan had many old books in his study, filled with his annotations from high school. All of which Wenwan had read. She had seen his handwriting from that time, neat and orderly, unlike his current sharp, profound script that concealed a formidable presence. Only after recognizing the handwriting did Wenwan examine the content. She was familiar with love letters, having often found her backpack and desk littered with them in the past, and this letter was no different, replete with ornate expressions of affection. Yet, this was written by Jiang Qingyan. Addressed to Yao Man, he promised, "If you leave, I will wait for you at Ronli. As long as I remain at Ronli, I will always wait for you." "Lie in the living room," Yao Man observed when Rowan's pale complexion. The anger from receiving a slap dissipating somewhat, but this was not enough. She had more cutting words to provoke when Rowan, "I heard that you pursued Jiang Qingyan first, but he rejected you. Until 3 years ago today, when he suddenly agreed to date you. Do you know why?" Predictably, Wenwan ignored her, and Yao Man continued, unconcerned, "Because 3 years ago today was my wedding." She had married her first love. At that time, her father had intended to arrange a suitable match for her, but she had already secretly gotten involved with the slacker and, seduced by his sweet words, had eloped with him. Believing she was marrying for love, she later discovered she had been deceived. That man was aimless, unfaithful with young models, and she caught him in the act. He married her only to gain support from her family. When she sought a divorce, he adamantly refused, and fearing embarrassment, she delayed the process. 6 months ago, Jiang Qingyan had gone there on business, and her father had asked him to mediate. Surprisingly, he managed to persuade the scoundrel without any cost, rescuing her from her plight. After many years apart, when she saw Jiang Qingyan again, she was utterly captivated. The once dull, bespectacled boy had transformed into a mature, refined, and handsome man, the sheer perfection of his features, his tall stature, and that one glance directed at her ensnared her heart. She was determined to possess this man. Thus she returned, spending 2 months settling affairs abroad, and immediately joined Ronli capital. She assumed it would be easy to win Jiang Qingyan back, especially since he had once sent her a love letter. However, Jiang Qingyan had a girlfriend and had been in a relationship for 3 years. She thought perhaps too much time had passed, and he had genuinely moved on to Wenwan, leading her to rely on her status to disrupt their relationship, until last weekend, when she saw that love letter at the Jiang residence and read its contents. It turned out Jiang Qingyan had entered wrongly for her. The fact that he remained there indicated he was still waiting for her, that he still held her in his heart. He had always loved her, Yao Man. And thus, when Wenwan was the true intruder, after reading the letter, she immediately called Jiang Qingyan, who indeed rushed out of the cinema to find her. Yet, when she threw herself into his arms, expressing her emotions, he pushed her away. "These past few years, it has been Wenwan by my side. I cannot betray her." He gently declined her advances, yet she could see the hesitation and struggle within him. He still cared for her. He simply didn't know how to handle Wenwan. Yao Man had initially planned to confront Wenwan directly, but Jiang Qingyan forbade her from mentioning the love letter. She feared provoking his anger and thus remained silent. Knowing today marked their 3rd anniversary, she did not wish for Jiang Qingyan to spend it with Wenwan, so she concocted a ruse, telling Jiang Qingyan that her father had arranged a blind date with a wealthy heir, a seemingly gentlemanly man who was, in reality, a notorious playboy. When she messaged him to accompany her, he insisted on celebrating the anniversary with Wenwan. She then called, claiming that the man had become inappropriate with her, and ultimately, he agreed to accompany her. He truly loved her. Tonight, Jiang Qingyan had been intoxicated by her friends, a deliberate act to facilitate her scheme. She had initially intended to take him to her place, but he insisted on returning home to apologize to Wenwan. Indeed, they returned just 5 minutes earlier than Wenwan. She had just assisted Jiang Qingyan onto the sofa when Wenwan walked in. Upon hearing the sound of the door opening, she was inexplicably drawn to him and kissed him. Initially, she had no intention of mentioning the love letter, but the audacity of this woman to strike her was beyond comprehension. No one had ever dared to lay a hand on her. 3 years ago today marked the day of my wedding. Wenwan recalled the evening she spent with Jiang Qingyan. It was she who pursued him first, confessing her feelings only to be met with his rejection, citing, "I'm sorry, but I have no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at this time," until 3 years ago today, when Jiang Qingyan took the initiative to call her. inviting her to meet him at ABAR.by. By the time she arrived, he was already intoxicated. That night, he consumed alcohol incessantly. Upon seeing her, he enveloped her in his embrace, his voice husky and tinged with the remnants of liquor. He declared, "When Ruan, let us be together." She assumed he was merely inebriated and would forget by the next day, even coaxing him to repeat it while recording it on her phone. To her surprise, he did not forget the following day. He proactively picked her up for work, bringing her breakfast, and during the first snowfall, he took her hand without hesitation. Later, she inquired as to why he had drunk so heavily that night. He responded that he had quarreled with his mother, thus his sorrow that evening was actually due to Yao Man's marriage. "As long as I remain at Rongley, I will wait for you indefinitely." He graduated and joined Rongley. And he is still there to this day. If he has been waiting for Yao Man all this time, then what does she represent? A rustle from the sofa jolted Wen Ruan from her thoughts. Jiang Qingyan had awakened at some point, propping himself up on the sofa, leaning back, his gaze directed towards her, his eyes hazy and clouded by alcohol. Their eyes met when Ruan felt a sharp pain in her throat as she heard herself tremble in inquiry. "Jiang Qingyan, what have I been to you these past 3 years?" Chapter 4, Breakup. When Ruan's sudden words alerted Yao Man to the fact that Jiang Qingyan was already awake. As the anger from the slap subsided, she regained her composure, yet, fearing Jiang Qingyan's wrath, she felt a moment of panic. However, upon observing Wen Ruan's pale and shattered countenance, she felt no regret. After all, it was the truth, and it had been spoken. Regardless of Jiang Qingyan's feelings for her, she believed he wouldn't remain angry for long. She could always soothe him later. Moreover, Wen Ruan's current appearance resembled that of a defeated chicken or a drenched dog, which brought her a twisted sense of delight. With the words already spoken, Yao Man no longer held back. Noticing Jiang Qingyan's silence, she felt compelled to elucidate for Wen Ruan, "What are you to him?" "I married, and Jiang Qingyan suffered greatly, needing someone to alleviate his pain. You presented yourself to him, possessing both beauty and figure, hence he turned back to you. So, what does that make you?" Yao Man's words fell like the blade of an executioner. "To put it nicely, you are my substitute, yet we bear no resemblance to one another. Thus, to put it bluntly, you are merely a tool for easing his suffering, an illicit lover hidden from the light." She deliberately emphasized the term lover. "You have been together for 3 years, yet remained undisclosed. Why does he refuse to make it public?" "Because he has been waiting for me all along." When Ruan opened her mouth, struggling to articulate, indeed, she and Jiang Qingyan had been together for 3 years, their relationship a well-kept secret within the company. Jiang Qingyan had proposed this arrangement, expressing a preference for privacy, cherishing the unbothered space of their romance. She had agreed, as she too leaned towards discretion. Since joining the company, Jiang Qingyan had always been her superior, and office romances were notoriously complicated. Over these 3 years, they had hidden their relationship well. No one in the company was aware of their bond, save for Yao Man and Lin Yu. Yao Man had learned first, after joining Rongley, persistently pursuing Jiang Qingyan under the guise of her father's influence, monopolizing his time by day and night. Knowing Jiang Qingyan resided at Huadangbei, she drunkenly knocked on his door one evening. That night, they had just returned home from a stroll, and Jiang Qingyan was holding her hand. A sight Yao Man had witnessed. Naturally, she would not be foolish enough to assist them in going public. Lin Yu had found out a month prior when Yao Man accompanied Jiang Qingyan on an errand, wearing scant attire, prompting Jiang Qingyan to lend her his coat. Upon returning to the office, she deliberately wore the coat to confront Wen Ruan. Seizing the opportunity to flaunt and provoke, Lin Yu happened to be nearby, overhearing the exchange, relishing the drama while keeping the secret. Thus, the reason Jiang Qingyan refrained from publicizing their relationship was not due to a preference for tranquility, rather, he wished to reserve his publicly acknowledged status for Yao Man. How tantalizingly infuriating. Wen Ruan, who had always been logical, granting others the opportunity for explanation and defense, gazed at Jiang Qingyan, her voice steady yet charged. A tool for alleviating suffering, an illicit lover. "Jiang Qingyan, do you agree with the label bestowed upon me by Yao Man?" She awaited his explanation, a desperate struggle before the abyss of despair. Yet, Jiang Qingyan remained silent, the deafening quietude serving as an unspoken acquiescence. The living room fell into a chilling silence, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Until, with an exertion of all her strength, when Ruan approached and struck him across the face, neither the assailant nor the victim reacted, but the onlooker exclaimed, "Ah, Wen Ruan, you madwoman!" Yao Man rushed towards Jiang Qingyan, concern etched on her face as she leaned down to touch his cheek. Just as her hand approached, Jiang Qingyan turned his head away, grasping her wrist, his voice as gentle as ever, "You should go home." Yao Man could foresee the ensuing chaos. Wen Ruan would undoubtedly cause a scene and insist on a breakup. Though she yearned to stay and witness the unfolding drama, she understood the importance of discretion. Tonight's stage had been set by her, and should she create further turmoil, Jiang Qingyan would genuinely become upset. Thus, she departed, casting a fierce glare at Wen Ruan as she passed. "I'll remember that slap." "Just wait and see." The living room grew quiet once more. Jiang Qingyan finally spoke. "I'm sorry." Wen Ruan did not respond. Instead, she turned to the wine cabinet, retrieved a bottle of red wine, and settled into the armchair beside Jiang Qingyan. Uncorking the bottle with a twist of the opener, overwhelmed by the influx of information, her head spun, the pain in her nerves akin to prickling needles. With no time to sober up, she poured herself a glass and gulped it down. The empty glass was set down heavily. Suddenly, she let out a laugh. You've been silent for so long, and all you can muster is an apology? Is that your answer to my earlier question? So if you truly resonate with Yao Man's words, everything she said is indeed true. Jiang Qingyan fell silent. After a pause, he repeated, I'm sorry. When Wan poured herself another glass, consuming it swiftly. So you have loved her for over a decade. And I am merely a pawn in your narrative of true love, an unworthy supporting character. Jiang Qingyan, you are remarkable. Your love is truly grand. You cherish her so dearly. You have remained virtuous for her. Or perhaps you should just be her lover, her secret affair. If not, then for love's sake, you should perish. If you are in such agony, why not just die? Why do you inflict this upon me? Why won't you just die? In a sudden emotional breakdown, when Wan poured another glass of wine, not for drinking, but splashed it across Jiang Qingyan's face, unsatisfied, she smashed the glass against the floor with a resounding crash, shattering it into pieces. Much like their years of emotion, Jiang Qingyan remained motionless, eyes closed, allowing the wine to cascade down from his head. Observing the mix of guilt and disarray upon his features only fueled her ire. Jiang Qingyan, I met you at 18, fell for you at 20. You claim to have no desire for a relationship. Fine, I won't disturb you. You pursued your dreams, and I too worked hard. You were at Rongley. So I joined Rongley as well. As an intern, I excelled, choosing my department based on my performance, striving to be the best for the sake of joining your department. They all say I am a perpetually efficient machine. They warn that a woman who works too hard risks remaining unmarried, so I toiled on, aspiring to match your excellence. Of course, my efforts were not solely for you, half were for my own future. Thus I do not demand all your affection in return. However, if you have agreed to be with me, you cannot treat me this way. I merely wish to enjoy a wholesome relationship with the man I admire. By what right do you transform me into a mere tool for your emotional relief without my knowledge? I exerted every effort to secure the Baishan project. Why did I strive so hard? Because I yearned for marriage, to build a life with you, to have children. Cough. Jiang Qingyan had just lit a cigarette, only to be choked by the smoke, leaving it untouched for a while as the tip burned crimson. When Ron slumped against the sofa, avoiding his gaze, her eyes fixated on the shattered glass on the floor, lost in thought. I had everything planned. If Baishan succeeded, we would marry. The savings I had accumulated over the years, coupled with the Project S bonus, would allow me to rest for 2 years. You come from a single-parent family, and so do I. Your relationship with your mother is strained, as is mine. We both longed for a complete family. Before Yao Man appeared, you had treated me well, and I believed you, like me, desired marriage. But Jiang Qingyan, while I was planning our future, what were you contemplating? You were fixated on when Yao Man would return, on how to await your true love. I even pressured you to choose between resigning or staying. I thought, while you still held a place for me in your heart, while my chances were still considerable. I was utterly deluded. During this time, I believed you would reflect on our years together, carefully consider the prospect of resigning, yet your thoughts were consumed by your true love's return, devising ways to rid yourself of me. Your tool, correct? It must have been a tremendous burden for you to act alongside me for so long. But Jiang Qingyan, by what right do you treat me this way? By what right? Sweetness wrapped in poison, its flavor dissipating, can be deadly. After sitting on the sofa for a while, allowing her limbs to regain warmth, when Wan fetched 2 glasses, filling both with wine, offering one to Jiang Qingyan, he reached out to accept it. And they clinked glasses. To the great romantic, I wish you and your true love eternal bliss. May you never harm another again, for that would be utterly revolting. Her tone was nonchalant, yet one could detect the sarcasm, particularly in the phrase great romantic. When Wan had consumed some alcohol, and after observing her for a moment, Jiang Qingyan also lifted his glass to finish his drink, with the second cup refilled. When Wan clinked her glass against his, broaching the subject of their breakup. Upon finishing, when Wan set her glass down, with less than a month until the new year, I will take care of my affairs before the holiday and ensure a proper handover. Be patient. After the new year, you won't have to see me again. Wan. Upon hearing the last words, Jiang Qingyan furrowed his brow, as if wanting to say something, but when Wan interrupted, just call me Wan. After all, Yao Man is your true love. I am merely a shadowy figure, a tool for your convenience, so there is no need for such familiarity. Jiang Qingyan opened his mouth, letting out a sigh, insisting that he didn't want to see her go, that she need not say such things. When Wan did not respond to his words, setting aside their emotional entanglements, the compatibility between her and Jiang Qingyan was remarkably high. They shared a tacit understanding at work, similar tastes and hobbies, and a mutual love for sports, often participating in marathons, hiking, climbing, and cycling together, with numerous trophies adorning their study. At the walls of the entryway and the photos displayed on the TV cabinet captured the landscapes they had traversed together over the years. What was once perceived as romantic and heartwarming had now turned into something nauseating. Was it because she fit him so perfectly and had willingly offered herself that Jiang Qingyan had chosen her? When Wan's gaze swept around the room, this house, Yao Man had been here. I deemed it too dirty to keep, and having lived here myself, I suspect Yao Man felt the same. You should sell it quickly. Please transfer half the proceeds to me, Jiang Qingyan suggested, giving her the house, stating he would move out and that she could sell it whenever she pleased, keeping all the money. When Wan mockingly curled her lips. No, to enrich your love story, you've cast me as the expendable foil, using money to humiliate me. If I accept, it would mean I embrace that identity. I'm truly sorry, but I am not so cheap. I will only take what is mine. Jiang Qingyan explained that was not his intention. His tone was laden with remorse, and after a brief pause, he continued, over these 3 years, my feelings for you have not all been insincere. If Yao Man hadn't returned, I would have married you. When Wan smiled coldly, well, thank you for elevating me from the status of a mere tool to that of a backup option. Jiang Qingyan, still with remnants of wine splashed on his face, gazed at Wen Wan, his eyes deepening with emotion. After a long silence, his voice softened. Wan, please do not cry. When Wen Wan met his tender, captivating gaze for the first time, she realized that gentleness could wound, perhaps even more sharply than a direct blow. Like a dull knife, its cut shallow yet lethal. Suddenly agitated, she shouted, who was crying, to prove her point. She reached up to touch her face, only to find tears streaming down. When had she started crying? Crying is such a disgrace. When Ron found it rather pitiable, the truth laid bare was that she was the one breaking down. Drowning in despair, her voice hoarse from venting, while he remained calm throughout, offering only a few apologies. Upon reflection, it was easy to understand. He did not love her, hence his composure. When Ron poured more wine into their glasses. Jiang Qingyan, do you remember, on our anniversary, we went to Finland to see the northern lights. You promised you wouldn't let me down, otherwise, you would grow old alone. A promise must be kept. When Wan raised her glass, clinking it against his, for the third cup. Jiang Qingyan, I wish you a bright future, yet may you grow old in solitude. Chapter 5. Have you already lost? After finishing 3 cups, when Wan could no longer stay, she picked up her bag from the floor, but paused, recalling something, and turned to Jiang Qingyan. Actually, you've been awake for quite some time. Haven to you, earlier, when your mind was in turmoil, you didn't think of anything else. But now that you've vented and calmed down, you've come to realize it. He propped himself up from the sofa. The gaze he cast upon her was unmistakably alert, devoid of any panic. There was only one possibility: he had been awake for a while, that he had heard Yao Man's words, yet he had chosen not to interrupt, waiting for Yao Man to finish speaking. You had long wanted to break up. But didn't he know how to tell me, for fear of moral judgment, so you wished to wait until I resigned, letting things unfold naturally. You simply did not expect Yao Man to slip up. Did you? Jiang Qingyan swallowed hard, turning his head away from her somber gaze. After a long moment, he lowered his head and began to speak slowly. When Ruan, you need not concern yourself with Yao Man's words. I admit, I was with you because she got married. I never imagined she would divorce, so for these 3 years, I have genuinely been in a relationship with you. You need not consider yourself a mere tool. I do like you, it's just that she holds greater significance in my heart. Now that she has divorced and needs me, I can only say I'm sorry. When Juan comprehended his message, it meant that his first love had married, he had given up on her, and thus chose her as the convenient backup. For 3 years of their relationship, he had invested feelings, but with the return of his first love, those feelings became inconsequential. Now that his first love wanted to be with him, after a brief moment of inner turmoil, he had decided to follow his heart and reach for her. He claimed that these 3 years had been sincere. Only a fool would believe that. With 1/3 of the red wine remaining, when Juan bent down to grab the bottle and smashed it against the TV cabinet, crack, crack, 2 sharp sounds shattered the air. The wine bottle splintering into pieces, and a glass picture frame that had been struck fell to the ground, shattering instantly. Jiang Qingyan looked up, utterly frozen. That picture marked their first official date after they got together. He had taken her to the Forbidden City to admire the snow. It had snowed heavily that day. She wore a white knitted long dress and a red long cape, her delicate pale face framed by picturesque features against the backdrop of red walls and white snow, blending beautifully with the scenery. He had not lowered his camera that day. She had suggested a photo together, calling over a nearby tourist for help. He passed the camera to the stranger and wrapped his arm around her slender waist as she leaned her head on his shoulder, her smile radiant, and he felt joy in that moment. Out of dozens of photos, this one was her favorite, printed with a note on the back: today, with Qing Zheng in the white snow, we shall not waste our years or our youth. She had loved him fervently. And now the photo she cherished most lay in ruins, destroyed by her own hands, the frame shattered, the photo landing squarely in the pool of spilled wine. A heavy door slammed shut, accompanied by the words, Jiang Qingyan. You truly disgust me. Jiang Qingyan's gaze lingered on the ruined photo, and he remained transfixed, lost in thought, until his phone rang. Yao Man was calling. Qingyan, how did your conversation go? Did you break up? Her voice was urgent, laced with obvious anticipation. Jiang Qingyan continued to stare at the soaked photo, his voice slowed out. We broke up. Yao Man's surprise and excitement were unmasked. And what about when Ruan, has she left? Yao Man, Jiang Qingyan gently interrupted her. It's late. You should get some rest and not stay up all night. He glanced around the living room, which resembled a scene from a car crash. Before hanging up, good night. The next morning at 7, when Ruan was jolted awake by her phone vibrating, she fumbled under her pillow for her phone, groggily answering it. It was a call from Zhang Tongtong. Ruan, I can't accompany you today. Guogui's grandmother fainted last night and was hospitalized, Pan Rui and I need to rush back home. They had planned to go shopping together that day. And Jiang Tongtong had been getting ready to leave when she received the urgent call from home about the elderly lady's fall and subsequent coma, when Ruan was too tired to remember their shopping plans. But upon hearing this she recalled the situation, yes, that had happened last night at the restaurant. Jiang Tongtong had messaged her, asking how the anniversary candlelight dinner had gone, mentioning that Jiang Qingyan had left again. And that she would go keep her company, when Ruan had already purchased movie tickets, intending to watch alone, but when Jiang Tongtong suggested a shopping trip to lift her spirits she agreed alright. Be careful on your way back. After hanging up when Ruan turned over to continue sleeping, but this time she didn't rest long. Barely half an hour later she woke up again, this time in pain. Her stomach aching intolerably. Having nowhere to go last night, she came to a hotel, but unable to sleep, she had gone to a convenience store to buy some alcohol. She had lost track of how much she drank. Only recalling that she had laid down around 3 o'clock, pressing on her stomach, she initially tried to endure the discomfort, but after rubbing it for a while, the burning sensation only intensified, causing her to break into a cold sweat. Ultimately she decided to go to the hospital. Her car was still at Huadang Bay, and since she had no choice last night but to take a taxi to the hotel, she decided to hail a cab. Driver, to the nearest hospital, please. When Ruan flagged down a taxi at the entrance, and the driver, familiar with the area, made a quick turn. Noticing her pale complexion, he drove quickly, reaching the hospital in 10 minutes. After paying, when Ruan opened the door to get out, but as soon as her foot touched the ground, she sat back down. The driver, let us go to a different hospital. The driver turned to look at her. Bewildered, you said the nearest hospital, and this is it. We're already here. What do you want to change? Moreover, Songli Hospital is the best tertiary hospital in Haicheng. Why would you not want to go to the best? Seeing her forehead glistening with sweat and her eyes swollen as if she had been crying, looking utterly pitiful, the driver refrained from openly criticizing her and gently advised, young lady, your health is the priority. The nearest hospital from here would take at least 20 minutes if traffic is clear. When Ruan was indeed in significant pain, hearing it would take 20 minutes, she gave up her struggle. Thanked him, and obediently got out of the car. It was Saturday, and her mother might be off today, so there was no guarantee she would be available. Nevertheless, her health was paramount, the pain was unbearable. The hospital was crowded on this Saturday, with long lines for registration. When Ruan reached the middle of the line, Lin Yu sent her a WeChat message, have you seen Yao Man's moments? When Ruan replied, I don't have her WeChat. Prior to this, the day before Yao Man's commendation by the capital, the big boss summoned her, expressing concerns about her lack of experience and urging her to take good care of the situation. Yao Man served as her assistant for just one day, yet that single day resulted in a significant debacle. She inadvertently caused a major issue and shifted the blame onto an investment manager from her second department. The manager possessed evidence to clear his name but was reluctant to offend the young lady, suffering in silence and seeking her assistance. Initially, she contemplated resolving the matter privately, only to have the young lady preemptively lodge a complaint. Demanding the manager's dismissal during a responsibility meeting in front of numerous witnesses, she defended the manager, incurring the young lady's ire. Perhaps it was at that moment she had already offended Yao Man. She had intended to invite Yao Man to dinner, to apologize and mend their relationship, but the following day, Yao Man went to serve as Jiang Qingyan's assistant instead. At that time, she did not remove Yao Man from her contacts. It was later, when Yao Man frequently posted on social media about Jiang Qingyan, that she felt compelled to cut ties, whether it was a candid profile shot of Jiang Qingyan or posts about him buying her bubble tea, or even assisting her with her bag and jacket, or accompanying her at the hospital for registration and 4 drips. Eventually she discovered that Yao Man's posts were set to be visible only to her. Concealed from others, she had no desire to see them, so she promptly blocked and deleted her. When Ruan had already surmised that Lin Yu's inquiry indicated Yao Man had posted something, but she felt indifferent. She had endured the greatest humiliation the night before. What more could there be? However, upon viewing the screenshots Lin Yu sent, her heart ached unexpectedly. Just 10 minutes prior, Yao Man had posted, joyfully announcing that she had finally enjoyed breakfast prepared by Mr. Jiang. The accompanying image showcased a meticulously arranged breakfast featuring vegetables, fruits, eggs, milk, fried dough sticks, and coffee, varied and nutritionally balanced. Following Lin Yu's screenshot, messages flooded in. Lin Yu, what is going on? Lin Yu, this Mr. Jiang must be Jiang Qingyan, right? The dining table in background clearly indicated was at home. Did Jiang Qingyan make breakfast for Yao Man so early? Did they stay together last night? Lin Yu, when Ruan. You can't be serious. I was looking forward to the drama, and you're already out of the game? Lin Yu, haven't you been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years? Yao Man has only been around for 3 months. You really have outdone yourself, losing to someone who has been here for 3 months. Losing to someone who has been around for merely 3 months is indeed quite disheartening, yet, it is worth noting that Yao Man is not just a newcomer. She has known Jiang Qingyan since childhood, nearly 30 years. When Ruan did not respond to Lin Yu's messages, instead, she scrolled up and enlarged the screenshot, her stomach churning with anger. The dining table and background were unmistakably familiar. Indeed, the dining table was her selection, the tablecloth was her choice, the dishes were purchased by her, and that ornate, gilded coffee cup in Yao Man's hand was something she had bought 2 months ago while wandering half a street in Italy. Intending it as a gift, Jiang Qingyan, that scoundrel, while she was in the hospital suffering from excruciating pain, he brought his first love home and prepared a heartfelt breakfast for her, all the while secretly using her belongings. If not for the agony in her stomach, she would have stormed over and overturned the table. When Ruan directly called Jiang Qingyan, the call connected, but Yao Man answered. When Ruan, Jiang Qingyan was not in the dining room at that moment. His phone rested on the table, and upon seeing that it was Wen Ruan calling, Yao Man picked it up without hesitation. Why are you calling Qingyan? Haven't you two broken up? Aware of their breakup? Yao Man had eagerly come to Huadangbei that morning. Jiang Qingyan appeared disheveled, still wearing the clothes from the previous day, seemingly having spent the night on the sofa without sleep, the ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts. She disliked this disheartened version of him. You love me, and now that I've returned, you should be relieved to be rid of her. Shouldn't you be happy? Why the sadness? Do you still have feelings for her? Jiang Qingyan regarded her for a moment and chuckled. There are indeed some lingering feelings. After all, she had been with me for 3 years, even if one were to keep a cat or dog. There would be some attachment. He likened Wen Ruan to a pet, which amused her. Yao Man relayed Jiang Qingyan's words verbatim to Wen Ruan, believing it would provoke her, but all she received in return was a laugh. What are you so pleased about? You're just a dog. Fearing Yao Man might not comprehend, Wen Ruan kindly elaborated. You discarded Jiang Qingyan's love letter years ago, married and then divorced, yet he continued to wait for you. Someone like him is the epitome of a love-struck fool. You two being together, well, it's not like you can love across species unless you two are a dog. Yao Man was taken aback by her twisted reasoning. Grinding her teeth, Wen Ruan, suffering from intense stomach pain, had no time for her nonsense. Have Jiang Qingyan answer the phone. He can't. Yao Man recalled the thunderstorm from the previous weekend when she had called Jiang Qingyan to accompany her. And Wen Ruan had answered, provoking her now. She purposefully sought to irritate Wen Ruan. Qingyan just worked up a sweat and is currently in the shower. Jiang Qingyan was indeed taking a shower, after a night without sleep. He first prepared breakfast for her before heading to the shower to change clothes. Wen Ruan pressed against her churning stomach, taking a deep breath. Fine, if he can't answer, then listen closely. That coffee cup you used is my personal property. Not something your love-struck brother bought. Using it is akin to discarding it in the toilet. I no longer want it. Consider it a gift. This is a collectible, one of a kind. The cup costs 20,000. You owe me that amount in compensation. Furthermore, please relay to Jiang Qingyan that I contributed half the cost for that house, and my name is on the household registration. Henceforth, he is prohibited from bringing any dogs inside without my permission. Upon completing her demands, when Ruan abruptly hung up. After finally securing her hospital appointment, she turned to head towards the elevator, but halfway there, the pain became unbearable, forcing her to bend over as her legs weakened. Nearly collapsing to the ground, just as she was about to kneel, a hand caught her arm. Oh, Director Wen, who are you planning to bow down to so early in the morning? The new year hasn't arrived yet. And I certainly have no red envelopes for you. The familiar tone and demeanor were unmistakable. It was He Zhang. Chapter 6. Treat me to dinner. When Ruan did not expect to encounter He Zhang at the hospital. He Zhang leaned in closer, his breath heavy with the scent of alcohol. How much have you had to drink? The proximity made her uncomfortable, prompting Wen Ruan to step back slightly. And not much. He Zhang's gaze swept across her face, and in the next moment, he snatched the appointment slip from her hand, glanced at it, then bent down and scooped her up in his arms. Hey, Wen Ruan was taken aback. Her body suddenly suspended in midair, instinctively clinging to his neck. What are you doing? He Zhang carried her forward, stating, at your tortoise pace, by the time you crawl up to the 3rd floor, the doctors will have left for the day. While she may have walked slowly, it was hardly slow enough for the doctors to finish their shifts. When Ruan initially wanted to retort, but the free wheelchair was indeed quite convenient. Thank you. Just as the words escaped her lips, a sharp pain surged through her stomach, and when Ruan instinctively tightened her grip on his collar, He Zhang felt the tightness around his neck and looked down at her pale face. Letting out a scoff, have you been treating alcohol like plain water? Are you trying to kill yourself? He teased, yet his pace quickened. The elevator was still on the 4th floor, and with a crowd waiting. He Zhang carried Wen Ruan directly up the stairs. Huadangbei. After Jiang Qingyan finished his shower, he heard a loud crash. Following the sound, he saw a coffee cup forcefully smashed onto the floor. Coffee splattering everywhere, shards scattered across the ground. Why did you break the cup? Yao Man, her breath quickening from Wen Ruan's earlier remarks, looked up upon hearing the noise, and upon spotting Jiang Qingyan. She immediately complained. Qingyan, Wen Ruan called me a dog. I merely used one of her cups, and she compared me to a toilet. She humiliated me for a mere cup. Jiang Qingyan approached, bending down to pick up a piece of the shattered cup. He recognized it instantly. This was the cup Wen Ruan had brought back from Italy 2 months ago, thrilled that she had finally found the perfect gift after searching half a street. It was meant for her mother, when Rowan's relationship with her mother had been strained, but she had been making efforts to mend it over the past 2 years. Her mother's sole interest was collecting coffee cups. And every year, when Rowan would gift her one, the one Yao Man had just shattered was one when Rowan had mentioned seeing in a magazine, something she had been searching for long and finally found. She had been so elated. Jiang Qingyan, during the new year, you should come home with me. My mother would adore you for this cup. She had planned to bring him home that year for the festivities. Jiang Qingyan's gaze lingered on the porcelain shard in his hand, tightening his grip until his fingertips began to sting. They had already parted ways. He would not be returning home with her. Nor could he personally deliver the cup to her mother, but this cup. Jiang Qingyan turned to Yao Man, his tone involuntarily carrying a hint of reproach. Didn't you have cups already? Why use this one? Besides the couple cups that he and Rowan typically used, there were a few reserved for guests, all readily available. However, that specific cup he distinctly remembered when Rowan had taken out and placed in the TV cabinet. Those cups had all been used. Yao Man's reasoning was so self-evident. I'm sure I'll find a new one. After a sleepless night, she thought to brew Jiang Qingyan a cup of coffee while treating herself to one as well. The couple cups were clearly for Jiang Qingyan and Rowan. She couldn't possibly use Rowan's. The nearby cups were clearly for guests as well, likely used by someone else. Thus she had searched the house and miraculously found a new one, a collectible that was quite rare, and when Rowan certainly had an eye for quality, this kind of cup was more fitting for her. Which was why, when she posted on social media, she included a close-up of the coffee cup alongside the breakfast Jiang Qingyan had prepared. She had not anticipated being scolded by Rowan. Throughout her life, Rowan was the first person to dare strike and insult her, so in her fury, she had smashed the cup. Yao Man walked over, snatching the shard from Jiang Qingyan's hand and disdainfully discarding it on the floor. Wrapping her arm around his, I really like that cup. I was actually planning to buy it from her, and I would pay double. However, she struck me last night, and today, she berated and humiliated me over a mere broken cup. Her behavior is utterly excessive. Jiang Qingyan explained that the cup was a gift she had purchased for her mother, so her anger is somewhat understandable. Ultimately, I have wronged her, and now she harbors resentment towards me, which has also affected her demeanor towards you. Jiang Qingyan's palm rested gently on Yao Man's head, caressing it slowly. You need not concern yourself with the matter of the cup. I shall compensate her later. Although Yao Man was initially incensed, Jiang Qingyan's tender tone and affectionate gesture momentarily distracted her. The shards on the floor required cleaning, prompting Jiang Qingyan to fetch a broom, when suddenly Yao Man recalled something and hurriedly followed him. I can endure the issue regarding the cup, but there is one matter I cannot overlook. When Rowan mentioned that she contributed half the payment for this house, Qingyan, do not claim this house. Allow Rowan to reimburse you at market value or have her sell the property. In my haste to speak, I failed to watch my step. Yao Man stepped on a fragment of the coffee cup, losing her footing and tumbling to the ground, her wrist colliding with another shard, resulting in a shallow cut that oozed blood. It hurts. Having assistance is indeed a blessing. From the moment when Rowan arrived at the hospital, she had not moved from her seat in the 4-infusion hall, with He Zhang attending to her every need. When it came time for her to receive the injection, He Zhang stepped away for a moment, returning with breakfast in hand. When Rowan was receiving the 4 in her left hand, and He Zhang settled down beside her on the right, lifting the lid of the kanji and offering her a spoon. You haven't eaten breakfast, have you? This medication should not be administered on an empty stomach. It might irritate your stomach. You should eat something. Although when Rowan had little appetite, the emptiness in her stomach was indeed uncomfortable, and she accepted the spoon. Thank you. Consider it a favor owed to you. He Zhang, following her lead, replied, I only helped because I want that favor in return. Otherwise, given our relationship, I would have taken the opportunity to cease 2 of your projects while you were unwell. To facilitate her eating the kanji, he raised the spoon higher. When Rowan took a spoonful and slowly replied, I won't compete with you anymore. After resigning, she planned to relocate to another city for her career, likely shifting her life's direction as well. She had saved a bit of money and intended to open a bed and breakfast in a leisurely city, spending her days playing with cats and walking dogs, living freely. With her head bowed, her voice was too soft for He Zhang to hear, prompting him to glance at the 4 bag and the flow rate, unable to catch her words. What? When Rowan swallowed the kanji and reiterated, I said thank you. He Zhang sensed that her previous words were not merely a thank you, but he did not press further, playfully poking her forehead. Why do you keep your head down? Are you feeling guilty? When Rowan swatted his hand away, fearing her mother might see years ago, when she secretly altered her college application to distance herself from Haichang, abandoning medicine for finance, her mother had erupted in fury. Later, when she began dating Jiang Qingyan, her mother wished for her to find a doctor, but she did not heed that advice, resulting in a strained mother-daughter relationship. Her mother would say, you chose your path in both career and love. Just ensure you don't regret it. It was her choice, and thus she held no regrets. Even if she had made the wrong one, even if it left her bloodied, she must bear the consequences herself. She simply did not wish for her mother to witness her current state of disarray. Your mother, oh my, how could I have forgotten this? Jiang reacted strongly, hastily donning his hat. Today, he wore a black woolen hooded coat. When Ruan's mother was a doctor at this hospital, because of her mother's position at Songli Hospital, Jiang had previously avoided coming here, opting for other hospitals after leaving Haicheng for 6 months. He had only just returned, which caused him to forget about this matter. Observing him put on his hat, when Ruan chuckled in disbelief. Why are you doing that? Are you still afraid of my mother? Of course, back when we were reported for early romance, your mother accused me of leading you astray, chasing me for 3 blocks, scolding me to the point where I could not lift my head. It left quite an impression. Early romance. When Ruan's gaze momentarily faltered. Jiang referred to their senior year, when she tutored him, and they grew closer. Unbeknownst to them, someone had anonymously reported their relationship to the head of their grade. Claiming they were involved in early romance, their parents were summoned. Jiang's parents did not come, but her mother did, and before many witnesses, she slapped her. It was not enough. Her mother, believing in the rumor of early romance, did not stop at one slap. Upon returning home, she began rifling through Ruan's diary, and despite her daughter's desperate protests, her mother merely replied, I am doing this for your own good. Her memories of high school were decidedly unpleasant. Jiang, noticing when Ruan's moment of distraction, recalled that slap, feeling regretful for having mentioned it. He cleared his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swiftly shifted the topic. Are you feeling any better in your stomach now? When Ruan snapped back to reality, yes, a bit better. Suddenly recalling something, she set down the spoon and retrieved her phone from her pocket. Right, I need to transfer the money to you. Jiang had taken care of the fees after they left the doctor's office. Just as when Ruan opened WeChat, Jiang snatched her phone away. He scoffed, do you think I lack money? This amount wouldn't even cover one meal for me. Why didn't you offer to treat me to dinner? When Ruan replied politely, then I shall treat you to a meal, Jiang shoved the phone back into her pocket and handed her the spoon again. Dinner, in that case, I'll consider you somewhat conscientious. I want to go to number 10 Jingwan Road. When Ruan, how very ungrateful. Number 10 Jingwan Road is the most expensive restaurant in Haicheng, requiring reservations 3 months in advance. It only accommodates 10 tables per evening, with an average cost starting at 5,000. Jiang, do you still remember that time in our first year when you were nearly beaten to death? And I took you to the hospital, registered you, paid the fees, and even bought you a meal. I didn't take advantage of the situation back then, back in our first year, when Ruan and Jiang were deskmates. She was absorbed in her studies while he was engrossed in sleep, with an invisible barrier between them. This continued until the 4th week of school, the day it was their turn for duty. And when Jiang went out to wash the mop, he never returned. She completed the remaining tasks alone, and by the time she finished, it was already quite late. Not residing at school, she took a shortcut home, passing through a small alley where she found Jiang lying in a pool of blood. She busily tended to him, and she didn't seize the opportunity to take advantage of him. So Jiang, consider this repayment for the life-saving favor from back then. Jiang chuckled, his deep voice laced with a charming weariness. Fine, I'll take it as settled. However, if you're going to bring up the past, then let us settle the score. When Ruan, what score? The score for the time you toyed with my feelings. Chapter 7. When Ruan is here again, bringing up old matters again. When Ruan quickly interrupted. Alright, number 10 Jingwan Road then, I'll call to make a reservation this afternoon. Jiang observed the look of exasperation on her face, his eyes sparkling with amusement, and the lift in his tone revealed his good spirits. No need for you to make a reservation, you take 3 months to do so. Who knows if you'll actually treat me then? He calculated the time. I'll be on a business trip tomorrow and return next Friday. So let us say next Saturday. The doctor mentioned you have 2 more 4 bags to go tomorrow. This will give you a chance to rest your stomach. Next Saturday, when Ruan expressed doubt. Can you really secure a reservation? That restaurant requires advance bookings even for members. Jiang felt it odd to wear a hat indoors and pulled it off. I'm a major shareholder. I have a private room, no reservations needed. When Ruan, very well, she took a sip of kanji. If you're a major shareholder, then can I get a discount for treating you to a meal? Jiang's brows arched in a mockingly defiant smile. Of course the 10 discount. When Ruan, clad in the same attire from yesterday, which was chosen for their anniversary, she had dressed lightly, and today's chill was even greater. The warm kanji soothed her stomach, but she still felt somewhat cold. Pulling her clothes closer around her. Jiang had been watching her, and upon noticing her movement, he placed the kanji on the nearby stool and directly removed his coat, draping it over her shoulders. When Ruan was taken aback, turning to him, no need for that. She attempted to remove the coat, but Jiang gently brushed her hands away. I'm just worried you might try to back out on Saturday. Once your stomach heals, you might catch a cold again, fall ill, and prolong your recovery. When Ruan, you needn't curse me like that. Any further refusals would seem overly dramatic, so she conceded, thank you. Jiang, I'll return it after washing it. Having consumed half of the kanji, when Ruan found herself unable to continue and set down the spoon. Jiang, I can manage on my own. Are you here to see the doctor or the patient? Please attend to your own matters and do not let me delay you. Attend to my own matters. Jiang paused, recalling why he had come to the hospital. Oh, I remember now. After leaving the cinema last night, he had dropped Shen Yinyin off, and as he was leaving, Shen Yifan insisted on accompanying him, claiming he was in a bad mood after arguing with his girlfriend and insisted on getting into his car. Drinking his alcohol and sleeping in his bed, they had consumed quite a bit of alcohol the previous night. This morning, Shen Yinyin had called sobbing and struggling to breathe, saying there had been an accident. Shen Yifan had drunk until 2 in the morning, sleeping like a log, unresponsive to any attempts to wake him, so Jiang had to go instead. Shen Yinyin had only recently obtained her driver's license, and her skills were still unrefined. In her panic to avoid an oncoming vehicle, she had oversteered and crashed into a tree. Fortunately, she had managed to brake in time, resulting in only minor damage to the front of the car. But she was now complaining of pain in her left hand. Jiang had called someone to handle the accident and brought her to the hospital, as Sungli Hospital was the nearest to the scene. With so many people around, he instructed Shen Yinyin to queue on her own, as he was still feeling the effects of his hangover and intended to step outside for a smoke when he unexpectedly spotted Wenruan. Just then, a pair of high heels echoed loudly, and a woman in a dark green coat and mask stood before him. Jiang, you are being utterly unreasonable. In the infusion hall, Shen Yinyin stood with her hands on her hips, glaring indignantly at Jiang, her eyes brimming with grievances. She had heard that he had gone drinking with his cousin the previous night and, concerned for his stomach, had risen early at 6 to prepare a heartfelt breakfast for him. Tragically, she had met with an accident on the way, sustaining a jolt that jarred her left wrist against the steering wheel. Although the pain had subsided, she decided to feign discomfort, hoping it would compel Jiang to care for her for a few days. However, that scoundrel insisted she queue alone for registration and, to her utter dismay, was seen embracing another woman. He had claimed he was stepping out for a smoke, yet even after she managed to complete her registration amidst the lengthy line, he still had not returned and was unresponsive to her calls. Thankfully, his handsome visage and towering height of 6 feet 1 made him stand out in the crowd, drawing attention akin to a celebrity. Someone recognized him and directed her, stating he was seen in the infusion hall on the 3rd floor, cradling a woman in his arms. A woman. Shen Yinyin shot a furious glance at Jiang before turning to the woman beside him, her eyes widening in recognition. You were at the cinema last night. A surge of anxiety washed over her, especially upon noticing Jiang holding a bowl of kanji. Damn it, I haven't even had breakfast. Wenruan, initially oblivious behind her mask, recalled their encounter at the cinema upon hearing those words. The girlfriend of Jiang from last night. Under Shen Yinnin's intense stare, Wenruan thought perhaps the girl was misinterpreting the situation and was about to offer an explanation when Jiang made a call. Come to Sangli Hospital now, your sister is injured. Shen Yinyin whipped around to glare at Jiang. Why are you calling my brother here when you're right here? At that moment, Shen Yifan was still groggy, answering his phone in a daze. Hearing about the injury, he became slightly more alert, but upon hearing Shen Yinnin's voice, he rolled over, intending to return to sleep. With that loud voice of yours, it sounds like nothing's wrong. Besides, aren't you there? Just keep an eye on things while I sleep a bit longer. As he was about to hang up, Jiang's voice cut in. Wenruan is here. Wenruan? Wenruan was also at the hospital. No wonder Jiang had called him 3 times to wake him. Shen Yifan was fully awake now, sitting up in bed and rubbing his face vigorously. Hand the phone to Yinyin. Once the phone reached Shen Yinyin, Shen Yifan instructed, your brother Jiang is busy. Don't disturb him. Go wait for me in the lobby on the 1st floor. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Shen Yinyin expressed her dissatisfaction, seizing the opportunity to complain. I didn't disturb him. He brought me to the hospital, only to embrace another woman. Infusion. When Wenruan is ill. Shen Yifan was already out of bed and heading to the bathroom, disappearing from Jiang's view within a minute. Don't delay him, otherwise I'll call your mother to come pick you up. Shen Yinyin had snuck out, and if her mother found out, she would undoubtedly rush over with ropes to bind her. She gritted her teeth, stomping her foot in frustration. Shen Yifan, you're ruthless. Throwing the phone at Jiang, Shen Yinyin pointed an accusatory finger at Wenruan. Wenruan, I've remembered you. Hey, Wenruan attempted to interject, but Shen Yinyin had already dashed away. Unsure of the dynamics between the two, she speculated they might have been arguing. She turned to urge Jiang, aren't you going to chase after her? Your girlfriend just ran off. Go explain yourself. Girlfriend? Jiang raised an eyebrow, questioning her assumption. What makes you think she is my girlfriend? Wenruan remained silent. Jiang had changed significantly over the years. Back in high school, he was the notorious bully, a title earned through frequent fights, sometimes one-on-one, sometimes in groups, and he rarely lost. Rumors circulated that he was a secret child of a wealthy family in Haicheng. Likely true, as the school turned a blind eye to his brawls. Though he was brash, he was still a naive youth, easily blushing when teased. They had been quite close back then, but after the college entrance exams, she had secretly enrolled in a university far away in Rongqing. While Jiang remained in Haicheng, she had broken up with him, leading to a complete severance of their relationship years later when they met again in Haicheng. He had transformed. With the rise of local enterprises in Haicheng, it became difficult for newcomers to flourish. He had started his own venture, being an unacknowledged scion of a wealthy family, with no background or support. And few believed in him, yet he had managed to establish Mingyi capital firmly in Haicheng within just 4 years, commanding respect and authority. Once the company stabilized, he began to enjoy life, and perhaps her foolish actions from years ago had spurred him to adopt a more roguish demeanor. When Ruan had paid little attention to his personal affairs, but she occasionally heard chatter during meals suggesting he was fickle, a notorious playboy known for changing girlfriends monthly, an infamous figure within Haicheng's investment circles. When Ruan had previously refrained from commenting on such matters, however, witnessing him take a young woman to the movies one night only to deny her as his girlfriend the next day was undeniably quite callous. He Zhang scrutinized when Ruan's doe-like eyes, suspecting she harbored contempt for him in her heart, and found it amusing when Ruan, "Are you silently cursing me?" when Ruan naturally would not admit to such thoughts. "No, he Zhang's younger sister, Shen Yining, still in university. I don't date such young girls," he interrupted her. Shen Yifan, when Ruan recognized the name, he Zhang, and Shen Yifan had been high school classmates during their 3 years in high school. He Zhang and Shen Yifan had been the closest of friends, both later attending the same university, sharing majors and dorms. After graduating, Shen Yifan had joined He Zhang in his entrepreneurial endeavors, now serving as the second-in-command at Mingyi capital. Their bond akin to that of sworn brothers. As she pondered this, He Zhang began recounting the previous night's movie. The ghostly woman in the film was portrayed by Shen Yining, and Shen Yifan had purchased an entire row of seats, promising everyone would attend, but ultimately no one else showed up. He felt cheated. Shen Yifan had succumbed to his cousin's insistence to support Shen Yining's film, only to find himself alone with her at the screening. For this, He Zhang had even given Shen Yifan a good thrashing the night prior. The latter had protested, "I had no choice, that girl cried to my mother, and she tasked me with buying tickets. I initially wanted to book the whole hall, but worried you'd kill me. I settled for just a row." The ghostly woman in the film, when Ruan suddenly realized the girl was an actress, which explained her consistent mask wearing. He Zhang observed her discreetly. Her porcelain skin, devoid of makeup, radiated a natural beauty, her face almost poreless, though her eyes were puffy from crying, and her slender frame exuded an air of delicate fragility. "Did you have a fight with Jiang Qingyan?" When Ruan's thoughts were sluggish, unable to keep pace with his line of questioning, instinctively she responded affirmatively, slowly processing. "Why do you think we had a fight?" He Zhang glanced at the four-drip and nonchalantly remarked, "Yesterday marked the 3rd anniversary of you and Jiang Qingyan, yet here you are, watching a movie alone, and now at the hospital, still in yesterday's clothes." When Ruan was taken aback, utterly bewildered. "How do you know about Jiang Qingyan and me?" Their relationship had not been made public at work, and outsiders were unaware. How could He Zhang know, even their anniversary? He Zhang explained, "I saw you celebrating your 2nd anniversary at a friend's restaurant. I was dining next door, and noticed Jiang Qingyan, that boring wooden block, was rather romantic. Roses, red wine, a violin, and a cake with your likeness. Quite impressive. 2 years. When Ruan recollected last year's anniversary, indeed, before Yaman returned, Jiang Qingyan had been quite romantic, reserving restaurants in advance, selecting gifts, and orchestrating grand surprises. Before Yaman's return, he had been the ideal boyfriend. Thus she had remained oblivious, failing to perceive that the sweet exterior concealed poison within. So you had a fight. He Zhang returned to the earlier topic. We broke up, when Ruan found it difficult to articulate, feeling embarrassed for having been a mere tool for 3 years. If He Zhang discovered this, he would undoubtedly laugh, likely saying, "Serves you right, karma, what goes around comes around." "Yes, we had a disagreement," she replied casually. "Over work-related matters, differing opinions." "Curious," she asked, "besides you, who else knows?" Before resigning, she preferred as few people as possible to be aware. Otherwise, if Jiang Qingyan and Yaoman made their relationship public, she would become the laughingstock. When Ruan, "Are you cursing me?" He Zhang's eyes sharpened. "Don't blame me for everything. Do I look like someone who has nothing better to do than spread rumors behind your back?" He Zhang could surmise their reasons for keeping their relationship under wraps. Office romances, particularly between superiors and subordinates, were rife with potential for scandal. The workplace was filled with envious individuals, and her excellence would certainly breed enemies. If her relationship with Jiang Qingyan became public, she would undoubtedly face a flurry of malicious gossip. Keeping it discreet was indeed prudent. Suddenly recalling something, He Zhang slapped his forehead. "Shen Yifan knows too, but don't worry, he's as trustworthy as I am." "Thank you." After a year of secrecy, these two men proved to be quite reliable. However, the mention of Jiang Qingyan stoked a tempest of unresolved emotions within Wen Ruan, suffocating her with frustration. She regretted not striking him harder the previous night. She should have beaten him into the hospital. That way, Yao Man would not have gone to Huadangbei for breakfast and would not have used her coffee cup. Her phone suddenly buzzed in her pocket. And indeed, as she had thought, it was Jiang Qingyan calling. At this hour, when he called, when one could likely surmise the reason, Yao Man had probably informed him of the situation, prompting this discussion regarding the coffee cup. He cast a fleeting glance at her phone screen, his gaze dimming considerably, and rose, cradling the half-bowl of congealed porridge. "You stay here. I shall check on Shaninin," when Juan replied, "All right," once his figure vanished around the corner. She answered the call, which indeed was an apology concerning the coffee. "It has nothing to do with Yao Man. There were no clean cups at home, so I lent her mine. I apologize." Jiang Qingyan took the blame upon himself, broaching the matter of compensation. "The cup is broken and cannot be returned. I recall you mentioned it was a collector's item, a cherished gift from the boss to you. And there is no exact replica. Would monetary compensation suffice?" When Ron felt a sense of emotional collapse and inquired, "You remember me saying it was a collector's item, yet do you also recall that it was a gift I bought for my mother?" "I searched for it for a long time." Jiang Qingyan fell silent for a moment before responding, "I'm sorry, I forgot. You remember everything else, yet that one statement eludes you. Your memory is so sharp." He understood her disposition. The truth revealed that her upbringing and embarrassment led her to momentarily refrain from retaliation. She had pursued the man herself and felt unfortunate, however, if they overstepped their bounds. She would not shy away from tearing everything apart. Jiang Qingyan was a clever man, and it was unnecessary for him to provoke her at this juncture, especially when she was still reeling from the emotional turmoil over a mere coffee cup. Thus, he was merely assisting Yao Man in shifting the blame. "Compensation," when Juan scoffed, "I refuse to accept that. Don't assume I'm a fool. It was Yao Man who took it without my consent. She is a thief. I will report this. For 1,000 a case can be filed. My cup is worth 20,000, and I have the receipt. I am not trying to extort you." Jiang Qingyan sighed, "It's just a cup." When Juan, "Don't make a fuss. A fuss. I intend to cause a stir. The ones in the wrong here are you, not I. You have no right to criticize me." Jiang Qingyan remained quiet for a long while. Until when Juan, growing impatient to hang up, prompted him to speak. When Juan, "You are not a child. Do not act impulsively. Consider the consequences. You can confront Yao Man, but remember, she has the entire Ronli group backing her. What do you have? I know you are unafraid, that you prefer to shatter than to remain intact. You may disregard everything for a fleeting moment of satisfaction, but your mother and friends are in Haicheng. You are well aware of the Yao family's standing in Haicheng. If you wish to ruin the careers of your mother and friends, then by all means, proceed with your uproar." His voice remained as gentle as ever. Yet each word was laden with a threat. When Juan wished to retort but sadly recognized the truth in his words, she could not even afford to make a scene. "Jiang Qingyan," her voice cracked. "Knowing you has truly been a misfortune." Jiang Qingyan fell silent. When Juan did not wish to engage further, "Very well, you wish to discuss compensation. How much are you willing to offer?" Jiang Qingyan proposed giving her the apartment at Huadang Bay. "If you wish to sell the house, keep all the money. Just inform me when it's time to transfer ownership, and I will cooperate with the signatures." When Juan lifted her gaze, fixing it on the four-drip for a while before she scoffed. "Mr. Jiang, you are quite generous. Very well, I shall give you 2 days. Vacate the premises by Monday." Heejin stepped out of the elevator and immediately spotted Jiang Qingyan in the lobby, speaking on the phone. Jiang Qingyan noticed him as well. Just then, when Juan hung up and he pocketed his phone, striding toward Heejin with a simple greeting. "Mr. Yi." "What, Mr. Yi?" Heejin interrupted, his cool gaze sweeping over Jiang Qingyan. His demeanor frosty, his voice laced with scorn. "Do not speak to me. Go away." A grown man allowing his girlfriend to watch movies, drink alone, and come to the hospital by herself with her in such pain. He still had the time to engage in idle chatter, truly despicable. Heejin harbored a profound disdain for Jiang Qingyan and had no desire to exchange pleasantries, leaving a remark before departing. Jiang Qingyan was left bewildered. Having been abroad for 6 months, he believed he had neither crossed paths with Heejin nor provoked him, thus failing to comprehend the source of his ire. It was utterly baffling. As he turned to watch Heejin's retreating figure, his phone rang. Yao Man was calling. "Qingyan, have you arrived?" The hospital's parking was limited, and fearing delays, Jiang Qingyan had parked at the entrance for Yao Man to find a doctor for treatment while he circled around to find a parking spot. During his journey, he had dialed Wan's number only to encounter Heejin thereafter. Heejin did not seek out Shaninin. Instead, he found a quiet spot outside to smoke. After finishing, he called Shen Yifan. "Have you arrived? We were about to leave. Where are you?" "I will join you." Following Shen Yifan's directions, Heejin located the black Bentley in the hospital parking lot, opened the passenger door, and glanced back. "Where is your little princess?" "She left. Her hand is fine. She was just putting on an act." Shen Yifan fastened his seatbelt. "She refused my offer to drive her home and caught a taxi to complain to my mother, saying my elbow was out of line." Mention of this cousin made Shen Yifan's head ache. He was the only child. His 3 uncles had only sons, and only his younger uncle had a daughter. Making Shen Yifan the sole girl of their generation, the elders cherished her dearly, and the grandparents treated her like their prized possession, indulging her whims. In high school, she became infatuated with a male star. Immediately after the college entrance exams, she participated in a talent show and debuted. The Shen family had never ventured into the entertainment industry, and they all opposed her choice. The girl was so rebellious that she ran away from home. And when the family realized they could not dissuade her and feared she would suffer alone, they reluctantly compromised. They worried she might be bullied, so they secretly arranged for someone to look after her. Yet they also restrained her resources, allowing her only to do occasional advertisements and minor roles, thinking it would satisfy her and she would return to live a proper life. To their surprise, she demonstrated remarkable perseverance, approaching 3 years in the industry. Though she remained obscure, she had no intention of giving up, even contemplating a long-term career in entertainment. This matter had caused Shen Yifan's aunt to explode in anger last month. She wished to send Shen Yining abroad for further studies, but the girl vehemently refused. The two had quarreled, and Shen Yining dared not return home, so during her free time from school and without any engagements, she would come to him. It was not that she particularly favored this cousin, it was merely because he had Hijin around, while Shen Yining was not obsessively in love with Hijin. She was indeed a super beauty fanatic, simply infatuated with Hijin's looks. There was evidence. Initially, she had pursued a male star to enter the industry, but after encountering that star's unfiltered self, she found him unattractive and shifted her focus to a delicate young heartthrob. Upon meeting Hijin, she quickly forgot about the young heartthrob, only to become enamored with the mature male lead after playing a supporting role last year. Feeling that Hijin lacked depth, he felt relieved for Hijin, only for the girl to return 6 months later, declaring Hijin the most handsome. If another handsome man were to appear, she would undoubtedly run away again. Shen Yifan had been brothers with Hijin for many years and understood him well. Hijin simply did not like girls with Shen Yining's personality. No, to be precise, Hijin did not like women of any disposition. Even more accurately, Hijin only had eyes for one woman in the world, regardless of her character. He adored her beyond measure. Alas, the lover was devoted, yet the beloved remained indifferent. As the car departed the hospital parking lot, Shen Yifan glanced at Hijin in the passenger seat. Wenwan will need a while longer. Won't she? Don't you want to keep her company? It was pitiful for her to be receiving in 4 alone. Hijin fastened his seatbelt. Jiang Qingyan is here, if anyone is to accompany her, it should be her boyfriend. What significance do I hold in that? Jiang Qingyan's presence indicated that Wenwan had likely informed him. Since she allowed him to come, their relationship must have somewhat mended. At the red light, Shen Yifan halted the car, and after a brief silence, he sighed deeply. Are you really going to leave? Have you thought it through? The company was establishing an office in Singapore, and Hijin had been busy with this endeavor during his 6-month absence. Originally, he was not required to go, yet he wished to leave Haicheng. He stated, there is no longer any significance in remaining in this city. In the future, I will be staying abroad for extended periods, returning only occasionally. The initial plan was to leave after the new year, but an urgent project at the new company needed to be finalized, and it was crucial for a successful start, compelling him to depart earlier. I have a flight tomorrow evening. Who knows when I will return? Hijin had given his coat to Wenwan, and after being outside in the wind, he now felt cold and turned up the air conditioning. I will be back next Friday. Hijin mentioned his agreement with Wenwan, a chuckle escaping him. Next Saturday, she insists on treating me to dinner at number 10 Jingwan Road. It would be rude to decline, so I must oblige. Shen Yifan shot him a glance. Rude to decline? Did you not shamelessly beg for that meal? Hijin beamed with pride. What of it? I earned that meal through my own merit. Fine, by your merit. Shen Yifan drawled. Does Wenwan know you will be staying abroad for a long time? Have you told her? No, why not? What if she tries to persuade you to stay? Hijin leaned languidly against the seat, his gaze fixed on the dimly overcast sky outside, his eyes betraying no hints of emotion. After a considerable interval, he let out a low chuckle. As if, once I depart, she will undoubtedly dominate in Haicheng. That heartless little deceiver will be too busy reveling in her triumph. Chapter 9. She was soaked by the rain when Wan emerged from the 4 infusion hall after completing her drip. The clock nearing 11. While awaiting the elevator, her WeChat was inundated with messages from Lin Yu. Another screenshot of Yao Man's social media post was sent her way. In the photo, a slender wrist was wrapped in bandages. Tagged at Songli Hospital, posted an hour prior. Captioned, just a minor injury. Mr. Jiang is quite concerned and insists on accompanying me to the hospital. Lin Yu, are they already flaunting their affection? Have they become an item? Lin Yu, goodness, this young lady is impressive. She managed to capture him in just 3 months. Lin Yu, Jiang Qingyan is not one to easily lose interest. Has he truly succumbed to the allure of power? Lin Yu, Wenwan, are you really conceding like this? Don't make a scene. If you two don't clash, I'll have no drama to watch. Wenwan read the messages but chose not to respond. After hailing a cab back to her hotel, she entrusted her clothes to the staff for cleaning and drying. Exhausted, Wenwan fell into a deep slumber, only to be awakened by her phone ringing at 7 in the evening. It was Zhang Tongtong's call. Ruan, I need your help with something. The curtains were drawn, shrouding the room in darkness, when Ruan reached for the bedside lamp and replied, what is it? After a taxing day without sustenance, Zhang Tongtong's voice was weak. The doctor said my mother-in-law's condition is quite serious. She needs surgery. Initially hesitant to trouble Wenwan, as she seldom spoke of her own mother and their relationship was strained, Zhang Tongtong felt she had no other option. The elderly woman suffered from coronary heart disease, and the doctor insisted on placing a stent. Given the current state of her health, the surgical risks were substantial. Pan Rue urged her multiple times to contact Wenwan. Ruan, how is your relationship with your mother these days? Have you had any arguments? No, we haven't quarreled. In fact, we haven't seen each other in a long time. The last time was during the Double Ninth Festival, which is her birthday. We did argue that day. She recounted how her mother disapproved of her plans to marry Jiang Qingyan, insisting they were incompatible and that a forced marriage would lead to regret. Their stubbornness culminated in a bitter fallout, and after that day, they ceased all communication until her mother messaged her on New Year's Day, inviting her home for dinner, but she was away on a business trip and could not return. When Ruan agreed to assist Jiang Tongtong with her request, life was at stake, and if she could help, she would. Moreover, it presented an opportunity to mend the strained relationship between her and her mother-in-law. Send me your mother-in-law's medical report. I'll have my mother take a look. Alright, Ruan, thank you. I'll treat you to a meal when I return. After hanging up, when Ruan forwarded the medical report to her mother. When Huiyan, within mere moments, her mother called, who is Li Sufan. The coldness in her voice was familiar to Wen Ruan. She had long resigned herself to the fact that their mother-daughter relationship would never be particularly warm. Jiang Tongtong's mother-in-law, she explained, adding a brief introduction of Jiang Tongtong as her college classmate with whom she shared a close bond, mentioning their previous encounter in the hospital, when Ruan had never brought Jiang Tongtong to her home. Throughout her life, her mother had exerted a strong controlling influence over her, dictating her studies and meddling in her social life. Before university, she had no friends, as her mother's domineering nature had driven them away. Jiang Tongtong was one of the few friends she made after breaking free from her mother's control in college, where she had managed to shield her social life from her mother's scrutiny. Hence, her bond with Jiang Tongtong was the strongest. Her mother had met Jiang Tongtong once last year when she had taken her to Sunli Hospital for assistance regarding Jiang Tongtong's daughter's persistent headaches. After when Ruan finished speaking, when Huiyan paused for a few seconds before responding coldly, "You seem to care about others' affairs, why neglect your own?" Earlier that morning, when Ruan was receiving her for He Zhang happened to pass by the infusion hall. He spotted her but was in a rush for surgery, so he did not stop after a long day spent in the operating room. He had only just emerged half an hour prior, intending to check on Ruan's condition before calling her. Is your stomach still hurting? When Ruan hesitated, realizing her visit to the hospital had been revealed. She didn't inquire how her mother had found out. Instead, she simply replied, "It's no longer painful. I have to return to the hospital tomorrow. I still have 2 more bags to go. I understand. I will be quite busy tomorrow and won't have time to attend to you." "That's alright, you have your responsibilities." When it came to matters concerning health, when Huiyan couldn't help but lecture her, Dr. Zhang said, "Your ailment lies with your spleen and stomach, they are too weak. You need to maintain emotional stability, eat regularly, and minimize alcohol consumption. I know, you should free up half a day next week to come for a check-up. No need, my company conducts annual health checkups. Company checkups are not the same as mine. Really no need. If you skip the checkup, then don't come to me regarding Jiang Tongtong." Fine. After hanging up, when Ruan messaged Jiang Tongtong informing her that they could bring the elderly woman over. Jiang Tongtong replied with gratitude and a hug emoji. After a brief nap, when Ruan felt rejuvenated, her appetite was poor, so she ordered a bowl of millet porridge. While waiting for her food, she began to clean her phone, permanently deleting all traces of Jiang Qingyan from her life. It felt like a necessary purge, a release from the unpleasantness. As she sipped her porridge, when Ruan turned on the television, tuning into a comedy show that was currently trending, and found herself laughing heartily, tears streaming down her face. She went to bed at 11, but insomnia struck, and it wasn't until 3 in the morning that she finally succumbed to sleep, allowing the day to drift away in a haze. The following day, she awoke around noon, ordered a meal, and after eating, returned to the hospital for 2 more bags of 4. The weather was dismal, with torrential rain pouring down. Once she left the hospital, she took a taxi directly to Huadang Bay. She was uncertain if Jiang Qingyan had completed moving his belongings, but she needed to return to Huadang Bay. In her emotional turmoil, she had left with nothing, no toiletries, no change of clothes, no computer, and she hadn't driven her car. With Monday approaching, a return was unavoidable. Upon arriving at Huadang Bay, the vehicle could not access the parking level. When Ruan exited the taxi and opened her umbrella, turning around just as a biting gust of wind hit her, she froze, shivering uncontrollably. Jiang Qingyan's car was parked just a few steps away. Through the rain and glass, her view was somewhat obscured. Yet she recognized the occupants too well, or perhaps her eyes were simply keen. Yao Man was seated in the passenger seat, leaning toward Jiang Qingyan, her arms wrapped around his neck as she tilted her head to kiss him. Jiang Qingyan, seated in the driver's seat, leaned slightly in Yao Man's direction, his hands hanging down, neither pushing her away nor drawing closer. In the midst of the relentless downpour, a fierce wind gusted, tearing the umbrella from her grasp. Instinctively she reached for it but failed to catch it as it was swept away, tumbling across the ground. She stood there, completely drenched. Jiang Qingyan, sensing something amiss, turned his head toward her, his gaze momentarily startled. Their eyes met for a fleeting second. Through the rain, she could not decipher his expression and chose not to delve further. The umbrella had blown to the roadside, and she hastily walked over to retrieve it. Holding it aloft as she averted her gaze, deliberately walking past his car. Yao Man also noticed when Ruan first, today, Jiang Qingyan was moving and his belongings had been taken away by noon. Jiang Qingyan had returned to tidy up, and she had come to assist him out. As she prepared to leave, she caught sight of Wen Wan out of the corner of her eye. It was precisely this sight that prompted her to embrace Jiang Qingyan. Seeing Wen Wan leave with the umbrella, Jiang Qingyan instinctively reached for the door to exit the vehicle. Yao Man grasped his arm, preventing him from moving. "What do you think you're doing? You've already broken up with her." "Qingyan, I understand you may feel a twinge of guilt, but for these 3 years, she brought it upon herself. She has gained quite a bit from you. You owe her nothing." Yao Man previously inquired about the accolades Wen Wan had received and doubted that a woman without connections could achieve such success on her own. Even if it wasn't through personal relations, she was certain that Jiang Qingyan had played a role in her accomplishments. Perhaps when Ruan's initial pursuit of Jiang Qingyan had been motivated by a desire for career advancement. She was almost convinced of this, but Jiang Qingyan had insisted that when Ruan's projects were her own discoveries, affirming that she was indeed a rare talent. A gifted talent. Yao Man did not buy that narrative. Not only did she doubt it, but she also resolved to expose Wen Wan as someone who relied on her connections for fame. Ultimately, Jiang Qingyan did not exit the vehicle. He gently squeezed Yao Man's hand. Speaking soothingly, "I merely wish to discuss the house with her. If you feel uncomfortable, I won't go." Upon entering her home, Wen Wan immediately dashed to the bedroom, taking a hot shower. After drying her hair, she rushed to the kitchen and brewed a bowl of ginger tea to warm herself. After this flurry of activity, she finally felt her body regain warmth. Emerging from the kitchen with a cup of tea, she wandered around the house, reflecting on her surroundings. If Jiang Qingyan ever found himself unemployed, he could easily take up cleaning. He had tidied up the space immaculately, leaving no trace of his presence behind. All photographs of the two together had vanished. More accurately, all remnants of his life within these walls had disappeared entirely, as if she had always been the sole occupant. This was quite satisfactory. It was indeed for the best. When Wan had no intention of residing there any longer, after gathering her belongings, she wheeled her suitcase out and drove back to the hotel. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when she instructed the hotel staff to deliver dinner to her room. Just as she picked up her chopsticks, a call from Jiang Qingyan came through. "I have a friend interested in purchasing a property in Huadang Bay. If you're certain about selling, I can assist in making the connection." When Ruan, having just taken a bite of salt edyam, chewed slowly before swallowing and responding with a smile, "The house was handled so impeccably, and now you're eager to help me sell it." Such a romantic Jiang Qingyan, your desperate eagerness to express loyalty to your white moonlight is rather pathetic. Her words dripped with sarcasm, and Jiang Qingyan understood the underlying tone. The photographs and traces of their shared moments within the house had all been destroyed by Yao Man. She shattered the pictures and discarded them in the trash. Even the couple's chopsticks in the cupboard were not spared. Anything that belonged to him was disposed of cleanly. He had seen it all, had tacitly allowed it, and had even indulged it. Thus, he could not refute her now. "When Ruan, I merely wish to assist. If you're unwilling, then so be it. Don't." When Ruan replied calmly, "Just ask your friend to consider the current market price without negotiating. If he agrees, he can proceed with the formalities at his convenience. If it could be sold quickly, that would be splendid." She cared little for the identity of the buyer. After concluding the conversation, when Ruan promptly hung up that night, her sleep was restless, plagued by nightmares. In her dream, she stepped into an abyss, plunging into the endless darkness of the deep sea, where suffocating despair overwhelmed her, until the shrill sound of her alarm at 7 the next morning jolted her back to reality. After a simple breakfast, she arrived at the office right at 8:30. It was Monday, with a regular meeting scheduled for 9, and at 10, she had a project agreement to sign, with half an hour remaining before the meeting. She opened her computer and began drafting her resignation letter. Using impersonal, formulaic language, she completed it in mere minutes. Just as she saved the document, someone knocked and entered. "When Zone, we have a problem." Chapter 10, Confrontation with Jiang Qingyan. The visitor was Zhao Xinghui, an investment manager from the second department, the very one who had offended Yao Man on her first day at Romley Capital. Yao Man had made a monumental blunder. There was an AI project crucial for the company's strategic planning for the following year. Initially negotiated by Wen Ruan and Zhao Xinghui, which had already been settled. After a final review of the revised plan, if all was well, the contract could be signed that very day. However, Wen Ruan was suddenly dispatched to attend an industry summit, leaving the contract signing to Zhao Xinghui, which was supposed to be a mere formality. Yet, just as the founder was about to sign, the vice president beside him received a call and obstructed him. Consequently, unforeseen complications arose. The project was ultimately snatched away by Mingyi Capital. The founder, filled with apologies, finally stated that Mingyi Capital had offered better terms. The opportunity that had seemed assured slipped away, igniting Wen Ruan's fury. At that time, He Zhang was abroad, and all matters pertaining to Mingyi were under Shen Yifun's purview, so she called him directly. Shen Yifun did not conceal the truth. 9:30, the vice president of Chao Wangshan called me. claiming to have your final version of the contract from wrongly that he was leveraging your trump card to negotiate conditions. The terms proposed were not unreasonable. Within Mingdi's acceptance range, it was an opportunity presented on a silver platter. Seized from wrongly, and thus, they had no reason to refuse. When Rowan's first reaction was disbelief. The final version of wrongli's contract had been directly brought into the conference room by Zhao Xinghui for the founder to sign. With Zhao Xinghui present throughout, and the founder had not taken any photographs, yet, the image Shen Yifan sent her indeed showed wrongli's final contract. There was no need for her to investigate the reason. Shen Yifan had clarified it for her. He Zhang remarked that it was unscrupulous to snatch an opportunity from her grasp, so he performed a personal favor for her. At noon, I had lunch with Chao Wangshan and deliberately got him drunk to extract information. He explained that the vice president had gone to wrongly to sign the contract alongside the founder, but upon exiting the elevator, he received a call. After finishing the call, he sought the conference room and encountered an employee from wrongly. He had intended to ask for directions, but the employee mistook him for a member of wrongly and handed him the contract, asking him to deliver it to Zhao Xinghui, the vice president. Known for his cunning, upon seeing the contract, discreetly captured a photo before sending it to Zhao Xinghui, secretly calling her to leverage their contract for price negotiation. If I relent, he quickly intercepts Chao Wangshan. And with the same conditions, we would offer a higher price. Chao Wangshan is not foolish. That employee mistook him for a member of wrongly and handed him the contract directly. Who was it? Who made such a foolish mistake? It seemed almost comical, prompting He Zhang far across the ocean to call her and mock her. Your wrongly truly has some talent. Who on earth is so dim-witted? When Rowan? Let me know when you find out. I might just bribe them to act as an informant for Mingdi. Haha, she retorted through gritted teeth. That'll be the day. Later, Zhao Xinghui obtained the surveillance footage. It was Yaoman. The footage displayed Yaoman printing the contract and heading toward Zhao Xinghui. Halfway there, she spotted Jiang Qingyan exiting his office with a bag and directly handed the contract to a nearby individual, instructing, give this to Zhao Xinghui. With that, she hurried off in pursuit of Jiang Qingyan. The individual she handed it to was the shrewd vice president, who had just finished his call and was seeking the conference room. Fortuitously encountering Yaoman having been abroad for years, it was understandable that she, having just joined the company, made such an error. The contract's failure to be signed incited considerable anger, a serious mistake indeed. But the one responsible for this outcome was wrongly Group's very own princess, which could have been downplayed. However, Yaoman was extremely concerned with her image. On her first day, she had already caused a significant scandal that she could not afford to bear. Thus, during the accountability meeting, she preemptively placed the blame on Zhao Xinghui, claiming he had lost the contract. Yaoman instructed Zhao Xinghui to resign, and though he was furious, he dared not speak out. Secretly sharing the video with her, Zhao Xinghui was aligned with her interests. Hence, when she entered the meeting room, she presented the video, preserving Zhao Xinghui's position. Thus, on her very first day at wrongly, Yaoman had thoroughly offended herself when Zong. We have a problem. Zhao Xinghui entered, closing the door behind him, and sat on the chair opposite when Wan handing her his phone. It was a video in a dimly lit corridor beside a bar's restroom. A man in a floral shirt leaned against the wall, a cigarette dangling from his lips, with his arms wrapped around a short-haired woman clad in a tightly fitted mini skirt. The atmosphere was intimate. The woman's body languidly draped over him, while the man's hand wandered suggestively along her waist. When Wan did not recognize the woman, but she knew the man all too well. Yao Tianyu, Yao Man's younger brother. The young CEO of Wrongly Group and the executive president of Wrongly Capital. Beyond his glamorous title, he bore two infamous labels, a chaotic love life and a notorious playboy, while Wen Wan had no interest in his personal affairs. Zhao Xinghui was not one to waste time, so she patiently watched the video to its end in the restroom's vicinity. The music was not overly loud, and the angle and distance of the recording were just right, allowing snippets of their conversation to be discerned. The woman, her arms around Yao Tianyu's neck, cooed, just now, you said that for my birthday, you would gift Jiao Su to my dad as a birthday present, you can't go back on your word. Yao Tianyu playfully squeezed her behind, replying of course. As their playful banter continued, when Rowan's expression shifted dramatically. Jiao Su was her project. 2 years prior, Zhang Tongtong's husband, Pan Rui, along with a few friends, had established Fireworks Studio, and Jiao Su was their newly developed game. When Wan had tested their game's beta version and was impressed by both the content and user experience, believing it had significant investment potential. Today at 10 o'clock marked the signing ceremony for the Jiao Su project. After their breakup, she had refrained from resigning immediately to ensure the project's success. Pan Rui and his team desperately needed the investment, and for Zhang Tongtong's sake, she could not allow Pan Rui's dreams and efforts to go to waste. Now, however, an unexpected complication had arisen. The video shifted to explicit content, the two lost in a passionate kiss. Yao Tianyu's hand sliding beneath the woman's skirt. The video abruptly ended when Wan set the phone down and looked at Zhao Xinghui. Where did you get this video? Zhao Xinghui's expression turned slightly awkward as he replied, I recorded it covertly. After the initial embarrassment, his tone shifted to one of annoyance. My niece just started college this year. Last month, she went to a bar with her classmates and caught Yao Tianyu's eye. The poor girl, having never dated before, was completely taken in by him. No matter how I tried to persuade her, she wouldn't listen. I happened to run into Yao Tianyu at the bar last night while looking for a friend. Seeing him with a woman, I intended to record it to show my niece and make her give up on him, but it turned into something useful. After explaining, Jia Xinghui returned to the main topic. The woman in the video is Yang Lu, the daughter of Yang Shang, the founder of Lingy Technology, and Yao Tianyu's current girlfriend. When I conducted due diligence at Fireworks Studio, I looked into their founder, Dong Chao, who was previously the operations director at Lingy Technology before leaving 2 years ago to start Fireworks with friends. Lingy Technology was once a leader in the industry, but has faced decline in recent years due to poor management and severe talent loss. Fireworks Studio, on the other hand, boasts impressive technology, and Yang Shang has long coveted their jiaosu, piecing everything together. When Wan understood, Yao Tianyu intended to please his girlfriend by offering up Fireworks Studio as a sacrifice. If she signed the agreement with Fireworks today, Ronli would, as the controlling party, seize all materials and development rights for Jiaosu and hand them over to Lingy Technology. Yet, Yao Tianyu was not merely a playboy. He was not foolish enough to jeopardize the company's interests for a woman. Investing heavily in a company to nourish a competitor is akin to a father being skinned alive by his own child. Unless, on the table lie 10 agreements awaiting signatures. When Ruan reaches out to take one, briefly instructing Jia Xinghui, immediately contact Dong Chao and inform him that today's agreements cannot be signed, tell him to await my call. Jia Xinghui promptly responds, understood. When Ruan then proceeds to Jiang Qingyan's office. Jiang Qingyan is engrossed in reviewing documents when he hears footsteps and looks up to see Ruan closing the door behind her. He studies her displeased expression in silence before setting down his pen. Is there something you need? When Ruan comes to a halt before his desk, tossing her phone to him, Jiang Qingyan opens the video. His expression shifting momentarily before settling into a calm demeanor. Once he finishes watching, when Ruan inquires, Ronli has also invested in Lingy Technology, correct? Her tone is not one of inquiry, but rather a statement of conviction. Yao Tianyu would not be foolish enough to squander money on nurturing a rival unless Ronli had also invested in Lingy. With both companies involved, they could leverage the core technology of CHOS to bolster Lingy. This way, Lingy would eliminate its competition and thrive, while Ronli could consolidate both companies for greater profit, ultimately winning Yao Tianyu favor. A trifecta of benefits to in this game. Only Pan Rue and their Fireworks Studio are destined for ruin. Their efforts rendered futile, completely becoming cannon fodder, tirelessly crafting garments for others. In the end, it wouldn't be just CHOS at stake. The entire Fireworks Studio might very well be lost, while she is unaware of the particulars. Jiang Qingyan certainly knows. As the general manager of the entire investment management center, he must attend the investment decision meetings, and all agreements must pass through him. There is no way he could be oblivious. Indeed, when Ruan's inquiries are met with silence, Jiang Qingyan has known all along. Investing in 2 gaming companies simultaneously, he is either a fool or an accomplice. It is evident he is no fool. Jiang Qingyan, I have mentioned before that CHOS is of immense importance to Pan Rue. It is his dream, and the dream of everyone at Fireworks Studio. Setting aside others, Pan Rue is the husband of Zhang Tongtong, my closest friend. If you, through your actions, destroy CHOS and the Fireworks Studio, how am I to face Zhang Tongtong in the future? While when Ruan speaks, Jiang Qingyan keeps his head lowered, obscuring his expression. After she finishes, he finally looks up, his tone icy. Firstly, the investment in Lingy Technology was indeed proposed by Yao Tianyu, and the agreement passed through me. You are signing with Fireworks today, and Lingy will also be signing tomorrow. Secondly, the simultaneous investments in Fireworks and Lingy were made in consideration of the company's interests. Although Lingy is currently in decline, it still possesses a foundation and reputation as a large corporation. Whereas Fireworks is just starting out, still renting warehouse space for its operations. Investing in CHOS is not erroneous, but their growth is slow. By providing Lingy with CHOS core technology, the integration could yield the fastest benefits for the company. Thirdly, I kept this from you precisely because of your relationship with Pan Rue, fearing you might react as you are now. When Ruan, I have taught you that in the workplace, emotion should not interfere. Only interests matter. Upon concluding his explanation, Jiang Qingyan coldly gazes at her. Director 1, is there anything you do not understand? Do you require me to explain it once more? Chapter 11, His White Moonlight returns. Director 1? Is there anything you do not understand? Do you require me to explain it once more? Such words strike with both ruthlessness and shamelessness. When Ruan is left speechless in her anger, it was she who, during her first presentation of CHOS at the investment decision meeting, faced opposition from them all. It was she who toiled through the night to present a proposal that satisfied everyone, pledging her commitment, which led to today's signing ceremony. Now that Pan Rue has upgraded and perfected the technology, as the contract is about to be signed, they discover CHOS to be a potential goldmine and intend to walk away without a word. Their shamelessness is evident, yet their staunch attitude makes it seem as though she is in the wrong. In the office, when Ruan grips the agreement tightly, her hand exhibiting visible veins beneath her pale skin. The sight of yesterday's injection is bruised, unmistakable. Jiang Qingyan's gaze drifts to her left hand, noticing the delicate skin that makes even the slightest mark conspicuous, reminiscent of a needle's puncture. He recalls the rain she endured yesterday. Did that rain make her ill? I understand your words, General Manager Jiang. When Ruan interrupts before he can finish, raising her hand and tearing the agreement in two. I understand, but I refuse to facilitate your schemes. A commotion is heard at the door. Jiang Qingyan, facing the entrance, glances over and suddenly strides toward Wen Ruan, grasping her right wrist to halt her actions. Wen Ruan, do not act recklessly. Wen Ruan recoils at his touch. Struggling to free herself, this is not recklessness. I have already informed Fireworks that we will not sign today. If General Manager Jiang wishes to assist his future brother-in-law in finding a scapegoat, he will have to seek another company. Jiang Qingyan tightens his grip, exerting excessive force, causing faint blue veins to surface on the back of her hand. Wen Ruan, I stated that the contract for Chas must be signed today. The pain in her wrist causes her complexion to pale. Why must it be signed? Ronli does not lack a Chas. Your reasoning fails to persuade me. Jiang Qingyan stares at her without blinking, his expression cold and unyielding. When Ruan's demeanor is even chillier than his, and as they silently confront each other, Yao Man's voice rings out from the doorway, because of me, Qingyan is doing this for my sake. Yao Man arrives just as Wen Ruan begins to tear the agreement. She opens the door slightly, not rushing to enter until she hears Wen Ruan's inquiry. Given my position, I cannot continue to be Jiang Qingyan's assistant. I am preparing to undertake independent projects. She approaches Jiang Qingyan and links her arm with his, looking at Wen Ruan with delight. Lingy Technology will be my first signed project. Director Wen's capabilities are well recognized, and I intend to leverage your achievements to establish my first project. This way, I can gain the respect of others, and Qingyan is fulfilling my aspirations. When Ruan is momentarily taken aback, she glances at Jiang Qingyan. Meeting his evasive gaze, her crimson eyes gradually cooling into a dead sea. Jiang Qingyan releases her wrist, his eyes, concealed behind gold-rimmed glasses, cold and indifferent. When Ruan, on the first day Yao Man joined, she mishandled a project. Although due to her position, people in the company dared not voice their opinions openly, whispers circulated behind her back, and she has been sensitive to it ever since. Initially, you humiliated her to protect Jia Xinghui. Thus this time it is only fair that you help her. Yao Man requires Chas, and I wish for her happiness. He states, after all, you are leaving the company. When Ruan twists her mouth into a semblance of a smile. Even considering applauding them, how clever. It turns out not to be a trifecta of benefits, but a fivefold gain. Sacrificing Chas allows Lingy Technology to eliminate its competition. Ronli Capital maximizes its profits. Yao Tianyu wins his girlfriend's favor. Yao Man uses her success to validate herself, and Jiang Qingyan, the great romantic, reaffirms his loyalty to his white moonlight. What a splendid calculation, but why should she pay the price for their happiness? What wrong has she committed? Had she not seen the video, the signing would have proceeded as planned, and she would have unwittingly become the executioner of Fireworks. She would have no face left to confront Zhang Tongtong. Jiang Qingyan has destroyed her love and now seeks to sever her friendships. Overwhelmed with emotions, when Ruan nearly loses control, her tears welling up before she quickly turns away. Her mother always said that tears are the least valuable currency in the eyes of those who do not love you, as no one will feel pity, and there is no need to vent helplessly. That would only lead to greater embarrassment. Since no one loves you, they will only admire your disgrace. When Ruan manages to stifle her tears, taking a deep breath as she slightly adjusts her emotions before turning back to face Jiang Qingyan. I am the one responsible for Chas. According to company policy, I possess the right to halt the project at any time. My refusal to sign means it will not be signed. If General Manager Jiang truly possesses the capability, he should seek Dong Chao to sign it himself, given Dong Chao's poor relationship with Yang Shang. General Manager Jiang, can you guess if Dong Chao would still sign if he knew you had also signed with Lingy Technology? Jiang Qingyan's profound gaze settles on her face, and he speaks in a low voice. Are you threatening me? When Ruan's eyes are sharp and clear. If General Manager Jiang perceives it as a threat, then so be it. I am not like General Manager Jiang. You are a faithless sycophant, while I am a person of conscience. I cannot destroy others' dreams to elevate myself. She unabashedly insults him, yet Jiang Qingyan's expression remains impassive. It is Yao Man who can no longer contain herself. When Ruan, whom are you calling a dog? Without even glancing at her, when Ruan hurls the torn agreement at Jiang Qingyan's face, turning to leave but pausing as a thought strikes her. General Manager Jiang just reminded me that indeed I will be resigning soon. I just remembered that I have yet to take my annual leave this year. It would be a waste not to. She looks at Jiang Qingyan, her smile devoid of warmth. I will take a week's annual leave, and the leave request will be sent to your email shortly. Additionally, thanks to you, General Manager Jiang, I must go to Fireworks Studio to apologize. I will not be attending the meeting at 9. She merely informs him, not waiting for his response before turning to leave. Behind her, Yao Man still harbors grievances over the earlier insult, demanding that she wait. Jiang Qingyan, however, stops her, his voice soothing. She has that temperament. There is no need to be angry. Didn't you skip breakfast this morning? I brought you breakfast. Yao Man's mood lifts upon seeing the breakfast bag on the table. Jinji's buns. Did you specifically go to East Street to buy them? Yes, I heard it takes half an hour to drive there, plus a long wait in line. That must have been exhausting. Not if you enjoy it. It is no trouble at all. The door closes, sealing off the tender exchanges within. Upon returning to her office, Wan finds Jiang Qingyan still present, who promptly rises from his seat upon her entrance. Dong Chao has already been informed, and he has persistently inquired about the reasons. I mentioned that I would return his call once you finished your business. When Wan attempted to reach Dong Chao by phone, making 2 calls, both of which were busy, she then called Pan Rui, who answered almost immediately. When Wan, I was just about to call you. Dong Chao mentioned that the agreement will not be signed today. Why is that? When Wan asked, have you returned to Haichang? Pan Rui replied, yes, we arrived last night. My mother has already been transferred to Songli Hospital. She had a slight fever. Guo also caught a cold. Tong and I were busy until midnight and I forgot to inform you. The rain was torrential yesterday, and the roads were in poor condition. They only reached at 7 in the evening, with both mother and daughter unwell. He had hardly slept through the night and had just returned home to catch a nap when Dong Chao called again, saying the signing had been halted. The situation was overwhelming, and he felt on the verge of exploding. When Wan, what on earth is going on? Why has it not been signed? Dong Chao vented his frustrations over the phone, accusing Wan of toying with him. However, Pan Rui had known Wan for many years, having met her during his college days when he was dating Jiang Qingyan. He believed that Wan would not deceive him and suspected there was some misunderstanding. Words could hardly convey the complexity of the situation over the phone, and when Wan inquired about his location, I just got home. Is Tong there? Yes, she is. Alright, then stay at home. I will come find you, and we can discuss this in person. After hanging up, when Wan opened the file cabinet behind her, retrieved several document boxes, and placed them on the desk, pushing them towards Jiang Qingyan. Please help me organize these materials. You can select the projects that interest you and keep them for yourself. Tidy up the rest as well. As Jiang Qingyan flipped through the files and quickly sensed something was amiss. These were all projects managed by Wan, representing her years of dedication at Ronli Capital. When Zong, what is this? When Wan donned her coat from the hanger, grabbed her bag and car keys, and headed for the exit. I will be taking a week of vacation. Please take care of what you have and get it back to me before the weekend. Noticing his hesitation, when Wan paused and patted his shoulder, delete the videos from WeChat. This is not your concern. I won't be coming to the office this afternoon, so feel free to call me if needed. Jiang Qingyan watched her leave, and once her figure disappeared completely, he lowered his head, slowly tightening his grip on the documents in his hand. Jiang Tong and Pan Rui had purchased their home last year, located near the suburbs. When Wan drove onto the elevated road, arriving at 11. Jiang Tong took the 2 boxes of cherries from her hands, glaring at her. Why did you buy things when you came? When Wan changed into slippers, they are not for you, they are for Guo. Pan Rui, having not slept all night, lay on the sofa resting. Upon hearing Wan's voice, he got up and welcomed her to sit down. When Wan settled into the nearby armchair and first inquired about the elderly woman, Pan Rui sighed, it has dragged on for too long. The situation is not looking good. When Wan asked, should I call my mother again? Pan Rui quickly shook his head. No need, Auntie was visited last night and said she would expedite the surgery. Likely this week. When Wan, thank you so much for your help. After discussing this matter, when Wan got straight to the point, I only learned today that Ronli intends to sign with Ling Yi Technology. Yao Tianyu's current girlfriend is Yang Sheng's daughter, the founder of Ling Yi Technology. He plans to package your core technology and hand it over to Ling Yi, which is why I halted the signing. Pan Rui had heard of Yao Tianyu, the prince of Ronli Group, infamous for his numerous romantic entanglements, and was astonished to learn he was dating Yang Sheng's daughter. Given Yao Tianyu's status, his intention to sign with Ling Yi was indeed something Wan could not prevent. Pan Rui's expression darkened with worry. What should we do now? Yanhua Studio had been established for 2 years and still operated from a warehouse, struggling for recognition, with Ling Yi Technology's covert suppression. No one was willing to invest. The Chaosa project had consumed their heart and soul, and it was now at a critical juncture, when Wan had finally offered to assist them, just when they were close to success. Another issue arose. Dong Chao had left Ling Yi Technology under strange circumstances, and Yang Sheng had been keeping a close watch on Yanhua, fearing its growth. If Yang Sheng truly allied himself with Yao Tianyu, then using Rongli to swallow Yanhua would be within his capabilities. Jiang Tong brought over tea, serving a cup to Wan and another to Pan Rui before sitting closely beside him. She had overheard their earlier conversation. Wan Rongli is investing in Ling Yi. Jiang Qingyan should be aware of this. Did he not mention it to you? Pan Rui knew about Wan's relationship with Jiang Qingyan and also glanced at her. Indeed, Jiang Qingyan was the general manager of Ronli Capital's Investment Management Center, so he should have known long ago. When Wan took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, "We broke up. His first love has returned." First love? Jiang Tong asked in confusion. When did he have a first love? Who is it? Yao Man Pan Rui, Jiang Tong. When Wan's phone buzzed with a message, Shen Yifan, I just encountered Dong Chao from Yanhua Studio. I heard him on a call saying you halted the signing of Chaosu. When Ruan, yes, Shen Yifan, why, what happened? In a street CAF, Shen Yifan stared at his phone screen waiting for nearly half an hour without a response from Wen Ruan. After deliberating, he decided to call Li Zhang, who was far away in Singapore. Old he when Ruan suddenly called off the signing for Chaosu, and I feel something is off. Chapter 12. Why not give it a try? Shen Yifan arranged a meeting in a street CAF that morning. While waiting for his contact, he noticed Dong Chao, the founder of Yanhua Studio, enter with a brusque demeanor, ordering an iced Americano with a foul expression. Clearly agitated, he was on the phone, cursing profusely. How the hell am I supposed to know what's going on? When Ruan had one of her underlings call me, she herself didn't say a word and just called it off. I mean, women can't get things done, she's just playing with me. I just spoke to Pan Rui, and he has no idea what's happening either. As Dong Chao left with his coffee, Shen Yifan's contact arrived. During their discussion, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, prompting him to message when Ruan. It was indeed called off. After concluding the meeting and seeing the person off, when Ruan remained unresponsive. Before Yi Zhang departed, he instructed Shen Yifan to keep an eye on Wen Ruan's situation, advising him not to disturb her unnecessarily but to assist if needed. Shen Yifan believed that halting Chaosu was a significant matter and felt it necessary to inform Yi Zhang. Knowing Wen Ruan intended to invest in Chaosu, he had done some research on Yanhua Studio, whose founder was Dong Chao, a former operations director at Lingyi Technology. He had a falling out with Yang Shang 2 years ago and left to start his own venture. Yanhua Studio's most crucial project this year was Chaosu, and they had poured all their resources into it. They faced constant obstruction from Yang Shang while hoping for investment, and Wen Ruan was their last lifeline. Just when they were on the verge of a breakthrough, Wen Ruan suddenly called it off. If one were to argue that Chaosu had issues, it seemed implausible. Any problems should have been identified during Wen Ruan's review well before the signing day. Moreover, Pan Rui, as the technical director of Yanhua, had his wife Zhang Tongtong as Wen Ruan's college friend and confidant. There was no way Wen Ruan would betray him, especially since Pan Rui was responsible for developing Chaosu. The sudden cancellation of the signing left Shen Yifan perplexed. Jiang Qingyan's first love had returned. The first love was Yao Man. Zhang Tongtong was stunned, and before she could inquire further, Wen Ruan spoke to Pan Rui. I halted the signing primarily due to personal reasons, and now that I've calmed down, I realize I shouldn't make decisions for you. The situation is as it stands. Discuss it with Dong Chao. You can either proceed with the signing with Ronli, although you will ultimately lose Chaosu and possibly Yanhua, but you can sell your shares for a considerable sum, or you can wait a while longer, and I will assist you in seeking other investments. Pan Rui snapped back to reality from his shock, and upon hearing her words he sighed and shook his head. I don't even need to ask, Dong Chao will certainly choose the latter option. It was rumored that Dong Chao had left Lingyi Technology because Yang Shang replaced the management with his own relatives, which he could not tolerate. However, that was only part of the truth. The real reason was that Yang Shang had an affair with Dong Chao's wife, which Dong Chao discovered in the act. For a man, such an incident was a grave humiliation, prompting Dong Chao to resign and start his venture. Determined to overshadow Lingyi Technology, unfortunately, his foundation was unstable, and Yang Shang had been suppressing Yanhua's growth at every turn. Dong Chao harbored deep animosity towards him and would never relinquish Chaosu. Regardless of the financial incentives, Pan Rui was aware of Wen Ruan's breakup, and Zhang Tongtong had many questions to ask, so he felt it was inappropriate for him to remain. I will call Dong Chao, you two talk. Once he left, Zhang Tongtong could no longer contain her curiosity and pulled Wen Ruan closer. You must tell me how Yao Man became Jiang Qingyan's first love. Wasn't Jiang Qingyan's first love you? During their first birthday together, Zhang Tongtong had asked Jiang Qingyan 2 questions during a game of truth or dare. Who was your first kiss? Jiang Qingyan replied, Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, your first love? Yes, the answers lingered in her mind. So how could a first love suddenly become a white moonlight? Wen Ruan explained, a first love is a first love, while a white moonlight is something entirely different. A first love provides emotional solace, while a white moonlight signifies his destiny. Wen Ruan recounted the story of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man, starting from that humiliating love letter, the contents of which she could almost recite verbatim. After hearing the entire account, Zhang Tongtong exploded with indignation. Jiang Qingyan is truly despicable, a total scoundrel. What kind of person is he? He must be quite troubled. Doesn't he? If he fancies Yao Man, why doesn't he pursue her instead of wreaking havoc in your life? Over these past 3 years, his pretense has been remarkably convincing. His acting skills are truly extraordinary. Don't say you're too close to the situation to see clearly. Even as an observer, I have been deceived. I've often told Pan Rui to learn from Jiang Qingyan how to cherish a wife. As for Zhang Tongtong, she has already discerned the truth by the time of their 3rd anniversary. How has she managed to endure these past few days? Zhang Tongtong wept in Wen Ruan's embrace, her voice laced with heartache, saying, It's alright, Ruan, he isn't worth it. Parting way sooner is for the best. Sometimes, Wen Ruan finds humanity to be quite peculiar. When she is alone, it seems she can digest any emotion. Even if the sky were to fall, she would think if it falls, so be it. Dying early means being reborn sooner, which isn't so bad. Yet, when someone shows her compassion, she finds herself unable to hold on. That love letter inflicted a pain so sharp it pierced her very core, leaving her bleeding. Withdrawing it felt as though it took both skin and flesh with it, leaning against Jiang Qingyan. She allowed her tears to flow freely, momentarily releasing her emotions, but it was merely a fleeting respite. The elderly lady still lay in the hospital. Pan Rui had returned to catch up on sleep. And Jiang Qingyan, seizing the opportunity while her daughter slumbered, needed to brew soup for the hospital. Aware of her busyness, when Ruan did not linger, leaving without having eaten lunch, of the house in Huadangbei needed to be sold. Yet her belongings remained uncollected. Feeling physically and mentally drained, when Juan resolved to tackle it the following day and returned to the hotel for rest, just as the car started, her phone rang unexpectedly. It was He Jiang calling, and she answered casually. President He. At this moment, He Jiang was in Singapore, having spent the entire night drinking and playing cards with several executives from the local office. Only having fallen asleep at 7 in the morning, he had been roused half an hour ago by a call from Shen Yifan. Suffering from a hangover and feeling utterly exhausted, he grabbed a bottle of cold water from the fridge and downed it in one go. Finally feeling somewhat awake, I heard you halted the signing with Jiaosu. What is going on? He inquired. Jiaosu completed its technological upgrade, boasting more allure and selling points than Lingyi technology. The opportunity is practically at your doorstep. Why would you suddenly turn it down? This isn't like you. His voice was hoarse, sounding as though he had just woken up when Juan turned off the car. Not in a rush to leave a president, he certainly had his ear to the ground. Leaning back against the hotel sofa, He Jiang crossed his legs in a relaxed posture, holding a cigarette meant to invigorate him. He chuckled, following her lead in jest. Well, you see, I've been keeping an eye on the projects you're interested in, just waiting for a chance to swoop in. So, why the halt with Jiaosu? At this juncture, there was nothing left to conceal. Yang Sheng's daughter is Yao Tianyu's current girlfriend. Yao Tianyu intends to invest in Lingyi technology. With that single statement, He Jiang instantly grasped the situation. If he invested in Dong Chao's Jiaosu, then he would also invest in Yang Sheng's Lingyi, two competing products. Yao Tianyu's intentions were glaringly obvious. He aimed to sacrifice Jiaosu to bolster Lingyi technology. Merging the two enterprises for greater expansion. From a business perspective, Yao Tianyu was not wrong, as the integration would maximize profits. However, it was utterly unscrupulous given that the fireworks studio had been exploited in the process. No wonder when Ruan halted the signing. After a brief silence, He Jiang laughed. If Dong Chao finds out, he will certainly reconsider signing with Rongli. Tell me, aren't you afraid I might take advantage of this opportunity to seize Jiaosu? When Ruan laughed along with him, I'd only be worried if you didn't. It seemed that Minghe Capital had yet to invest in any gaming projects this year. She was uncertain about their plans for the next year. But the only person when Ruan trusted was He Jiang. He alone could save Jiaosu. Given Yao Tianyu's temperament, if Rongli failed to secure Jiaosu, he would undoubtedly obstruct its signing with any other company. In the entire high city, only He Jiang was unafraid of Rongli or the Yao family. When Ruan lowered the car window for some fresh air, where is President He currently? Abroad. When will you return? When do you want me to return? His words were playful, implying that he would return at her bidding. Why don't you try it? You could say, He Jiang, I need you now, come back quickly, and I would book a ticket immediately. When Ruan took his remarks as mere jest, they had previously agreed that she would treat him to dinner this Saturday, and he should be in High City then. I will definitely be there if you're treating. Shall we meet on Saturday to discuss in detail? Alright. After hanging up, He Jiang called Shen Yifan to prepare the materials for Jiaosu, as well as the contract. Shen Yifan was astonished. You want to sign Jiaosu? No, brother, let's not joke around. I thought Rongli had it nailed down. I've worked hard to find a company with more potential than them, and we were close to finalizing it this morning. He Jiang felt helpless. What can I do? The girl has pleaded with me. If I don't manage Jiaosu, it will perish. Shen Yifan was incredulous. When Ruan pleaded with you, are you certain about that? He Jiang replied, she hasn't yet. She has invited me to dinner on Saturday to chat. Who knows, she might plead then. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, when Ruan sat in the hotel restaurant. Having taken only a couple of bites when someone sat down across from her, looking up, she immediately lost her appetite for the shrimp, feeling slightly nauseous, clad in a sapphire blue bespoke suit with slicked back hair. His haughty, elongated eyes made it unmistakably clear. Yao Tianyu. When Juan rose to leave, but Yao Tianyu spoke first. Why did you halt the signing with Jiaosu? His voice was agitated, as though he had come to demand answers. When Ruan replied, didn't General Jiang inform you? Pan Rui, the head of Jiaosu, is the husband of my best friend. You are exploiting me to ruin his career. Shouldn't I halt it? Yao Tianyu dismissed her statement and retorted, where did you get the video you showed Jiang Qingyan? Unfazed by his scrutinizing gaze, when Juan replied coolly, someone sent it to me anonymously. Who sent it is irrelevant. What matters is that next time, young Master Ya should be more mindful of the occasion when flaunting his affections. Yao Tianyu laughed in exasperation. Are you blaming me now? When Ruan mirrored his amusement. Not at all. Yao Tianyu scrutinized her face for an extended moment before abruptly changing the subject. Wenruan, why are you so fixated on Jiang Qingyan? He doesn't love you. If you truly need a man, you could be with me. My conditions far exceed those of Jiang Qingyan. However, there is one caveat. I can be your lover, but I won't marry you. You must be obedient and not too greedy. Wenruan picked up a piece of green vegetable and slowly chewed it, seemingly ignoring his words. Observing her drink had run dry, Yao Tianyu leaned over to refill her glass, continuing his incessant chatter. I never shortchange my women. Aside from not being able to give you the title of wife, I can provide you with houses, cars, and jewelry, whatever you desire. Moreover, if you follow me, you can seek promotions or gain entry to the corporate headquarters. Just be obedient, and I can fulfill all your wishes. After speaking at length, Yao Tianyu received no response from Wenruan. His gaze fell upon her overly tranquil face, and he felt a twinge of admiration. No wonder Yao Man had captured Jiang Qingyan while still managing to provoke Wenruan. It was a deliberate attempt to humiliate her. This girl truly had remarkable restraint. For nearly half an hour, he sat there, hurling a barrage of derogatory remarks, initially harsh and crude, stripping her dignity with every word, but gradually softening in tone. Yet, there was no denying that Wenruan's beauty was captivating. With a full forehead, delicate skin, and an exquisite oval face, she appeared enchanting, her long hair cascading casually over her shoulders, and her peacock emerald earrings sparkling brilliantly, giving her an air of elegance and aloofness. She epitomized beauty, both in physical form and in bone structure. He genuinely desired to possess her. Not only was she beautiful, but she also matched wits with that detestable He Zhang, promising delightful encounters. He craved her visage, but even more, he coveted her body. Previously, he had refrained from overstepping, recognizing her value and the esteem in which her father held her, now that her father was no longer in high city. And when Ruan was on the verge of being ruined by Yao Man, he felt emboldened to indulge his darker inclinations. Yao Tianyu leaned in slightly, fixing his gaze on Wenruan with a hint of pity. Wenruan, your good days are numbered. If you agree to be my lover now, I can rescue you and protect you. With a soft clatter, Wenruan placed her chopsticks down on the bowl, took a napkin to wipe the corner of her mouth, and looked up at him. Have you finished speaking? Her gaze was calm and unruffled, dark and hollow, as if she were staring at a lifeless object. Now leave. Yao Tianyu felt she was being ungrateful and sneered. So defiant. Tomorrow, you'll be the one crying. Just don't regret it. Chapter 13, calling He Zhang so defiant. Tomorrow, you'll be the one crying. Just don't regret it. With that, Yao Tianyu knocked over his chair in anger and departed. Wenruan did not take his words to heart, but the next afternoon, she found herself lamenting the folly of speaking too soon. When Yao Tianyu called, she was busy packing at Huadang Bay. Wenruan, I told you today would be your day to see her. Why did I end this call? Yao Tianyu revealed two pieces of information. The first was that Dong Chao, the founder of Fireworks Studio, had met with representatives from Minghe Capital last night and had a delightful conversation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, a contract would be signed this week. Hearing this news, Wenruan was astonished. She had intended to persuade He Zhang to invest in Jiaosu during their dinner on Saturday, and now it seemed that the deal was almost secured before they had even eaten. Before she could feel joy, Yao Tianyu disclosed the second piece of news. Wenruan, you need to hurry to the company. Someone has reported you, claiming you have been bribed by Minghe Capital to deliberately hand Jiaosu over to them. Wenruan was taken aback. What? She thought perhaps her sleepless night had muddled her comprehension. Reported me. Yao Tianyu intentionally left things vague, insisting she rush to the office and be in the conference room within half an hour, or face the consequences. After hanging up, Wenruan attempted to call Jiang Qingyan, hoping to discern whether he was aware of the situation and what their intentions might be. However, Jiang Qingyan's phone was turned off. Upon reflection, Wenruan suddenly recalled that a subsidiary of Ronli Group, an internet company, was set to be listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange this Thursday. Jiang Qingyan had recently gained the favor of Yao Wei and was specifically called to accompany the senior executives of the group. Yao Wei instructed him to arrive early, claiming he would introduce him to someone. This had been arranged well in advance, and he was currently likely on a flight, having taken a ticket for this afternoon. At 2:30 in the afternoon, when Ruan arrived at Ronli Capital, the spacious conference room was filled with numerous attendees, led by Yao Tianyu and his sister, Yao Man. Apart from Jiang Qingyan, all those holding positions with the title director were present, leaving no empty seats. The last time such a grand assembly had convened was a year ago, when the vice president of the finance department leaked corporate secrets, resulting in losses exceeding 100 million. When Ruan was escorted into the conference room by Yao Tianyu's assistant, but there were no chairs available, so she had to stand. All eyes were fixed upon her. Yao Man was the first to speak. When Ruan, you truly are an ingrate. Over the years, the only individuals who have been promoted exceptionally at Ronli Capital are you and Qingyan. The company has treated you so well, yet you betray us. When Ruan, with a calm demeanor, corrected her, the exceptional promotion was due to my strong capabilities. The company's policies are clear, and the value I have created justifies the promotion. It is not a matter of your goodwill. Furthermore, may I inquire how I have betrayed you? Yao Man retorted, someone reported that you accepted funds from Mingi Capital and deliberately halted the CHOS project, handing it over to Mingi. Who reported this? Jia Xinghui. As Yao Man's words fell, the conference room door swung open, and Jia Xinghui entered. When Wan was momentarily stunned, her gaze fixed on him, but Jia Xinghui quickly turned his head, evading her stare. The accuser had arrived, and the trial was officially underway. At Yao Man's prompting, Jia Xinghui, with his head bowed, began to speak. I encountered Xiaoyao at a bar and recorded a video. I showed it to Wenzong yesterday morning. And she was furious upon learning that Xiaoyao intended to pass the CHOS project to Lingyi. After he finished speaking, Yao Tianyu's assistant projected the video. It was unedited, and as the audience watched, they turned their eyes to Yao Tianyu, unable to bear the sight. However, Yao Tianyu appeared completely unfazed, even smiling at the screen, as if the man in the video, who was touching a woman's thigh, was not him. Once the video concluded, Jia Xinghui, with his head partially bowed and his voice trembling, continued, the person responsible for the CHOS project, Pan Rui, is the husband of Wenzong's close friend, Wenzong. Wanting to protect him, intended to halt the signing. However, at such a critical moment, without this investment, CHOS might not survive. Wenzong stated that given Xiaoyao's temperament, if Ronli failed to sign with CHOS, he would certainly annihilate it. In Haicheng, only He Zheng is unafraid of Xiaoyao or Ronli. I am an alumnus of Qianwei, the investment director at Mingi, and Wenzong asked me to call Qianwei, indicating that CHOS could be handed over to Mingi but not for free, and set a price of 100,000. Bang, Ling Yu, the director of the investment department, suddenly slammed her pen down on the table, casting a fierce glance at Jia Xinghui. If the video is genuine, I can believe that when Wan halted the signing. After all, Ronli is harming her friend's husband. If I were in her position, I would do the same, but to claim she would seduce Mingi for 100,000 is utterly absurd, not to mention, she could easily obtain several 100,000 after the conference. She is not so shallow. Furthermore, she is simply not that kind of person. It seems to me that you have ulterior motives. Perhaps you accepted 100,000 to frame her. No one expected Lin Yu to defend Wen Ruan, especially since the two had always been rivals, constantly at odds. Jia Xinghui insisted he had evidence. The company's surveillance shows that yesterday morning, when Ruan entered her office at 8:30.8 minutes later, Jia Xinghui entered her office at 8:50, when Ruan left her office and went to Jiang Qingyan's office. During this time, Jia Xinghui was on a call with Qianwei, with the phone record showing a duration of 5 minutes and 40 seconds. This means Jia Xinghui made the call in her presence. Various accusatory gazes turned towards Wen Ruan, yet she chose to ignore them. Reflecting on the events of yesterday, when did Jia Xinghui call Qianwei? She had no recollection of it. How could he have made a call so quietly? More importantly, why would he involve Qianwei in this scheme, risking her confrontation with him and exposing his lies? The scale of this attack against her and the audacity of Yao Man and her brother suggested they felt secure, indicating only one possibility: Qianwei was an accomplice. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Jia Xinghui produced new evidence, a chat log between him and Qianwei. Qianwei, Wenzong said that as long as you inform Dong Chao that you invested in Lingyi Technology, Dong Chao will definitely sign with us. Turns out she didn't deceive me. I managed to lower the valuation by 10%, thanks. Jia Xinghui, did you reach an agreement? Qianwei, yes, we can sign this week. Wenzong's 100,000 will have to wait, as He Zong is currently out of the country and said he would sign upon his return. The flow of evidence from surveillance footage to phone records to chat logs made the fabricated claims appear authentic. Moreover, it was well known that Jia Xinghui was Wen Ruan's confidant. As for why he would report his superior, Jia Xinghui stated, Wenzong intends to resign. I previously offended the young lady. I wanted Wenzong to take me with her, but she said having me would make it difficult to switch jobs. Out of anger, I went to Xiaoyao. As soon as he finished speaking, the projector displayed a resignation letter. It was indeed the letter written by Wen Huan, which she had yet to send to Jiang Qingyan. This served as a substantial piece of evidence, as everyone knew that after the conference, the position of vice president of the Investment Management Center would surely be hers. And with a promotion imminent, who would be foolish enough to resign at such a time, unless one had something to hide? All eyes in the conference room turned to Wen Ruan, their gazes filled with disappointment, confusion, mockery, schadenfreude, and disdain. The atmosphere became chaotic as people whispered among themselves, debating the situation. Even if some sensed something was amiss, no one dared to speak up on Wen Ruan's behalf. After all, the two chief judges leading this inquiry were the offspring of the group as president, the crown prince and princess of Ronli. It was evident that this brother and sister duo intended to bring Wen Ruan down. She had become the target of collective scorn, pinned to the pillar of shame as if she were a traitor guilty of heinous crimes. Yao Tianyu clapped his hands to signal for silence, and once the conference room quieted down, he turned his gaze to Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, do you have anything to say, under the scrutiny of all? Wen Ruan retrieved her phone from her coat pocket and dialed a number. Just as the ring was about to end, the call was answered. Wen Ruan, why aren't you speaking? Hello, a low, husky male voice emanated from the other end. Initially accompanied by a chuckle laced with irritation. As silence persisted on Ruan's side, his tone grew slightly more elevated. This voice was recognized by some in the conference room. He Jiang, the president of Mingyi capital. Upon realizing who was on the other end, the audience was taken aback, and Yao Tianyu's expression turned icy. Why are you calling He Jiang? What was the purpose of the call? Certainly, it was to clarify her position. Over the years, although Ruan had often competed with He Jiang for projects, she trusted his character. No matter how unscrupulous he might be, he would always play fair and never resort to underhanded tactics. Just moments ago, Chen Wei had stated, He Zong is not in the country. He said he would sign upon his return. This was a lie that He Jiang might set traps for her in business. But he would never harm her. It was somewhat absurd. Her longtime employer had turned against her, and her trusted subordinate had betrayed her, leaving her reliant on her fiercest rival. Looking at Yao Tianyu, when Ruan declared, I am simply seeking to clear my name. If Xiao Yao is to cast judgment upon me, he cannot solely rely on Zhao Xinghui's accusations. Since this matter involves Mingyi, it is only fitting to hear what the president of Mingyi has to say. At that moment, He Jiang was still in Singapore, engaged in a golf meeting with a vice president from a local conglomerate, with his phone in the hands of his assistant, Yu Yang, when the phone rang. Yu Yang was on a call with Shen Yifan and did not intend to answer it, considering He Zong was currently playing golf while discussing significant matters. It was Shen Yifan who heard the ringtone and casually inquired, Who is it? Yu Yang replied, It's Director One from Rongli Capital. Upon hearing this, Shen Yifan's tone rose. When Ruan, why are you still hesitating? Quickly hand the phone to He Jiang, otherwise you might regret it. Only then did Yu Yang hurriedly rush to deliver the phone. Just as He Jiang was about to swing his club, he learned it was Ruan calling, and he tossed his club to Yu Yang, turned to greet the vice president, and walked in the opposite direction of the crowd, clutching the phone. When Ruan seldom initiated calls to him unless it was urgent. Once the call connected, there was silence on the other end. Concerned she might have something pressing to discuss, He Jiang did not hang up. As he called out a third time, the line finally opened. He Jiang, from the faintness of her tone, He Jiang could detect a hint of grievance. He paused for a moment before frowning. The fact she addressed him as He Jiang rather than He Zong indicated something significant was at hand. He moved to a quieter spot, softening his tone. I am here. When Ruan briefly recounted the situation, then asked, Chen Wei implies that you are aware of this matter. He Jiang, is that true? He Jiang stood on the terrace, a breeze picking up, leaving him only in a fitted black tracksuit. Tall and elegant yet somewhat vulnerable. Yu Yang rejoined him, unsure how long he would be on the phone, worried he might feel cold, and was about to retrieve his jacket when He Jiang suddenly waved him off. Yu Yang hurried over to He Jiang, leaned closer to Yu Yang's ear and whispered a few words. Yu Yang's face registered shock, and seeing He Jiang's serious expression filled with tension, he dared not ask further questions but hurriedly acknowledged and left with the phone. Meanwhile, in the conference room of Rongli, chaos had already erupted. He remained silent for an extended period, and the crowd interpreted his silence as acquiescence, thereby resuming their attacks on Ruan, under the influence of Yao Man. They began to deliberate on how to incriminate her. Observing He Jiang's continued silence, when Ruan was perplexed by his intentions. He certainly had not participated in this affair, which left her to ponder if he intended to protect Qianwei. This seemed reasonable, considering Qianwei was his subordinate. Just as when Ruan contemplated ending the call, He Jiang's voice suddenly broke through the silence. When Ruan, you are in the conference room, correct? Yes. He Jiang instructed. Turn on the speaker and raise the volume to the maximum. For reasons she could not fathom, when Ruan felt he would not harm her, with the speaker activated and the volume adjusted. She confirmed, all set. He Jiang took a breath, his voice rising. All right, then I will unleash my wrath. When Ruan responded, Chapter 14, returning to support her at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, at Rongli Capital, within the vast conference room. The air was filled with He Jiang's furious tirades aimed at Wen Ruan. You ask if I am aware of Qianwei's situation. What do I know? I know nothing. I, He Jiang, have always acted with integrity. Would I resort to underhanded tactics for that pathetic project, Zhao So, to tarnish my own reputation? Wen Ruan, you foolish girl, do you have any sense? It is evident that someone is setting you up. You still have the time to call me, yet where is your usual defiance, being bullied to this extent, and you do not even consider calling the police? 100,000, damn it, last year, I wanted to recruit you with an 8-figure salary. And you wouldn't even look at me. Now a mere 100,000 makes you capitulate, an 8-figure salary. When Ruan thought to herself that this was entirely unfounded, He Jiang had jested about this several years ago, suggesting she join Mingyi, but she declined, and he never brought it up again. While she remained unfazed, the others were taken aback. An 8-figure salary, and she did not accept. How foolish! As the murmurs circulated, He Jiang's tirade intensified. His voice elevating, who the hell set this trap? Can no one use their brain? Is there really an idiot who would believe this? Oh, so Rongli's bunch of scoundrels fell for it, did they? A pack of fools. Where is Jiang Qingyan? Aren't you his right-hand man? Is this how he protects his subordinates? The Yao siblings bully you without a word from him? Is he too weak to speak? Has he perished? Wenruan, I have long said that there isn't a decent person at Rongley, they are all fools, yet you insist on remaining there. Spending too long in a pigsty has made you foolish. Just now, this group of scoundrels has discarded you after using you, and you still foolishly pledge your loyalty to them. What do you gain from this? Their stupidity, their repulsiveness, their bear-like appearances, their impending bankruptcy. The crowd in the conference room, this Zhang, while seemingly directing every insult at Wenruan, was actually implicating them all. The fools, pigsty, bears, bankruptcy. His words were venomous. With a loud snap, Yao Tianyu could no longer contain himself. He slammed down his pen and stormed over to snatch Wenruan's phone away. Zhang, stop spewing nonsense. Your Qianwei colluded with Wenruan, causing Rongley immense losses. Just tell me how you plan to deal with this. Deal with your mother. Zhang's voice was even louder than Yao Tianyu's. You think you can just throw mud at me by uttering a few words? Wenruan may be foolish, but I am no fool. Yao Tianyu, I know you better than your own father does. Qianwei colluding with Wenruan. Why not just say I colluded with Wenruan? Qianwei violated company policy last month and has already been dismissed. What authority does he have to represent the company in signing contracts? Even if I wanted to secure Zhao Su, would I use someone who has already been dismissed? Are you out of your mind? Qianwei has been dismissed. Yao Tianyu hesitated. It seemed impossible, as he was still with Mingyi, that was merely during the transition of work. The formalities will be completed today. Zhang retorted. Do I know about my company's affairs? Or do you? Yao Tianyu found himself at a loss for words. Zhang's teeth clenched tightly. Yao Tianyu, you heartless scoundrels persecute the valiant, dragging me into this mess. Fine, if this matter is related to me. It will not end here. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, I will bring Qianwei to Rongley. Wenruan, that fool, and Zhao Xinghui, that beast, must be present as well. No one involved can escape. We will discuss this face to face. No tricks, or I will end you. Yao Tianyu laughed in anger. End me. Let us see how you plan to do that. If you have the guts, come over right now. Zhang's voice suddenly turned cold. You should be grateful I am abroad and cannot appear immediately, otherwise, given my current rage, I could genuinely kill you. His words were filled with a menacing intensity that chilled the entire conference room. Yao Tianyu's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. He felt as though his chest would explode. Wanting to curse, he refrained in front of so many subordinates and ultimately hung up the call. Pointing his finger at Wenruan, he glared at her with malice. This is all you're doing. Regarding the enmity between Zhang and Yao Tianyu, Wenruan was aware of some details. At the start of their first year in high school, she had encountered Zhang in a bloodied state, having been beaten by Yao Tianyu and his gang. Had she not passed by, Zhang would have arrived at the hospital too late, risking his life. Aside from that incident, Zhang had engaged in numerous fights, mostly related to Yao Tianyu. Either Yao Tianyu had orchestrated an ambush against him, or he had instigated others to bully Zhang. Initially, Zhang suffered many setbacks, but as he gained experience, his skills improved. As for the nature of their grudge, rumors circulated that Zhang was the illegitimate son of a wealthy family, specifically the Yao family of Haicheng, and that he was the love child of Yao Tianyu's father, Yao Wei. However, both Yao Tianyu and Zhang denied this, causing the rumors to eventually fade. Later, it was said that their animosity stemmed from a woman, though the truth of that remained uncertain. Regardless, their rivalry was significant, resulting in physical confrontations whenever they crossed paths. It was only after Yao Tianyu's failure in the college entrance examination and his subsequent overseas studies that the conflict subsided temporarily. Once he joined the family business, and Zhang established Mingyi capital, their rivalry reignited, becoming a life-and-death struggle. In the conference room, Wenruan did not rush to speak. Instead, she reached out to reclaim her phone. Yao Tianyu's demeanor suggested he was ready to smash it at any moment. Indeed, he was furious enough to do so. As he raised his hand, Wenruan swiftly took her phone back, and he glared at her with venomous intensity. Undeterred by his gaze, Wenruan slowly spoke. Young Master Yao, if you insist on condemning me, you must do so with clear justification. I do not recognize Zhao Xinghui's call records or chat logs. As for the truth, Zhang has stated he will bring Qianwei tomorrow morning. If you cannot wait, she paused, extending her phone towards him, her gaze unwavering. If 10,000 yuan signifies leaking company secrets and selling the project to competitors, then I must be guilty. Otherwise, we conclude this meeting now and await Zhang's arrival with Qianwei for clarification, or you can involve the police to investigate who among Zhao Xinghui and I is lying. The situation took an unexpected turn. Yao Man, feeling both anxious and angry, was about to speak when Lin Yu preemptively chimed in. Since General Manager He of Mingyi has stated he will bring Qianwei tomorrow, let us postpone this discussion. We cannot afford to call the police. That would be a scandal for Rongley, and the situation would escalate. Without solid evidence, rushing to condemn someone would only lead to accusations that Rongley exploits its employees. We would be lambasted by netizens, and I certainly do not wish to drown in their spittle. Upon exiting the conference room, Wenruan glanced at her phone and noticed a message from Zhang sent a few minutes prior. Zhang, call me back when there is no one around. Wenruan entered her office, closed the door, and dialed Zhang's number as she was indeed alone after the call in the conference room. Zhang had not left. He remained on the terrace awaiting news from Wenruan, his mood agitated. He asked a passing staff member for a cigarette. Hearing her relatively normal tone now brought him a sense of relief. He joked, "Are you alright? You aren't hiding away and crying, are you?" Wenruan walked to the window and looked down. Cry? How could that be? It was hardly a significant matter. The Rongley building stood at the heart of Financial Street. With her office on the 29th floor, offering a broad view of the bustling street below, cars flowed and crowds surged, creating a lively atmosphere, yet this vibrancy no longer concerned her, regardless of the outcome tomorrow. She would leave. On her phone, He Jiang's puzzled voice reached her. "Just now, after the meeting, the celebration banquet hasn't even commenced, so why is Yao Tianyu making things difficult for you? What prompted his sudden outburst? Did you offend him?" Wenruan had not offended Yao Tianyu recently, rather, she had crossed paths with Yao Man. Yao Tianyu was likely aiding his sister in bullying her. How fortunate it must be to have a brother and a powerful father, able to act recklessly and effortlessly ruin someone's life. It was a long story that could not be conveyed over the phone. "Let us discuss this when you return." He Jiang did not press further, allowing a moment of silence before his voice softened. "I'm sorry." Hearing his apology, Wenruan responded, "What are you apologizing for? I should be thanking you. Although you were scolding me earlier, I found it quite gratifying." Based on his usual demeanor, Wenruan expected him to retort, "You enjoy being scolded? Do you have a masochistic tendency?" Wenruan, instead, he surprisingly maintained seriousness, his deep voice betraying genuine remorse. "Although I was unaware of this matter before your call. Xianwei is indeed a part of Mingyi. I regret that you had to endure such unfair treatment." Wenruan, "I'm truly sorry." Wenruan smiled. It was indeed rare to hear an apology from General Manager He Jiang continued, "Tomorrow, I will provide you with an explanation." "Alright." When Linyu entered, Wenruan was still standing by the window. Hearing the noise, she turned around, and upon seeing Linyu, she directly urged her to leave. "How did you come here? Hurry and leave. I am still a suspect. If that pair of siblings sees you here, they'll surely give you trouble." Linyu closed the door and approached with a huff. "Your words echo those of my uncle. He just scolded me for ages, insisting that I maintain my distance from you, fearing that I might be implicated." When Wenruan nodded, acknowledging her uncle's wisdom, she expressed her gratitude for Lin Yu's defense in the meeting room earlier. Lin Yu, with an air of arrogance, retorted, "Who is helping you? I merely speak the truth." Wenruan elongated her tone in response, to which Lin Yu shot her a glare and pointed to her wristwatch. "A verbal thank you is insufficient. You must treat me to dinner. The workday is almost over. We should go now." After He Jiang hung up the phone, he stood still for a moment, finishing his remaining cigarette. He actually had many questions for Wenruan. For instance, Rongley is investing in Lingyi technology, and Jiang Qingyan should be aware. Why didn't he inform Wenruan sooner? Moreover, given the immense distress Wenruan faced today, where was Jiang Qingyan, and what is the status of her relationship with Jiang Qingyan? Have they broken up? However, now is not the time to inquire, so he held back. Yu Yang hurried over with his phone, informing He Jiang that the HR department had prepared Xianwei's resignation contract and that Shin, the general manager, had already detained Xianwei. Awaiting He Jiang's review. Yu Yang was filled with questions. Xianwei had been performing well and was quite dedicated. Why did He Jiang suddenly decide to dismiss him and instruct Shin to prevent any external contact? What on earth happened? Yu Yang dared not ask further. He Jiang extinguished his cigarette, his dark, deep eyes still brimming with anger. "Have the plane tickets been purchased?" "Yes, the earliest flight is at 6:30, arriving in Haicheng by 11 tonight. We must head to the airport now." Good. Observing He Jiang's demeanor, Yu Yang cautiously remarked, "He Jiang, Shin asked me to inquire once more. He said he could assist you with the Haicheng matter, so why not leave tomorrow?" He Jiang had come to discuss collaboration today. It was nearly finalized. If they waited for the boss to return from his trip tonight, they could dine together and finalize the contract. Leaving now seemed ill-timed. He Jiang ignored him and turned to find the vice president, who, upon learning of his departure, expressed surprise and confusion, inquiring about the necessity of his leaving. He Jiang stood tall and resolute, declaring, "The girl I care for has been wronged and is greatly distressed. I must return to support her." Yu Yang? The girl he cares for, is He Jiang referring to Wenruan? Hasn't He Jiang always been at odds with Wenruan? Does he not become infuriated whenever her name is mentioned? How could he possibly have feelings for her? Surely he must be mistaken. The vice president, unaware of the underlying tension, was merely curious. A girl he likes? A girlfriend? He Jiang's expression dimmed slightly as he sighed. No, it's unrequited love. This time, it was the vice president who felt incredulous, finding it almost unbelievable. How could a woman who isn't even a girlfriend be worth a contract worth billions? He Jiang, you haven't calculated this correctly. Is it truly worth it? He Jiang shrugged. There's no choice. Money can be earned again, but I cannot bear to see her suffer. Chapter 15. He Jiang is the son of Yao Wei. After the meeting, Yao Man followed Yao Tianyu to his office. Once the door closed, she began to explode with anger. It's all your fault. You knew He Jiang was a ticking time bomb, yet you insisted on involving him. Today's spectacle was indeed orchestrated by the sibling duo. On her first day at Rongley capital, Wenruan had publicly humiliated her to protect Zhao Xinghui, which had sowed seeds of resentment in her heart. Later, upon discovering that Wen Wan was dating Jiang Qingyan, her irritation only intensified. Their father had entrusted Yao Tianyu with the management of Ronli Capital, prompting her to seek out her brother and demand he find a reason to dismiss Wen Wan. Yao Tianyu had objected, stating, "Do you know how much Wen Wan earns for Ronli every year? Dismissing such a profitable asset would not only meet my disapproval but also that of our father." After much fuss, Yao Tianyu finally relented. This scheme had been in motion long before she stumbled upon the love letter. At the time, her only goal was to drive Wen Wan away and win Jiang Qingyan for herself. Had she known Jiang Qingyan had always loved her, she wouldn't have gone to such lengths. Now, knowing Jiang Qingyan's true affections, she was unwilling to halt her plans. Having come this far, ruining Wen Wan would suffice. If she could tarnish Wen Wan's reputation in the investment circle, she could finally distance herself from their lives completely. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until Zhang's unexpected interference in the office. Yao Tianyu sank into the boss's chair, tugging at his tie, and dismissively remarked, "I acknowledge my mistake, sister. You should start thinking about how to explain this to father. We cannot keep today's events under wraps." Yao Man stormed out in a huff. A secretary knocked and entered, offering Yao Tianyu a cup of herbal tea to calm his nerves. Noticing his grim expression, she spoke cautiously, "I just called Qianwei. But his phone is off. Would you like me to go to Ronli and find him?" Yao Tianyu drained the cup, his anger towards Zhang unabated. No need, regardless of how tomorrow unfolds. Wen Wan will be dismissed. Yao Man had only recently joined the company, yet she was already clamoring for him to find a reason to fire Wen Wan. Initially, he resisted. As the head of Ronli Capital, his primary concern was profit. Who in their right mind would dismiss a lucrative asset? It was precisely because of Wen Wan's impressive performance and capabilities that he had been suppressing his desire for her. After all, beautiful women were plentiful, but those who could also enhance his business prospects were rare. He had not rushed to conquer Wen Wan, as he had yet to exhaust his options with other women. His refusal to dismiss Wen Wan led to Yao Man's incessant pestering. Eventually, he acquiesced, appearing to be worn down by her persistence, but he had his own motives. As the heir of the Yao family, outsiders perceived him as privileged, yet he was not favored at home. His father doted on Yao Man, exhibiting an unreasonable bias. He yearned for a position at Ronli Group's headquarters, but his father had consistently withheld power, relegating him to a small subsidiary for training. Only after he proved himself would his father consider handing over Ronli Capital. Yet, when Yao Man prepared to return home, their father promptly arranged a position for her at headquarters, even finding someone to guide her. Seemingly intent on nurturing her, Yao Man had insisted on coming to Ronli Capital, and their father indulged her, but he had assured her that she could go to headquarters whenever she wished. Though Yao Man was his sister, he harbored deep-seated jealousy towards her. It was clear that he was the more capable one. He was superior to Yao Man in every regard. Shouldn't their father have placed him at headquarters sooner? Especially since he was a son. His agreement to dismiss Wen Wan was also a means to gauge their father's tolerance for Yao Man. If their father were to discover that Yao Man had jeopardized the company's interests to dismiss someone as talented as Wen Wan for a man, would he not realize that Yao Man was unfit for the company and that only he, the son, was capable of handling significant responsibilities? Although it was regrettable to dismiss Wen Wan, Haichang was not lacking in talent. Compared to the entire Ronli Group, Wen Wan was inconsequential. Yang Shang, the founder of Ling Yi Technology, had been seeking him since the beginning of the year, but he had ignored him, as Ling Yi's management had been faltering. With a severe loss of talent in the R&D department, investing there was akin to throwing money into a pit. It was indeed a fortunate coincidence that Wen Wan had set her sights on Jiaosu. After Pan Rui upgraded Jiaosu, if Ling Yi were to acquire Jiaosu's technology, there was still hope for recovery. He planned to invest in both and then integrate them, maximizing Ling Yi's value for a high sale. This would not only allow him to dismiss Wen Wan and resolve Yao Man's issues but also enable him to demonstrate to their father that only he was suited for significant responsibilities. If, after Wen Wan's dismissal, she came to him in desperation, he could seize the opportunity to seduce her, achieving 4 goals with one stroke. The video from the bar was intended for Zhao Xinghui, allowing him to pass it to Wen Wan so she would not suspect anything. Why select Qianwei? Because Qianwei had visited his establishment for illicit activities and he had seized upon his vulnerability. Making him compliant, using Qianwei served 2 purposes. Firstly, with leverage in hand, Qianwei would be easy to manipulate, and once Wen Wan was dismissed today, Qianwei would inform Dong Qiaoming that the deal was off. As long as he leaked news of a falling out with Ling Yi, Dong Qiaoming would come to him, and Jiaosu would still be his. Secondly, it would irk He Zhang. If He Zhang discovered that he had orchestrated such a performance right under his nose, he would be furious. Originally, He Zhang would not have learned of it so quickly. Qianwei had been representing Ming He in private discussions with Dong Qiaoming, and by the time He Zhang found out, it would be too late. Yet, unexpectedly, Wen Wan had called He Zhang on the spot. He hadn't intervened during the call because Wen Wan's reasoning was sound. With so many people present, it would have been inappropriate to stop her. Moreover, he believed that since He Jiang and Wenwan had always been at odds, even if He Jiang was angry about Qian Wei's subterfuge, it was unlikely he would defend Wenwan in front of the entire Ronli staff. However, Qian Wei had already been dismissed. As events spiraled, Yao Tianyu remained untroubled. Even if their father found out, it would be Yao Man who had forced his hand. Whatever chaos ensued tomorrow, Yao Man would shield him. Even if Qian Wei were to change his story and reveal the truth, he had no worries. He could easily shift the blame onto Zhao Xinghui. After all, he had a scapegoat in front of him and an escape route behind him. Who was there for him to fear? What enraged him was that He Jiang had publicly berated him, causing him to lose face. Tomorrow, he would not let He Jiang off the hook, in a private dining room of a Chinese restaurant on East Street. When Ron felt her scalp tingle under Lin Yu's scrutinizing gaze, "If you have something to ask, just go ahead." Lin Yu had been holding back, waiting for this moment. "What exactly is going on between you and Jiang Qingyan?" The dishes had already been served, and when Wan took a bite of the shrimp ball, her voice calm as she replied, "We've broken up. He and Yao Man should be announcing it soon." Lin Yu was taken aback. "You really broke up?" She calculated the time, recalling that on that day, you had left work early to celebrate your 3rd anniversary. Yao Man had posted on social media early Saturday morning. "So you broke up last Friday night?" Everything seemed fine before, so what transpired that evening? When Wan pursed her lips and smiled faintly, reluctant to share. Although she wore a smile, her eyes were evidently red-rimmed. And Lin Yu could discern a hint of embarrassment and humiliation lurking beneath. Lin Yu chose not to press further. Instead, she poured a drink for Wenwan, shifting the topic. "A drink can alleviate 1,000 sorrows. Indulge a little." When Wenwan's stomach had just begun to recover, so she couldn't drink excessively. Lin Yu, having heard that she had to get in for stomach pain on Saturday, speculated that her breakup with Jiang Qingyan must have been quite tumultuous. She refrained from urging her to drink more, saying, "Just watch me drink." From that point onward, Lin Yu primarily drank for herself, becoming increasingly loquacious as the alcohol flowed. "Wenwan, do you know why I find you bothersome? Before you arrived, I was the youngest, most beautiful, and most capable woman in the entire investment department, basking in the affection of the group. After you came, you snatched away my spotlight and my status as the darling of the group. I truly find you vexing, yet I can swear that throughout these years, regardless of our rivalry, I have never schemed against you." Wenwan had never doubted her words. Lin Yu's uncle was the deputy general manager at the headquarters. And had she whispered ill tidings in his ear, Wenwan's life would not have been so comfortable. Their relationship had always been one of healthy competition, both adversaries and allies. Lin Yu brought up the events of that afternoon. "You needn't thank me. During your 2nd year at Ronli, I shielded you from a blow, and today, consider it repayment for the life-saving grace you once bestowed upon me." Reflecting on the past, Lin Yu poured herself a full glass and drank rapidly and recklessly. "That day was the most humiliating of my life." The general manager of the Risk Control Center, Li Mingrui, resigned during your 2nd year. "I wonder if you remember him. He was my first boyfriend. To be precise, he was my first love. When I began my internship at Ronli, he pursued me earnestly and treated me exceptionally well. I believed it was true love, only to discover he was actually after my uncle's influence. I was infatuated with him, and my uncle, who doted on me, supported Li's rise from a team leader to the position of general manager, with promises of marriage. But when I was joyfully preparing for my wedding, I discovered he had been seeing someone else, and worse still, he had been married in his hometown. How utterly absurd. I had intended to confront the mistress who ruined my romance, only to find myself in the role of the mistress. What a thunderbolt of revelation. Upon learning of his marriage, I immediately ended things, but he didn't want to lose my uncle's support and kept pushing for a divorce. Eventually, his wife's brothers came looking for me. I remember it vividly. It was the day of my high school reunion. They stormed into the private room, berating me as the other woman and splattering paint on me. One man even shouted that he had sulfuric acid. Li Mingrui was away on a business trip, and they couldn't find him, demanding I call him over or they would throw acid at me. No one dared approach me until you burst in and snatched the object from that man's hand. In the chaos, someone struck me on the head with a stick, but you shielded me with your arms. When Wan recalled that day distinctly, she had taken a blow to her back and suffered for nearly half a month. She had been dining with Zhang Tongtong when they passed by the private room and heard Lin Yu's name. She hadn't meant to get involved but rushed in when she realized she could turn the tide. When the police arrived, it turned out the supposed acid was merely a ruse to intimidate Lin Yu. Her intervention had been calculated, ensuring her own safety before deciding to help. Had she not felt confident, she wouldn't have rushed in and had no intention of expecting gratitude in return. Inside the room, Lin Yu continued to drink, swaying unsteadily. I have always remembered your kindness, so over these years, even though you overshadowed me, I never sought to harm you, but starting tomorrow, you must fend for yourself. My uncle and I have deep ties to Ronli. My brother's company is part of Ronli Investment, and my cousin is about to marry Yao Tianyu's cousin. We are too entangled with the Yao family to act impulsively any longer. So when Wan, if you find yourself in dire straits due to their machinations tomorrow, I shall not extend a helping hand. However, do not be too despondent. The president of Mingyi capital, He Jiang, is coming tomorrow. I assure you, he will assist you. As he harbors a grudge against Zhao Tianyu, Lin Yu leaned forward suddenly, whispering mysteriously, I must share a secret with you. But you must not tell anyone else, it would be the end of me. He Jiang is, in fact, Yao Wei's son. Chapter 16, Qingyan, do not be soft-hearted. Yao Wei, the chairman of Ronli Group, is the father of Yao Man and Yao Tianyu. The rumor that He Jiang is Yao Wei's illegitimate son had circulated since high school, yet both parties denied it. When Wan assumed Lin Yu was merely repeating hearsay and dismissed it. A message arrived on her phone, and she glanced at it. Jiang Qingyan, regarding this afternoon's incident, I was unaware until just now that I was not involved. When Ruan replied, so what, now that you know? What do you plan to do? Will you side with your white moonlight against me, or do you pity me as a mere tool, wishing to offer a token of sympathy? Jiang Qingyan, I'm sorry. When Ruan, not accepted. When Ruan, Jiang Qingyan, you have chosen your white moonlight, be steadfast in your role as her devoted admirer. I find you utterly repugnant right now. Isn't your friend looking to buy a house? Hurry up and sell it, so we can mutually delete each other. Smack, Lin Yu, noticing Wen Ruan's calm demeanor, mistook it for disbelief and, fueled by alcohol, slammed her hand on the table, her voice piercing. Really, my uncle has been with Ronli for nearly 30 years, he even served as Yao Wei's assistant in the beginning and knows much about him. He Jiang is undoubtedly Yao Wei's son. Once Lin Yu opened her mouth, there was no stopping her. Yao Wei is a despicable man. He cheated on his wife while she was pregnant with Yao Man, and after the child was born, his wife fell into depression. He laid low for a while, but when his wife became pregnant with Yao Tianyu, he cheated again. His wife caught him in the act when she was only 2 months along, and she confronted him. In a dramatic turn, she demanded a divorce. After their separation, her family hoped for a reconciliation, but Yao Wei was unrepentant, and mere weeks after the divorce, he set his sights on He Jiang's mother, who was still in her first year of college. In his youth, Yao Wei was undeniably handsome and wealthy, exuding a gentlemanly charm that captivated her completely. She, lost in love, believed he would marry her. But Yao Wei treated her merely as a warm bed partner and pressured her into an abortion. At that time, he was preparing to reconcile with his ex-wife after a falling out with Yao Wei. She left Haicheng, claiming heartbreak, but in reality, she returned home to bear a child, disappearing for over a year before returning to Haicheng. After she left, Yao Wei did indeed reconcile with his ex-wife, but she passed away giving birth to Yao Tianyu. Upon hearing this, He Jiang's mother sought out Yao Wei again. To put it plainly, He Jiang had a truly tragic fate. The Yao family rejected him, and his biological mother abandoned him. At birth, he was handed over to his grandmother, his mother unwilling to acknowledge him publicly while she pursued a relationship with Yao Wei, pouring all her maternal affection on Yao Man and Yao Tianyu, completely neglecting He Jiang. Finally, after much struggle, she emerged victorious. Yao Wei married her, and she became the mistress of the Yao household. My uncle remarked that she had once considered bringing He Jiang back into the fold, and Yao Wei was also inclined to acknowledge him. Yet Yao Tianyu and Yao Man opposed it, and He Jiang himself was unwilling to return. And when Wan was taken aback by this revelation. So, He Jiang is truly Yao Wei's son, lost in thought. She heard Lin Yu continue, He Jiang shares a deeply antagonistic relationship with Yao Tianyu. They would gladly strangle each other if given the chance. Given today's events, he will not let this slide easily. So Wen Ruan, do not fret, as long as He Jiang can prove that today's incident has no ties to Mingyi, you will emerge unscathed. At that moment, Jiang Qingyan had just stepped away from a dinner gathering. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, his stomach burned intensely. Upon returning to the hotel, he retrieved a bottle of iced water from the fridge and drank it down in one go. Feeling a semblance of relief, crumpling the empty bottle, he tossed it into the trash and slumped heavily onto the sofa, feeling somewhat agitated as he loosened his tie and unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of his shirt, revealing his wine-stained, alluring collarbone. He sat on the sofa for a considerable time holding his phone, the screen displaying his chat with Wen Wan. He knew he shouldn't message her, yet he did so anyway. Unsure of why he felt compelled to reach out, perhaps subconsciously wanting her to know he wasn't involved in this affair. He truly had not participated. He knew that Yao Tianyu intended to invest in Lingyi technology and package Xiaosu along with it. He had been aware of this for some time. He held no objections, as the merger would indeed maximize Ronli's interests, and as the general manager of the investment management center, he had no reason to oppose it. He did not inform Wen Ruan because Xiaosu belonged to Zhang Tongtong's husband, and she would undoubtedly disapprove of sacrificing Xiaosu. Yao Man wanted to undertake the project and take charge of Lingyi technology. Her desires had to be fulfilled, and this matter had been decided by Yao Tianyu, rendering any opposition futile. Jiang Qingyan was only aware of these details. He had no knowledge of Yao Tianyu and Yao Man using Xiaosu to set such a significant trap for Wen Ruan. He only learned of the events in the conference room an hour ago. At that moment, he was still at a banquet when several calls from the vice presidents of Ronli Capital came through to his phone, inquiring whether he was aware of the matter concerning Wen Ruan selling Xiaosu to Mingyi. After listening to the entire conversation, he understood in his heart that Wen Ruan had been wronged. They had known each other for nearly 10 years, and he was well aware of the kind of person she was. She would never engage in such actions. Perhaps after resigning, she might seek help from Yi Zhang to rescue Cao Su. But she would never accept money for it, nor would she approach Jian Wei. She would straightforwardly discuss matters with Yi Zhang, as she held no regard for such despicable tactics. He knew she felt aggrieved. Yet he could not assist her in clarifying the situation. Upon hearing the entirety of the affair, his first instinct was to call Yao Man and urge her to put an end to this farce. However, before he could make the call, Yao Wei summoned him outside. The news of the meeting at Rongley had also reached Yao Wei's ears, and he had already contacted Yao Man and her brother. Grasping the full context and truth of the situation, Yao Wei patted him on the shoulder and spoke at length. Qingyan man confessed that she has feelings for you, but back then you were involved with Wen Ruan, which made her jealous. In her irrational state, she resorted to the most extreme measures. Alas, this child has been spoiled by us, and she has always acted according to her whims. I am quite angry and have scolded her thoroughly. She has told me all about the three of you, including that love letter. Your sincerity towards Man moves me, and I have always held hope for you. Unfortunately, Man once had poor judgment, falling for that unworthy ex-husband of hers, and now it is for the best. She is divorced, and you both have mutual feelings. What a fortunate match. However, to speak candidly, you have indeed wronged Wen Ruan, but what can be done? The matter has unfolded to such an extent that even if I were to apologize to Wen Ruan, it would likely be of no avail. She must despise you both profoundly by now. She is a talented individual, and I have always had a fondness for her, although it is a pity Rongley can no longer keep her. Tomorrow, Yi Zhang will go to Rongley. That rascal, once you marry Man, we will all be family. I shall not hide it from you. Yi Zhang is indeed my son, but that rascal is inherently rebellious and stubborn, and neither his mother nor I can manage him. He is at odds with Tianyu, and this time it was Tianyu who provoked him first. He will surely cause a scene at Rongley. I just called him, his phone is off. So he is likely already on the plane. It is too late now. You should take the earliest flight back tomorrow. The two siblings are impulsive, and I feel reassured only when you handle this. In the hotel, Jiang Qingyan leaned on the sofa for a long while, feeling the dull ache of a hangover. His brows were tightly knitted as he stared at the message sent by Wen Ruan. His palm sore from the phone's pressure. You have chosen your white moonlight, so resolutely be her sycophant. I find you utterly repulsive now. Outside, the rain poured down, the sound of it only deepening Jiang Qingyan's agitation. Suddenly, he hurled his phone violently to the ground. After Yao Wei finished speaking, he warned him once more as he left. Since you've made your decision, do not regret it. Tomorrow, have a proper talk with Wen Ruan. I have but one request, Qingyan, do not be soft-hearted. In Haichang, Minghe capital, when Yi Zhang arrived, it was nearly 1 in the morning, and the only office still illuminated was that of Shen Yifan. Yi Zhang removed his coat and rolled up his sleeves, whereas Shen Yifan glanced at Yu Yang and pointed to the back lounge. Yu Yang turned and walked toward the lounge. Returning shortly with a person in toed Qian Wei. Yu Yang pushed him forward, and Qian Wei stumbled a few steps before regaining his balance, the frustration on his face still evident. In the afternoon, Mr. Shin had summoned him to the office, and upon entering, he was knocked unconscious before he could even discern who attacked him. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying on the floor of what appeared to be a lounge. His hands and feet bound. The soundproofing of the room was excellent. He could not hear any commotion from outside, and even if he shouted until his throat was hoarse, no one would come in. His phone had been taken away, and he had no idea how long he had been locked away. Only recently had someone entered to untie him. Yi Zhang's assistant, Yu Yang. He asked several questions, but Yu Yang completely ignored him. Burdened with frustration and suspicion, he stepped out without clearly seeing anyone, when suddenly a shadow loomed over him. A sharp kick struck his abdomen. He gasped in pain, falling to the ground, grimacing as he looked up to see Yi Zhang, utterly bewildered. Yi Zhang, the torment was far from over. His collar was seized, and he received another heavy punch to the face, the wind from the blow ringing in his ears. Who allowed you to touch her? Yi Zhang's narrow eyes were dark and brooding, his cold demeanor radiating an icy menace, as his deep voice dripped with malice. Who gave you the right to touch her? Are you tired of living? Do you wish to die today? I will grant you that. Qian Wei's ears rang, rendering him unable to comprehend what was being said. He attempted to plead for mercy, but Yi Zhang offered him no opportunity. With fierce determination, he unleashed a relentless barrage of punches, each strike landing with excruciating force. Yu Yang watched nervously from the sidelines, wanting to intervene yet too fearful to do so. He leaned closer to Shen Yifan, whispering, Mr. Shen, should we intervene? Shen Yifan finished the last of his work, saved the file, and shut down his computer. Let him vent for a while. It was only when Qian Wei appeared on the brink of collapse that Shen Yifan called out to Yu Yang to restrain Yi Zhang. The two of them each took one of Yi Zhang's arms. Yi Zhang, if you keep this up, you'll kill him. Yi Zhang seemed not to hear, continuing his assault until Shen Yifan interjected, if you kill him, what will happen to Wen Ruan tomorrow? The mention of Wen Ruan acted like a switch, instantly extinguishing Yi Zhang's fury. He released his grip, and Qian Wei fell to the ground, utterly spent. Yi Zhang, still unsatisfied, kicked him once more. I wouldn't even allow her to feel wronged, and yet you dare scheme against her. Shen Yifan glanced at Qianwei and delivered a swift kick of his own. Hurry up, confess honestly, and you may receive leniency. Resist, and you will meet your demise. What leverage do you have in the hands of Yao Tianyu? Chapter 17. He Zhang confronts Xiaoman in the office. Qianwei had just endured a brutal beating and received 2 more kicks, his head banging against the floor, stars dancing before his eyes. The ringing in his ears drowned out everything He Zhang said, but he vaguely caught Shen Yifan's words: confess honestly, resist and face death. What leverage do you have against Yao Tianyu? Upon hearing Yao Tianyu's name, Qianwei froze, his eyelids twitching, his scalp tingling. Why had Yao Tianyu suddenly been brought up? Did they know about the Chaosa matter? Uncertain whether they were aware or how much they knew. He held back the pain in his mouth and cautiously asked, "What do you mean?" Shen Yifan shot him a glance, then turned to pull He Zhang down onto the sofa, pouring him a glass of water. "Drink some water to cool your temper." He Zhang downed the entire glass, yet the fury churning in his chest remained uncalmed. Seeing He Zhang's brow tightly furrowed, Shen Yifan realized his patience was wearing thin and feared that in his rage, He Zhang might truly kill Qianwei. He spoke first. "Qianwei, we are aware of your dealings with Ronli, including your collusion with Xia Xinghui to set a trap for Wen Ruan." Mentioning this incident not only angered He Zhang but also stirred Shen Yifan's ire. He had received a call from Yu Yang in the afternoon, who informed him that He Zhang had instructed him to immediately detain Qianwei and confiscate his phone to prevent him from contacting the outside world. Shen Yifan was left with a myriad of questions. At that time, Yu Yang had also been unaware of the reasons behind it, so he could only confine Qianwei to the lounge. Later, while on his way to the airport, He Zhang and Shen Yifan spoke on the phone. Learning of Wen Ruan's dire circumstances, He Zhang had checked Qianwei's phone and indeed found the call logs and messages Wen Ruan had mentioned. Everything matched up. Judging solely from the evidence, it appeared that Wen Ruan had no way to defend herself. Moreover, Shen Yifan held a favorable impression of Qianwei. He was diligent in his work and capable, rarely causing trouble, and he almost believed him. However, Qianwei had claimed He Zhang said he would return to sign. That was utterly preposterous. He Zhang could not possibly know, and even if he did, he would never do anything to harm Wen Ruan. Noticing Qianwei lowering his head and remaining silent, Shen Yifan wanted to say more, but He Zhang's patience had completely evaporated. With a loud crash, a teacup was hurled at Qianwei's feet, causing him to jump in fright. Before he could process what had happened, he received another punch to the face. The excruciating pain left his mind blank for a few seconds, and when he regained his senses, he was struck in the abdomen once more. "Are you going to talk or not?" He Zhang, recalling Wen Ruan's predicament at Ronli that afternoon, his voice low and laced with a terrifying intensity, unleashed a flurry of punches, each one heavier than the last. Qianwei fell to the ground only to be yanked back up repeatedly, his face and abdomen numb with pain. He felt as though he might die, curling up on the floor and trembling as he pleaded for mercy. "Please stop. I'll talk. Is that not enough?" Qianwei lamented, revealing that Minghe and Ronli had always been at odds, and he had no desire to wade into this murky water. However, he felt he had no choice. Throughout his schooling, he was diligent and hardworking, and once employed, he was conscientious, honoring his parents and committing no wrongdoing, except for his weakness for women. Half a year ago, his girlfriend had left him for someone else, and after 6 months of being single, he could no longer suppress his desires, so he paid for a woman to relieve his urges. Little did he know that one moment of indulgence would lead to a lifetime of misfortune. The hotel in question was backed by Ronli, and upon exiting, he encountered Yao Tianyu, who was flanked by a group of individuals. What a wretched twist of fate! Among them were other patrons who had also engaged the woman he had just been with. Instantly recognizing her, regret was futile. He could not allow this matter to be exposed. Being detained or fined was one thing, but as the sole college graduate in his village, his family took immense pride in him. If this were to be reported, his father would surely break his legs. Yao Tianyu had promised that if the matter was resolved, he would dispose of the evidence and let him go, leaving him with no choice but to comply. As Qianwei stammered through his confession, Shen Yifan interjected with a pointed question. "He Zhang detests traitors. If you fear Yao Tianyu, do you not fear He Zhang discovering this and putting you to death?" Qianwei, feeling utterly exhausted and in pain, felt a sense of grievance upon hearing those words. Over the years, he had consistently held a grudge against Ronli, and the most formidable figures in Ronli capital were 2 individuals, Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan. Although he had assisted Yao Tianyu this time, he had also caused harm to Wen Ruan. Losing a fierce warrior like her could be considered an achievement, couldn't it? The reason he dared to agree to Yao Tianyu's request was precisely because of this consideration. He believed that if the matter came to light, he would not take severe action against him and might even promote him. Now, however, he appeared ready to kill him, as if he had wronged his wife. Wen Ruan struggled with insomnia, barely managing to fall asleep with the help of melatonin. The following day, she awoke looking somewhat unwell, yet she applied an invigorating makeup. During breakfast, Lin Yu called, "I didn't say anything inappropriate last night, did I?" Wen Ruan took a sip of yam porridge and cursed your ex-boyfriend. Lin Yu replied smugly, "You missed quite a few. It's my ex-boyfriend. I switch partners frequently, the fastest being a month, the slowest a year." When Ruan responded impressive, the two exchanged idle chatter, but Lin Yu's tone turned slightly serious. When I woke up this morning, my WeChat was almost exploding. A bunch of people at the company were asking if you were being disloyal and selling Chaosu to Minghe. During yesterday's meeting, Yao Tianyu mentioned not to spread it outside. So I was curious who leaked it so quickly. After asking around, it turned out to be Yao Man. She approached HR just before leaving yesterday and said you would be fired, instructing them to prepare the contract. All this gossip in the company originated from the HR department. Lin Yu's words dripped with sarcasm. Yao Man is ruthless. First she snatches your boyfriend, and then she digs a massive pit to ruin your reputation. You really can't mess with the offspring of capitalists. The meeting was scheduled for 9 o'clock, and when Juan arrived punctually at the entrance of the Rongley Capital conference room, she opened the door slightly. She overheard the conversation inside. Yao Man's voice was impatient. Why is Juan still not here, making everyone wait for her? What an attitude. Responding to her was Yi Zhang, his tone cold and languid, almost mocking. What's the rush? Are you on the verge of death, eager to reincarnate? No need to hurry. You've done too many wicked deeds in this lifetime. Surely you will end up in the realm of beasts, and no one will compete with you. Yao Man was furious, glaring at him, while Yi Zhang looked even more disdainful. What are you staring at? Hurry up and wipe the sleep from your eyes. Did you forget to look in the mirror before stepping out? Go on and take a look. Your face is too ugly to behold. Yao Man instinctively reached for the corner of her eye, then quickly grabbed her phone to activate the front camera. Soon she exclaimed, Yi Zhang, are you sick? When Juan pushed the door open and stepped inside, her gaze sweeping across the room, there were significantly fewer people than the previous afternoon. Yao Man sat with the Rongley team on one side, while opposite them were Yi Zhang, Shen Yifan, and Qianwei. Yao Tianyu was absent. This was unexpected. After Yi Zhang had scolded him yesterday, Yao Tianyu, known for his vengeful nature, would surely come to reclaim his dignity today. Yet he had not shown up. There were no seats available on the Rongley side. Yi Zhang pulled out the chair next to him and beckoned to Ruan. Director Wen, in the eyes of these dogs from Rongley, you are a suspect, and I am the accomplice. We are on the same side, so please sit with me. When Ruan did not refuse, she took a seat beside him, glancing at Qianwei, whose face was bruised and swollen, his eyes resembling those of a frog. Clearly he had been beaten badly. She silently inquired with her eyes whether Yi Zhang was responsible, but Yi Zhang pretended not to see and pushed a coffee cup towards her. Buy two, get one free. You get the leftover. There were indeed 3 cups of coffee on the table, one for him and one for Shen Yifan, while the remaining cup was pushed toward her. Since it was a gift, when Ruan reached for it, her palm pressed against the cup's side. It was still warm. Thank you, General. No need for thanks, Shen Yifan interjected. Buy two, get one free. I paid for the coffee. Covering all 3 cups, the atmosphere here was quite pleasant, but the Rongley executives across the table wore displeased expressions. Just moments ago, Yi Zhang had insulted them, and now he was openly berating them once more, causing everyone to glance toward Yao Man, who had already been infuriated by Yi Zhang and now appeared even more agitated. Yi Zhang interrupted her, directing his attention to Qianwei, his long fingers tapping the table. Tell me, why did you involve yourself in this matter concerning Rongley? Qianwei, still wincing from the pain in his mouth, stammered, someone bribed me. Who? Qianwei raised his head to look across the table, pointing at Yao Man. Miss Yao. Yao Man's eyes widened in shock as she stared at Qianwei. He was hired by Yao Tianyu. She had never interacted with Qianwei before. Today was their first meeting, so how could he suddenly target her? Yao Man instinctively glanced around for her brother but soon remembered that Yao Tianyu was absent. Their father had repeatedly cautioned him over the phone last night to avoid attending today's meeting. He had warned that if Yao Tianyu encountered Yi Zhang, they might engage in a physical altercation, and it would not end without bloodshed, which would be detrimental to their reputation. She could not face Yi Zhang alone. Their father had mentioned that Jiang Qingyan would come to assist her that morning, instructing her to simply buy time. Taking a deep breath, Yao Man raised her head and asked Qianwei, you claim I instructed you. Do you have any evidence? Qianwei replied, on the 20th of last month, you suddenly approached me, saying when Ruan had offended you and that you wanted to expel her from Rongley. But when Ruan is a top investor for Rongley, if she were to be dismissed casually, it would incite public outrage. Therefore, you sought me out to frame her as a traitor colluding with outsiders. I agreed because you promised me Chaosu once the matter was resolved. In fact, I had already been dismissed last month for violating company policy. I just hadn't left yet because I hadn't finished transferring my work. He pulled out a resignation letter from his bag, confirming his dismissal. I thought that if I obtained Chaosu, perhaps I could redeem myself, and maybe General he would keep me on. I agreed to cooperate with you to remain at Minghe. All of this was orchestrated by Yi Zhang. Originally, the plan was to incriminate Yao Tianyu, but with Yao Tianyu's absence today, Yi Zhang had just messaged him to shift all the blame onto Yao Man. Fearing he might forget his lines, Qianwei rushed through his explanation without giving anyone a chance to interject. After detailing his motives, he went on to mention the damning call records and chat logs that nearly implicated Ruan. When Zhao Xinghui was in Director Wen's office, he did call me, but I didn't speak. He put his phone away and muted the microphone, so Director Wen had no idea we were on the line. This was the truth, and his voice steadied, gaining confidence. The WeChat chat records were also fabricated to frame her. All those messages were pre-arranged. After finishing, he stood up and bowed deeply toward Wen Ruan. Director Wen, I am truly sorry. Chapter 18. Jiang Qingyan arrives. Once Qian Wei finished speaking, the entire conference room fell silent. Yao Man, regaining her composure, pointed an accusatory finger at Qian Wei. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense, He Zhang interjected, leaning back casually, crossing his legs, dressed formally yet slightly disheveled with his black shirt unbuttoned at the collar. He appeared both nonchalant and audacious. He challenged Yao Man. Tell me, which part of what Qian Wei said is untrue? He said I instructed him. I have never even met him before. Do you dare swear to that? I dare. Then fine, since it wasn't your instruction, you must also be ignorant of the call records and chat logs. Meaning you have nothing to do with this entire incident. He Zhang narrowed his eyes, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Then go ahead and take an oath, declaring that none of this concerns you. If you utter a single falsehood, I swear that Ronli Group will go bankrupt next year, and your entire Yao family will perish within 2 years. Upon hearing this, the conference room fell into a profound silence. Wen Ruan could not help but glance at He Zhang, thinking to herself how impressive he was. Although he did not bear the Yao surname, he was indeed the son of Yao Wei. And now he was even cursing his own family. Yao Man was equally taken aback. The annihilation of the Yao family. He Zhang was truly unhinged. Despite her reluctance to admit it, he certainly bore the bloodline of the Yao family. And he was bold enough to utter such a curse. Naturally, Yao Man did not dare to swear. Apart from instructing Qian Wei, she was well aware of the rest of the situation and found herself at a loss. Her face shifting from pale to flushed. He Zhang pressed on relentlessly. What's wrong? Now you're too scared to speak. You were so confident just a moment ago. Go on, swear, if you don't dare. Then Qian Wei isn't wronging you. Yao Man attempted to argue. It's not that I'm afraid, it's just that why should I swear just because you tell me to? She pointed at Qian Wei's face. Those words of his were clearly coached by you. You're framing him to absolve Wen Ruan. He Zhang did not deny it. Indeed, I did beat Qian Wei. He knew I was annoyed with you all, yet secretly made deals with you without informing me. Shouldn't he be punished? He looked at Yao Man as if she were a fool. As for your claim that I'm doing this to exonerate Wen Ruan, have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Over the years, how many projects has Wen Ruan snatched from me? Who doesn't he know that we clash every time we meet? He Zhang's long fair fingers drummed idly on the table. As for why I had Qian Wei confess, the first reason is to prove my own innocence. The second reason, he paused, a lazy smile on his face that was almost infuriating. Once Qian Wei reveals the truth, Wen Ruan will undoubtedly be disappointed in you all. If she resigns, Ronli will lose a major player, which would be a tremendous benefit for Ming He. His words caused the faces of the Ronli executives across the table to darken, casting curious glances at Yao Man. Those who are seated here are certainly not fools. Given the current situation, they have discerned that this matter is a scheme orchestrated by the young lady against Wen Ruan, yet no one dares to speak up for her. The entirety of Ronli is under the control of the Yao family. And it is rumored that Chairman Yao holds his daughter Yao Man in exceedingly high regard. They are merely employees, and thus cannot afford to offend the young lady. Amidst the prevailing silence, Wen Ruan, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Miss Yao, has my name been cleared? Jiang Qingyan had not yet arrived, and Yao Man needed to delay for more time to know Qian Wei is affiliated with Mingyi. And his words hold no credibility unless you possess further evidence to prove your innocence. When Ruan offered a faint smile, Miss Yao, your logic is flawed. Allow me to clarify, the root of this incident lies in Zhao Xinghui's report against me. With Qian Wei as his accomplice and witness, now that Qian Wei has arrived and declared my innocence, I have won. If you still believe this matter is unresolved, first, you must present new evidence proving my guilt. Only then shall I provide evidence to refute your claims. Yao Man was nearly bewildered by her reasoning, momentarily at a loss for a counterargument, when Wan turned her gaze toward Zhao Xinghui. Manager Zhao, do you possess any evidence that could condemn me? Please present it quickly. Look at how agitated your young lady has become. Her face is contorted. Zhao Xinghui averted his gaze, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. Yao Man had just messaged Jiang Qingyan, informing him of the situation and inquiring about his arrival, but he had yet to respond. As the situation deteriorated, she felt a surge of anxiety when suddenly noise emerged from the entrance. Everyone turned to follow the sound. The person entering was none other than Jiang Qingyan. He pushed the door open and first glanced at the row of senior executives from Ronli. That concludes today's meeting. You may all leave. The attendees exchanged glances but said nothing. Rising to depart, Jiang Qingyan had flown to Hong Kong yesterday to accompany Chairman Yao. His early return undoubtedly bore the chairman's directive. In other words, he had returned with a mandate. His instructions were the embodiment of Chairman Yao's will. Thus, when he spoke, the Ronli staff complied without hesitation. Within a minute, aside from Jiang Qingyan, only Wen Ruan, He Zhang, Shen Yifan, Yao Man, Qian Wei, and Zhao Xinghui remained in the conference room. Yao Man pulled out a chair beside her and beckoned him. Qingyan, sit here. Jiang Qingyan walked over and took a seat next to her. Directly opposite when Ruan cast a cool glance at him before quickly averting her gaze, slowly sipping the coffee He Zhang had given her. When she withdrew her attention, Jiang Qingyan stole a glance at her before shifting his focus back to He Zhang. Mr. He, your presence today was to compel Qian Wei to reveal the truth. Now that everything has been said, both sides bear responsibility. We will handle Zhao Xinghui. You may take Qian Wei back with you. If you still feel aggrieved, Chairman Yao has stated that upon his return, he will personally apologize. It is getting late, so I shall not keep you any longer. Let us arrange to dine together another day. His politeness, however, carried an unmistakable undertone of dismissal. He Zhang scrutinized him, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. After Jiang Qingyan sat down, Yao Man leaned closer, pulling her chair nearer and wrapping her arm around his. Leaving no space between them, almost as if they were conjoined. The crucial point was that Jiang Qingyan made no move to push her away. Meanwhile, when Ruan remained composed, appearing oblivious to the scene unfolding before her. Thus Jiang Qingyan had indeed strayed. For He Zhang, this should have been good news, as it meant when Ruan was single, yet he found himself unable to feel any joy. He suddenly recalled having seen Ruan in tears at the cinema last Friday. So her tears then were not due to the film. Perhaps that was when their issues had begun. How disgusting. Indeed, He Zhang felt quite repulsed. He had once spent some time living with the Yao family. And Yao Man had always displayed a cruel streak, tormenting cats, dogs, and servants alike. In her madness, she showed no humanity. Such a person was hardly different from a beast. How could Jiang Qingyan betray a decent person for such a creature? He Zhang covertly glanced at when Ruan. His gaze fell upon her delicate, fair hand, fixating on the translucent veins visible beneath the surface before he withdrew his attention, turning to the two individuals opposite him. TSK, Miss Yao is practically seated in General Manager Zhang's lap. Only a beast would be so indiscreet, especially with others present. You ought to maintain some decorum. Yao Man, subjected to his continuous humiliation, was on the verge of losing her composure. Were it not for her father's admonition the previous night to avoid provoking He Zhang and the fact that resolving the situation with Wen Ruan was of utmost importance, she would have already struck him. He Zhang ignored her murderous glare, shifting his focus to Jiang Qingyan. General Manager Jiang, are you planning to become a son-in-law to the Yao family? What a pity, old Shen has a cousin he wished to introduce you to. Intending to play matchmaker, but I suppose you have a girlfriend now. Shen Yifan had remained silent since his entrance, having come merely to observe the unfolding drama. He was momentarily taken aback by He Zhang's mention of him. His cousin, he had only one cousin, Shen Yining. When had he ever intended to introduce Yining to Jiang Qingyan? As Shen Yifan pondered He Zhang's intentions, he suddenly understood. This was merely a pretext to convey a message to someone else. Alright, he was merely a pawn in this game. While Jiang Qingyan remained unperturbed by the insults directed at him, Yao Man's anger flared, and when she attempted to rise, he restrained her. Jiang Qingyan regarded He Zhang. Mr. He, I am unaware of how I have offended you, but you have vented your frustrations. If you feel satisfied, may I kindly ask you to take your leave. It is working hours, and we have matters to attend to. His tone was calm and measured. He Zhang seemed poised to retort, but when Ruan placed a hand on his arm. Mystery, thank you for today, you may leave first. Jiang Qingyan's intention was quite clear, he wished to speak with her privately. She too was eager to exit Ronli, wishing to confront the situation and bring it to a close. He Zhang's gaze lingered on her face for an extended moment, attempting to discern her thoughts from her captivating dark eyes. As he uncrossed his long legs and stood up, he acquiesced. Very well, since General Manager Jiang has requested it several times, to linger further would be ungrateful. As he pulled out his chair, he suddenly recalled something and glanced over at Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man. Do not forget to have your chairman personally apologize to me. If not, I shall hang a banner at Ronli's entrance proclaiming, Yao Tianyu is Ronda loyal servant. Yao Man is a heartless beast, Jiang Qingyan is a wolf-hearted dog. All are garbage. Yao Man, why did my father not strangle him when he was a child? He Zhang departed with Shen Yifan and Qianwei, leaving only Wen Ruan, Jiang Qingyan, Yao Man, and Zhao Xinghui in the conference room. Jiang Qingyan instructed Zhao Xinghui to exit first. You go wait for me in my office. Before leaving, Zhao Xinghui cast a complex and guilt-ridden glance at Wen Ruan but said nothing. Once the door closed, only Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man remained in the conference room. Chapter 19. When Ruan is dismissed. When Ruan had believed that she was vindicated, that they would at least exhibit some fairness. However, there was none. There was no fairness, only shamelessness. Regarding Qianwei's claim that Yao Man had orchestrated the entire affair, Jiang Qingyan conveyed to her, Yao Man sought to expel you from Ronli, employing extreme measures. Which was wrong. However, you must also bear some responsibility. Initially, you embarrassed her to protect Zhao Xinghui. She was raised in luxury and has never been subjected to such indignities. Her desire for vengeance is, to some extent, understandable. As for the resolution of this matter, he stated, you made a mistake, and she made a mistake. Let us consider this matter closed. When Ruan was nearly driven to laughter by her indignation. After such a significant uproar, it could be easily dismissed. If she disagreed, what could she do if she disagreed? Step outside and proclaim her innocence and grievances to all. Let us be realistic. As a forsaken employee of Ronli with no connections or backing, No rational individual would jeopardize their standing with the young lady of the Ronly group for her sake. And no matter how loudly she protested, it would only serve to humiliate herself further. She could certainly create a scene. After all, she intended to relocate to another city for her future endeavors, but what would come after the uproar? The Yao family had deep roots and considerable power in Haichang, and her relatives and friends resided there. If her impulsiveness were to disrupt her mother's job and the lives of Zhang Tongtong and Pan Rui, she would be committing an unforgivable sin. The look Jiang Qingyan cast upon her at that moment conveyed this very sentiment. She could create a stir, but she would bear the consequences. When Ruan finished the remainder of her coffee, crumpled the cup, and tossed it into the corner trash bin with a satisfying thud, she looked at Jiang Qingyan. Well then, if you have something to say, please say it all at once. Jiang Qingyan's gaze shifted from the trash bin back to her. Pushing forward the document he had held since entering, the document slid to rest before when Ruan termination of employment agreement. Young manager Yao intends to integrate Lingyi technology with Yanhua Studio. When Ruan, as the investment director, should understand that this proposal holds greater value than merely investing in Zhaosui. Jiang Qingyan observed her pale and tense countenance, paused momentarily, then lowered his gaze, his tone cold and grave. Regardless of the reasons, halting Zhaosu was a mistake on your part, and you have caused significant losses to the company. Chairman Yao believes you can no longer fulfill this role. The company will compensate you fairly. Your salary, bonuses, and share of Bai Long's profits will be credited this week. The specifics are outlined in the contract. Please review it and raise any concerns you may have. When Ruan opened the thin pages of the contract, it was indeed quite generous. The compensation had multiplied several times, and the salary and bonuses were calculated in a manner most favorable to her. She lifted her gaze towards Jiang Qingyan, her eyes shimmering with fragmented light. You are well aware that I would resign on my own accord, yet you still insist on using the guise of dismissal to drive me away. Jiang Qingyan, you are truly ruthless. Jiang Qingyan's voice remained cold and detached. As the investment director, halting the Zhaozi project on the day of signing constitutes a significant decision-making error. According to company policy, dismissal is warranted. I am merely conducting official business. A fine display of official conduct. When Ruan tossed the contract onto the table, her fist clenched. What if I refuse? Yao Man's face was rife with mockery and derision. Refuse? That is not within your power. From the triumphant arrogance on her face, when Ruan discerned 8 words, the law of the jungle, recognize reality. After a brief silence, when Ruan picked up the contract again. So, you wish to placate me with money, do you? Very well, I have 2 conditions. First, the termination of the non-compete agreement. Second, she turned to the last page of the contract, demanding all compensation to be doubled. Yao Man, having reviewed the electronic version of the contract the previous night, widened her eyes. You truly dare to make such exorbitant demands? Jiang Qingyan had indicated that when Ruan would be difficult to deal with and that she needed to be offered a satisfactory price. Treating it as a way to avert disaster, the compensation had already multiplied several times. Doubling it again would reach 9 figures. This woman is audacious. She was about to refuse and issue further warnings when Ruan suddenly laughed. Not willing to comply? Then you are indeed forcing me into a corner. Tell me, if I were to jump from the top floor, would I die? Jiang Qingyan abruptly raised her head to look at her. Her gaze sharp and profound behind her glasses, trembling slightly. Yao Man looked at her in disbelief. What do you mean? Are you threatening us? When Ruan scoffed. Wasn't it you who first threatened me? If you wish to use money to silence me, then by all means, offer me more. Crush me with your wealth. Yao Man did not believe she would dare jump. If you truly have the courage, then go ahead and jump. Who do you think you were scaring? When Ruan turned her gaze towards Jiang Qingyan, I have known President Jiang for a decade. She should know very well what kind of person I am. I come from a single-parent family. My father is absent, and my mother never cared for me. If I were to die, no one would mourn, so I have nothing to lose. The boyfriend I dated for 3 years, whom I envisioned marrying and having children with, turned out to be someone else's devoted lapdog, aiding in my humiliation and scheming against me. Familial ties have grown distant, and love has betrayed me. As for my career, as a mere insignificant ant, having offended the heiress of the Ronly group, my prospects are likely doomed. I currently possess nothing. The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. I am filled with resentment, and only money can calm me. If you cannot satisfy me, then I will have no choice but to spill blood in Ronly to infuriate you with my demise. Yao Man's complexion shifted repeatedly, struggling to articulate her thoughts, but when Ruan did not grant her the opportunity. Just a moment ago, I was somewhat renowned within the industry. If this esteemed contributor to Ronly is driven to death by your actions, can President Jiang guarantee that Ronly's stock price will remain unaffected? Jiang Qingyan remained silent. When Ruan then turned to Yao Man, it is indeed fortunate that the heiress is foolish enough to target me at this time. Your father is in Hong Kong, isn't he? What is he doing there, awaiting the company's IPO? Tomorrow is the listing. If I die today, will it have any impact? What if it does? Should the listing fail, how much would you lose? So, am I being unreasonable in asking for this sum? Not at all. It is hardly excessive, just a drop in the bucket. The eldest lady desires a man but is unwilling to pay to silence me, yet fears I might leap from Ronly. In that case, let us not delay. You might as well kill me now and hide the body. Yao Man was taken aback, speechless. You are utterly absurd, absolutely insane, with a resounding slap, when Wan slammed the contract down on the table. Leaning back and crossing her legs with a casual nonchalance. My patience is limited. Either you comply with my demands and promptly prepare a new contract for me to sign and take my leave, ensuring we never cross paths again, or you may kill me, or I shall jump myself, seeking to reincarnate and ensure I am born to torment both of you in the next life. Wen Ruan, you fine. Jiang Qingyan restrained the irate Yao Man, her deep-set eyes fixed intently on Wen Ruan, her tone grave. Very well. Wen Ruan emerged from the conference room just as the clock struck 12. She returned to her office to gather her belongings. Halfway through, there came a knock at the door. It was 6 individuals from the second investment department, all present except Zhao Xinghui. Wen Zong. The newcomers observed her expression, hesitating to speak. Since last night, the company chat had erupted. Of course, in all the small groups devoid of senior leadership, the news was overwhelming, with rumors swirling, accusations that Wen Ruan halted the Zhaozi project for personal gain, claims that the company intended to dismiss her, and allegations of her being disloyal. The conference room door had remained closed all morning, with General He from Mingyi arriving and President Jiang unexpectedly returning from Hong Kong, causing a stir in the chat. Speculations ran rampant, gossip spread, and even betting pools were established, wagering on President Zhang's return and whether Wen Ruan would leave. Everyone discussed it, while only those in the second department sat anxiously, their hearts heavy with dread, observing their drooping heads and sorrowful expressions. Wen Ruan attempted to lighten the mood with a jest. Do not look so glum. I am not dead. You all look like you were attending a funeral. Wen Ruan had initially intended to leave them with some belongings, and since they were present, there was no need to make a call. She distributed her experience notes from the past few years, marked reference materials, unopened tea, and decorative items she had purchased for her desk. Anything that belonged to her, she shared. In the end, she only carried a laptop bag and a box. Regarding the recent turmoil, Wen Ruan offered no explanations. She embraced each person, bidding them farewell with a smile, telling them they could reach her via WeChat if needed, and expressing hope for a future reunion. As they watched her departing figure, several had tears welling in their eyes. A new intern who had only been there for half a year could not restrain herself and began to cry, regardless of what others said. Wen Ruan had always been the best leader at Ronli Capital. She was capable, and being associated with her brought prestige. She was approachable, emotionally stable, never exhibiting the airs of a superior, fiercely protective of her team, and generous in promoting their careers. With the highest project shares in the company, everyone envied them. Everyone wanted to join the second department. Now she was leaving. Ronli would never have such a leader again, and their futures were shrouded in uncertainty. When Ruan's car was parked in the underground garage, after exiting the elevator, she walked forward for about a minute before stopping in her tracks. General Hejan had not yet departed. He was leaning against the front of her car, his long legs crossed, a cigarette he had yet to light nestled between his fingers as he focused on his phone. Upon hearing her voice, Hejan looked up, his gaze sweeping over her belongings before he stood, his tone laced with clear irritation. Why did it take you so long to come down? I'm starving. Then go eat, Wen Ruan replied, suddenly struck by a thought. You're waiting for me to treat you to a meal. Hejan looked at her incredulously. My time is precious. I wasted an entire morning helping you prove your innocence. You need to provide lunch? Wen Ruan, of course. Wen Ruan pressed the button on her key fob to unlock the car, and Hejan snatched the items from her hands. You quit, it's a dismissal. Hejan had just placed the items in the back seat when he paused, the door closing motion halting as he scoffed, truly a characteristic of the Yao family, ungrateful and merciless. He indicated the back seat. Is this all you have? Is there nothing else? Wen Ruan responded, these are all trivial items. I have given away everything I could. She opened the driver's side door to enter, but Hejan grasped her arm. Your complexion is worse than a ghostess. My life is precious, so I cannot let you drive. I will take the wheel. Wen Ruan, not wanting to drive, circumvented the front of the car and went to the passenger seat. Just as she opened the door, someone called out to her from behind. Wen Zong. Wen Ruan turned to see Zhao Xinghui. Zhao Xinghui clasped his hands in front of him, his tone hesitant. Wen Zong, may I speak with you for a moment? Wen Ruan regarded him for a moment, then with a decisive motion shut the car door and turned to Hejan. General can you wait for me for 10 minutes? Very well. Wen Ruan followed Zhao Xinghui to a nearby spot while Hejan remained in the driver's seat, waiting for her. He lowered the window. Their conversation was inaudible, but it was evident they stood facing each other. Zhao Xinghui slightly hunched as if apologizing, while Wen Ruan maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no emotion. Hejan's gaze remained fixed on Wen Ruan, unwavering. Today, she wore a black A-line dress paired with a white blouse and a black cashmere coat. Her tall figure accentuated, making her look stunning in anything she donned. Her makeup was exquisite, her brows and eyes strikingly beautiful, yet the emotional distance added a touch of coolness, creating a perfect balance of allure. In high school, Wen Ruan was labeled with 2 tags, the school beauty and the top student. In the workplace, she bore similar labels: impressive resume, striking appearance, outstanding performance. She was a coveted talent across various firms. Such a person ought to be cherished. How could so many dare to bully her in just half a year? Chapter 20. She was crying when Ruan understood that Zhao Xinghui had come to apologize. During dinner the previous night, Ling Yu had posed a question to her. On the first day Yao Man arrived at Ronli, you offended her to protect Zhao Xinghui, yet he turned out to be an ungrateful wretch. Do you now regret helping him? Do I regret it? Not really. She aided Zhao Xinghui because he had helped her when she first joined the company. At the welcome dinner, the then department manager had relentlessly pressured her to drink. And Zhao Xinghui had shielded her, ensuring she was safely pushed into the car with the other women afterward. After the incident, Zhao Xinghui found himself targeted by that manager who had ingratiated himself with the vice president, thus possessing a powerful backing. During that time Zhao Xinghui was unable to engage with any projects. She felt a profound sense of guilt. However, Zhao Xinghui remarked, his reputation is tarnished if you were to be swayed by him. It would lead to your downfall. In comparison, my predicament is merely a minor inconvenience. When Ruan has since held on to this act of kindness. In his youth Zhao Xinghui was a formidable talent, excelling in various aspects. But unfortunately he encountered ill fortune and was plagued by unsatisfactory superiors who ensured that good opportunities eluded him while he bore the brunt of misfortunes. After switching to Ronli, he was again met with a supervisor who was nothing short of a hindrance, stealing his achievements and suppressing him. Over time, this eroded his confidence. By the time when Ruan joined the company, he was already 30, a minor supervisor with little leverage, too fearful to resign due to overwhelming life pressures. With 3 sons to raise, mortgage and car loans to repay, elderly parents requiring constant medication, and a wife who had resigned to care for their children and parents, the weight of responsibility rested solely on his shoulders. Life was undeniably arduous. After when Ruan was promoted to the director of the second department, she entrusted him with several promising projects and submitted a recommendation letter upward, facilitating his promotion to manager, which slightly alleviated his burdens. At least during their 2 years of collaboration, Zhao Xinghui had never betrayed her, which made Wen Ruan unrepentant for having offended Yao Man in order to protect him. As for why he betrayed her this time, Wen Ruan surmised that Yao Man was indeed generous, albeit more than she had anticipated. Yao Man approached me twice, and I declined both times, but to my surprise, she went directly to my wife. My wife accepted 1 million yuan, and when I discovered it, I was furious, yet she had already spent the money. She cleared our mortgage and car loan, bought imported medications for my parents, who have been bedridden for years, and helped my sister pay off debts accrued from her daughter's leukemia treatment. My sister's daughter was diagnosed last year, and my sister has been drowning in debt. My mother suffers from uremia, and my brother incurred massive debts from failed business ventures. 1 million was simply too great a temptation for her. To be fair, I was angry with her for accepting the money, but I cannot blame her. She must care for 3 children and 2 partially paralyzed elderly parents. My salary barely covers our mortgage and car loan, leaving little for daily expenses. She succumbed to temptation. It's my failure to provide her with a sense of security that led to this. I have not been able to give her a good life. Honestly speaking, that 1 million indeed resolved many of our issues. I have already resigned and plan to sell our house, leaving Haicheng to return to my hometown for development, and I do not intend to remain in this line of work from now on. You need not encounter this ungrateful wretch again. Zhao Xinghui still hoped for understanding. Wen Zone, I am truly sorry, will you forgive me? The parking lot was devoid of wind yet shaded, and when Wan tightened her coat as she turned towards the car, her faint voice cut through the silence. You indeed owe me an apology. On the day the project was halted, in Jiang Qingyan's office, I contemplated leaving without a word. I held back because I feared that if I left, the projects I managed would be divided among other departments. I intended to share them with you. I worried about your position in the company and wanted to leave the most critical matters for you. I considered your well-being, yet you stabbed me in the back. Zhao Xinghui, your hardships are not my doing, therefore, I cannot accept nor forgive you for betraying me for this reason. As for what the future holds, that depends on how my life unfolds. If I find myself in a worse situation than now, you shall forever remain a sinner in my eyes. Conversely, if I find myself better off, I will express gratitude for the pain you inflicted upon me today. Zhao Xinghui gazed at her retreating figure, his eyes growing misty. I'm sorry. Once when Wan entered the car, she fell into silence, fastening her seatbelt, tilting her head back against the seat, her gaze fixed outside, showing no intention of conversing. Heejin observed her several times but refrained from interrupting as he gradually drove away from the parking lot. The car was overly quiet until when Ruan's phone rang. It was a call from Pan Rui. Wen Ruan, I apologize. My mother underwent surgery this morning and I've been at the hospital. Dong Chao didn't inform me about the developments regarding Mingdi, and I was unaware of the gravity of the situation. Pan Rui had just learned of these events. A department manager from the fireworks studio had contacted him. I just heard some internal news. It seems Wen Ruan was fired for halting the project. Someone saw her leaving with a box. Rui, good, your wife is Wen Ruan's close friend. Is this true? The manager's loose tongue revealed the gossip while simultaneously informing him about Dong Chao's private dealings with Mingyi. Dong Zong was too anxious, thinking he had secured a relationship with Mingyi, only to find himself a target. He went to Mingyi just now, but they wouldn't even let him in, saying Qianwei had already been dismissed and instructed him to find Qianwei. Since no contract was signed, Mingyi does not recognize him. Pan Rui clarified the entire situation and immediately called Dong Chao, who was even more furious. You are well aware of the situation with the project. We are at the last technical hurdle and can soon market it. This is a matter of life and death. Your dream is about to be realized, and I am on the verge of defeating Yang Shang. We just need this funding. I have no choice. Yang Shang has blocked all our exits. Originally, I wanted to leverage your relationship with Wen Ruan for assistance, but then Wen Ruan halted it, when Mingyi's people suddenly approached me. Could I refuse? Pan Rui, if you can guarantee that your technology will always be ahead of the market, I will apologize to you on my knees. If not, you have no right to blame me. Pan Rui could empathize with Dong Chao. The fireworks studio was everything to him. He had wagered all his assets on it. Losing meant losing everything, and losing to Yang Shang was something he could not endure. Hence his urgency. However, it had come at the cost of Wen Ruan's well-being. Pan Rui felt genuinely remorseful and repeatedly expressed his apologies. When Ruan interrupted him, was the surgery successful? This was the only good news. Pan Rui let out a slight sigh of relief. Yes, it went smoothly. The surgery was performed by a renowned doctor. My mother said that once she is discharged, she will certainly come to thank you personally. No need, I helped out for Tong Tong's sake. Just take good care of her, and that will suffice as my gratitude. When Juan redirected the conversation. As for my dismissal, it has nothing to do with you. You need not feel guilty. Pan Rui was a technical partner at the fireworks studio, but the decision-making authority lay with Dong Chao, not to mention that even if he had known beforehand, he could not alter Dong Chao's decision. How could it not matter? When Zhang Tongtong arrived at the hospital, she happened to overhear Pan Rui questioning Dong Chao over the phone. Upon learning the full story, she was rendered speechless from anger. At that moment, she seized the phone, her voice choked with emotion. This is all Pan Rui's fault. I told you Dong Chao was impulsive and hot-headed. I urged him to meet with Dong Chao yesterday to discuss things, but he refused, insisting on staying here with his mother. Today was the surgery. There was nothing wrong yesterday. It's all his fault. If he had listened to me, you wouldn't have been fired. When Ruan sensed the shift in her tone and wished to console her. However, the next moment, Tong Tong completely broke down. I suggested hiring a nurse, but Pan Rui insisted on staying at the hospital, constantly worrying about his mother. I'm going insane. His mother is hospitalized, yet the children at his sister's house have no one to care for them. Leaving all the burdens on me. Pan Rui's sister had divorced after 2 years of marriage due to her husband's infidelity, leaving behind twin children with her. She had abandoned her son with their grandmother to work in another city and had not returned home for years. Only calling occasionally. The grandmother had raised the children, and now with her hospitalization, Pan Rui's children became Zhang Tongtong's responsibility. That little brat is spoiled by his grandmother, selfish and troublesome. Just the other day, Guoguo was unwell, and I had to watch over her, yet he wouldn't settle down. Not if the food doesn't suit his taste, he throws the bowl. If he finds a pen, he scribbles on the walls and sofa. He barges into Guoguo's room, and when I scold him, he spits in my cup, pouring out my water and filling it with more water. I'm truly at my wit's end. Zhang Tongtong had been enduring this for days, holding back her frustrations, but now it all erupted. When Pan Rui entered the ward to care for the elderly woman, she sat on the stairs with her phone, pouring out all her grievances to Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan listened quietly, not hanging up the call. After nearly half an hour of venting, Zhang Tongtong shifted the topic back. It's all Pan Rui's fault. If he had listened to me sooner, if he could have stopped Dong Chao, you wouldn't have been fired. Tongtong. Wen Ruan interrupted her. It truly isn't Pan Rui's fault. I had already informed you that I had decided to resign. It was only a matter of time. This was merely expedited. That's different, Zhang Tongtong retorted, still crying. Your proactive resignation is not the same as being fired. When Ruan smiled. True, it is different. They compensated me quite handsomely. I now have more money than I know how to spend. Ruan, Zhang Tongtong shouted at her. When Ruan sighed. My situation really has nothing to do with Pan Rui. He does not have the authority at the fireworks studio. Please do not let this cause conflict between you two. But, I understand your concerns for me. I assure you, I am fine. Just take care of yourself. I'm going to grab a bite to eat now. After exchanging a few more words, they finally ended the call. When Ruan put her phone away, only to realize that the car had already stopped, she glanced outside. The car was parked by the roadside, and there were no restaurants nearby. Turning to the driver's seat, she asked, "Why did you stop here?" Heejin had been gazing at her for quite some time, his eyes deep and inscrutable. When she met his gaze, he discreetly averted his eyes. He unfastened his seatbelt. "I am craving a cigarette. I'll just run in for a moment. Wait for me for 20 minutes. When Ruan watched him cross the street, entering the convenience store, once his figure vanished, she looked away. Bending her back and covering her face with her hands, Heejin returned from the store within 5 minutes, standing 3 steps away under a tree's shade, a cigarette poised between his long fingers. He let the crimson ember ignite, yet he did not take a puff. He had not succumbed to his craving for cigarettes. When Ruan had endured a great deal of distress today, absorbing her friend's negative energy along the way, She needed some time alone, and he must grant her the space to vent her feelings. He Zhuang stood in a spot with a perfect view, able to clearly see Wen Ruan through the windshield. She was crying, her hands covering her face, her shoulders trembling, maintaining this posture for about 5 minutes. Eventually she lowered her hands, revealing a tear-streaked face. Clutching an entire box of tissues, she hastily pulled out a few to wipe her tears. At first, her motions were frantic, but she soon slowed down, drying her tears before retrieving a compact mirror from her bag. Touching up her makeup, she rolled down the window for a breeze, adjusting her clothes and hair. Her expression gradually regained a semblance of calm, as if the tears that had just flowed were not hers. After a cigarette had burned down to its end, He Zhuang waited a while longer outside. Ensuring she had fully relaxed before he circled around the car to open the door. Fastening his seatbelt, he did not rush to start the engine. Instead, he pulled 2 lollipops from his pocket and offered them to her. These were bought while getting cigarettes. I don't eat this stuff. Wen Ruan reached out to accept them, glancing at the lollipops in her palm, a smile tugging at her lips. Orange-flavored grape flavor. The shopkeeper had a knack for picking gifts. They happened to be her 2 favorite flavors. He Zhuang started the car, the engine emitting a playful sound. What do you mean he has good taste? I chose the flavors. Alright, you're quite difficult to please. You only eat these 2 kinds of candy. When Ruan unwrapped the orange-flavored one and casually remarked, you still remember that He Zhuang was focused on the cars approaching from behind. Of course, I'm not as heartless as you. Back when we were dating, I remembered your preferences clearly, but you couldn't recall a single one of mine. The mention of their past relationship momentarily stunned both of them. Chapter 21. He Zhuang was her first love. The recollection of their brief romance. He Zhuang had been observing the vehicles outside, responding reflexively without thinking, and now realized he could not take back his words. When Ruan fell silent. To discuss their relationship. They indeed had a fleeting romance, but it hardly qualified as a love affair. During their senior year of high school, they were reported for dating, and her mother believed the accusation, striking her in front of many witnesses and later rifling through her diary. She was infuriated, her rebellious spirit reaching its zenith. Accused of early romance, she resolved to engage in one. Looking back, she recognized how immature she had been, yet at that time, she had genuinely approached He Zhuang to ask if he wished to date. He had agreed. She recalled his exact words. You like me, fine, let's date, but we have 4 months until the college entrance exam, so you can't cling to me too much, our studies come first. Thus, they clandestinely dated for 4 months. Because it was a secret romance, they focused on their studies at school, only going out on weekends when her mother was busy at the hospital. They hiked, rock climbed, and rode bicycles, all quite exhausting yet liberating activities. She was indeed grateful to He Zhuang. During the lead-up to the exams, her relationship with her mother had soured to an extreme, leaving her feeling stifled. Had it not been for He Zhuang's companionship, she might have fallen into depression. When it came time to choose colleges, she deceived everyone. Her mother, a doctor, had envisioned her pursuing a medical career, instilling the idea of studying medicine in High City since middle school. And she had always claimed to want to stay in High City. However, in truth, she had no intention of remaining there. She yearned to distance herself from her mother, to escape her suffocating discipline. So she told everyone, including He Zhuang, that she would stay in High City. When He Zhuang received his acceptance letter from High City University, he excitedly sought her out. I told you we would get into the same university. He was elated until he saw her acceptance letter. Rong City was 1,000 miles away from High City. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration. When Ruan, what do you mean by this? Didn't we agree to go to High City University together? Are you playing me? She honestly confessed, explaining that her impulsive decision to date had stemmed from rebellion. His eyes reddened with anger. So you never truly liked me, you only wanted to get back at your mother? At that time, He Zhuang was merely 18, full of youthful spirit, looking as if he had been wronged like a puppy. Furious, the moisture in his eyes seemed on the verge of spilling over as he shouted. Wen Ruan, so you were just toying with me, how clever of you. The breakup was tumultuous, and after that incident, they lost contact. He Zhuang remained in High City, while she went to Rong City, until she returned to work for Jiang Qingyan, where they encountered each other in the workplace once again. After their reunion, both felt a sense of embarrassment, tacitly agreeing to avoid mentioning their immature and brief romance. However, when they were alone, He Zhuang occasionally made sarcastic references to that time. Now, as he brought it up again, Wen Ruan did not feel awkward, merely reflecting on how childish they had been back then. The car turned a corner and stopped in front of a noodle shop. While waiting for their meal, Wen Ruan leaned forward slightly, as if preparing to settle old scores with him. Although I was in the wrong back then, you can't have held on to this grudge for so many years. Right, after all, you never liked me. We were merely using each other. Wait a moment. He Zhuang placed a teacup in front of her, his sharply defined features displaying a hint of exasperation. How do you know I didn't like you? If I didn't like you, why would I date you? Am I insane? Wen Ruan found his reaction perplexing. But you said so yourself. When did I ever say that? Well, 5 days before the college entrance exam. I was at the Yutsai supermarket near the school buying something, and I saw you with Shen Yifan buying water. You were talking about me, and your exact words were. She paused to recall his words. You said, when Ruan TCH, who likes her, she's just a boring bookworm, she's not my type. When Ruan mimicked the tone of his TCH perfectly, He Zhuang thought for a long time before finally matching her recollection to that day. Those words had indeed been spoken, but they were insincere, for at that moment, a sycophant of Yao Tianyu was lurking in the snack aisle eavesdropping when Shen Yifan inquired about his progress with Wen Ruan. He Zhuang had spotted that sycophant hiding and listening. He had harbored feelings for Wen Ruan, and knowing Yao Tianyu would certainly try to pursue her if he discovered this, he had uttered those insincere words to deter any interest. He had never imagined Wen Ruan would overhear. He hadn't even seen her. How could his words lead to such a dire consequence? Wasn't it unfair? So why didn't you just ask me directly later on? Hearing that, shouldn't you have been furious? We were still dating at the time. Shouldn't you have been angry enough to slap me? Wen Ruan was baffled by his intense gaze. What about my pride? Shen Yifan is your best friend. What you say to him must be sincere. If I already knew you didn't like me, why would I still ask? Am I crazy? He Zhuang's brows twitched, his chest heaving heavily. So you broke up with me because of that, not because you didn't like me. If she admitted to that, he would march over and confront Yao Tianyu. Wen Ruan shook her head. At that time, I did like you, but it was more of a friendly affection. As for love, you weren't really my type back then. Her initial leap into romance had been a spur-of-the-moment decision, but once they began dating in secret, He Zhuang had been quite good to her. She even contemplated that if He Zhuang truly developed feelings for her, she could not be too cruel. Perhaps they could try dating again in college. At worst, engaging in a long-distance relationship. However, she had overthought it. He Zhuang did not like her. His agreement to date had likely stemmed from feeling awkward about rejecting her, especially since she had tutored him, elevating him from a failing student to the top 10 in his class. He did not have feelings for her, nor was she his type. After the college entrance exams, they would go their separate ways. Breaking up seemed quite reasonable, didn't it? After listening to her, He Zhuang playfully remarked, back then I wasn't your type, so what about now? Wen Ruan met his gaze and smiled. And now, still not my type. Even if you were, I wouldn't pursue it. Love is something that brings misfortune to those who engage with it. He Zhuang, that's a blow to my self-esteem. And no more love, damn Jiang Qingyan. When their bowls of beef noodles arrived, they each began to eat, engaging in casual conversation until the topic shifted to Zhao Xinghui. When Ruan mentioned, he just came to apologize, saying that Yao Man gave his wife 10 million. I didn't realize I was worth so much in Yao Man's eyes. He Zhuang shot her a glance. That's your narcissism. 10 million is merely the bargaining chip Zhao Xinghui used after negotiations with her. When Ruan, He Zhuang retrieved his phone, locating a video to show her. After receiving your call yesterday afternoon, I had someone keep an eye on Zhao Xinghui. Initially, I intended to confront him, but I stumbled upon him meeting with Yao Man last night. From their conversation, it appeared that Yao Man had indeed approached him first, but he had refused. Subsequently, she sought out his wife, offering only 1 million, and by the time he learned of it, his wife had already spent the money. Zhao Xinghui was far more astute than his wife. He was a negotiator. Last night, he met with Yao Man again, directly raising the offer to 10 million. If Yao Man disagreed, he would pull out this morning. As he had recordings of all conversations with Yao Man and Yao Tianyu, confident that Yao Man would eventually concede, He Zhuang had acquired this video last night. His original plan was to wait for Qian Wei to finish speaking, allowing Rong Li to rebut, and at the peak of the argument, use it to embarrass Yao Man. However, Jiang Qingyan's arrival altered his strategy. The implications of Jiang Qingyan's words confirmed that Qian Wei's statements were factual, rendering the video unnecessary at that moment. While waiting in the parking lot for Wen Ruan, he intended to drive her home and discuss the video, allowing her to handle it herself. If you wish to expose this, I can help you upload it online. The video was recorded surreptitiously, and after watching it, when Ruan returned the phone to him, her expression neutral. No need. From Zhao Xinghui's perspective, he was pragmatic but not entirely in the wrong. Yao Man intends to harm me. I am destined to part ways with Rong Li, and now that I have decided to leave, Zhao Xinghui's days at Rong Li will not fare any better. He is not young anymore and has no better place to go after leaving Rong Li. Since there is an opportunity for wealth, it is better to seize the chance and make a profit. Hijin filled her cup with tea and asked, are you really going to let him off the hook? When Ruan muttered a thank you, but it was not about letting him off. It was about freeing myself. Even if the video were to be exposed, what would it matter? They have an entire public relations team behind them, while she is just an ordinary person who cannot stir up much trouble. If this escalates, it will ultimately be her who suffers. Everything is fine now. If this continues, I will be the only one to bear the loss, and I cannot say I am at a loss, for they are quite generous, and the money they offered is ample. She had not expected them to be so generous. While when Ruan was taken aback, Yao Man could not comprehend. I in the office of the general manager of the investment management center at Rong Li Capital. Jiang Qingyan left the meeting room, finished his discussion with Zhao Xinghui, and went downstairs to have lunch with Yao Man. Upon returning, he remained in his office, while Yao Man continued to create a scene. I will not agree to that contract from last night. The compensation I have provided her is already quite substantial. You want to multiply it several times. You claim we are in the wrong. But she is difficult to placate, she will only compromise if the money is adequate, you express a desire to cut ties with her and not have her constantly lingering around you. And I have not opposed that, but today, she demands a multiplication of the compensation again. She slapped me before, and now she dares to threaten me. She is so arrogant, I do not wish to give her a single cent. If she wishes for her own demise, let her go ahead. Why did you agree to her demands? Jiang Qingyan listened to her complaints repeatedly, pressing his fingers against his temples in frustration. Once she had finished venting, he spoke softly. The compensation I provided her, including the hush money, from Ruan's perspective, even if I treated her as a substitute or a mere tool, we have been involved for 3 years. Before the breakup, I had an ambiguous relationship with you, which could be considered cheating, while you could be seen as the interloper. If she were to expose this matter, your reputation would be tarnished. Moreover, if she reveals the reason for stopping the project with Zhao Su, it would have a detrimental impact on Ronli Capital. I have discussed this with Director Yao, and it is all documented in the contract. Director Yao acknowledged that we indeed owe an apology to Ruan. Ronli is currently at a critical juncture. If the issues can be resolved with money, we should avoid unnecessary turmoil. What I can offer Ruan is all sanctioned by Director Yao. Yaoman was still furious, but that amount is excessive. Jiang Qingyan chuckled, acknowledging that it was indeed substantial. However, Director Yao stated that the idea originated from Manager Yao, who bears the primary responsibility, and thus, the funds will come from him. He comforted her gently. Manager Yao purchased a standalone villa last year. Director Yao's intention is that the worst-case scenario is for Manager Yao to use that villa as compensation. I even helped negotiate a lower price. I am truly not biased towards Ruan. Upon hearing this, Yao Man's anger subsided somewhat. She also owned a villa from Yao Tianyu, a gift from her father on her birthday. Yao Tianyu saw that she had one and decided to buy one for himself, worth 300 million. When Ruan only received 1/3 of that, she could not even afford a villa there. And the funds came from Yao Tianyu. With this perspective, she felt considerably more at ease. However, she almost forgot, yes, this was still a potential risk. What if Ruan started spreading rumors? Therefore, she must act preemptively to ensure that Ruan has no face left to remain in Haichang. Chapter 22. A sleepless night. Yao Tianyu received an ultimatum from his father, forbidding him from going to Ronli Capital in the morning. He felt humiliated, knowing that He Jin would undoubtedly think he was cowardly and would find ways to mock him. Anger simmered within him, and after a night of revelry with friends, he spent the morning catching up on sleep. Upon waking, he received a call from the financial director, informing him that Ruan had been dismissed, and he would need to reimburse nearly 100 million in compensation from his personal account. Yao Tianyu thought there must be something wrong with his hearing. Is the compensation this high? Are they insane? No, if they are giving it, why should I pay out of my own pocket? On the line, the financial director dared not breathe a word. Zhang Zong said this is Director Yao's instruction. Yao Tianyu immediately called his father. Dad, this is all my sister's doing. I merely offered some advice. Why should I bear the cost alone? He expected at least some comfort from his father, but instead, he received a scolding. I authorized Jiang Qingyan to take charge. Your sister sought your help, and you simply assisted her. You should have consulted me beforehand about such a significant matter. You are primarily responsible for this mess. There were certainly better ways to resolve this, yet you chose the most foolish one. Not be why handling it this way. When Ruan leaves with such resentment, will she not seek revenge? I have yet to punish you. What right do you have to feel aggrieved? Yao Tianyu, how biased. Now that the situation has escalated, he is the one to blame. If he had not assisted Yao Man, she would have returned home in tears, and he would still be the one receiving the reprimand. No matter what he did, he was in the wrong. Not daring to confront his father, Yao Tianyu called Jiang Qingyan directly. Jiang Qingyan, my father despises being threatened the most. How could he possibly agree to such a high compensation for Ruan? What is going on? Has he lost his mind? When Jiang Qingyan received the call, he had just sent Yao Man out. He settled onto the sofa and poured himself a glass of water. Lost his mind? How could Yao Wei lose his mind? He is clearly a cunning old fox. When I left the hotel in Hong Kong, Yao Wei accompanied me downstairs, patting my shoulder amiably. Qingyan, if Ruan makes unreasonable demands, try to accommodate her. Give her whatever she wants. If worst comes to worst, it will just be Tianyu's villa. Why am I willing to spend so much? Because when you and she were still together, Man intervened. If this gets out, it will not reflect well. Man has suffered greatly in her previous marriage. I hope your relationship with her is clean. Without any threats, when Ruan cannot be associated with you, she would be a blemish on your deep affection for Man Qingyan. Do you understand what I mean? Jiang Qingyan understood. Yao Wei was willing to pay a staggering amount, not only as compensation for Ruan but also to buy out the 3 years he had with her. Yao Wei was warning him, since it was never made public, it should never be acknowledged. The compensation owed to Ruan would be settled this time, allowing her to have enough for a lifetime, freeing him from any guilt towards her. Yao Wei effectively severed Ruan's ties with him. From now on, he would have no ex-girlfriend. Yao Man would be his white moonlight, his first love. Apart from Yao Man, he had never dated anyone else. Jiang Qingyan did not explain to Yao Tianyu. Simply stating he was acting under orders, Yao Tianyu hung up the phone, cursing. After putting down his phone, Jiang Qingyan removed his glasses and slowly wiped the lenses with a cloth, not using any cleaning solution. Making them increasingly blurry, his patience exhausted, he forcefully discarded the glasses, pinching the bridge of his weary nose. After a long moment, he picked up his phone again, opened the chat with Wenruan, typed and deleted repeatedly, and ultimately settled on a single message. Once sent, it vanished into silence. After leaving the noodle shop, Wenruan indicated that they should first take Heejin home. Heejin asked her where she was going, stating, "I'll see if it's on my way. If not, I'll just take a taxi to avoid the back and forth hassle." Wenruan replied that she was headed to Huadang Bay rather than returning to the hotel to lie down. She preferred to go to Huadang Bay to pack her things, sell the house quickly, and be done with it. Upon hearing Huadang Bay, Heejin clapped his hands. "What a coincidence! I happen to be heading near Huadang Bay to play basketball with friends." He glanced at Wenruan's pale complexion and reached out for her car keys. "You barely ate a few bites of noodles. I worry you won't be able to handle the accelerator." "My life is precious, I'll drive." Wenruan. At the first traffic light, Heejin messaged his assistant Yang, "Go pick me up at Huadang Bay." Wenruan sat in the passenger seat, conflicted, and finally asked, "Are you really not considering investing in Jiaosu?" Heejin responded, having tested their game, "I find it genuinely valuable for investment." After sending the message, he pocketed his phone and replied, "Not investing." He had originally planned to invest and had even instructed Shen Yifan to prepare Jiaosu's information including contracts, but now he had changed his mind. He turned to Wenruan, clicking his tongue. "Although Dong Chao did not intentionally harm you, he is an accomplice in this whole affair. You were already in such a dire situation, why are you still thinking of helping him?" Wenruan did not wish to assist. Yet she could not ignore the matter. Whether Dong Chao lived or died was irrelevant to her, but Pan Rui's hard work should not go to waste. His career stagnation directly affected the living standards of Zheng Tongtong and her daughter. Heejin joked, "I can invest if you come to Minghe. Jiaosu can be your responsibility." Wenruan turned to look outside the window at the fleeting scenery and thought, "Let us not. I want to take a break for a while and not think about work." So far, she still wished to change cities. As the light turned green, Heejin turned the steering wheel left, as if suddenly remembering something. "I have a friend who is quite interested in investing in game projects. I can help make an introduction later. Whether it works out depends on them." Wenruan's frown eased a bit. "Thank you." She sent a message to Pan Rui, who quickly replied, "Wenruan, thank you so much." Just as Wenruan was about to exit WeChat, she noticed a message from Jiang Qingyan, 7 o'clock tonight. The usual place, we need to talk. Wenruan read it but did not reply. "Just hold on a bit longer. Once the house is sold, I will block and delete him." He Zhuang drove the car to the entrance of Huadang Bay and waited while Wenruan maneuvered the vehicle inside. He stood at the entrance for a moment until a black Bentley came to a halt before him. After Yu Yang observed He Zhuang settling into the back seat, he dared to speak after catching a glimpse of his expression in the rearview mirror. Noting that it was somewhat amiable. "Mr. He, Madame Yao mentioned that you had blocked her. She has been incessantly calling me." Madame Yao, the current wife of Yao Wei, was none other than He Zhuang's biological mother. He Miaisu.as he spoke. Yu Yang's phone rang again, this time with a call from He Miaisu. Yu Yang cautiously glanced at He Zhuang, who, despite his composed demeanor, remained silent, prompting him to answer the call. The moment it connected, an irate voice erupted from the other end. "Where is He Zhuang? Is he too cowardly to answer his phone?" "Yu Yang, tell him that if he doesn't pick up, I will bring his grandmother to Haicheng to keep an eye on him." Yu Yang, too intimidated to respond, merely nudged the phone towards He Zhuang. He Zhuang, however, did not take the call but instead spoke up. "If you dare disturb my grandmother, I will immediately expose my relationship with the Yao family." He Meizhu fell silent. The terms under which Yao Tianyu and his sister accepted her as their stepmother included the stipulation that her relationship with He Zhuang must remain undisclosed. If their connection were to be revealed, her life within the Yao family would become unbearable. Although Yao Wei now wished to acknowledge He Zhuang, the duo of siblings posed a far greater threat, particularly Yao Man, whose reckless nature was particularly feared. Especially since Yao Wei doted on her dearly. He Meizhu, aware of her son's temperament, softened her tone in an attempt to persuade him. Zhuang Man said you helped outsiders bully her this morning. After all, she is your sister, and you cannot side with outsiders. After a lengthy monologue, He Zhuang grasped the situation. So it was Yao Man who had gone home to complain. Those two siblings were relentless. Having made a habit of reporting to He Meizhu since childhood, and regardless of the circumstances, He Meizhu would always reprimand him. On the phone, He Meizhu continued, "What is Wenruan to you? How could you assist her in bullying your sister?" At the mere mention of Wenruan, He Zhuang's patience evaporated. He Meizhu, "My actions are none of your concern, and apart from being my biological mother, you are nothing else to me. Henceforth, spare me your incessant meddling. For if you provoke me further, I will not hesitate to retaliate against you." He Meizhu gasped, "You ungrateful child." The weather forecast had predicted no rain for the day, yet suddenly the skies darkened. A fierce storm swept in, the nightfall as dark as ink, heralding a night of torrential downpour, when Ruan hurriedly packed her belongings, having not ventured out since entering Huadang Bay, after ordering takeout for dinner. She continued her preparations, intending to pull an all-nighter. The incessant sound of rain was disheartening, and when Jiang Qingyan's call came in, a rumble of thunder coincided with the house's power tripping. When Ruan thought to herself, indeed, Jiang Qingyan was a harbinger of misfortune, she ignored the call and, once the property management restored the power, turned off her phone. Jiang Qingyan had arrived at the restaurant by 6, waiting until 11 when the establishment closed. This private dining venue, located on the outskirts of the city, was affectionately named Old Place, although the establishment was small and somewhat hard to find. When Ruan relished its flavors, having frequented it often with Jiang Qingyan in the past. With each visit, the owner, a middle-aged man, became familiar with them. At that moment, he personally escorted Jiang Qingyan out. Mr. Jiang had a quarrel with Miss Wan, I presume. In any relationship, who doesn't have their disagreements, a girl needs to be pampered. Miss Wan is easy to please, just a hug or a citrus-flavored lollipop will suffice. Jiang Qingyan paused at the door, glancing up at the ominous rain-laden sky. Indeed, Miss Wan was easily appeased, during her moments of sorrow. A mere embrace or a sweet treat could lift her spirits. Alas, those days were behind them. From this point onward, he would no longer be able to soothe her. We have broken up, the words rang out amidst the rain. And the owner thought he misheard. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Qingyan had already departed under the umbrella. He shook his head, letting out a soft sigh, uncertain whether to lament their love or the impending loss of two loyal patrons. The rain intensified, and the thunder grew louder. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness, Pan Rue conveyed when Ruan's words to Dong Chao, who, in a fit of excitement, summoned the company staff for a celebratory dinner. With responsibilities at home involving elderly and children, Pan Rue declined the invitation. Thus, Dong Chao and the others proceeded to the restaurant, and after dining, they moved on to a bar since the hour was still early. Dong Chao, having drunk too much, wandered to the restroom and unexpectedly ran into Yao Tianyu. The young master was evidently intoxicated, being supported on either side by two fellow young gentlemen, having just purged the alcohol. He swayed unsteadily, arms flailing, cursing aloud that Yao man is shameless, stealing when Ruan's man. Why should I foot the bill? What have I done to deserve this? The old man is truly biased. I am his flesh and blood too. Why doesn't he care for me? Well, now that Yao man has succeeded in winning her man, fulfilling her desires, I am the one who has suffered losses. And lost a fierce competitor, damn it. And then there is Jiang Qingyan. What could he possibly see in Yao man? He is merely enamored with the Yao family's status. And that blind fool Wen Ruan. What does she see in Jiang Qingyan? She has spent 3 years with him. She would have been better off with me. If she had been with me for 3 years, I would have gifted her a standalone villa in the new district. Just then, someone entered the restroom, prompting the two young gentlemen to swiftly cover Yao Tianyu's mouth, coaxing and dragging him out. Dong Chao regretted not bringing his phone, yet he had overheard all that he needed to. Pan Rue mentioned that when Wan halted Jiaosu because Ronli intended to sign him in Ling Yi technology. Upon hearing this, Dong Chao was infuriated. If Yang Sheng truly took Jiaosu away, he might as well be dead. While Ron Li's scheme had failed, what if when Wan had not intervened? He dared not confront the Yao family openly, yet now, an opportunity had presented itself that night. A post quietly began to circulate online. Arrogant mistress, the chairman's daughter of Ron Li Group meddles in employee relationships, forcing them to resign. Chapter 23, they are about to make a public announcement. Jiang Qingyan, originally stationed in Hong Kong, was unexpectedly dispatched to deal with Wen Ruan's matters. Having been delayed from returning the previous night, Yao Wei summoned him to come by in the afternoon and attend a celebratory banquet in the evening, where he would introduce distinguished guests to him. Jiang Qingyan hastened towards the airport, only to receive a call from Yao Man midway. I told you Wen Ruan is insidious and vile. She just received her payout and is already causing trouble. She has gone too far. Weren't you the one who said that if I gave her money, she would keep her mouth shut? Now everyone online is criticizing me. Jiang Qingyan, if you continue to protect her and allow her to act recklessly, I will genuinely be furious. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan opened the link Yao Man had sent him the previous night. Someone had posted on a forum titled, Arrogant Mistress, the chairman's daughter of Ron Li Group meddles in employee relationships, forcing them to resign. The poster claimed to be an insider at Ron Li Capital. The post was a 400-word expose. Let me spill some tea. I am an employee at Ron Li Capital in Haicheng. Today, a significant incident occurred at the company. An investment director was terminated. You might think it's not unusual for a large company like Ron Li to fire an investment director, but let me explain. This director has consistently ranked first in performance. Having previously invested in a unicorn just last Friday, she successfully passed a 200 billion project, set to be promoted to vice president. This is akin to your company's top sales champion, who just earned the company more money than it can spend over several years, only to be fired the following week. The company claims she was let go for stopping a project, one that pales in comparison to her previous ventures. The truth is, this director has been in a clandestine relationship with a general manager surnamed Zhang for 3 years. The group's daughter set her sights on this Mr. Jiang, leveraging her status to intervene, and after snatching the man away, she couldn't tolerate his ex-girlfriend using her influence to fabricate a reason to have this director dismissed. Initially, I had no intention of posting this online, but it infuriates me that the young lady would dismiss a crucial contributor simply for a man, and the boss supports her. It deeply disheartens the staff. And I am very disappointed in such a company, thinking of resigning. Just watch and appreciate this while it lasts. With Ron Lee's influence, this post will likely vanish soon. The post's implications were unmistakable. Anyone associated with Ron Lee would recognize it immediately, rendering it nearly equivalent to naming names directly. The post garnered numerous comments, likes, and shares, quickly gaining traction shortly after noon, just as Jiang Qingyan finished reading the post. Yao Wei's call came through. Qingyan, have you seen the post online? I just finished reading it. Man called me earlier, claiming that Wenruan was behind the post and was crying about it. Vowing to deal with Wenruan, what are your thoughts? Jiang Qingyan was almost certain that Wenruan could not be the source, having demanded such a hefty compensation. It indicated she recognized the futility of resistance. She had acquiesced and would not stir up trouble again. I don't believe it was Wenruan either, Yao Wei concurred. She is a clever person and wouldn't do something so foolish. However, he continued. Although it wasn't Wenruan who leaked the information, you must acknowledge that she remains a potential threat. As long as she exists, man cannot find peace. This was a clear signal to deal with Wenruan. The internet company under the group had just been listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange 3 hours prior, and the situation in Hong Kong remained unaffected, giving Yao Wei ample time to address Wenruan. After a brief silence, Jiang Qingyan spoke up. Chairman Yao, may I take charge of this matter? I assure you, I will turn the public sentiment around to satisfy both you and man. Yao Wei's voice was sharp with insight. Very well, you need not come to Hong Kong. You have full authority to handle this matter regarding Wenruan. I will not question how you managed to shift public opinion, but I expect results by tomorrow at the latest. Can you achieve that? Absolutely. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan leaned back in his seat, removing his glasses and pressing his fingers against his temples, his expression dark and foreboding. A palpable silence enveloped the car. The driver cautiously glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Mr. Jiang, are we heading back to the company? After a moment of silence, Jiang Qingyan responded with a faint Wenruan had once believed that she would marry Jiang Qingyan, which was why she had accumulated numerous items in their home, with the task of categorizing and organizing everything resting solely on her shoulders. She had spent the entirety of the night and the following morning packing. She returned to the hotel at 11 o'clock for some much-needed rest, sleeping soundly until 8 in the evening. While her phone was on silent, she had just reached for it to check the time when Lin Yu's call came through. Goodness, big sister, you finally picked up. Wenruan, still groggy from sleep, leaned against the headboard, her voice husky and drowsy. So excited. Miss me? Lin Yu, detecting that she had just awakened, paused for a moment before responding. So, you've been sleeping all this time? The outside world is in chaos and you're just napping. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Yu informed her about the online post, mentioning that it had already been deleted, but I'll send you the screenshots on WeChat this afternoon. Wenruan switched on the speaker, opened WeChat, and located the screenshots Lin Yu had mentioned. As she read through the content, Lin Yu continued speaking. The poster claimed to be an employee of Ron Lee, but had posted anonymously. The cybersecurity expert Old Lin indicated that the individual was a formidable hacker, untraceable, and thus far, their identity remained a mystery, although the post had been deleted and its buzz had dissipated. The atmosphere online was eerily calm, as if nothing had ever occurred. While they bore the brunt of the fallout, that lunatic Yao Man was now suspicious of everyone, calling them into the conference room one by one. As if interrogating criminals, the poster's claims were not entirely unfounded. She dared to play the role of a mistress but would not admit to it. Yet, who was this poster who knew about their 3-year relationship? At this point, Lin Yu casually swore, aside from the 3 of you involved, it seems I'm the only one who knows. I swear, I haven't told anyone, not even my uncle. Wenruan was certain it wasn't her. Lin Yu was straightforward. She would never deny what she had done, nor would she admit to things she had not done. Who the poster was not her concern. The issue with the post had subsided, and Lin Yu's call was not primarily about that. By the way, the celebration banquet for Bailuan has been moved up. It was originally scheduled for next week, but now it's tomorrow night. Tomorrow night? Yes, it's quite absurd. I was just notified this afternoon. I was shopping in Hong Kong when they called me back to help. Lin Yu had gone to Hong Kong the day before. Her uncle was now a confidant of Yao Wei, accompanying him to Hong Kong to support the listed company. Many prominent figures were present, and her uncle had arranged for her to meet people and experience the grand scene. After a night of socializing and drinking, she had planned to enjoy the afternoon, only to be called back unexpectedly. With the banquet being moved up, there was a mountain of tasks to complete. And now, at 8 o'clock, all departments were required to stay late. While physical exhaustion was one thing, being scrutinized like a criminal by the young lady was another, leading to considerable discontent within the company. When Ruan got out of bed and walked barefoot into the bathroom, she placed her phone on the sink, splashed cold water on her face, and felt fully awake, although the post had been deleted and the online discussions had ceased. The impact of that little essay in the Haicheng investment circle would not diminish. With the banquet being moved up, it was likely that Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man, they were about to make their announcement. Yao Man, being criticized as a mistress, would undoubtedly receive a public affirmation from Jiang Qingyan, for he loved her and would not allow her to suffer indignities. Lin Yu clicked her tongue. You're absolutely right. When Lin Yu returned from Hong Kong, her uncle had taken her to the airport. After much persistence, she had managed to glean a bit of insider information. I heard from my uncle that at tomorrow's banquet, Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man will make their relationship public, and Yao Man will announce her takeover of your position, claiming credit for Bailuan's success. All the attention will be on her. That young lady is truly remarkable. The boyfriend you've been with for 3 years, she managed to snatch away in just 3 months. The Bailuan success you worked so hard for, she'll be the one receiving the award. When Ruan felt a bit of a crick in her neck from sleeping awkwardly, tilting her head to ease the stiffness, perhaps we were enemies in a past life, not wanting to dwell on these matters any longer. When Ruan prepared to hang up, is there anything else? I haven't eaten all day. I need to go grab a bite. Yes, Yao Man asked me to deliver the invitation to the celebration banquet. Speaking of which, Lin Yu sounded quite annoyed. What a stroke of bad luck. I just returned to the company and went to find Jiang Qingyan, only to discover Yao Man inside. I leaned against the door to eavesdrop. But the door was ajar, and I stumbled right in, making a complete fool of myself. I've never been so embarrassed in my life. Yao Man insisted that Jiang Qingyan deliver the invitation to her. But he said he wouldn't go if he delivered it. Consequently, Yao Man shoved the invitation into my hands. When Ruan secured her hair with a scrunchie, understanding that there was no way she would attend. The invitation was merely meant to provoke her. Lin Yu replied, I think so too. Anyway, I'll leave the invitation with the security guard tomorrow. Whether you come or not is up to you. I've delivered the message, so I've completed my task. After hanging up, when Ruan finished her grooming and went out to find a noodle shop while waiting for her meal, she sent Jiang Qingyan a message. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Rongley Capital was brightly lit. In the office of the general manager of the Investment Management Center, Jiang Qingyan sat behind a mahogany desk, flipping through documents. Across from him sat Shui Xiao. The public relations manager of Rongley Capital. Shui Xiao had been in the office for half an hour, his expression subtly complex. Who would have thought that the typically serious and aloof Mr. Jiang was actually a romantic at heart? It was only upon taking on this assignment that he discovered Jiang Qingyan had harbored feelings for Yao Man for many years, hidden quite deeply. Now that the young lady was willing to give him a title, this man was soon to become the son-in-law of the Yao family. That he would need to be particularly flattering henceforth. After finishing the documents, Jiang Qingyan handed them to Shui Xiao. You may start preparing. Shui Xiao accepted the documents and replied respectfully, understood. As he stood to leave, he hesitated and decided to offer a final reminder. Mr. Jiang, if this is made public, when Ruan will be ruined. Chapter 24. When Ruan faces online harassment. Mr. Jiang, if this is made public, when Ruan will be ruined. After this statement, an eerie silence enveloped the office. After a prolonged pause, Jiang Qingyan's dark eyes fixed on him, the depths beyond his thin glasses revealing a profound gaze, accompanied by a light, nonchalant smile. Is Director Yao suggesting we reverse the narrative? Aside from this method, do you have a better plan, or can you provide a proposal? Shui Xiao fell silent. He dared not involve himself in this matter. He merely felt pity for Wen Ruan, who had done nothing wrong, yet was being unjustly blamed. If the press release he held in his hands went out, Wen Ruan's reputation would be entirely destroyed. Jiang Qingyan was indeed a ruthless man, though he felt sympathy. He could not help her. After all, he was on Rongley's payroll. The young lady had promised that if he completed this task well, he would receive a raise, and his salary would be upgraded a tier. Along with being considered for the Outstanding Employee Award at the end of the year. Who could resist such temptation? Thus, he could only feel remorse for Wen Ruan. Alas, a conflict between money and conscience. As the office door shut, Jiang Qingyan's phone buzzed to Wen Ruan. Does your friend still want the house in Huadang Bay? Jiang Qingyan, yes. 5 minutes later, Wen Ruan replied, can the ownership transfer be processed next Monday? Jiang Qingyan stared at the screen for 10 minutes before responding. I just inquired, and it's possible. Wen Ruan, then at 10 o'clock next Monday morning, we will sign at the Property Transaction Center. If you are unavailable, you may delegate a lawyer to come, just don't be late. Jiang Qingyan, understood. Just as Wen Ruan finished replying to Jiang Qingyan, her mother's call came through. We agreed you would come for a physical examination tomorrow. You haven't forgotten, have you, Wen Ruan? I haven't forgotten. Wen Huiyan was pleased with her response to I have 2 surgeries scheduled for tomorrow morning, so I won't have time to accompany you. I've arranged the examination items for you. Just head directly to the health center. Alright. The mother-daughter relationship was distant, with few topics to discuss. Wen Ruan waited for her mother to hang up first. After a moment of silence on the line, she heard her mother ask, "Will you be home for dinner tomorrow night?" Yes, when Ruan had already planned to return home tomorrow, as it was her mother's birthday. She had ordered the birthday cake earlier that afternoon on her way back to the hotel from Huadangbei. After hanging up, when Ruan did not rush back to the hotel, instead, she strolled slowly along a small path. Walking off her meal, after just a few steps her phone rang again. This time it was Zheng calling. His voice was deep and textured, imbued with a hint of weariness as he laughed. "I just heard about the post. When Ruan, you seem to have quite a good reputation. There are people unafraid of Yao family's retaliation, defending you online." Zhang was currently in Lin City. He had arrived that morning, attended meetings all day, and after finishing, he headed straight to a dinner gathering. Only at the table did he overhear others discussing the post. He excused himself to step out for a smoke. "Have they found the poster? I don't know. I'm not concerned with that. It's something Yao Man and her group should worry about." Zhang had also sent someone to investigate the poster, but there were no results yet. "Yao Man is such a lunatic. She enjoys biting back whenever there is trouble. Surely she thinks it was you. Has she caused you any trouble?" "No, tomorrow is the Ronli celebration banquet. She and Jiang Qingyan will make their announcement. They are quite busy and have no time to bother me." Zhang had also heard about the Ronli celebration banquet. He joked, "What a great opportunity. Should I accompany you to the banquet and publicly tear them apart?" When Ruan chuckled in response, following his words, "I would indeed like to, but unfortunately tomorrow is my mother's birthday, and I must accompany her in the celebrations." Zhang stood beneath the tall lamp, the warm orange glow illuminating his handsome, chiseled features, and he softened his tone. "Ming, he has booked a resort over here, and it will be in trial operation tomorrow. Would you like to bring your mother along for some fun? In honor of her birthday, we can grant you complimentary access. After the birthday celebrations tomorrow, I will need to move the day after. I won't have time this week." When Juan replied, "Please reserve the complimentary spot for me. I will definitely make a trip before the year ends." After the new year, she would be leaving High City, and she hoped to take her mother out for a little excursion if she could manage to get a short leave. "Sure, any time is fine," he said. Zhang had a dinner engagement with local government officials that night, and he couldn't remain out for too long. He urged Wen Ruan to return home early. "I'll be back in High City the day after tomorrow, and you still owe me a dinner on Saturday night." "Don't forget. No, I haven't forgotten. You will definitely get your meal." After hanging up the phone, when Ruan retraced her steps, surrounded by towering buildings, the neon lights flickering, the city was bustling with life. Vehicles moving in an orderly fashion, pedestrians hurrying with smiles, and street vendors exuding warmth despite their fatigue. It was also lively, yet from now on, the vibrancy of High City would no longer concern her. On Friday, when Ruan rose early, there were many people at the health checkup, and her mother had arranged numerous tests. She arrived at the health center at 8 and didn't emerge until noon. After having lunch nearby, she found a real estate agency and rented a 2-bedroom apartment primarily for storage. She had few requirements, and after viewing the apartment at 2 o'clock, she signed the contract by 2:30. Opting for a 6-month lease, after leaving the rented apartment, she called a moving company, which informed her that the earliest a truck would be available was the following afternoon. As long as she could move before Monday. When Ruan was not in a hurry, after confirming the time, she drove to the mall, as she still needed to purchase a birthday gift for her mother. After browsing for a while, she selected a cashmere coat. Just as she completed the payment, her phone rang. Jiang Qingyan calling with an urgent tone. "Ruan, are you alright? Are you at the hotel? I'm coming over right now. Don't be scared." When Ruan was taken aback. "I am not at the hotel. What is going on? Why should I be scared?" Jiang Qingyan exclaimed. "Haven't you seen your phone? The internet is full of people criticizing you." Prompted by her words, when Ruan opened Weibo, and the top trending topic was, "A love letter, 12 years of waiting," she clicked on it and scrolled through the entirety. The origin of this trending topic was a post anonymously shared by a netizen at 10 o'clock the previous night. Claiming to have found a love letter at their company, the contents of the letter were photographed and shared. It was a heartfelt confession from an 18-year-old boy to his beloved, beautifully written with delicate emotions. The crux lay in the last line of the letter: "If you choose to leave, I will wait for you at Ronli. As long as I remain at Ronli, I shall wait for you forever." The letter began with "To Yao Man" and concluded with "Signed, Jiang Qingyan." Bystander netizens were unaware of who these two individuals were and merely indulged in the spectacle, causing the post to initially gain little traction. However, as employees from Ronli Capital began to comment excitedly, more and more joined in, and the post gained momentum. By noon, a marketing account with 1 million followers had shared the post, causing it to go viral. First, it gained minor attention. Following that, netizens began to dig deeper, uncovering that Jiang Qingyan was a handsome man from the class of 186, an academic overachiever, and a financial elite in the workplace. Remarkably, he was also a hopeless romantic, which thrilled the online community. As discussions escalated, a debate erupted. Female netizens hailed Jiang Qingyan as a pure-hearted warrior, while male netizens vehemently denied it, asserting that no man could remain single for over a decade. Especially not someone of Jiang Qingyan's caliber. The arguments intensified, drawing more participants and culminating in a heated uproar, propelling the post to the trending list and sparking a new topic: does a handsome, wealthy romantic man truly exist? As the topic gained traction, more people began to investigate Jiang Qingyan, inadvertently dragging Wen Wan into the spotlight, being his right-hand ally, recognized for her competence and beauty, and having never been linked to any romantic involvement. Many had previously speculated about their potential relationship. As the situation escalated, someone leaked the latest news: Wen Wan had been dismissed from Ronly due to personal reasons that severely harmed the company's interests. Consequently, many netizens flocked to Ronly Capital's official Weibo account to demand a statement. Ronly Capital remained silent, but observant netizens soon noticed that both Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan had liked a marketing account's post. The post featured a photo and video. The image depicted Wen Wan hugging Jiang Qingyan from behind, his expression dark and intimidating, while the video captured a torrential downpour during which Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan shared a kiss inside a car. With Wen Wan standing outside holding an umbrella, her gaze fixed on the couple within as a fierce gust of wind overturned her umbrella, leaving her drenched. One photo, one video, especially at this critical juncture, easily evoked speculation about the intertwined fates of the three. The marketing account implied, without stating outright, that Wen Wan's dismissal from Ronly was not solely due to work-related issues but was a consequence of her love for Jiang Qingyan, while he reciprocated those feelings for Yao Man. With Yao Man's return to the country, Jiang Qingyan's long-held desire was fulfilled, and the two became a couple, leaving Wen Wan heartbroken and envious, leading her to deliberately sabotage a project, which ultimately resulted in her exposure and termination. The photo and video naturally attracted a throng of onlookers, and the likes from Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan only confirmed the marketing account's narrative as the truth. In no time, discussions surrounding Wen Wan reached a fever pitch. With little positive sentiment expressed. I only left Ronly last year. Their promotion system is utterly absurd. It's understandable for Jiang Qingyan to become a director at 27, but for Wen Wan, a woman, to achieve the same at that age speaks to her exceptional prowess. Those in the know understand. Upstairs, I don't comprehend. Could you elaborate on where her prowess lies? In bed, perhaps? I've heard she has had improper relationships with numerous men and was even warned by the wife of a married financial mogul. No wonder Jiang Qingyan has never taken a liking to her. He probably knows she is not clean. Is the industry really that chaotic? Though I must say, Wen Wan is genuinely beautiful. If I were Jiang, I would have snatched her up for a fling. I heard she comes from a single-parent household. Her mother was also a mistress, having been with numerous men, making her a love child. Chapter 25, The Celebration Feast. When Wan has arrived, the discussion surrounding the love letter continued to escalate, and just half an hour ago, it reached the top of the trending list, when Rowan's pale fingers repeatedly tapped on the photos and videos shared by the marketing account. The video was from the previous weekend, likely captured by the community's surveillance cameras, while the photo was taken last year. Since her promotion to director, rumors about her had proliferated. Ordinary social gatherings where she merely raised a glass to toast others had transformed into scandalous tales of her supposedly flirting and using her beauty to secure contracts. Last year, she had dined with the asset management department's general manager from the bank, accompanied by the company vice president. Among the group, she alone became the subject of rumors. Unbeknownst to her, a particularly malicious individual spread a story claiming she was the general manager's mistress. And unfortunately, the general manager's wife believed it, arriving with two burly nephews to confront her. In the ensuing scuffle, she was pushed against a wall, injuring her forehead. Thankfully, Zheng Tongtong was present, and upon hearing the commotion, brandished two kitchen knives to frighten them away. When Jiang Qingyan rushed over from the company and saw her injury, he turned to confront the general manager. She could not stop him and embraced him from behind. At that moment, she was still considering the company's interests, knowing that openly clashing with the bank would be detrimental, and if Jiang offended the man, it could reflect poorly on him as well. Therefore, she urged him to remain calm. Later, the general manager, feeling guilty and unwilling to create animosity, revealed his true mistress and personally brought his wife to Ronly to apologize, thereby clearing her name. Of course, his revelation was not his intention. Jiang Qingyan had discreetly investigated the general manager's actual mistress and provided evidence to his wife, leading her to create a scene that ultimately could not be concealed. The photo shared by the marketing account was secretly taken by Zheng Tongtong. You should have seen how furious Jiang Qingyan was. His expression was terrifying. Yet if UNT held him back, he probably would have gone after that general manager. I've never witnessed him lose his temper. It was quite a sight, so I took a photo. When Wan thought the photo was quite good and decided to keep it, even sending it to Jiang Qingyan. He certainly had a knack for selecting the right moments, and it was quite a feat for him to choose such a fitting image. His face, viewed in this context, appeared increasingly disdainful. Closing the photo and video, when Wan's gaze flitted back and forth between two statements. Both Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan's Weibo accounts have liked this marketing post. I've heard she comes from a single-parent household. Her mother was also a mistress, having been with numerous men, making her a love child. The sales assistant beside her gently touched Wen Rowan's arm. Concern etched on her face. "Miss, are you all right? Would you like to sit down for a moment?" Her complexion was alarmingly pale, almost devoid of color. "I'm fine." Indeed, she was fine. It was they who had cause for concern. A mere love letter could trend online, and as a minor character, she could also gain such attention. It was evident that this was orchestrated through monetary means. Even after her departure, they would not let her be. It was one thing to bully her, but now they were even slandering her mother. Such audacity was utterly unforgivable. The celebratory banquet of Ronli Capital, held at the Jianrong Hotel under the Ronli Group. The atmosphere was grand internally. It was attended by employees of Ronli Capital and personnel from the headquarters, while externally, it welcomed esteemed guests from well-connected enterprises, affluent families friendly with the Yao family, and even prominent figures from the fashion industry along with renowned journalists from the city. All of whom received invitations. Despite the short notice, a considerable number of attendees graced the occasion. As the banquet commenced, the host took the stage, followed by Yao Tianyu, who spoke for 10 minutes, addressing 3 key points. First, to celebrate the successful listing of Bai Bang. Second, to lament the misfortune of the great contributor Wen Ruan, who ensnared herself and severed her own prospects. And third, to announce that Yao Man would succeed Wen Ruan as the investment director of the second department. Following Yao Tianyu's remarks, Yao Man took the stage, speaking for 20 minutes and also covering 3 main topics: her commitment to leading the second department effectively, accepting the honors for Bai Bang's successful listing on behalf of Wen Ruan, and announcing her relationship with Jiang Qingyan. Indeed, Jiang Qingyan and I are in a relationship. The trending topic today revolves around this, and she has responded to it. The veracity of the information circulating online is difficult to discern. However, I can assure everyone that the love letters are genuine. Jiang Qingyan has indeed been single for these years, and she has been waiting for me at Ronli, which is sufficient for me. Jiang Qingyan stood silently in the crowd, yet her gaze remained fixated upon her, radiating a sense of affection. An ideal response. Yao Tianyu, standing nearby, began to lead the crowd in a cheer, and soon the air was filled with blessings and laughter. Creating a lively atmosphere, the banquet was well attended, with some mingling and others gossiping in corners. Linyu, who returned late from errands and had not eaten, merely approached for a slice of cake, only to be involuntarily subjected to a torrent of vile remarks. Although President Zhang's affections lie with the young lady, he has genuinely treated Wen Ruan well over the years. One might wonder, did they truly not share a bed? I suspect that the two are certainly not innocent. A man's love can be separated from his physical desires. Jiang Qingyan is already 30 and has needs. Wen Ruan is renowned in the industry for her beauty. Her face and figure are simply captivating. I find it hard to believe that Jiang Qingyan could resist such temptation. She possesses a face that entices men, and I have heard rumors about her being a seductress. Previously, I mentioned that Wen Ruan's projects were acquired through dubious means. Yet you all were skeptical. How now, with this concrete evidence presented, Linyu could no longer tolerate the conversation. The defamation of women is utterly repulsive. Striding over in her high heels, she directed a piercing gaze at the last speaker. Evidence? What evidence? Did you witness Wen Ruan in anyone's bed? The gossipers, junior employees of Ronli Capital, recognized Linyu and dared not offend her, while the woman named felt both embarrassed and bewildered, shaking her head. Linyu scoffed, stating, "Since you haven't seen anything firsthand, are you implying that all beautiful, capable women achieve their success by sleeping around? I, too, am young, beautiful, and capable. Are you suggesting I have done the same?" The individual stammered. "Lin, that's not what I meant. If that's not your intention, then be silent," Linyu interrupted, simultaneously warning the others not to speak carelessly without evidence. A few scattered away in fear, and Linyu surveyed the crowd. At that moment, Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan, amidst the crowd's cheers, walked hand in hand to the center of the hall. As the music began, Jiang Qingyan placed his hand on Yao Man's waist. While Yao Man stood on tiptoe to embrace his neck, they danced gracefully to the rhythm of the music, appearing quite the ideal couple. Linyu felt rather dazed throughout the day. She had always believed that Yao Man had usurped Jiang Qingyan from Wen Ruan. Yet that love letter had left her speechless. So Jiang Qingyan had always loved Yao Man, but Jiang Qingyan and Wen Ruan had indeed been together for 3 years. How could Yao Man's words and Jiang Qingyan's demeanor tonight suggest that those 3 years had never existed? Instinctively, Linyu sensed that Wen Ruan had likely been unaware of the existence of that love letter, for given her nature, she would never fall for a man who had someone else in his heart. Taking out her phone, Linyu opened the chat with Wen Ruan, repeatedly editing and deleting her message, ultimately deciding against sending anything. Unsure of what to say, it felt as if any attempt at comfort would only serve as fodder for amusement. Amidst her sighs, a commotion erupted at the entrance, and she could vaguely hear exclamations of astonishment. Following the source of the noise, Linyu herself gasped in disbelief. The entrance was bustling, and the grand banquet hall turned its attention toward the sound. At first glance, one could only exclaim, "Wow, a beauty!" The newcomer possessed a perfectly sculpted oval face, cascading waves of hair, a subtle makeup that nonetheless stunned, clad in a long black coat paired with a light-colored sweater. Jeans and ankle boots. This simple attire, complemented by her tall stature, exuded an air of elegance and poise. Upon a second glance one could only exclaim when Ruan. The crowd recognized her face and could hardly believe their eyes when Ruan had actually arrived. Amidst the rising gasps of astonishment, when Ruan approached Jiang Qingyan, the music faded, and the dance ceased. Jiang Qingyan stood still, his gaze behind the lenses icy and complex. Their eyes met briefly, and when Ruan spoke icily. Jiang Qingyan, from our breakup until yesterday, I have preserved your dignity. If you insist on indulging her to insult and humiliate me, then I shall not spare you either, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. When Ruan made her way to the stage, seizing the microphone from the host, her gaze sweeping across everyone present, you all must have seen the trending topic. I am Ruan, regarding my relationship with Jiang Qingyan. You need not inquire further, I shall clarify it for you. The crowd was taken aback but quickly leaned in with eager ears to hear the unfolding drama. Yao Man furrowed her brow and attempted to interject. When Ruan, I invited you because of your contribution to Baibong's success, to celebrate with you, not to cause a scene. She had not anticipated that when Ruan would dare to show up, yet perhaps it was for the best. When Ruan ignored her, cranking the microphone's volume to the maximum, the first time I met Jiang Qingyan was during the summer after our college entrance exams, upon receiving my acceptance letter from Rongqing University. I arrived early and worked part-time at a Chinese restaurant where Jiang Qingyan also worked. He was a student 2 years my senior at Rongqing University, and we both studied finance, which fostered a bond between us. At that time, we were merely friends. I had not yet developed feelings for him. It was only in my 3rd year when I endured a malicious kidnapping, and Jiang Qingyan rescued me. Outnumbered, he shielded me with his body, nearly losing his left hand in the process. In gratitude, I cared for him for 2 months, during which I fell for him. He came to Haicheng, joined Rongli, and I followed suit, becoming his most loyal subordinate. I confessed my feelings to him, and he told me he wasn't ready for a relationship. That was fine. I waited for him. 3 years ago, he agreed to be with me, initiating it himself. He mentioned that office romances could be troublesome, and I too preferred a quiet relationship, so we kept it private. I believed we were mutually affectionate in pursuing one another until Yao Man appeared. The banquet hall fell into a heavy silence when Ruan looked down at Jiang Qingyan, her emotions unstable, her hand clutching the microphone trembling. Last Friday marked our 3-year anniversary. Prior to that, I had no knowledge of the love letter's existence nor of your past with Yao Man. You never mentioned her to me. On our anniversary, we shared a candlelit dinner, and a single phone call from her whisked you away. I dined alone, watched a movie alone, and returned home to find you two kissing on the sofa. Jiang Qingyan, no matter how much you love Yao Man, you were not together all these years. I was your girlfriend. At the time, we had not broken up, so you were the one who cheated. While she pursued you before our breakup, she was in the wrong, not I. It was only that night when she revealed the love letter that I discovered you were her most devoted admirer. And I felt utterly disgusted. I immediately initiated a breakup, without any attempts to cling to you. You deceived me for 3 years. Yao Man does not want you, yet you chose to be with me. When she returned, you eagerly ran back to her. It is you who has wronged me. I have stated my intent to distance myself from you. Why can you not simply let me go? Chapter 26. How could you resort to violence? Last Friday, we celebrated our 3-year anniversary. I dined alone, watched a movie alone, and returned home to find you two kissing on the sofa. Jiang Qingyan, at that time, we had not yet broken up, hence you were the one who cheated. The hall erupted in a cacophony of shock. Gradually murmurs began to ripple through the crowd. How intriguing. Yao Man recently claimed that Jiang Qingyan has been single all these years, waiting for her, yet now when Ruan states that she and Jiang Qingyan were in a 3-year relationship, who is lying? Did you see the post from yesterday online, the one by an internal employee of Rongli? It's been deleted now, but it stated that Yao Man had taken Ruan's man, when Ruan has just confirmed that in her own words. I believe when Ruan is sincere. Dear heavens, she appears so heartbroken. Her words do not seem fabricated. Indeed, she hasn't cried yet, but her sorrow is palpable. She trembles as if she might shatter. The intuition of women is often keen. I, too, sense that when Ruan is not lying. These fragmented conversations reached Yao Man's ears. Earlier, she had been restrained by Jiang Qingyan, which prevented her from seizing the microphone, but now she felt a sense of urgency. She grasped Jiang Qingyan's arm. Qingyan, say something. Before the banquet began, he had promised that no matter what transpired that night, he would stand by her side. He had assured her that after tonight, no one would dare to criticize her. If there were any accusations, they would be directed at him. But he had vowed that by the end of the night, everyone would envy her, and that he would definitively distance Ruan from him. The gazes of others began to converge upon Jiang Qingyan. 2 women, at odds over him, awaited his declaration, eager to see which side he would take. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Qingyan extended his hand to cover Yao Man's, gradually intertwining their fingers. His deep, ink-like gaze, however, was directed at Ruan. His voice, low and resonant like a fine vintage wine, carried words that were laced with poison. When Ruan ceased your antics, he seemed helpless, letting out a soft sigh. We agreed to seek our own needs, to discuss neither love nor affection. Why then, have you begun to calculate, seeking one's own needs, devoid of emotion or affection? To put it bluntly, our relationship could be classified as bed partners. friends with benefits, or lovers, but it is certainly not that of a couple nor romantic partners. Those 3 years of time, he disavows them, he refuses to acknowledge them. In a single sentence, he stood with Yao Man, simultaneously striking Wen Ruan in the face, pinning her to the pillar of shame, reducing her to a mere clown. Wen Ruan stood on the stage dazed, gazing at Jiang Qingyan, her vision beginning to blur. For the very first time in her life, regret washed over her. She should never have defied her mother, should never have gone to Rongqing. Had she not gone, she would never have met Jiang Qingyan. The first time when Ruan encountered Jiang Qingyan was in a Chinese restaurant in Rongqing. His features were strikingly chiseled, without a single flaw. His stature was tall and imposing, with broad shoulders, a slim waist, and long legs. Even in a plain server's uniform, he exuded an air of elegance. When Ruan's initial impression of him was simply that he was handsome, but that was all. Zhang's face was equally appealing, and she was not one to be swayed by mere looks. Moreover, her mood was rather poor at the time, as she had come to Rongqing early due to a fallout with her mother. When her acceptance letter arrived, her mother discovered she had been deceived, flew into a rage, and demanded she repeat the year. Defiant, she packed her suitcase and left. Her emotional state inevitably affected her work. On her first day, she caused a scene when a drunken old man grabbed her hand and refused to let go, his groping hands seeking to touch her inappropriately. In a fit of anger, she dumped a plate of cold dishes onto his head. When he attempted to retaliate, Jiang Qingyan pulled her behind him, shielding her. The manager sought to dismiss her, but Jiang Qingyan intervened on her behalf. That night stretched into the early hours without food, and in her gratitude, she invited him for a midnight snack. As they chatted, they found a rare connection. They were from the same school and shared many common interests. From their reading lists to their playlists, they became friends. While working at the restaurant, he helped her evade lecherous patrons. When school commenced, he became the president of the student council, introducing her to it, helping her with her studies, and reserving spots for her in the library. She felt a budding affection for him, but it never escalated to love. It wasn't until their third year that she was kidnapped. The kidnapper, Li Hai, was a middle-aged man in his 40s seeking revenge on her mother due to a personal tragedy. He had brought his ailing daughter to Haicheng for medical treatment, but it was too late, and she passed away. Blaming her mother, he sought vengeance by kidnapping Wen Ruan, planning to extort money before ultimately killing her. At the time, Jiang Qingyan had already joined the branch company in Rongqing. The abandoned factory where she was held captive was perilously close to the brand project department of Ronli. On the day of Li Hai's daughter's birthday, intoxicated by grief and alcohol, he nearly killed Wen Ruan in a fit of rage. That evening, seizing an opportunity while Li Hai and his accomplices were distracted, she managed to escape through a window. After running for what felt like an eternity, she fortuitously encountered Jiang Qingyan, collapsing into his arms. As Li Hai and his men pursued her, Jiang Qingyan instinctively shielded her from their blows, his face paling and sweat beading on his forehead, yet he smiled gently at her, whispering soothingly, "Don't be afraid. Help is on the way." The beating was brief yet agonizingly long, imprinting Jiang Qingyan's face in Wen Ruan's memory like a brand. Indeed, help arrived. Jiang Qingyan had been out drinking with project personnel and, upon noticing his prolonged absence, they came looking for him. Jiang Qingyan, with his arm protectively around her head, endured several strikes to his left hand, nearly incapacitating it. He lived alone in a rented apartment, and when Ruan felt guilt pang her heart, visiting him whenever she could. For 2 months, he was unable to exert strength in his left hand, and during that time, her feelings for him deepened into love. And his gaze towards her, though ambiguous, hinted at something more. She convinced herself he must also harbor feelings for her. However, when she confessed her love, he rejected her, claiming he wasn't ready for a relationship. That was fine, after all he was single, and she continued to pursue him. By the time she graduated, he had transferred to Ronli capital in Haicheng. Initially she had fled Haicheng with her college entrance exam, unwilling to return, but she was determined to fight for their relationship. Thus, she returned, joining Ronli and working diligently to keep pace with him. Each year, she confessed her feelings, and 3 years later, he finally agreed. She felt as though she had finally emerged into the light after a long wait. During these 3 years, she sensed his love for her. He treated her exceptionally well, always considering her needs, admitting fault during arguments, indulging her flaws, and remembering her every preference. A perfect boyfriend. Yet, everything changed with Yao Man's arrival. He had his white moonlight, that was acceptable. He had always loved Yao Man, that was acceptable too. He had been acting for 3 years, that was tolerable. She would not cause a scene, for she had indeed had a wonderful 3 years. The breakup was undignified, they could simply part ways and wish each other well. He could love his Yao Man, and she would mourn the death of her boyfriend, Jiang Qingyan, who had perished the day before Yao Man entered Ronli. She granted him dignity, yet he continued to indulge Yao Man, repeatedly hurting her, and now sought to strip away those 3 years, humiliating her, defaming her, and trampling her dignity underfoot. With a single sentence, he pushed her into the abyss, transforming her into the greatest joke. When Ruan stood alone on the stage, her hands trembling as though afflicted by Parkinson's, raising the microphone to her lips 5 times, each attempt ultimately fruitless, she was at a loss for words. There were those who knew of their 3-year relationship, witnesses, Zhang Tongtong, Pan Rui, Linyu Hejian, and Jiang Qingyan's trusted assistant Zhang Tongtong and Pan Rui were on her side, but their words would not be believed. Linyu had made her stance clear that night, stating she would no longer offend the Yao family on Wen Ruan's behalf. As for Hejian, having previously helped her, he had no obligation to assist her again. And Jiang Qingyan's assistant, a loyal confidant, would certainly not aid her either. Furthermore, what did it matter how many could testify? They were not married, nor did they possess a marriage certificate. With a mere word, Jiang Qingyan could disavow their relationship. That night of the breakup, she deleted every memory associated with him, erasing all photos, leaving only the apartment in Huadangbei in their names. The house had yet to be transferred. And though it bore both their names, they were not married. What could a house prove? Proof that he regarded her as a mistress, gifting her an apartment. Most importantly, she was rendered speechless. Her mother had advised her never to cry in front of someone who did not cherish her. It would only lead to further humiliation, yet the tears flowed uncontrollably, a deluge of emotion that Wen Ruan had experienced twice before. The first time was in her senior year of high school when her mother slapped her in public. Loving her mother, she felt an overwhelming sense of injustice, her sorrow spilling over. The second time was now. The trending topic was orchestrated by Ronli, and she could not believe Jiang Qingyan was unaware. Or perhaps it was indeed his idea, for no one knew better how to wound her than he did. It was not enough to stab her, he sought to drag her only family into the mire. He had pierced through her youth, all the love she had given, betraying her with a blade sharp enough to cut to the bone, inflicting a pain that transcended her control. The grand banquet hall gradually fell silent, leaving only Wen Ruan's cries, reminiscent of a torturous sentence. Those present, unaware of her identity, witnessed the spectacle of a beauty in tears. Those who recognized her felt a pang of sympathy, for the Wen Ruan they knew in the workplace was always the epitome of a capable and resolute iron lady. None had witnessed her cry, let alone in such a pitiful state. Linyu, having endured the despair of being wounded by love, could not resist taking a step towards the stage only to be pulled back by the public relations manager. Shui Xiao, are you seeking your own demise? The young lady intends to punish Wen Ruan tonight. If you help her, it will be akin to opposing the young lady directly. Think of yourself and your uncle. Linyu halted, forcefully shrugging off his grip. You orchestrated this trending topic, didn't you? Yesterday, I asked you about the requirements, and you claimed there was nothing to worry about, yet you created such a scandal. She kicked him in frustration, spreading slander against a woman. What audacity! Wen Ruan has never offended you. When has she ever refused to help you? Shui Xiao, a member of her uncle's faction, dared not retaliate. Merely muttering his grievances, this entire affair was orchestrated by Jiang Qingyan. He provided me with the plan. Chairman Yao entrusted him with the authority, and I could only act according to orders. Lin Yu's expression darkened further. Did Jiang Qingyan fabricate slander against Wen Ruan? Shui Xiao fell silent. In truth, Jiang Qingyan's initial plan only involved exposing that love letter, emphasizing his 12-year wait for Yao Man, while the subsequent disparaging remarks about Wen Ruan were at Yao Man's behest. When Yao Man requested modifications, Jiang Qingyan was present, remaining silent for an extended period, ultimately choosing not to oppose. The suffocating pain consumed every nerve, rendering her numb, and when Ruan's sobs gradually subsided, she wiped away her tears and descended from the stage. Returning the microphone to the host. As she passed by Jiang Qingyan, she paused. Jiang Qingyan, you are nothing but a coward. With that, she raised her hand and struck him with all her might, the force reverberating through her palm. How dare you hit someone? Yao Man gasped, raising her hand in retaliation, only for Jiang Qingyan to grasp her wrist. Ignoring the pain etched on his face, his dark, brooding gaze met Wen Ruan's. Are you satisfied? If you are, then go home. In the next moment, when Ruan's emotions threatened to unravel, she realized she needed to leave swiftly. If she lingered any longer, she might truly find a knife to plunge into Jiang Qingyan. Regrettably, it seems that she ultimately did not manage to leave. Wen Ruan had just stepped out from the crowd when someone suddenly shoved her forcefully from behind. Caught off guard, she stumbled forward, twisting her ankle and crashing heavily to the ground, gasping as pain shot through her elbow and knee. Still in a daze, a splash of red wine drenched her from head to toe, prompting her to instinctively shut her eyes. The cold liquid cascaded down her cheeks, trickling down her neck and continuing its insidious invasion along her skin. Clad in a light-colored sweater, her front was now marred by an unmistakable large stain of wine. Her hair dampened, rendering her utterly disheveled. Chapter 27. Hejian arrives. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. Jiang Qingyan unconsciously stepped forward. Yao Man, who had been linked to his arm, immediately tugged him back. Upon sensing his movement, Jiang Qingyan abruptly regained awareness, halting in his tracks. After a moment of composure, Wen Ruan slowly sat up, raising a hand to wipe her face before opening her eyes. She found herself locking gazes with a pair of furious eyes. The short-haired woman, appearing to be in her mid-20s and adorned in luxurious designer attire, was a face Wen Ruan recognized from a video Zhao Xinghui had shown her. Yang Lu, daughter of Yang Shang, the founder of Linyi Technology, and the current girlfriend of Yao Tianyu. With a sharp cry, Yang Lu hurled several photographs at Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, you shameless BTCH, did you really think you could steal my man right under my nose? Her piercing scream jolted everyone back to reality, prompting them to stretch their necks to scrutinize the photographs. When Rowan's gaze fell upon one of the images at her feet, it was from Monday, depicting her dining at a hotel restaurant with Yao Tianyu. In the photo, they were seated across from each other. She was engrossed in her meal while Yao Tianyu wore a lascivious grin. At least that's how it appeared to her. When Rowan's knee throbbed, her ankle ached, and she found herself unable to rise. Ignoring the myriad judgmental stares surrounding her, she retrieved her phone from her coat. Intending to call the police, just as she dialed, her phone was snatched away. Yang Lu swiftly hung up the call. "The police can't resolve this. You seduced someone else's boyfriend, and you think you have the right to complain? You were dining at a hotel, and I bet you two ended up in a room together afterward. So, how was my boyfriend in bed?" Yang Lu had intended for things to escalate. After all, many prominent figures from high society were present, and she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of them, yet she felt compelled to act. Yao Tianyu had cast her aside, claiming he was tired of her, which was inconsequential since she was not lacking in options. She was attractive and could easily find another quality man. In fact, she had found Yao Tianyu to be quite the cad. The crux of the matter lay in Yao Tianyu's abrupt cessation of the contract with Lingyi Technology. Citing that Rongli could not secure a deal with Jiaosu, without Jiaosu, Lingyi was merely a hollow shell, and he refused to engage in a losing venture. This was unacceptable. Her father had warned her that without Rongli's investment, Lingyi would collapse. She had sacrificed her integrity for Lingyi, and she could not allow it to go bankrupt, for if it did, she would lose everything. Desperate, she sought out Yao Man for assistance. Yao Man had extended an invitation to the celebration banquet. She had mentioned that if Wan did not attend, it would be of no consequence, but if she did show up, as long as Yang Lu followed her instructions, she would ensure that Yao Tianyu signed with Lingyi. Yao Man was the favored child of the Yao family. If she claimed she could save Lingyi, then she surely could have for Lingyi's sake. Yang Lu felt she had no choice but to betray Wan. As the drama unfolded, Yang Lu's role was nearing its end. With Yao Man poised to wrap things up, she prepared to shed a few tears before making her exit. Suddenly, from the back of the crowd, a nonchalant chuckle broke through. What a shameful display, bullying a young girl like this. Everyone turned to see Heijin, the president of Mingyi Capital, who had long been at odds with the young master of Rongli since high school. Their rivalry had escalated over the years into a bitter feud. There was no way Rongli would extend an invitation to Heijin for their celebration banquet. What was he doing here? Upon spotting Heijin, Yao Man's expression soured. "This is not your concern, Heijin. You are not welcome here." Dressed in a black hooded sweatshirt and matching jacket, Heijin had an air of defiance about him. "Who cares? If you want me to leave, have Yao Tianyu or your father Yao Wei come over and apologize to me, and I'll be on my way." Yao Man was incredulous, thinking he had lost his mind. "What did you just say?" Heijin cast a casual glance at Wan, taking in her disarray before turning his stormy gaze back to Yao Man. "Why did Wan halt the Jiaosu deal?" "Because you all intended to invest in both Lingyi and Jiaosu simultaneously, using Jiaosu's technology to bolster Lingyi. Wan wished to protect Jiaosu from ruin, which is why she intervened. Of course, this is your business, not mine, but you lot, in your attempts to frame Wan and expel her, resorted to bribing my employees at Mingyi. You intend to label her a traitor, and while I can't concern myself with your treachery amongst your own, you dare to involve me. This grievance must be addressed." "What did you say?" Yao Wei was supposed to come and apologize personally, yet it has been days with not even a phone call. "I am still seething, while you all seem to revel in your celebration banquet." His words dripped with sarcasm, leaving the crowd exchanging glances. The implication that they had attempted to undermine Wan was clear. Yao Man understood that Heijin had come to upend their plans and was filled with both anger and anxiety. It was all Yao Tianyu's fault for dragging Mingyi into this. She had always warned him. Heijin was like a dog. If you bit him, he would bite back tenfold. Yet, Yao Tianyu had seized every opportunity to provoke him, inevitably losing each time. Where was Yao Tianyu now? He had just been here. With so many influential figures present, Yao Man needed to maintain her composure, but Heijin's demeanor suggested a confrontation was imminent, prompting her to dial Yao Tianyu. After a couple of rings, he finally answered. "Where are you? The banquet isn't over yet. Have you left?" "I'm upstairs." "What's up?" The sound of a woman's soft moans was faintly audible on the line, and Yao Man's expression darkened. This man was incorrigible, unable to function without a woman. He had likely gone off to a room. To hasten Yao Tianyu's return, she lowered her voice. "Heijin is here, and he is berating you, insisting you apologize." As she spoke, Heijin approached Wan, crouching down to meet her gaze. His deep eyes concealed a tempest as he scrutinized her disheveled state. "Wan, why is it that every time I see you, you appear so wretched? Do you require assistance?" When Wan looked at him, yearning for help, she attempted to muster a smile, but the moment she opened her mouth, her emotions overwhelmed her, and a tear slipped down her cheek. "I twisted my ankle and can't get up. Would you be so kind as to help me?" In her abject state, she was utterly unable to rise. Heijin fixated on the tear glistening on her cheek, a pang of suffocation gripping his chest, his lips pressed into a thin line, his handsome features shadowed by rage. Instead of offering a hand, he simply swept her up into his arms. When Wan instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, burying her face in his shoulder, biting her lip to suppress the anguish that threatened to consume her. Noticing the dampness at his neck, Heejin chose to remain silent, pretending to be unaware as his gaze shifted toward the onlooking waitstaff. Is there no one here to offer assistance? When a calamity befalls a guest in your establishment, can you not even provide a towel? The server, intimidated by his intense glare, stammered an affirmative response. I'll get one. Meanwhile, Yao Tianyu, having heard that Heejin was publicly scolding him, felt a surge of fury rising within him. Heejin, you son of a... He pushed his way through the crowd. Marching toward Heejin, upon spotting Wen Ruan standing beside him, towel in hand, he paused momentarily bewildered. Wen Ruan, what are you doing here? After all the vitriol directed at her online, this woman still dared to show her face. As Wen Ruan dried her face and hair, her mood visibly lightened. With Yao Tianyu's arrival, she pointed at the photographs strewn on the floor. Young Master Yao, your girlfriend has misunderstood our situation, could you kindly clarify it for her? Realizing Yang Lu was also present, Yao Tianyu's brow furrowed further. Just as he was about to speak, he caught Yao Man's meaningful glance directed at him. Yao Tianyu was no fool, he understood Yao Man all too well. His gaze darted between Yao Man and Yang Lu, and the pieces fell into place. Yang Lu had been sent by Yao Man, though he was exasperated that Yao Man had pulled him into this mess. He couldn't expose her now, he had to play along. He flashed Wen Ruan a flirtatious smile. What is there to explain? The photos speak for themselves. He had discarded Yang Lu because without Zhao So, Lingyi technology held no value. Without Lingyi, Yang Lu paled in comparison to the other women in his life. Her beauty and physique were average, and her performance in bed left much to be desired. Why would he keep her around? Heejin's hands itched to strike, yet he remained silent as he glanced at Wen Ruan, who appeared unfazed. Yao Tianyu deliberately attempted to provoke her. Young Master Yao, you did indeed want me to be your mistress, yet I ignored your advances. Instead, you spent nearly half an hour humiliating me, making lewd remarks and belittling women. She turned to Yang Lu that day. I recorded our conversation. My phone contains the complete audio of my interaction with Yao Tianyu. Miss Yang, you can either return my phone so I can play it for you, or I can tell you where it is so you can play it for everyone. Yang Lu was rendered speechless. As Yang Lu floundered, Yao Tianyu's complexion shifted dramatically. An audio recording. What had he said that day? He had indeed spent the entire time belittling Wen Ruan, uttering a slew of vulgarities that objectified women. If the conversation were made public, he would be the one facing the wrath of outraged women, the target of online backlash. Moreover, the group has recently acquired a cosmetics enterprise, primarily relying on female consumers. At this juncture, it is imperative not to incite the ire of those sharp-tongued female netizens. Should the situation escalate, jeopardizing the interests of the group, he would face dire consequences from his father. Yao Tianyu has never shied away from trouble, yet he fears humiliation. His father, and the prospect of becoming a laughingstock in front of He Zhang. What if there truly is a recording? Yao Tianyu has no intention of taking that gamble. After all, this is merely a trivial matter, one that bears no direct consequence to him, as it was instigated by Yao Man. There is no need for him to tarnish his reputation over this nonsense. He seized the phone from Yang Lu and, with a smile, handed it to Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, please don't be anxious, I merely jested when I said that the photo was not edited. Without elaborating further, Wen Ruan accepted the phone. He Zhang, having known Wen Ruan for over a decade, understands her better than himself. If she had truly recorded anything, she would not engage with Yao Tianyu at all. She would have handed the evidence directly to her lawyer and taken immediate legal action, without wasting a word. She knows that Yao Tianyu is particularly concerned about his image, and she is betting that he will concede. Aware that she can handle the situation independently, he chooses to observe quietly, and evidently, her gamble pays off. Yao Tianyu turned and slapped Yang Lu, exclaiming, the reason I approached Wen Ruan that day was to discuss work. How could you wrongfully accuse her? He forcefully poked Yang Lu's forehead. Fool, think with your brain. If I truly had a relationship with her, would I allow her to leave wrongly? Do you not understand why we broke up? Hurry and apologize to Wen Ruan. His attitude shifted abruptly, and those present understood that he was feeling guilty, indicating that Wen Ruan had spoken the truth. Yang Lu, stunned by the slap and in pain from the nail marks on her forehead, felt helpless. She dared not confront Yao Man directly, and now Yao Tianyu was pushing her to take the fall. Indeed, dealing with the Yao family is akin to seeking the skin of a tiger. Miss Wen, I apologize. It is my fault. I loved Tianyu too much, and you were so beautiful. I became irrational upon seeing the photo out of jealousy. I hope you can forgive me. Chapter 28. Let us get married. Wen Ruan neither affirmed nor denied forgiveness. She simply inquired about the origin of the photo. Yang Lu replied, someone sent it to me anonymously. I do not know who. Admitting such would offend Yao Man, and if she dared to do so, she would not have offered an apology, thus she kept her mouth tightly shut. Wen Ruan remained silent, and Yao Tianyu pushed Yang Lu again. She hasn't forgiven you. Continue apologizing. Yang Lu nearly stumbled from his shove. Her face pale as she looked at Wen Ruan. I truly made a mistake, Miss Wen, please forgive me. Wen Ruan beckoned her forward. Come here. Yang Lu hesitated but felt she had already apologized, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Wen Ruan shouldn't be too harsh with her. After a moment of doubt, she cautiously took a couple of steps forward. Wen Ruan spoke calmly. Turn around, with your back to me. Yang Lu, not fully comprehending, complied and turned, pondering what Wen Ruan intended to do. Suddenly, she was forcefully shoved from behind. Wen Ruan exerted all her strength. Yang Lu's ankle throbbed painfully, almost causing her to lose her balance. He Zhang, who had been observing, quickly steadied her waist, allowing Wen Ruan to regain her footing. Yang Lu, however, was not so fortunate. Unprepared for the sudden push from Wen Ruan, she stumbled forward, her thin, high heels offering no support. And with a loud thud, she fell to the ground, her knees and elbows aching agonizingly. Yet, it was not over. Recognizing Wen Ruan's intent, He Zhang assisted her toward Yang Lu, snatching a drink from a nearby young man and handing it to Wen Ruan. She accepted it and poured the entire contents over Yang Lu's head. As the cup slipped from her fingers, shattering at Yang Lu's feet, she recoiled in terror, glaring at Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan, looking down at her, maintained her calm demeanor. Does it hurt? I felt the same pain just moments ago. I said messy. I too found myself in a similar predicament. You asked for my forgiveness, and now I grant it. Yang Lu, utterly humiliated, felt her emotions teetering on the edge. She had intended to shout back but found herself at a loss for words, realizing that she had indeed treated Wen Ruan in such a manner. After stating her piece, Wen Ruan ignored her and turned her attention to Jiang Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan, rumors can ruin lives. You've attacked me online, but I will not pursue it further. Let us consider this a repayment of your past kindness. It is only fair. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Qingyan remained silent. Wen Ruan continued, from this day forth, we are even. Also, Mr. Jiang, thank you for teaching me a valuable lesson, that one must prioritize oneself, lest they face dire consequences. I shall apply this knowledge going forward. Having concluded her remarks, she turned to leave, only to suddenly find herself lifted off her feet. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around He Zhang's neck, steadying herself before releasing her hold. Mr. He, don't you have matters to attend to? He Zhang carried her toward the exit. Originally intending to fight, he realized he had unwittingly witnessed a drama unfold. Yao Tianyu had embarrassed himself enough today. To escalate the situation further would only appear as bullying on his part, tarnishing his own reputation. Thus, he decided to let Yao Tianyu off the hook for now. Hearing this, Yao Tianyu felt a surge of anger. But he had no time to engage with He Zhang. Today was Rongli's celebration banquet, and the chaos had already been humiliating enough. Any further altercations with He Zhang would only add to his disgrace. Once He Zhang had carried Wen Ruan outside, Yao Tianyu instructed a vice president from the group to take charge of the situation, then turned to push Yao Man into the rest area. Hands on his hips, his stomach churning with anger. Yao Man, are you alright? You invited Wen Ruan and then let Yang Lu create this mess. What are you trying to achieve? Do you not understand the occasion? Today is the company's celebration banquet, attended by prominent figures in the industry. Do you not feel it embarrassing enough? Yao Man pointed at the hickey on his neck, slapping his shoulder. You know today is important. Yet you ran off to pursue women. If you had stayed, when He Zhang arrived, you could have pulled him aside and none of this would have happened. It's all your fault. Yao Tianyu was utterly speechless. How could she blame him for the trouble she had caused? He wanted to curse her out but ultimately held back. If he lashed out, she would surely retaliate by complaining to their parents, and he would be the one to suffer. After all, this whole debacle was of her making, and he was no longer responsible. Yao Tianyu stormed out, encountering Jiang Qingyan at the door, and chose to ignore him, rolling his eyes as he departed. While Yao Man was his sister, he truly could not fathom what Jiang Qingyan saw in her. With her spoiled princess demeanor, whoever married her would be in for a tough time. After Yao Tianyu left, Jiang Qingyan entered the room. Noticing Yao Man's glum expression, he felt compelled to speak. Are you here to lay blame as well? Jiang Qingyan sighed. I merely believe you should not have invited Yang Lu to stir up trouble. When Ruan was about to leave, we had already won, but Yang Lu's antics have reversed the situation, embarrassing the entire company. Yao Man felt wronged, insisting, Yang Lu came to me on her own. I merely took advantage of the situation. I wanted to undermine Wen Ruan because I increasingly sensed that you have feelings for her. The previous afternoon, while Jiang Qingyan was discussing plans with Shui Xiao in the office, she had borrowed his phone to play a game, secretly searching for any contact with Wen Ruan. Before she could even open WeChat, she was struck by a heart attack upon discovering numerous photos of Wen Ruan. Jiang Qingyan claimed he had forgotten to delete them, but she did not believe him. It was merely a watch. Why would he go to such lengths for something trivial? She felt he was simply wanting to see Wen Ruan overwhelmed with anger. She had orchestrated the images and videos in the marketing piece, selecting the most unflattering photos and the most embarrassing video of Wen Ruan in the rain. Yao Man felt insecure. In the lounge, she moved closer to Jiang Qingyan and embraced him, saying, Jiang Qingyan, let us get married. Jiang Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze deepening. We've just started dating. Aren't you going to give it some time to assess our relationship? Yao Man replied, you've waited for me for 12 years. I know you truly love me. My father has also stated that as long as you pass this test, he will agree to our marriage. Jiang Qingyan wrapped his arms around her waist, gazing at her for a long moment before slowly smiling. Very well, let us get married. Upon exiting the hotel, Wen Ruan insisted that He Zhang set her down. But he refused, stating, "You've sprained your ankle, you cannot drive." When Juan replied, "I'll take a taxi, I can return once my ankle is bettered." Jiang remained steadfast, carrying her toward the parking lot. "I happen to have no car available these days, may I borrow yours for a while?" When Juan retorted, "Mr. He don't feign poverty." Jiang, maintaining a straight face, replied, "I'm not complaining, several friends of Shen Yifan are getting married, and they've borrowed all my cars. Oh, when Juan said, half convinced, "Then feel free to take it." Once they reached the parking lot, Jiang placed Wen Juan in the passenger seat, stating, "Since I'll be driving, I'll just drop you off." Wen Juan accepted this, saying, "Thank you." As Jiang walked around to the driver's seat, his phone rang. It was a call from Shen Yifan. Jiang quickly lowered the volume before answering. "Old he, no way, you really went to Ronglia's celebration dinner to rescue the damsel in distress?" Shen Yifan exclaimed, a mixture of disbelief and excitement in his tone. Mingyi's resort in Linshur commenced its trial operations today. The weather was splendid, attracting a multitude of visitors, resulting in a highly successful day. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, a skiing party was scheduled, where they were set to engage in a friendly competition with local partner enterprises, paving the way for collaboration in the upcoming year. However, after a warm-up lap on the slopes, he discovered that Jiang was nowhere to be found. His calls went unanswered, prompting him to reach out to Yu Yang. Yu Yang was even more anxious, stating that he had mentioned he hadn't rested well the previous night and had planned to take a nap. He instructed me to wake him at 3:30. But when I arrived, he was absent, and my calls went unanswered. I requested the hotel to assist in reviewing the surveillance footage, only to find he had left in his car at 3. Destination unknown. Shen Yifan took a moment to compose himself. A grown man could not simply vanish without reason. Perhaps he had urgent matters to attend to. The skiing party had been arranged well in advance, and there were numerous guests to entertain. Shen Yifan advised Yu Yang to wait for news at the hotel while he attended to the guests himself. After the first competition concluded, while hydrating, he overheard someone exclaim nearby, "What the hell, isn't that when Ruan, she is being cyberbullied?" Shen Yifan grabbed his phone to check, and indeed, she was trending the comments rife with vile and obscene language. Having navigated the circles of profit for some time, he could discern at a glance that this was orchestrated by online trolls, and the trending topic had been artificially inflated. A mere love letter, and she was not even a high-profile celebrity. The rapid escalation was clearly premeditated. When Juan was in trouble, he surmised that Jiang had likely received advance notice and had returned to Haicheng to seek her out. He called Mingyi's public relations manager, and as expected, the entire department was in disarray. Jiang had ordered the removal of the trending topic about Wen Ruan and demanded the eradication of all derogatory remarks against her online. The public relations manager, taken aback by the absurdity of the directive, inquired further, "Shinzong, what is going on? Why is Jiang suddenly aiding Wen Ruan, wherein they constantly at odds? What does this mean?" Shen Yifan found himself at a loss for an explanation. He certainly could not divulge that their esteemed Jiang was a formidable eagle in business yet a coward in matters of the heart. Such an admission would tarnish Jiang's reputation. Thus Shen Yifan offered a more palatable explanation. "Of course, he seeks to recruit her. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, since Wen Ruan has fallen out with Rongli, it is only natural that Jiang wishes to bring her into Mingyi." This rationale seemed plausible, and the public relations manager did not question it further. After ending the call, although Shen Yifan was tempted to immediately inquire about Jiang's situation, he restrained himself, deciding it would be prudent to wait until he returned. Just then, a flurry of activity erupted in a Haicheng investment group on WeChat. Someone shared a video from Ronglia's celebration banquet. Xiao Jun of Dingbei Capital remarked, sharing video, "Absolutely fantastic, brothers. I'm at Ronglia's celebration banquet. What a spectacle." Li Junjie of Hangfang Venture commented, "What the hell, so Wen Ruan really was with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years? My goddess filter is shattered." Yang Zhixing of Tonglu Financial, "Jiang Qingyan is quite the catch, with beauties on either arm. Not if I were him, I'd also choose Yao Man. Being associated with Ronli Group means less struggle for 20 years. As the group buzzed with excitement, Shen Yifan thought to himself, "This bunch of fools, Jiang is right here in the group. Let him deal with you all. Oh, it seems Wen Ruan is also in the group." Chapter 29. I shouldn't have survived. After a 3-hour drive, Jiang rushed back to Haicheng, determined to rescue the fair maiden. Shen Yifan initially intended to make a quip, but before he could speak, Jiang stated, "I'll take Wen Ruan home first." Wen Ruan, oh, so he is with Wen Ruan. Shen Yifan swallowed his words and redirected the conversation. "Alright, I just wanted to update you on work matters. Guozong is quite regretful that he couldn't join you for a drink tonight. He has business in Haicheng next Monday and wishes to schedule a meeting with you then." "That works." After hanging up, Jiang glanced at Wen Ruan, who was engrossed in her phone, and chose not to interrupt her. As they exited the parking lot and entered the main road, Wen Ruan had silenced her phone before entering the banquet hall. Once in the car, she retrieved her phone to find 8 missed calls, 5 from her mother and 3 from Zhang Tongtong. Preparing to return the calls, she noticed Jiang was already on the line. So she held off, sending a message to her mother first, half an hour away. Then, she messaged Jiang Tongtong, "On my way home, we'll chat later." After sending the messages, she was about to exit WeChat when she noticed her name mentioned in a group chat with over 99 unread messages. Curiosity piqued, she clicked IN. It was an investment group in Haicheng, which she had joined 2 years prior, set to mute notifications, and she had never spoken in. Someone had swiftly uploaded the celebration banquet video, capturing her from the moment she appeared until Li Zhang lifted her away. The group erupted in chatter, with her as the focal point of discussion. Among the 400 participants, some defended her, some remained neutral, but the majority criticized and mocked her, with several comments visible on the screen. Duan Gaoi of Boxing Investment remarked, "He Zhang actually helping Wen Wan? Has He Zhang become her kept man?" Zhang Mingshu of Shinai Securities added, "I believe it. Haven T, you've seen the rumors online. She is surely leveraging her relationship for advantage to. I should have pursued her myself." Sun Pengfei of Shenling Financial chimed in, as the conversation intensified. When Ruan interjected, "Some scholars in China love to fabricate stories out of thin air, mixing flowers with trees, not only extolling their own lives but also whitewashing the darkness to Lu Sun." When Ruan continued, "Your tongue could poison all the insects in the Nile." Shakespeare. When Ruan concluded, "Even if it makes you look like a fool to remain silent, it's better than speaking up and confirming that you are one to." Mark Twain. Her 3 consecutive messages silenced the group, leaving a long pause before anyone dared to respond. Upon arriving at the cake shop, He Zhang assisted in retrieving the cake. When he returned, he found Wen Wan leaning against the chair's back, gazing out the window with unfocused eyes, appearing utterly exhausted and lost in thought. The car's navigation was already set for Huanya Yuan. He Zhang played a soothing tune to ease the mood. 15 minutes later, they reached their destination. He Zhang parked the car and gently tapped Wen Wan's arm, asking which way. Wen Wan snapped back to reality, glancing outside, "Just go straight, at the end turn left." After her college entrance exams, when Ruan's mother sold their original school district apartment and purchased this 2-bedroom unit near Songli Hospital, the car stopped at the entrance of the building, and when Ruan unbuckled her seatbelt, He Zhang's gaze fell on her feet. "Shall I accompany you upstairs?" When Wan replied, "No need, it's not that severe. It just hurt a bit at first, but it's much better now. There are flat shoes in the trunk. I'll just change." They both opened their doors and exited the vehicle. He Zhang opened the trunk first, while Wen Wan moved over to change into her flat shoes and retrieve the cake and clothes from the car. "Thank you for tonight, He Zhang. You can drive the car as you please. Just give me a call when you're done." After bidding farewell, Wen Wan limped slowly towards the building. He Zhang did not follow but lingered by the car, his gaze trailing after her until she entered the building. Once she was out of sight, he pulled out a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. The wind flickered the flame, and his hand trembled, taking a while to ignite the cigarette. He Zhang took a deep drag, feeling a surge of frustration building within him. As it approached 3 o'clock, Qian Wei called him. "He Zhang, I've completed all the handovers. Should I turn myself in today?" After revealing the truth at Rongli, He Zhang had advised him to voluntarily confess, promising to assist him with any trouble from Yao Tianyu. Qian Wei was unafraid of fines or detention, but he dreaded the idea of Yao Tianyu spreading rumors and his family discovering the truth. Since He Zhang had guaranteed assistance, he resolved to confess, thus alleviating his fears. Before hanging up, Qian Wei remarked, "He Zhang, have you seen the love letter Jiang Qingyan wrote to Yao Man? I've been puzzled about how Wen Wan offended Yao Man for wrongly to target her like this. Turns out, she is a romantic rival. Jiang Qingyan is truly ruthless towards Wen Wan." A love letter from Jiang Qingyan. Qian Wei sent him the link, and He Zhang consumed the post titled "A Love Letter." 12 years of waiting in 2 minutes. He read Jiang Qingyan's words, "If you choose to leave, I will wait for you at Rongli. As long as I am at Rongli, I will always wait for you." He saw it. A surge of rage ignited within him, with the online uproar. Wen Wan surely saw it too. Without a moment's hesitation, he drove back to Haicheng, after 3 hours on the road. As he waited at a traffic light, the situation regarding the love letter escalated, and Wen Wan was being cyberbullied. He knew Wen Wan well. If it were merely cyberbullying, she would likely brush it off. However, Jiang Qingyan had liked a post from a marketing account that insinuated she had halted a project out of jealousy for not obtaining Jiang Qingyan's love, given Wen Ruan's temperament. She could endure her lover's betrayal, but she would not tolerate such a treacherous distortion of the truth. Therefore, she would likely confront Jiang Qingyan. Tonight was Rong Li's celebration banquet, held at the Juanrong Hotel, a venue they frequented for all their past banquets, so he headed straight there. Indeed, she was present. However, he had arrived too late. As soon as he entered, he saw Wen Wan sitting on the ground, utterly disheveled, surrounded by a crowd who merely watched and mocked her plight. From his position, he could not boldly rush to her aid. He felt he lacked the standing to do so, hence, he sought out Yao Tianyu under the pretext of settling scores. Determined to cause a scene, throughout the night, He Zhang struggled to contain his fury, and now that Wen Wan had departed, he found it increasingly difficult to suppress his rage, his hand shaking as he reached for a cigarette. Filled with pent-up aggression, he was infuriated by Wen Ruan's past manipulation of his emotions. Despite harboring resentment for so many years, he could never bear to see her suffer even the slightest indignity. How dare Jiang Qingyan treat her in such a manner? He truly deserved condemnation. After finishing a cigarette, Jiang returned to the car, retrieved his phone, and prepared to call Yu Yang, instructing him to drive the car back to Juanrong Hotel the following day. Upon unlocking his phone, a WeChat message popped up. Shen Yifan had sent a screenshot from an investment group in Haicheng, where numerous individuals were maliciously speculating about Wen Ruan engaging in disparaging discussions. Wen Ruan had replied, referencing famous quotes in 3 consecutive messages, which silenced the group. Not a single person dared to speak afterward. He Zhang scrolled through the messages and directly mentioned Shen Yifan in the group chat. He Zhang, Shen Yifan Mingi Capital, count how many filthy mouths are above, remember the names of these fools. Those who speak poorly reveal their character flaws, their names will go on Mingi's blacklist. And we shall never cooperate with them again. When Ruan took the elevator to the 7th floor, entered the code to unlock the door, and changed into slippers as she stepped inside. The living room lights were on. Her mother sat on the sofa, not lifting her head upon hearing the noise. When Ruan approached, intending to place the cake and clothes down, when a cold laugh suddenly pierced her ear. Are you satisfied with the outcome you've brought upon yourself? When Ruan paused, looking up in confusion. What? When Huiyan also glanced at her, her expression devoid of emotion, her words laced with mockery. You are 28 this year. And until you turned 17, I managed everything about you. You were obedient, heeding my every instruction, which is why you excelled during those years, earning praise from everyone you encountered. But once you turned 18, you began to rebel, indulging in early romance, secretly changing your aspirations, and deliberately opposing me, claiming you would take control of your own life from then on. You have worked tirelessly over the years, striving to prove your choices were correct, but were you truly right? Every time when Ruan heard her say such things, it sent a throbbing pain through her head. Mom, I twisted my ankle. It hurts a bit. Can you please? When Huiyan, lost in her own emotions, paid no heed to her words and continued her tirade. I saw those things online. When Ruan, is this truly the choice you made? Years ago, I urged you to study medicine. Yet you insisted on pursuing finance. After years of struggle, you find yourself mired in mud. Had you listened to me back then, you would not be in this position today. And what about Jiang Qingyan? Didn't I tell you he was unreliable? After 3 years of dating, he has never taken you home. At 30, he cannot possibly keep such matters from his family. His refusal to introduce you indicates his family's disapproval. You should not have ventured into such a family, yet you refuse to heed my warnings, diving headlong into this relationship, and the end result, he has someone else in his heart, never truly valuing you. The choices you made regarding your career and relationships were entirely yours, and the evidence speaks for itself. You have chosen wrong. If only you had listened to me, if you had remained in Haicheng for university, you would never have encountered Jiang Qingyan, your life would have unfolded smoothly. Enough, can you please stop talking? When Ruan had suppressed her emotions all this time, and hearing her mother's incessant lecturing now felt like a spell being chanted. Ready to explode her mind, her hands trembled violently, and the cake and clothes she held fell to the ground with a thud. Why didn't I stay in Haicheng for university? Because I wanted to be far away from you. Why did I want to distance myself? Don't you know? When Ruan's eyes turned bloodshot, tears streaming uncontrollably from childhood to now, I was forced to live by the rules you set. When to eat, when to sleep, how much water to drink daily, what grades to achieve in exams, and how many books to read each month. I was like a robot controlled by you. My room was plastered with your plans, which I had to follow, otherwise, you would wear a frown all day. You said giving birth to me cost you significant career opportunities, and you expressed disappointment in me, sometimes regretting having chosen me. To avoid disappointing you, I forced myself to meet your expectations. Mom, I know raising me alone was a struggle, so I obeyed you in everything. You demanded I be top of my class. I achieved that from primary through high school. You claimed my friends would hinder my studies, and I severed ties with them, having no friends at all before high school. I faced ostracism at school, with no one willing to play with me. But that was fine as long as it made you happy. But how do you treat me? I told you I was not in a romantic relationship, yet you refused to believe me. Humiliating He Zheng in front of so many people, slapping me, and even invading my privacy by reading my diary. You read it and then judged my every word, claiming my writing was repressive and my thoughts too heavy. You even showed my diary to my homeroom teacher, urging them to counsel me. This incident spread, leading everyone to believe I was suffering from depression. You offered me no dignity while expecting me to walk your path. I couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. The school was my choice, the major was my choice, and the man was my choice. The outcome I face today is my own doing. And I deserve it, but I have no regrets because had I listened to you and accepted your arrangements, I might have gone mad by now. Mom, being with you makes it hard for me to breathe. You look down on me at every turn. I do not desire a mother like you. You should have terminated the pregnancy. I should never have been born. I should not exist. Slap. What nonsense are you spouting? A sharp slap struck her, causing Wen Ruan to stumble and fall onto the single sofa behind her. After a moment, she steadied herself, ignoring the sharp pain in her ankle, and turned to flee. Downstairs, He Zhang started the car, preparing to leave. As he looked up, he saw Wen Ruan descending once again. Chapter 30. Mr. Yao's magnanimity. He Jiang was taken aback by when Ruan's unexpected return. He opened the door and stepped out of the car. Approaching her and noticing her unusual demeanor, she limped and swayed, exuding an air of desolation. When Ruan, he Jiang grasped her arm, pulling her into the light of a street lamp, where he could see the imprint of a hand on her face. Had her mother struck her? His hand instinctively reached up to her face, and he softly asked, "Does it hurt?" When Ruan looked up at him in a daze, her pupils gradually focusing as she recognized him. She opened her mouth to say it didn't hurt. He Jiang withdrew his hand, suppressing the urge to embrace her, and gently inquired, "Where are you headed now? I can give you a ride if it's on my way." "Where to?" When Ruan's mind momentarily blanked. A middle-aged woman passing by suddenly halted, turning to look in their direction. Ruan, upon hearing her name called, when Ruan looked up and sweetly responded, "Aunt Lan is Lan." An obstetrician at Songli Hospital and a close friend of her mother, took a couple of steps closer and noticed the mark on Ruan's face, her brow furrowing. "Did your mom hit you?" When Ruan, reluctant to elaborate, pointed to the gifts and fruit in Zhonglan's hands, "Aunt Lan, you came to celebrate my mom's birthday, right? You should head upstairs." She moved closer to Yi Zhang. "I have something to attend to. So I can't stay for her birthday. Please tell her for me." As Lan had watched when Ruan grow up and was well aware of the irreconcilable conflict between mother and daughter. Both shared the same stubborn disposition, akin to two obstinate mules. She had just learned about the events online and had come from a surgery half an hour earlier, hearing some nurses discussing when Ruan. She inquired and discovered something had gone awry. Noticing when Ruan's unwillingness to discuss further, Lan refrained from pressing her, affectionately ruffling her hair. "You go about your business. I will talk to your mom. If you need anything, just call me." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Lan." Before leaving, Lan cast a few more glances at Yi Zhang but said nothing. Once she departed, when Ruan turned to Yi Zhang, "Why haven't you left yet?" Yi Zhang quickly concocted an excuse, saying he had just finished a call and was about to leave. He observed the redness around her eyes, pausing for a couple of seconds before saying, "We agreed earlier that you would treat me to dinner at 10 Jingwan Road tomorrow. I have something to do then. How about tonight instead?" When Ruan hadn't eaten anything that evening, alright, Lan knew the code to Ruan's apartment. It was her birthday. She entered after inputting the code and found Wen Huiyan sitting on the floor, her back against the sofa, legs drawn up, burying her face in her knees as she wept. Lan placed the items she was carrying on the coffee table, picked up the fallen cake and clothes, and set them aside before sitting down next to Wen Huiyan. "I just ran into Ruan downstairs. She said she had something urgent to attend to and couldn't celebrate your birthday with you, so she asked me to wish you a happy birthday." The sobs continued unabated. After a while, when Huiyan's muffled voice emerged from her knees, "I hit her. I actually hit her." The head nurse's son at Songli Hospital was also in finance. While cooking, when Huiyan received a call from the head nurse, who mentioned hearing from her son that something had happened to Wen Ruan. She looked at the link sent by the head nurse, which was filled with vitriol aimed at Wen Ruan. Though she dismissed the filthy remarks online, she knew her daughter well. Wen Ruan had always been intelligent and successful in whatever she pursued. Wen Huiyan felt both heartbroken and angry, unable to reach Wen Ruan by phone. She sat on the sofa for a long time, her mind racing, and the suppressed fury accumulated over the years began to boil over. She was upset that Wen Ruan had not listened to her. Had she studied medicine, she would have arranged everything for her, and they would not be in this predicament today. Their words had escalated. Wen Ruan had complained, and things had become increasingly inappropriate. In a moment of emotional collapse, Wen Huiyan had struck her without realizing it. By the time she comprehended her actions, when Ruan had already left, she expressed that being with me leaves her breathless, claiming that I do not love her. Yet my affection for her is genuine. Everything I do is for her sake, so why can't she comprehend my intentions? Lan sighed, her voice slow and gentle. "Huiyan, you believe that Ruan fails to understand you because the plans you have devised stem solely from your own experiences. You have fought tooth and nail to come this far, thus you think that guiding her along your path is in her best interest. However, Huiyan, you were raised in a dire environment, unlovingly nurtured by your parents, which compelled you to strive relentlessly. Yet Ruan has you. She is already remarkable enough. Your desire to mold her into something even more perfect disregards the fact that she is a human being, not a machine. This is not the first time you have struck her. Back when she chose finance, you lost your composure and physically assaulted her. Had I not intervened, you would have even torn her admission letter to shreds. I understand the source of your anger. Is it not due to Ruan's father? You do not wish for her to associate with his circle. You fear they might discover her existence and that she might leave you. Huiyan, you possess many admirable qualities, but your stubbornness is excessive. The wrongs of the past were committed by the old lady. What connection do they have with Ruan's father? Your insistence on divorce has only made you more radical. Do not mention him. When Huiyan, agitated, sharply interrupted, "Let us not speak of him. I shall refrain. Do not be upset." As Lan raised her hand and gently patted her back. "What I wish to convey is that today you have erred. Ruan has endured considerable injustice outside, and you ought to offer her a comforting embrace rather than a slap." A crescent moon hung in the night sky as a black Audi drove straight into No. 10 Jingwan Road. He Zhang opened the door and stepped out, tossing the keys to the approaching valet, then circled around the front of the car to the passenger seat, when Ruan had barely steadied herself on the ground when he swept her up in his arms. She steadied her thoughts and patted his shoulder. I can walk on my own. He Zhang's deep voice held a hint of laughter. The private room is on the second floor. It would be a waste of time for you to hobble your way there. And you might encounter acquaintances along the way. Are you sure you can manage it? When Ruan ceased to struggle in his embrace, this was number 10 Jingwan Road, the most expensive restaurant in Haicheng. Requiring reservations 3 months in advance, catering to only 10 tables in a night, with an average cost starting at 5,000 per person. Those who dine here are either affluent or of high status. Sometimes those in the investment circle come here to entertain guests as a show of class. The chances of running into someone are indeed high. To reach the hall, one must pass a man-made lake, adorned with colorful lights illuminating the artificial rock formations along the shore, creating a breathtaking scene. He Zhang glanced down at the head nestled against his chest. Her reliance on him was something he had longed for. Yet now that it was a reality, he found himself unable to smile. The depths of his gaze betrayed a lingering heartache, while his chest felt a stabbing pain from her closeness. Damn it. I want to eliminate Jiang Qingyan again. The largest private room in the restaurant was on the second floor, not open to the public, reserved exclusively for their own use, complete with dining tables, gaming tables, sofas, and an embedded lounge area. Just as He Zhang sat when Ruan down on the sofa, the restaurant's female manager knocked and entered, respectfully presenting what she held. Mr. He, here is the medicinal liquor you requested. He Zhang received it, instructing, you may serve the dishes now. Not on his way, he had sent a message at the first traffic light for someone to procure the medicinal liquor, while also placing an order for the dishes. Very well, the female manager glanced briefly in Ruan's direction but dared not linger. She quickly exited after acknowledging. Once the door closed, He Zhang knelt beside Ruan, holding the medicinal liquor, realizing his intention. When Ruan hurriedly pulled her feet aside. I can manage. He Zhang twisted open the lid and handed it to her. When Ruan accepted it, removing her shoes and socks, pouring a bit of the medicinal liquor into her palm, and slowly massaging it into her bruised ankle. He Zhang found himself captivated by her delicate, pale feet, staring for a few seconds before swallowing hard and averting his gaze when unwelcome images invaded his thoughts. Just then, his phone rang, and He Zhang took the opportunity to step outside for some fresh air. I'll take this call. When Ruan did not lift her head. All right, the call was from Yao Wei. He Zhang had previously blacklisted his number, so Yao Wei was using his secretary's phone. He Zhang, about the incident with Zhao Su the other day, it was Tianyu and Man's fault. I understand you're upset, but you should not have caused a scene at the celebration banquet tonight. He Zhang leaned against the corridor wall beside the private room. I did cause a scene. What are you going to do about it? His tone was nonchalant, as if someone owed him billions. On the other end, Yao Wei fell silent for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. He Zhang, over the years, regardless of how you and Tianyu have battled, I have not intervened. Feel free to create whatever turmoil you wish. However, all of this must not impact the interests of the group. The implication of his words was quite clear. He Zhang's disruption at the celebration banquet had angered Yao Wei. Yao Wei was a self-serving man, prioritizing power and profit, as long as his interests remained unscathed. He was indifferent, but once you touched his core interests, he would become ruthless. Yao Wei's tone grew weightier, but He Zhang showed no fear, scoffing, knowing my temperament, you still dare to scheme against me? The fact that I didn't publicly annihilate Yao Tianyu tonight should be a relief for you. If Chairman Yao truly cannot tolerate me, then he should just eliminate me outright. I possess few merits, but I am resolute. If you provoke me again, do not say it is just at the celebration banquet. I would dare to disrupt your 60th birthday as well. Yao Wei fell silent for an even longer duration this time. Just as He Zhang was losing patience and about to hang up, Yao Wei seemed to relent, releasing a heavy sigh. You, Saya father knows you have been wronged over the Jiaosu incident. Here's the deal. You have been vying with Tianyu for that piece of land in the southern city. Right, I will make it happen for you, no cost. Consider it a gift. He Zhang recognized this as Yao Wei's final concession. It would be foolish not to take advantage of the Yao family's generosity. Alright, Chairman Yao, you are magnanimous. Yao Wei was pleased with He Zhang's acceptance of the offer, and once that matter was settled, he abruptly shifted the topic. He Zhang, you helped Ruan out of a tight spot last time. And again tonight, what is your relationship with her? His words were laced with probing. He Zhang understood his intentions and responded with a faint, cold smile. Why help her? Of course, it is because I wish to invite her to Mingyi. Talents like Ruan are rare, and you have blinded yourselves to her potential, nearly driving her to desperation. How unfortunate it is that she is unwilling to join Mingyi, claiming she never wishes to see you again and wants to keep her distance from you all. Upon He Zhang's return to the private room, the dishes had already been served, and when Ruan had started drinking, when he entered, she held a tall glass filled with red wine, lifting it to her lips and draining it in one gulp. After finishing, she went to refill, and He Zhang glanced at the wine bottle beside her. Goodness, half of it was already gone. He walked over and snatched the glass from her hand. Ancestor, drink a little less. Will you? Once your ankle is better, I will drink with you, alright? This ancestor was in a foul mood tonight, having indulged in alcohol, her pent-up emotions from the entire evening erupted, and she directed her anger towards him. Do not take my glass, you mustn't take it, I am not asking you to treat, I can pay for myself, I have money, I sold Jiang Qingyan for $1 billion earlier. She had thought that even if she caused a scene at Romley, they could not possibly agree to compensate her so smoothly, but tonight she realized the truth that $1 billion in compensation was equivalent to Yao Man buying out her 3 years with Jiang Qingyan. To put it bluntly, she had sold Jiang Qingyan to her for $1 billion. Zhang understood that she was upset tonight and needed alcohol to numb her senses. He released his grip. And when Ruan raised her glass again, gulping it down hastily, she drank too quickly and choked, tears streaming down her face. Zhang bent down, tilting his head to observe her, feeling this miserable. Let me share a story even more tragic than yours. Please do not cry, alright. His languid tone carried a gentle coaxing when Ruan, filled with fiery anger and heart-wrenching pain, failed to detect his tone, only hearing his words, who could be more miserable than I? Zhang chuckled, there is someone me. Would you like to hear about my background? Chapter 31. Zhang's background. When Yao Wei called Zhang, he was still in Hong Kong. The internet company under the group had successfully gone public yesterday. And last night there was a large celebration banquet, followed by a smaller gratitude banquet tonight, inviting only important guests. Halfway through the gratitude banquet, he heard about the situation in Haicheng.at this moment. He sat in the tea room adjacent to the banquet hall, his uncle Lin Weiman sitting across from him. Upon seeing Zhang hang up, he handed him the freshly brewed tea. Tonight, Zhang publicly embarrassed Tianyu. And you have given that piece of land in the southern city to Zhang. Tianyu will likely harbor even more resentment towards him, and the two brothers may end up clashing again. He was the first to receive news about what transpired at Romley's celebration banquet, relayed to him by Yao Wei. Hearing this, Yao Wei took a sip of tea, his brow furrowed with the composure of someone long accustomed to power. A knowing smile gracing his face. What brothers do not bicker? Lin Weiman had been with him for nearly 30 years. He could not claim to fully understand him but could somewhat guess his thoughts. Over the past few years, Zhang and Yao Tianyu had been at odds, and Yao Wei had refrained from intervening, seemingly with ulterior motives. What motives? To select the successor of Romley Group. Compared to Yao Tianyu, Yao Wei actually preferred Zhang as his son. Yao Wei believed Zhang possessed a certain fierceness, the qualities necessary for great achievements. Unfortunately, Zhang's obstinacy and deep-seated resentment towards the Yao family made him difficult to manage. Yao Wei's stance was clear. Since he could not control him for the time being, he would let him roam freely while taking advantage of him. Yao Tianyu had previously been somewhat of a failure. But after clashing with Zhang and striving to outdo him, Zhang's excellence spurred him on, leading him to gradually improve himself. Yao Wei occasionally leans towards Zhang, partly in hopes of easing the strained father-son relationship, and partly viewing Zhang as a means to cultivate Yao Tianyu. By entrusting Yao Tianyu with the management of Romley Capital, he intends for him to engage in a contest of wits with Zhang, using Zhang as a catalyst to spur Yao Tianyu's growth. Ultimately, if Zhang can set aside past grievances and is willing to be included in the Yao family lineage, embracing a harmonious father-son relationship, Yao Wei would still be inclined to offer him an opportunity, for despite everything, Zhang remains his most favored son. Conversely, if Zhang cannot relinquish his resentments, by the time Yao Wei retires, Yao Tianyu will have matured sufficiently. It is a well-calculated strategy. Regardless of the outcome, he is assured of securing an exceptional heir. As the secretary knocked and entered, announcing that a distinguished guest was seeking Yao Dong, Yao Wei set down his cup and rose, suddenly recalling something from Zhang's earlier remarks. It seemed that when Ruan might either change professions or leave Haicheng, the young girl has her own struggles. Since she understands the need for discretion, it is best not to disturb her. He instructed Lin Weiman, please call Tianyu and advise him and Man to keep a low profile and refrain from antagonizing Ruan further. If they create any more scandals, it will bring disgrace upon the entire group. Additionally, secure the land in the southern city in the name of the group and gift it to Zhang, so Tianyu need not contest it. Lin Weiman promptly agreed. Understood. Once the door closed, his phone buzzed with an incoming message. Lin Yu inquired, what did Yao Dong say? When Ruan did not deliberately ruin the celebration banquet, it was truly Yao Man and the others who were excessive. Lin Weiman replied, Yao Dong is not pursuing the matter. Lin Yu remarked, the old scoundrel still possesses a modicum of conscience. Lin Weiman responded, conscience is indeed scarce. Prior to calling Zhang, Yao Wei's directive had been to leverage when Ruan's mother, a doctor, to instigate a targeted medical disturbance, thereby coercing Wen Ruan into silence. Ironically, it was Zhang who indirectly aided Wen Ruan. Lin Weiman made a call to Yao Tianyu, conveying Yao Wei's original message. When Yao Tianyu received the call, he was at a bar with friends, having left the celebration banquet in a foul mood. His companions urged him to drink and unwind. Upon hearing that they were to let Wen Ruan be, he expressed no objections. He bore no deep-seated animosity towards her, although he felt embarrassed by her at the banquet. It was ultimately he who had first caused her discomfort, letting her be posed no loss to him, however, upon learning that his father intended to acquire the land in the southern city and gift it to Jiang. He was infuriated. He smashed the bottles on the table. His father was occupied entertaining guests and could not take his call, so he directly dialed Jiang, intending to arrange a confrontation, yet Jiang was also unable to answer his call. At number 10 Jingwan Road, in a private room, when Ruan looked up at Jiang, her misty eyes reflecting a moment of astonishment. Your background, Jiang raised his hand and gently wiped the tears from her cheek. You must have heard the rumors regarding me and the Yao family. When Ruan had indeed heard, even having learned the entire story just last week from Lin Yu, who stated that Jiang was indeed a child of the Yao family. Unable to disclose Lin Yu's source, she cautiously replied, rumors? Are they saying you are Yao Wei's son? That seems false, as you all denied it back then. Jiang affirmed, it is true. When Ruan feigned surprise. Oh, Jiang pulled a chair from the side and sat down, pouring a glass of warm water and handing it to her. If you wish to hear the story, drink this first. When Ruan raised the glass and drank. My mother, Jiang hesitated, pouring himself a drink and downing it in one go. Never mind, it feels awkward to call her mother. Let's just say her name is Meizhu. She was a simple-minded romantic. Easily swayed by Yao Wei's sweet words during university, unexpectedly pregnant, she dropped out of school and returned to her hometown to give birth. That unfortunate child was me, upon learning that Yao Wei had taken up with a new woman. She fled right after my birth, leaving me with my grandmother, never to return until I was in my second year of junior high. Jiang's expression remained impassive, recounting his past as if telling someone else's tale. That year, Meizhu managed to ascend among Yao Wei's numerous women. After establishing herself, she remembered me, especially after having cared for Yao Man and her siblings for many years, who merely regarded her as a servant. After all, I was her biological child. She brought me into the Yao family to reclaim my heritage. Initially, I was named Jiang, a name given by an elder in the village, with the character Zheng implying standing tall and firm. After bringing me into the Yao family, Meizhu intended to rename me Yao Mazheng, with Zheng signifying to compete, Yao Mazheng. When Ruan frowned slightly at the name Yao Mazheng, meaning do not compete, what a peculiar notion. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Zheng clarified, Mazheng means to not compete at all. She claimed it was for my own good, saying that if I wished to find stability within the Yao family, I must not contest anything with Yao Man and her siblings. Zheng chuckled softly. A hint of self-mockery in his tone. What was there for me to compete for? At that time, I was merely a fool, desiring nothing more than a semblance of maternal affection, yet she lavished all her favoritism upon those siblings. Before my second year of junior high, I had never met Meizhu. My grandmother had consistently told me that my mother was a gentle person who did not return home due to her own struggles, asserting that she loved me dearly, words I had heard for many years. Hence, the resentment I harbored was matched by a yearning anticipation. Therefore, when my mother came to take me away, my grandmother encouraged me to go live with her for a time. And I followed joyfully. I lived in the Yao family for 2 months, during which I nearly met my demise. Yao Tianyu placed razor blades in my shoes, and Meizhu excused him, saying it was primarily my fault for not checking my shoes before putting them on. Yao Tianyu pushed me down the stairs, and again, Meizhu defended him, claiming he did not mean to, suggesting I should have held onto the railing while descending. Yao Man tortured cats, and when I seized the opportunity to release the 2 tailless cats while she was in her room, a servant witnessed the act and reported me as Yao Man exploded in fury. Yao Man lashed out at me viciously, and Meizhu offered no words of comfort, only reproach, although I too found it cruel. It was merely Yao Man's pastime, and I was told I deserved it. After all, they were just cats. What concern was it of mine? Yao Wei was exceedingly busy and seldom at home. Upon learning of my mistreatment, he merely advised Yao Tianyu and his siblings to refrain from causing too much trouble. Meizhu, being my biological mother, offered no protection either, with both parents failing to defend me. Yao Tianyu's bullying escalated. The day after I was discharged from the hospital, Meizhu accompanied Yao Wei to a banquet, leaving me home alone. Yao Tianyu summoned a group of friends to our house, and they restrained me, forcing me to crawl beneath their legs. That night, I fought back for the first time. Growing up with my grandmother in the countryside, I had done all sorts of labor and often clashed with local bullies. Toughened by the experience, in contrast, Yao Tianyu and his city-bred friends, accustomed to a life of comfort, were soft and pampered, gasping for breath after a mere sprint. I fought 5 of them, although I sustained severe injuries. I emerged victorious. When Meizhu returned, she berated me without reservation, delivering 2 slaps and demanding I apologize to Yao Tianyu. That night, I ran away. Upon returning, I changed my name to Jiang. Mazheng, you say? I would fight, I would contend, and I would insist on it. In my 3rd year of junior high, Meizhu returned, but the attitude of Yao Man and her siblings towards her had grown increasingly hostile. After years of attempting to conceive without success, she began to recall her biological son. Disappointed in her, I was reluctant to go. Meizhu pleaded with my grandmother, who, while discontent with Meizhu, still felt a mother's love for her daughter. My grandmother urged me for a long time, but I remained unmoved, eventually leading to her falling ill from worry. Thus, I once again went with Meizhu. I enrolled in high school in Haichang with Yao Wei's approval. which meant Yao Tianyu could not expel me, yet he did not relent. He frequently had people block me at school, not only resorting to physical confrontations but also hurling harsh insults, aware of my close bond with my grandmother. He often humiliated her, spitting venomous words that tarnished her reputation. Unable to tolerate it any longer, I retaliated against Yao Tianyu, knocking out his teeth in a furious altercation. That night, Himeju ordered bodyguards to forcibly bring me back to the Yao family, where I was nearly beaten to death with the family's disciplinary methods. This pattern repeated each time I clashed with Yao Tianyu. Himeju never inquired about the reasons behind our fights and would scold me first without hesitation. My complete break with Himeju came after the college entrance examination. After Yao Tianyu failed his exams and went abroad to seek opportunities, I was accepted into Haicheng University, which brought pride to Himeju. She wished to bring me back to the Yao family and change my surname, while Yao Wei also desired for me to reclaim my lineage. I refused steadfastly. In a fit of rage, Himeju seized my bank card, cutting off my tuition and living expenses. All my college funds were earned by me. After turning 18, I had not spent a single penny of Himeju's or Yao family's money. Even the money she had previously given me was returned, and I cut all ties with them. What was initially a separation turned into an endless pursuit, as Yao Tianyu, seemingly unhinged, continued to harass me. During the early stages of my entrepreneurial journey, Yao Tianyu overtly and covertly suppressed me, undermining my projects and severing my financial support. Throughout those initial 2 years, I never enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Fighting desperately to survive during those years when Yao Tianyu relentlessly targeted me, Yao Wei remained oblivious, merely advising me not to make too much noise, while Himeju continued to favor Yao Tianyu. When I faced setbacks, she would mock me, saying, "I arranged for you to gain experience in the subsidiary company. You insisted on starting your own business, so you brought this upon yourself." Conversely, when Yao Tianyu faced difficulties, Himeju would inundate him with calls, insisting, "Tianyu is your brother. He's just playing around with you. Why take it so seriously?" I had completely lost hope in Himeju. Over the years, resentment and hatred had festered within me. In the private room, when Ruan placed a comforting hand on He Zhang's shoulder, sighing with sympathy, "Then you were somewhat worse off than I. In this comparison, she found herself to be luckier, for at least her mother remained her mother." He Zhang displayed no trace of sorrow, instead letting out a laugh. "Indeed, I am worse off than you." When Ruan poured a glass of wine for him, then filled her own glass to the brim, lifting it to clink against his. Both were despondent. "So be it, let us drink to excess tonight, it is my treat." He Zhan, "All right then." This evening, she was determined to drink until she was inebriated. Seeing that he could not dissuade her, he ceased his attempts. The meal extended until 1 in the morning, during which when Ruan became utterly intoxicated, perhaps it was He Zhan's gentle coaxing to drink water that struck a chord within her, for she misidentified him entirely, her tear-filled eyes gazing up at him. "Mama, why don't you love me? Why does even you not love me? Why does no one love me?" Her tears flowed uncontrollably. He Zhan, taken aback by being mistaken for her mother, felt his heart soften upon hearing her words. He leaned in, carefully enveloping her in his embrace. "How could it be that no one loves you?" "I love you," he whispered, for He Zhan would forever love Wan. "It is you who does not love me." Chapter 32, Shall We Kiss? When Wan cried herself to exhaustion, resting her head against He Zhan's chest and falling asleep. The restaurant's third floor housed a private lounge belonging to He Zhan. It was already past 1 in the morning, and he did not wish to disturb her further, so he carried her directly to the lounge. He gently placed her on the bed, removing her shoes, socks, and outerwear, then tucked her under the blanket. Sitting on the edge of the bed, He Zhan's gaze lingered on the figure before him, under the dim yellow light. When Ruan's cheeks, flushed from the wine, bore a delicate hue of pink, her earlobes rounded like warm jade, her lips full and alluring, exuding an irresistible charm, He Zhan swallowed hard, enchanted, and reached out, his warm fingertips brushing against her cool, rosy lips, caressing them lightly before retracting, pressing those same fingers against his own lips. Just that simple act ignited the fire of desire within him. He Zhan wrestled between the temptation of taking advantage and the virtue of restraint, ultimately succumbing to longing just to kiss. Just a brief moment, he leaned in closer, halting abruptly just as their lips were about to meet. When Ruan's eyes fluttered open, her gaze hazy and unfocused, the light in her pupils flickering as she stared at him in bewilderment. He Zhan froze, feeling a twinge of awkwardness. His feelings for Wen Ruan could hardly be described as love at first sight. Their initial encounter took place in their first year of high school, a time when his biological mother showed him no affection yet insisted on keeping him close due to blood ties. His grandmother, sympathetic to her daughter, frequently urged him to accept Himeju, while Yao Tianyu, unable to tolerate him, often brought his gang to confront him. His life was a dismal affair, filled with negativity, as he found annoyance in everything around him, due to the Yao family and Himeju. He even developed a distaste for the city of Haicheng. He shared a desk with Wen Ruan, a native of Haicheng, whose fair complexion and delicate features marked her as a pampered young lady. Much to his annoyance, their first conversation occurred one day when Yao Tianyu and his bodyguards cornered him. At that time, he was as thin as a reed, young and unable to stand up to the too burly Trained men nearly beaten to a pulp that night after lying on the ground for what felt like an eternity. When Ruan happened to pass by on her way home and spotted him, their eyes met for a moment before she hesitantly called out, "He simply stared at her in silence until she approached, crouching down to observe him from head to toe. "Can you stand?" At that moment, he thought, "Isn't it obvious? If I could stand, would I be lying here?" The wind picked up that night, and as when Ruan squatted beneath the streetlight, it was the first time Jean truly noticed her, clad in her black and white school uniform, her hair in a neat bun, her face exquisitely flawless, and her elegant swan-like neck reminiscent of a goddess. She was undeniably beautiful. No wonder the boys in their class often gravitated towards her desk when Ruan did not stand idly by. She offered to seek help from the school security guard, as the school was nearby, just a 2-minute walk from the alley. Jean, feeling embarrassed, refused her offer. "You don't need to find him. Just help me up." He instinctively extended an arm. After a moment's hesitation, she placed her arm around his shoulder, assisting him out of the alley. She accompanied him to the hospital, helped with the payment, and even bought him a meal before leaving. He felt grateful, though at that time it was merely gratitude. When Ruan was an academic prodigy, dedicating her days solely to studying, while he, a slacker, squandered his time playing and sleeping, all the while dealing with Yao Tianyu's incessant bullying. Throughout their first year, they scarcely spoke. In their second year, they were sorted into the same class, a key class, when Ruan had earned her place through merit, while he had been thrust into it by Himeiju's financial contributions, who hoped to maintain her reputation in front of the Yao family by secretly donating to the school. His deeper connection with Wen Ruan came about due to an altercation with Yao Tianyu. It was during an incident when Yao Tianyu insulted his grandmother that Jean retaliated, knocking out one of Yao Tianyu's teeth. Himeiju had him taken home and subjected to severe punishment. That night, he fled the Yao household, encountering Wen Ruan at a bus stop near the school. It was a fortuitous meeting. She too had run away from home after quarreling with her mother. Arriving without dinner and without a penny to her name, he treated her to a bowl of beef noodles. Perhaps it was their shared plight that made Wen Ruan more talkative that night. "Today is my mother's birthday. I broke open my piggy bank and used all my pocket money to buy her a cake and a dress. I saved for a long time and chose the dress carefully, but she didn't even look at it. Instead, she analyzed my exam paper, scolding me for spending money frivolously, suggesting I should have bought more practice exams instead. She scolded me for 20 minutes. I don't understand. I am already first in the grade. Why is she still so harsh? She wants me to achieve perfect scores in every subject. I am truly frustrated. All I wanted was to celebrate her birthday. I was so angry just now that I tore up my exam paper. It's just a piece of paper, yet it felt like a matter of life and death. I dread going home every day. It feels stifling, like being in prison. Why is my mother so different from others?" That night, Wen Ruan cried as well that he hadn't finished his meal, and when he paid, the owner looked at him with a mixture of incredulity and reproach, as if he were the villain, the one who had caused Wen Ruan to cry. Out of respect for her, he remained silent throughout. That night, he learned that even the top student could be punished for their grades. When Wen Ruan inquired about the bruise on his face, he, not wanting to mention the Yao family, simply attributed it to poor performance. After that day, Wen Ruan began lending him her class notes, helping him analyze his mistakes on exams, and even predicting questions before tests. She was truly remarkable, having accurately predicted many questions. Previously, he had harbored a nihilistic mindset. Indifferent to studying, Wen Ruan said, "If you desperately wish to escape your current life but lack the means to change your situation, then study, because in a life where you feel like a puppet, only your grades can save you." Himeiju had force-fed him toxic platitudes to boost her own ego, which he found repugnant, yet he absorbed Wen Ruan's words, not wanting her to look down on him. He began to apply himself with Wen Ruan's assistance. His grades improved rapidly. In gratitude, he bought her breakfast, fetched her hot water, helped her with chores, and discreetly dealt with anyone who spoke ill of her or upset her. At that time, he shared a dormitory with Shen Yifan, who was his closest friend. Shen Yifan remarked, "Jean, you're finished. You've fallen for her." Upon realizing his feelings, he began to flaunt himself before Wen Ruan, only to be reported for early romance, which resulted in her getting punished by her mother. He felt immense guilt and frustration as he pondered how to apologize when Wen Ruan unexpectedly confessed her feelings. "Jean, I like you. Do you want to start a relationship?" He spent that entire night in joyous elation, sleepless with happiness. She mentioned her desire to attend Haicheng University, and in order to keep pace with her, he burned the midnight oil, studying until he ended up in the hospital, only to find himself deceived. Over the years, he had been waiting for Wen Ruan while simultaneously trying to let her go. If Yao Man had not caused all this trouble, if Wen Ruan were well, he had already resolved to completely abandon her and prepare to leave Haicheng. During his moments of distress, Shen Yifan would often advise him, "Perhaps your feelings for Wen Ruan are merely a youthful obsession." But no, he was acutely aware that it was not an obsession, due to Himeiju and the nightmarish experiences with the Yao family. He had developed psychological issues, particularly during high school when his grandmother would occasionally side with Himeiju. His emotions were difficult to manage, he found annoyance in everything and had little interest in anything. When Ruan had saved his life, She was not only a guiding light in his life but also a vessel for his affections, from the budding of youthful love to the present. His heart belonged solely to Wen Ruan. His only wish for her was her happiness. If she chose him, it would be his fortune. If she did not, he hoped for her to find success and fulfillment in all her endeavors. Of course, he was human, with his own emotions, and he felt jealousy. When he learned that she was genuinely with Jiang Qingyan, he was consumed by jealousy, terrified of succumbing to the urge to intervene and disrupt her happiness. Even contemplating entering a genuine relationship to forget her, yet, after several attempts, he found no enthusiasm, not to mention the normal intimacy of a couple's kiss. Even holding hands repulsed him, both psychologically and physically. During that time, Chen Yifan looked at him with concern, suspecting something was amiss and suggesting he consult a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, which he refused, for he felt no issue. He held no interest in other women. Yet he experienced sultry dreams. In those dreams, the enchanting figure possessed skin as fine as silk, entwining him tightly, allowing him to kiss deeply and possessively without restraint. As he awoke the next morning, he lamented that it had all been but a beautiful dream. Bursting into the bathroom, he sought to wash away the guilt-ridden thoughts he dared not reveal. For several days, he had avoided encountering Wen Ruan, even going so far as to evade her in professional settings. Her visage was an uncanny reflection of the woman in his dreams. In the past, he had only dared to indulge in fantasies within the realm of slumber. Yet now the object of his affection stood before him, making it exceedingly difficult for He Zhang to maintain the facade of a virtuous gentleman. Seizing the opportunity of her inebriation, he felt a reckless abandon wash over him. "Wen Ruan, shall we kiss?" After posing the question, he fell silent, his gaze fixed intently on the person beneath him, awaiting her response. He had resolved that if she were to close her eyes again or remain mute, he would steal a kiss. The desire to press his lips to hers was overwhelming, a longing that sent shivers through his body. At that moment, when Ruan's consciousness was only half awake, she did not catch He Zhang's words. Merely sensing that the man beside her was uncomfortably close, his breath hot and hurried, brushing against her face in a tantalizing manner, struggling to open her eyes, she gradually discerned the features of the man before her. "He Zhang?" Her voice emerged soft, almost playful. "Yes, it is I," he replied, his breath quickening, his restrained arms feeling weak, inching closer until their lips nearly touched. Nervously his Adam's apple bobbed, his handsome face flushed, while beads of sweat formed on his prominent nose. His gaze was intense, smoldering with an insatiable desire, as if he were about to devour her whole. When Ruan, her senses dulled, was utterly captivated by him, wrapping her arms around his neck and pulling him down. The moment their lips met, He Zhang's mind went blank, a jolt of electricity coursing through him, leaving him in a dizzying state. Realizing she had initiated the kiss, he completely lost his reason, transitioning from a chaotic encounter to a fervent embrace. Exploring her lips with reckless abandon, leaving her no chance to retract, their lips danced together in a fervent kiss. He Zhang claimed her first kiss as his own. Back in high school, there had been chatter among the girls that couples who kissed on a Ferris wheel would remain together forever. He Zhang had scoffed at the notion, yet after the college entrance exams, he had taken Wen Ruan to experience it. That night, the moonlight was enchanting, and the breeze gentle. The apex of the Ferris wheel. He had pulled Wen Ruan into his embrace. It was also his first kiss, awkward and unsure, driven only by instinct as he cautiously explored her lips, the sensation leaving him lightheaded, as if the world were spinning. Wen Ruan had been taken aback, momentarily frozen, before she pushed him away, leaving him yearning for more, yet too embarrassed to pursue her further. That time, he had cared about his pride, too shy to admit that he had been influenced by the rumor about kissing on the Ferris wheel. Blaming it on Chen Yifan had claimed that girls loved to kiss on Ferris wheels because it was auspicious. As it turned out, the legend was indeed false, he had kissed her. But before long, Wen Ruan had called it quits, eventually running off with Jiang Qingyan. In that period, He Zhang had been utterly despondent, even resorting to uncharacteristic actions, visiting temples to pray, traversing every temple in High City, beseeching for Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan to part ways. Strangely enough, it had actually worked. As he deepened the kiss, lost in a whirlwind of emotions, he pondered, unsure which deity had intervened. He would need to express his gratitude. Perhaps making the rounds to each temple. He might as well pray for Wen Ruan to fall in love with him swiftly. Chapter 33. What are your plans for the future? At 2 a.m. At Rongli capital, following the celebratory banquet, Lin Yu had to rush back to Hong Kong. Remembering that she had left her laptop in the office, she decided to come back in the middle of the night. Just as she exited the elevator, she encountered Jiang Qingyan and the public relations manager, Shui Xiao. The two were engaged in conversation, and upon noticing Lin Yu, Shui Xiao was the first to speak. "What brings you here at such a late hour?" "I came to retrieve something," Lin Yu replied, turning to Jiang Qingyan with a smile. "Mr. Jiang, still working at this hour? Aren't you supposed to be accompanying the young lady?" While it sounded like a jest, there was a subtle undertone of sarcasm. Having known her for many years, Shui Xiao could easily pick up on her tone, and he winked at her, signaling her not to act impulsively. Lin Yu, however, chose to disregard him. Jiang Qingyan glanced at Lin Yu, not answering her inquiry, merely stating, "Aren't you catching a flight early in the morning? You should hurry back after getting what you need." Lin Yu was taken aback, her expression one of surprise. Mr. Jiang remembers that I have a flight. I thought your attention was solely on the young lady, neglecting those of us who toil tirelessly in the investment department. After all, Jiang Qingyan had been rather harsh towards Wen Ruan. Jiang Qingyan remained silent. It was a weekend, and some of the attendees heading to Hong Kong had not yet departed. Vice President Lin had arranged for Lin Yu to accompany the guests' families for shopping and tea over the weekend. Jiang Qingyan, clad in a black shirt, black trousers, and a black coat, appeared imposing, his eyes dark and brooding, creating an intimidating atmosphere. After all, Jiang Qingyan had been quite stern with Wen Ruan. The air around them grew tense. Shui Xiao pressed the elevator button, and the already closing doors reopened as he held them back, saying to Jiang Qingyan, "Mr. Jiang, allow me to escort you down." Jiang Qingyan stepped into the elevator, after giving Lin Yu a look that conveyed "don't act rashly." Shui Xiao followed suit. As the elevator doors closed, Lin Yu scoffed, turning to walk away. She realized her earlier remarks had been a bit hasty. Her irritation stemmed not only from defending Wen Ruan but also from her past admiration for Jiang Qingyan, whom she had once viewed as an idol and a goal. Tonight, however, that illusion had shattered, leaving her with a deep-seated aversion to him. Inside the elevator, Shui Xiao chose his words carefully, trying to defend Lin Yu. Having been spoiled by her family and shielded by her uncle at the company, her temper was known to be fierce. At times she spoke without thinking, not intending any harm, and urged Jiang Qingyan not to hold it against her. Jiang Qingyan, with his gaze fixed on his phone, appeared unyielding. She spoke the truth. "I have indeed been harsh with Wen Ruan." Shui Xiao felt awkward, unsure how to respond. Jiang Qingyan put away his phone and shifted the topic. "Regarding the posts about Wen Ruan, it appears all discussions have ceased. You mentioned earlier that it was the people from Mingyi who did this." As they delved into work matters, Shui Xiao's expression turned serious. Yes, when Ruan's appearance at the celebration stirred quite a commotion. Before the banquet had concluded, someone had already posted the recorded footage online. Shui Xiao had received orders from Yao Tianyu, stating that no negative comments about him or Ronli should appear online. Jiang Qingyan had approached him privately, requesting that he handle Wen Ruan's trending negative publicity, offering to bear the costs himself. As the public relations manager, Shui Xiao focused on his duties and had his entire department working until 1:30 in the morning. Having resolved the company's issues, he prepared to address the online slander against Wen Ruan. To his surprise, he found that all negative remarks about her had vanished. After making several inquiries, a close friend in High City's public relations sector informed him that his cousin had just started in Mingyi's public relations department 2 weeks prior and had been assigned the task of removing Wen Ruan's negative trending topics. Strange, isn't it? He Zhang is actually helping Wen Ruan. This matter was not to be disclosed. Hearing He Zhang's name caused Jiang Qingyan's fingers to tighten around his phone. He Zhang. Suddenly, he recalled He Zhang's presence at the celebration. While he claimed to be seeking an apology from Ronli for Zhao's incident, He Zhang had kept his eyes fixed on Wen Ruan the entire time. What intentions did He Zhang harbor toward Wen Ruan? He Zhang may have had ulterior motives, but he lacked the courage to act on them. If he truly crossed the line tonight, given Wen Ruan's temperament, she would blacklist him by morning, and their relationship would end with this night. Regaining a semblance of rationality, He Zhang rolled out of bed and rushed to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face. There was no need to rush. He had waited for over a decade, and he could afford to wait longer given Wen Ruan's nature. No matter how much she loved Jiang Qingyan, after today's events she would never look back. Thus, his opportunity had arrived once he brought her home. Would he have to worry about not savoring her? Emerging from the bathroom, He Zhang tidied Wen Ruan's disheveled clothes, covered her with a blanket, and then leaned down to kiss her forehead goodnight. Wen Ruan awoke the following morning at 10. Having drunk too much the night before, the unfamiliar room left her mind in a fog, its decor resembling that of a small lounge rather than a hotel. Spotting her phone on the bedside table, she reached for it. Prior to dinner the previous evening, she had turned off her phone. Now, upon switching it on, a barrage of messages and missed calls flooded the screen, primarily from Zhang Tongtong. "Dear ancestor. You finally called," Jiang Tongtong exclaimed. "Last night, you messaged me saying we would talk soon. I waited for you until midnight, and you never reached out again." Pan Rua saw the video of the celebration banquet in their company group. "And that is how I learned something had happened. Why didn't you call me when you went? If I were there, I would have definitely taken down that scoundrel Jiang Qingyan." Unable to contact you, I was frantic, almost ready to file a police report. Later, Pan Rui bumped into your mother at the hospital, and she said you left with a friend. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Tongtong launched into a tirade. When Ruan rubbed her temples, realizing her phone had been turned off, yet Zhang Tongtong's primary concern was not that. Ruan, where are you now?" Just as when Ruan was about to respond, the door swung open, and she looked up to see a woman in a black suit, her hair cropped short and her makeup sharp and polished. This woman was familiar. She was the restaurant manager who had brought her medication for her sprained ankle the previous night. Upon seeing Wen Ruan awake, the manager paused momentarily before breaking into a broad smile. "Miss Wen, you're awake. Mister, he said you might sleep until noon." When Ruan gestured around her, "Where is this?" "This is Mr. He.S. Lounge, the manager replied, adding with utmost professionalism, it's Mr. He.S. exclusive space, and you are the first woman to stay here. When Ruan, the last statement was entirely unnecessary to emphasize. Miss Wan, here are the garments prepared for you by Mr. He. The manager gently placed the bag she was holding on the nearby sofa. There are new toiletries in the bathroom. Please let me know if you find anything lacking, and I shall procure it for you. When Ruan glanced at the clothing, shook her head, and replied, no, thank you. Upon hearing her expression of gratitude, the female manager promptly responded, it is my duty. Mr. He is a friend of the boss and a major shareholder in the restaurant. Naturally, they must attend to his guests with utmost care. The female manager did not wish to delay her washing and tidying up and inquired before leaving, Miss Wan, shall I bring your breakfast in? Or would you prefer to go to the restaurant? When Ruan replied, you go about your work, don't mind me. The female manager hesitated but ultimately succumbed to Ruan's stubbornness, saying, very well, I shall have the driver wait at the entrance. You will see him as soon as you step outside. Alright, thank you. The door closed, and when Ruan returned the phone to her ear, the call had not been terminated. Jiang Qingyan, on the other end, heard the commotion and asked, Mr. He Jiang. When Ruan confirmed, yes, she tossed aside the covers, slipped out of bed, donned her slippers, and ambled toward the bathroom while briefly recounting the events of the previous night. After a moment of surprise, Jiang Qingyan became anxious. Are you alright? He Jiang, didn't he do anything to you? Did he? You two have always been rivals. Why the sudden kindness? When Ruan interrupted her, I am fine. Although He Jiang is sharp-tongued, he possesses good character. He would not take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Moreover, she still wore the same clothes from yesterday and felt no discomfort. Jiang Qingyan sighed in relief, exchanged a few casual remarks, and then grew pensive. What are your plans moving forward? When Ruan stood before the bathroom mirror, her disheveled hair framing a pale face, with red-rimmed eyes that rendered her unrecognizable, neither human nor ghostly. I am moving this weekend. The house will be transferred on Monday, and then I shall take a stroll to clear my mind. The resentment and hatred brewing within her surged like signs of an impending volcanic eruption. She needed to step out to alleviate her overwhelming emotions, otherwise she feared that the coiled spring of her anger would snap back, leading her to contemplate wrongdoing. The Yao family wielded significant power in Haicheng, and she had relatives and friends there. She could not afford to act impulsively. She must remain composed. Clear your mind. Jiang Qingyan paused, suddenly realizing something. You're not thinking of leaving Haicheng, are you? Will you come back? When Ruan fixed her gaze on her reflection and spoke softly, of course, I will return. She had repaid Jiang Qingyan's life-saving grace, and the debts between them were settled, yet she owed nothing to Yao Man. The day she departed from Rongli, they should have been like parallel lines, and she had intended to leave Haicheng behind, severing ties with them. However, Yao Man persistently sought to entangle her. She owed Yao Man nothing. Why should she flee? She would return. Yao Man's repeated schemes against her stemmed fundamentally from jealousy over her 3-year relationship with Jiang Qingyan. If she was bothered by her, then Wen Wan would insist on coming back. Returning to vex her, what for? She planned to go to Mingyi and see if He Jiang would still accept her. Upon hearing that she would indeed return, Jiang Qingyan breathed a sigh of relief. Going out to clear your mind is fine, but is it really necessary to rush? Why not wait a few days until Pan Rui's mother is discharged from the hospital, and I can accompany you? When Ruan declined, I can manage on my own. Don't worry about me, take care of yourself. Jiang Qingyan's recent life had been tumultuous. She genuinely wished to clear her mind but was unable to leave. Alright, just stay safe and update me daily. Okay. After ending the call, when Ruan found He Jiang's number and dialed it, took a while for him to answer. Hello? His voice was hoarse, laced with sleep. Have you not woken up yet? Perhaps you should sleep a little longer. He Jiang turned over in bed, struggling to open his eyes, yet replied, I was just about to get up. Have you risen? Have you eaten breakfast? Not yet. I have just woken as well. When Ruan primarily called to express her gratitude, the manager came by earlier and delivered the clothing. How much was it? I can transfer you the funds. She had calculated the expenses precisely. He Jiang felt a twinge of discomfort but was left with no choice. The clothes were purchased by someone I instructed. I'm unsure of the price. I'll inquire later. The garments had been selected by Yu Yang, who had accompanied his girlfriend to help choose according to Ruan's usual style. Ensuring no missteps, the bedroom door swung open unexpectedly. He Jiang, you. Shen Yifun's voice abruptly halted upon seeing He Jiang gesture for silence. He plopped down onto the adjacent sofa, unaware of the commotion on the other end. When Ruan continued, alright, please send me a message once you find out, she thanked him again. Truly thank you for last night. May I treat you to a meal, or you may make a request. He Jiang chuckled softly, his voice low and tender. If I were to make a request, it would simply be for you to come to Mingyi. When Ruan laughed, alright, but could you possibly wait for a while? He Jiang had merely suggested it casually, not expecting her to agree so swiftly. Upon hearing her affirmative response, he paused in surprise, becoming more alert, his smile widening. He mimicked her tone, alright, how long should I wait? When Ruan could not provide a precise time frame, 1 month. 2 months, or perhaps longer. I wish to venture out for a bit. As long as you can wait, I shall return to report to Mingyi. Shen Yifan, noticing He Jiang had ended the call, inquired, did Wen Ruan agree to come to Mingyi? Although phrased as a question, he already knew the answer. He Zhang's face broke into a radiant smile, and while Shen Yifan was pleased for him, he felt a thrill of excitement. When Rowan's arrival at Mingyi would surely be an intriguing spectacle. He Zhang tossed his phone aside, threw off the covers, and got out of bed, his upper body bare, showcasing a well-defined back and a pair of long legs clad in grey cotton pants. Yes, she agreed. As Shen Yifan awaited his emergence from the bathroom, he questioned, "So what time did you two drink until last night?" He was aware that He Zhang had dined and drunk with Wen Ruan but was uncertain when it concluded. "What time did you sleep?" He Zhang reclined back onto the bed, lazily tousling his tousled hair. "I only fell asleep at 8 this morning." He had returned home quite early but had been unable to sleep. His mind preoccupied with thoughts of Wen Ruan. After tossing and turning for most of the night and taking 2 showers, he finally began to settle down. It was nearly 8 by the time he called Yu Yang to have him prepare the clothes. And only after hanging up did he finally drift off. "For barely 2 hours, I need to catch up on sleep. If you have nothing pressing, kindly leave." However, Shen Yifan indeed had matters to attend to. "Don't forget, today you have an appointment with General Zhao from Fading Investment in Pan Rui. Pan Rui has already arrived, and Zhao is on his way. You arranged this meeting, so you must make an appearance." He Zhang was still battling drowsiness, barely opening his eyes. "Well, Zhao has recently taken an interest in investing in gaming projects. The fact that Wen Ruan has her sights set on Zhao so indicates that this project is viable for investment. I arranged this meeting for old Zhao to discuss with Pan Rui. I need to catch up on sleep. You can handle it. Just tell old Zhao that I'm unwell today and will reschedule for another time." Shen Yifan had specifically come for this purpose. Old Zhao was notoriously shrewd and profit-driven within the industry. Given that Wen Ruan was pursuing this project, combined with your introduction, he would likely invest. However, irrespective of personal relationships, his ultimate pursuit was maximizing profit. If old Zhao invests in Zhao Su, it is highly probable he will repackage it for sale. Wen Ruan halted the contract to protect Pan Rui's dreams. Shen Yifan reminded He Zhang, if Zhao Su is sold off in the future, it would betray Wen Ruan's original intentions. "Are you not concerned she might hold you accountable?" Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a beam of light onto the dark carpet. He Zhang slowly opened his eyes, fixating on the light, his half-closed eyes shadowed with uncertainty. Wen Ruan had been schemed against twice by the Yao siblings. Primarily due to Dong Chao's foolishness, her intent was merely to assist Pan Rui, and he had done so. His tone grew heavier, languid, tinged with an unspoken darkness. As for whether old Zhao would eventually sell Zhao Su, that would depend on Dong Chao's acumen. Shen Yifan pondered He Zhang's words and understood Wen Ruan's dismissal had been orchestrated by the Yao siblings, and He Zhang was channeling his ire toward Dong Chao. They had traced the origins of the forum post, a mere 400-word essay, back to Dong Chao, prompting He Zhang's ire. Had it not been for Wen Ruan's concern for Pan Rui, Zhao Su would not have been jeopardized. He Zhang might have dealt with Dong Chao harshly. In truth, had He Zhang genuinely wished to assist, he could have found better and more suitable paths for Zhao Su. But he was unwilling to see Dong Chao prosper. By recommending old Zhao, he was indeed providing Pan Rui and the others with an opportunity. If old Zhao invested in Zhao Su, it would help them navigate a critical crisis. Yet, simultaneously, it would expose them to risk. Old Zhao was profit-driven, and given his disposition, he would undoubtedly sell Zhao Su at its peak valuation. Of course, if Dong Chao were astute enough to retain control of the majority shares, he would have the final say on whether to sell. If he proved incompetent, he would have only himself to blame. Yet it was evident that Dong Chao lacked wisdom. Had he possessed even a modicum of intelligence, he would not have hastily trusted Qianwei. He should have waited. Pan Rui's wife was Wen Ruan's close friend. Even if Wen Ruan halted Zhao Su, she would not abandon it. With Wen Ruan's capabilities, she would certainly help them find a new direction. Regrettably, Dong Chao was too impatient and opportunistic. Had he waited for Wen Ruan, he would not have been manipulated by the Yao siblings, becoming the very instrument of her downfall. Dong Chao was no match for old Zhao that season. Fox in the entirety of Haicheng, the only person with whom old Zhao had business dealings without suffering losses was He Zhang. Ultimately, Zhao Su would still be sold. However, He Zhang has indeed exhausted all avenues of benevolence and righteousness. Although Lao Zhao intends to sell Zhao Su, he will operate until the valuation peaks before making a move. By that time, selling off will render Dong Chao a millionaire overnight, and as a shareholder, Pan Rui's pockets will be equally filled. At that juncture, Pan Rui could either part ways with Dong Chao to embark on a new venture or have He Zhang introduce him to a suitable large corporation. Both options being preferable to the current situation, for Dong Chao's temperament is ill-suited for the role of a boss. Following him offers little promise for a bright future. Thus, it seems that Wen Ruan should not harbor any grievances against He Zhang. On Monday morning, Jiang Qingyan arrived early at the real estate transaction center, waiting nearly an hour before the buyer, and when Ruan's lawyer finally appeared, the property at Huatangbei was scheduled for transfer today as agreed with the buyer. When Ruan did not attend, having entrusted her lawyer with the task, the procedures were completed swiftly. After signing, Jiang Qingyan shook hands with the lawyer and casually inquired, "Why didn't Wen Ruan come?" The lawyer Wearing a professional smile, replied, Niswan said you wouldn't want to see her, and she finds your presence repugnant, hence her absence. Jiang Qingyan fell silent for a considerable time. Only after the lawyer's car disappeared down the road did he pull open the car door and take a seat inside. His assistant, Chen Yi, turned from the driver's seat, handing him the purchase agreement and keys, and cautiously asked, President Jiang, are you planning to move back to Huadang Bay? Chen Yi had been with Jiang Qingyan since his graduation. Serving as his assistant for 3 years after Yao Man joined Ronli, he was temporarily reassigned to another department, but now that Yao Man has become a director in the investment department, he returned to Jiang Qingyan's side. He was a trusted confidant. Chen Yi was privy to the situation between Jiang Qingyan and Wenruan. Jiang Qingyan had no intention of selling the Huadang Bay property. The buyer was an intermediary Chen Yi had found. Jiang Qingyan sat in the back seat and after a long pause said, no moving, keep it as it is, and have someone clean it regularly. Understood. Jiang Qingyan took out his phone, searched for Wenruan's number, and dialed. The line was busy, please try again later. After several attempts, the result was the same. He opened Wenruan's WeChat and typed a message, I cannot reach you by phone. Just wanted to inform you that the procedures are complete. If you need anything else, feel free to ask. After sending the message, the glaring red exclamation mark caught his attention. Only then did Jiang Qingyan realize that Wenruan had blocked him entirely. He was momentarily stunned, then reached for Chen Yi's phone. Chen Yi had just placed the purchase agreement and keys into the briefcase beside the passenger seat and, upon hearing him, quickly handed over his phone. A few minutes later, Jiang Qingyan returned the phone to Chen Yi, who had also been blocked. It was to be expected. Given Wenruan's pride, she would indeed block everyone associated with Ronli. She had always been so resolute. When Wan departed Haicheng on Monday morning, taking little with her, just a suitcase, and hailed a taxi to the high-speed railway station, she had only shared this decision with Zheng Tongtong. On her way to the station, she sent a message to Zhong Lan. Wenruan, Aunt Lan, I'm going out to clear my mind, please inform my mother. At that moment Zhong Lan was busy and called her back half an hour later. It's good to take a break. I'll talk to your mother, you need not worry about her. I will keep an eye on her. Right now, your matters are more important. Focus on yourself. At the end. Zhong Lan added, Tuan, your mother feels very guilty for having scolded you. After you left she cried for a long time. She truly loves you, so don't blame her. When Wan gazed out the window, her indifferent eyes reflecting a tranquil numbness, Aunt Lan, I harbor no resentment towards her. If she really held no grudges, why not speak to her in person? Zhong Lan sighed, realizing that the mother-daughter conflict was not something her few words could reconcile, and thus did not press further. When do you plan to return? Uncertain, we'll see when the time comes. She would return. It was merely a matter of when, perhaps a month, perhaps 2, or even longer. The taxi came to a halt by the roadside, and when Ron slowly merged into the crowd, pulling her suitcase along. The weather in Haicheng today was overcast, with particularly strong winds that tousled her hair cascading over her shoulders, disarranging her collar. Not far away, in a black Bentley, Shen Yifan glanced at He Zhang in the passenger seat. Aren't you going to see her off? The window lowered, and He Zhang's gaze followed Wen Ruan's figure. She did not wish for anyone to see her off. He would wait for her return. For a calm and rational Wen Ruan, one who had cleared her heart. Chapter 35, Jiang Qingyan is engaged. Every January marks the coldest season in Haicheng. The weather forecast indicated that today would be the coldest day of the month, accompanied by overcast skies and strong winds that had left the roads icy. Chen Yi drove the car back to Ronli capital, and until the engine was turned off, the back seat remained silent. Chen Yi dared not look back, cautiously glancing in the rearview mirror. The figure seated behind maintained the same posture as when they were at the property transaction center. Legs crossed, face slightly turned away, eyes fixed on the window, resembling a statue, utterly motionless. Just as Chen Yi was about to remind him that they had arrived, the phone rang sharply in the quiet cabin. Jiang Qingyan withdrew his gaze from the window, his stiff fingers sluggishly reaching for his phone. It was a call from Yao Man Qingyan. Why aren't you at the office? Jiang Qingyan peeked outside to confirm their location. They were in the parking lot. I'm on my way up now. Yao Man pressed further. It's almost noon. Were you out handling business? Jiang Qingyan replied, when Wan sold the Huadang Bay property. I went to sign the transfer today. Upon hearing that the property had been transferred, Yao Man initially felt elated but soon turned cautious and complained, so you met with Wen Ruan. Why didn't you inform me in advance? I could have accompanied you. There was weariness in Jiang Qingyan's eyes as he pressed his fingers to his temples. When Wan did not come, she entrusted her lawyer. Yao Man responded with an "oh." Then asked, why didn't you seek a lawyer yourself? If Wen Wan had gone on her own, wouldn't you have met? Her question felt somewhat unreasonable. Jiang Qingyan leaned back, closing his eyes. I happened to be nearby on business. It was on my way out. He spoke gently. Yao Man, you truly need not concern yourself with Wen Ruan. You know that my affections have always been for you. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan continued to gaze out the window, lost in thought for a while before suddenly calling out to Chen Yi. Lin, you mentioned that I've been rather harsh on Wen Ruan. Do you feel the same? Chen Yi opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. It is indeed quite harsh, extremely so. What fault does Wen Ruan have? She has committed no wrong. She merely fell in love and has been met with this unexpected calamity. Chen Yi hesitated, then cautiously spoke. If President Jiang were to show a little more resolve, Yao Dong would take action, and once Yao Dong intervenes, there would be no turning back once Yao Wei takes action. Not only will Wen Wan suffer, but her family and friends would also bear the brunt. Fortunately, Yao Wei had intended to test President Jiang's resolve from the very beginning, which is why he entrusted the matter to him. President Jiang Miss Yao has no intention of giving Wen Wan any respite. If Wen Wan leaves Haicheng, distancing herself from Rong Li's influence, she might lead a more comfortable life. Chen Yi paused briefly, then quietly reminded him, when Ruan's mother is a doctor at Songli Hospital, her relatives and friends are all here, there is a decent chance she will stay in Haicheng. If she remains, she might struggle to find work. Jiang Qingyan remained silent, his inscrutable eyes revealing no emotion. After a long while, he suddenly spoke. I recall that the son of Zhang, the headhunter from Sichuan, is your classmate. Chen Yi was taken aback. Yes, we were college roommates and have a close relationship. Having been with Jiang Qingyan for several years, he could somewhat discern his intentions of President Jiang. Are you considering asking Zhang from Sichuan headhunters to assist Wen Wan in finding a job? Jiang Qingyan neither confirmed nor denied it, simply stating, please arrange a time for me to meet with Zhang, and keep this matter confidential. Understood. Following the disappearance of the trending searches and unfounded rumors surrounding Wen Wan, discussions about her online had nearly ceased. After all, she was not a public figure, and most netizens did not recognize her. They were merely following the trend. The buzz had not yet faded when a high-profile couple's marriage troubles took center stage. The male partner was exposed for infidelity during his wife's pregnancy, with evidence including kissing videos and photos of him entering and exiting hotels with a co-star. The news of a power couple in the entertainment industry collapsing sent the servers crashing as netizens flocked to consume the unfolding drama. Leaving little recollection of Wen Wan, however, within a particular circle, there exists its own dynamics. Though Wen Wan was not a public figure, she held a notable reputation in Haicheng's investment circle. Thus, even as the online chatter faded, her gossip persisted within the city. Videos from Rong Li's celebration banquet circulated privately, speculating on the relationships between Wen Wan and Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man, and even Wen Wan and He Zhang. With various versions circulating, most men leaned towards the notion that Jiang Qingyan treated Wen Wan as a mistress given her beauty, making her a desirable companion to showcase. If Jiang Qingyan truly had feelings for her, how could he possibly hide it? Many in the circle coveted Wen Wan. If they were to pursue such a stunning woman, they would undoubtedly want to flaunt it publicly. Conversely, many women sided with the perspective that Jiang Qingyan was a scoundrel. Women understand women, and they believed that when Ruan's accusations against Jiang Qingyan at the celebration banquet did not seem fabricated. Furthermore, a proud woman like Wen Wan, who dared to expose her wounds in public, clearly acted out of rage and lost her rationality. As for the relationship between Wen Wan and He Zhang, some admired their looks as a couple, while others spread yellow rumors, suggesting that He Zhang's assistance to Wen Wan was purely a means to counter Yao Tianyu. The discussions were fervent across various groups, with speculation running rampant. Wen Wan had become the centerpiece of conversation, with everyone eagerly awaiting the next developments. Wen Wan had thoroughly severed ties with Rong Li. Her career seemed to have reached a dead end. Unless she changed cities or industries, it was unlikely anyone in Haicheng's investment circle would dare to employ her again. Of course, except for He Zhang. Many individuals are clandestinely placing bets on whether Wen Wan will take a disheartened leap into a new city or industry, or perhaps choose to align herself with Mingyi capital. Alternatively, as many eagerly anticipate, will Wen Wan once again create a stir at Rong Li, providing them with yet another spectacle? However, as the new year approached, Wen Wan remained utterly silent. Time swiftly passed, ushering in a new year, with the arrival of fresh beginnings. The streets were adorned with vibrant red lanterns, and the markets overflowed with delectable festive treats, painting the entire Haicheng in a lively and joyous tableau, filled with laughter and cheer in certain opulent gatherings. Discussions about Wen Wan continued to circulate. Some speculated that despite her name bearing the character Wan, she was not one to be trifled with. Having been wronged, she was likely biding her time for a significant comeback. Others suggested that her silence indicated that the Yao family had discreetly settled matters, leading her to choose silence and relocate to another city. As rumors proliferated, the enigmatic protagonist remained elusive, and the fervor of the masses gradually waned. After all, in such a vast city, new events unfolded daily. For instance, in late February, He Zhang, the president of Mingyi capital, engaged in a physical altercation with the young Yao from Rong Li. Allegedly, the conflict arose over a piece of land in the southern part of the city, which they had both sought. Ultimately, He Zhang emerged victorious, prompting Yao Tianyu to confront him at a bar where a disagreement escalated into a fight that even attracted police involvement. He Zhang sustained minor injuries, while Yao Tianyu spent 2 days in the hospital, further straining the relationship between Mingyi and Rong Li capital. In mid-March, Lingyi Technology, once celebrated for its blockbuster games, found itself embroiled in scandal. An employee publicly accused the vice president surnamed Jiang, with multiple instances of sexual harassment. Despite her attempts to escalate the matter, no one dared respond, given that the vice president was the nephew of the founder, Yang Sheng. The employee not only reported the vice president but also unveiled a scandal involving Yang Sheng himself. It was said that Dong Chao, the founder of Yanhua Studio, had previously served as Lingyi's operations director, and rumors circulated that his departure was due to Lingyi's transformation into a family-run enterprise in decline. In truth, it was because Yang Sheng had an affair with Dong Chao's wife. The uproar surrounding this incident was considerable. Although Yanhua Studio was relatively new, with few members and little recognition, their project had gained genuine traction by the end of the previous year. Primarily because Wen Ruan had been dismissed over it, the intertwining of Lingyi's scandal with Wen Ruan's circumstances garnered significant attention. Particularly notable was when Dong Chao, during an interview, was asked about the matter. His reluctance to revisit past events was seen as tacit acknowledgement, plunging Lingyi technology deeper into controversy. In early April, Yang Sheng's daughter, Yang Lu, posted on social media, subtly implying that her earlier humiliation of Wen Ruan at a Rongli celebration was orchestrated by the young lady of Rongli. The young lady had promised that if Yang Lu embarrassed Wen Ruan at the banquet, Yao Tianyu would invest in Lingyi, a promise that was ultimately unfulfilled. Yang Lu, a beauty influencer with 2 million followers, sparked a brief flurry of attention on Weibo, but it was quickly extinguished by Rongli's legal intervention. Within days, she publicly apologized to Yao Man, claiming she had spoken foolishly due to the turmoil surrounding Lingyi's scandal. By mid-May, many in Haicheng's elite circles received invitations from the Yao family, announcing the engagement of Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan, scheduled for June 20th. The engagement party was lavishly extravagant, held on a luxurious yacht. Attended by luminaries and business moguls, with an abundance of flowers and unlimited Maotai champagne and whiskey. While everyone publicly congratulated the couple, whispers of speculation filled the air as they wagered whether Wen Ruan would make an appearance. Ultimately, she did not show up. Throughout the entire event, she remained absent, seemingly vanished from existence. Since the celebration at Rongli, she had not been seen in Haicheng, not even at the engagement of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man. No one knew where she had gone. In Jiling Temple, located 1,000 miles away in a small county, established in the early Ming dynasty, it has endured periods of prosperity, decline, and reconstruction, marked by a rich history and tranquil surroundings. However, due to its remote location and modest scale, it is not a bustling site, known only locally. The temple comprises a front yard open to visitors and a secluded back mountain, which serves as the residence for those seeking solitude and spiritual practice. When Ruan resided in a secluded area on the west side of the back mountain, typically she would take leisurely walks in the afternoon, but today, she remained indoors due to a visitor. On a stone table beneath a tree, tea utensils were arranged, and He Zheng sat on a stone bench, leaning forward to pour tea into Wen Ruan's empty cup, sharing the significant events occurring in Haicheng. Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man are engaged. Is that so? When Ruan's expression was muted, her tone devoid of any ripples. That's nice, they make a good match. He Zheng attempted to discern any emotion beyond her calm facade but found none. Upon hearing the news of Jiang Qingyan's engagement, she exhibited no signs of anger, resentment, or bitterness. In high spirits, He Zheng maintained a light-hearted tone, teasing, "So calm, have you achieved enlightenment after half a year of retreat?" When Ruan took a sip of tea, smiling softly, "It's not enlightenment, it's just that I've come to terms with certain matters." Chapter 36. Welcome to Mingyi. When Ruan's initial destination was not Jiling Temple. This journey was primarily for introspection. Before departing, she had researched various destinations online, visiting many beautiful places, yet her heart remained restless. One day, when heavy rain prevented her from visiting attractions, she found herself unable to stay cooped up in her hotel. Coincidentally, a private bookstore across the street caught her interest. Filled with numerous old books and rare editions, she visited for 3 consecutive days, acquiring a pile of books and sending them to Haicheng for Zhang Tongtong to hold onto. The owner was an elegant woman, 3 years her senior, with whom she connected well. Upon learning of Wen Ruan's desire to find a temporary refuge, the owner recommended Jiling Temple, noting that while not bustling, it was indeed a lovely place, with few visitors and a serene atmosphere. Her days were fulfilling, attending meditation classes, practicing Tai Chi, enjoying tea, playing chess, reading, and wandering the back mountain. Occasionally, she would venture into the town. Last month, the bookstore owner returned and even invited her to stay for a few days. When Ruan found her time there quite pleasant, her heart gradually settling and the intense resentment towards Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man diminishing. He Zheng learned of her whereabouts on the 3rd day of her retreat when he called to remind her not to forget her commitments to Mingyi. After discussing business, he inquired about her location. With nothing to conceal, she informed him. During the past 6 months, He Zheng had been busy as well. After deciding to relocate to Singapore, where he had established the local office, he was occupied with various matters. Only to return to Haicheng last week to address pressing issues. Knowing of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man's engagement party today, he decided to visit. After 6 months apart, the Wen Ruan sitting before him was markedly transformed compared to the one he had known a year prior. It was not merely a superficial change. The heavy shackles that had nearly crushed her spirit had vanished. Without makeup, her visage was pristine and unblemished, her hair simply tied back in a ponytail. Dressed in a light gray tracksuit, exuding both vitality and grace, imbued with a hint of zen, retreating for self-reflection and relinquishing her ties to Jiang Qingyan was commendable. However, the impression she now imparted to him suggested a profound disillusionment with love. As if she had resolved to sever all emotional attachments and embrace a path devoid of sentiment. But may it not be so, He Jiang mused, pondering the tribulations of his own romantic journey. Taking a sip of tea to quell his frustration, he shifted the topic. You've been residing here. They haven't asked you to leave, have they? But when Juan replied, I am quite affluent this year, the temple is undergoing renovations. And I have donated funds for it. He Jiang set down his cup, giving her a thumbs up. Well then, when do you plan to return to Haicheng? I've prepared your office. When Juan took a sip of tea and inquired, why did you specifically choose today to come here? Just to inform me that Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man are engaged? Of course not, He Jiang replied, sitting up straight, his tone considerably more serious. A new type of VR glasses has emerged on the market, featuring higher specifications and greater portability. The prospects for VR gaming are promising. Jiang Qingyan has set his sights on IUA technology. Yet the founder has been abroad recently, with internal news indicating a return next week. Ronli has yet to secure the deal. He left his statement hanging, and when Juan grasped his meaning, you are also interested in IUA, and you want me to oversee this project? He Jiang lifted his teacup, raising it toward her with a playful smirk. Dare to compete with the old boss? His smile was languid, mischievous, and provocative. When Juan glanced at the cup presented to her, curiosity piqued. You have a grudge against Yao Tianyu, and I harbor resentment toward Ronli. If I join Mingyi, we would indeed be allies against them. However, she paused, looking up at He Jiang. In the past 2 years of your conflict with Yao Tianyu, you've had the upper hand. My role in your endeavors has been minimal. My joining Mingyi is a significant gain for me. Why the sudden support? He Jiang's heart was crystal clear when Juan held not a shred of affection for him, which rendered him hesitant to express his true feelings for fear of driving her away or incurring humiliation. Your role is far from negligible, he countered, crossing his legs and lazily swirling the cup in his hand. You were driven out by Ronli, and I took you in. Not if you assist me in reclaiming Ronli's project. It's akin to me wielding the very knife Ronli discarded and plunging it into their hearts. Yao Tianyu would be livid. It sounded as if she were merely a tool, yet when Juan felt no anger. Ask me that question again. He Jiang recalled the inquiry and posed it anew. Dare to compete with the old boss? When Juan raised her cup to clink against his, smiling brightly, as long as you, President He, are willing to back me, I fear nothing. She had intended to descend the mountain in the next couple of days. Having seen the news He Jiang mentioned, she had known Jiang Qingyan for many years and was aware he would undoubtedly be interested. Now, anything that captured Ronli's attention was of interest to her as well. He Jiang took a sip of the tea she had clinked with his eyes twinkling with mirth. Welcome to Mingyi. May our collaboration be fruitful. After she too sipped her tea, when Juan set her cup down, resting her elbow on the stone table, her palm cradling her chin while her gaze subtly assessed He Jiang. He Jiang mimicked her posture, propping his chin on his palm, his dark eyes glimmering with intent. To speak of it, you are also a member of the Yao family, having contended with Yao Tianyu for so many years. He relies on Ronli Group. She blinked. Have you never considered taking over Ronli Group? He Jiang paused, momentarily taken aback. Once he processed her words, a smile gradually spread across his face. You wish to play such a grand game? When Juan grinned, so do you dare? He Jiang's eyes sparkled with flirtatious nonchalance, half joking and half teasing. I'm somewhat timid, alone, I certainly wouldn't dare, but if you are willing to be my strategist, offering counsel and protection, then perhaps we could give it a try. The following evening, He Jiang arrived in Haicheng, greeted by Shen Yifan at the airport. Noticing that He Jiang had returned alone, Shen Yifan turned to him from the driver's seat. When Juan didn't come back with you? He Jiang lowered his head to message when Juan informing her of his arrival. She has a friend there. There's a wedding tomorrow that she'll return after attending it. He mentioned a bookstore owner she had met during her travels, who had recommended Jiling Temple. The owner was hosting her wedding back in her hometown and had invited when Juan. After sending the message, He Jiang recalled something and looked up at Shen Yifan. Can I borrow your place at Qingyu? You're not living there, huh? Shen Yifan was momentarily confused. The house at Qingyu had been purchased a few years ago. He Jiang had been drawn to its location. They each bought a unit primarily for investment, both fully furnished and never inhabited. Shen Yifan, puzzled, asked, You have a place at Qingyu too? We're neighbors, don't you remember? They lived on the same floor with 2 units. He Jiang replied, When Juan is looking to buy a house, I'm planning to give her mine. While chatting on the way to the station, when Juan mentioned her intention to purchase a place upon returning to Haicheng. Having sold her previous property, you don't live at Qingyu, so let me stay there. I'm preparing to give her my unit. Shen Yifan then realized, hey, He Jiang is planning to be Ruan's neighbor. How sly, what could he do? He could stay there. Otherwise, He Jiang, the scheming dog, would fall behind while pushing the blame onto him. You can stay, but you must leave me a room. I'll move some of my things over to keep you company. Shen Yifan had shared a dorm with He Zhang in high school and was his roommate in college. After graduation, He Zhang rented a place, and Shen Yifan squeezed into the same rental. Later, when He Zhang bought a house and got married, he still preferred to spend time at He Zhang's. His mother would sometimes get exasperated, wielding a rolling pin and shouting, "Why don't you just marry He Zhang?" Before getting married, he had no desire to live with his parents, hence he often stayed with He Zhang. After marriage, he didn't want to return home, so he frequently squeezed into bed with He Zhang. "You need my company," He Zhang shot him a disdainful glance. "How long has it been since you last went home? Letting your wife stay alone is quite enough. You'd better watch out, or Cheng Shuang might really leave you." Upon hearing the name Cheng Shuang, Shen Yifan's expression shifted, as if he were ruffled, and he turned to sit properly, muttering under his breath, "Thought if only it were that easy, if she wanted to leave. I'd be fine with it." He Zhang kicked the driver's seat. "Keep up your antics, and you'll surely bring about your own demise." Chapter 37. When Wan returns to Haicheng, coincidentally, the bookstore owner was getting married. Holding the ceremony in her hometown, when Wan attended the wedding and arrived in Haicheng 2 days later than He Zhang, she landed in Haicheng on Saturday at 5 in the afternoon. No sooner had she exited the airport than she was recognized. When Ruan, a well-groomed middle-aged man in a black business suit, blocked her path. Removing his sunglasses, he fixed his gaze upon her. Confirming he had not mistaken her identity, he smiled. "It truly is you. I almost didn't recognize you after all this time. Niswan, you were even more beautiful than before. A long time no see." When Ruan was certain she did not know this man, though his voice seemed somewhat familiar, noticing her confusion, the man exclaimed, "Oh dear, I was so busy talking that I forgot to introduce myself." He produced a business card from his bag and handed it to her. "I'm Zhang Hai from Sichuan Headhunters. We spoke on the phone last year." When Ruan accepted the card, glancing down at it, "Sichuan Headhunters. Oh, now I recall." On the 5th day after leaving Haicheng, she had received a call from this very individual. He had introduced himself and offered to help her find a job, listing numerous positions, all respectable and well-paying, but all outside the investment sector. He had urged her to switch careers with a barrage of flattering words, ultimately suggesting they meet in person to discuss further. She had declined. As the head of a recruitment firm, his network was extensive, and since she had decided to stay in Haicheng, when Wan could not afford to offend him, she accepted the business card and politely extended her hand for a handshake. "Mr. Zhang, I truly appreciate your willingness to assist me back then. If you ever need my help in the future, please feel free to reach out." Hearing this, Zhang Hai's face broke into a broad smile as he waved his hands dismissively. "Oh, no need for gratitude." Nothing came of it. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Hai shifted the conversation, probing, "Has Miss Wan found employment yet? I actually have many positions that would suit you." When Wan smiled, "I have already secured a job." Zhang Hai was taken aback, just as he was about to inquire where. But when Wan cut him off, pointing toward the exit, "My ride is here, Mr. Zhang. Shall we conclude our conversation here for today?" She appeared to be in a hurry, so Zhang Hai refrained from prolonging the discussion. "All right, let's talk another day." He gestured to the card in her hand. "If you ever need anything, feel free to contact me." "Thank you, Mr. Zhang." Once when Wan left, Zhang Hai stood there for a moment, waiting until her figure had completely vanished from sight before pulling out his phone to make a call. "Hello, President Jiang." At the moment Jiang Qingyan received Zhang Hai's call, he was accompanying Yao Tianyu and a group of friends at a bowling alley amidst the cheers and noise from the bustling venue. He walked over to the lounge area, holding his phone. "President Jiang, guess who I just saw?" Jiang Qingyan paused, his mind quickly racing to an answer. Previously he had arranged for Zhang Hai to recommend some positions to Wen Ruan through Chen Yi. The positions were carefully selected, with no ties to Ronli Group, ensuring they would be suitable for Wen Ruan. He had promised Zhang Hai a favor in return, assuring him double the fee upon success and guaranteeing that the Yao family would not cause him any trouble, which led Zhang Hai to agree. However, when Wan had declined, offering no explanation, simply stating she did not need assistance and hanging up. At present, the only topic Jiang Qingyan and Zhang Hai could discuss was Wen Ruan. As expected, when Wan has returned to Haicheng. I ran into her at the airport. She has changed quite a bit. We exchanged a few words, and she mentioned she has already found a job, but did not disclose where she is now left. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan sat in the lounge for a moment until Yao Tianyu called out, "Jiang Qingyan, what are you doing? Let us go, time to drink." Beside him, someone jested, "Xiao Yao, why are you still calling names? The person is already engaged to your sister. You should start calling him brother-in-law." Yao Tianyu crumpled the empty plastic water bottle in his grasp. A look of disdain etched across his face. "They are only engaged. The marriage has yet to occur. Let's see if he can marry over here before we talk. Whether he can even become a prince consort remains uncertain." Yao Tianyu had once held a fondness for Jiang Qingyan. He was capable and could bring profit, not overly troublesome, and a steady individual. However, ever since Jiang Qingyan became involved with Yao Man, that fondness had soured. His father had always admired Jiang Qingyan, and now that Jiang Qingyan had captured the affection of his father's most cherished daughter, his status was skyrocketing like a rocket. Take today for instance. He introduced Jiang Qingyan into his social circle, as per his father's instructions, who had urged him to help Jiang Qingyan expand his connections and cultivate him properly. A sense of crisis had begun to settle within him. He secretly wished for Yao Man to wed someone inept like her former husband, a wealthy heir who had become a burden, useless in every regard, indulging in infidelity without even the decency to hide it. Jiang Qingyan was far too impressively intelligent, and with him providing counsel to Yao Man, plus their father's favoritism towards her, it was uncertain whether the Ronli group would ultimately belong to him. Thus, he cursed for Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man to quickly fall apart. So where had Wen Wan disappeared to? That woman was utterly inept, bully to such an extent. Shouldn't she have made a scene at the engagement banquet? He had specifically instructed them to let Wen Wan go if she showed up. With this thought, Yao Tianyu inquired of those nearby, "Have you found Wen Wan? It's been quite a while without any news." The group exchanged glances. "No, she has probably left Haicheng. Yao Man is so fed up with her. If she wants to leave, let her go. What are you still looking for her for? What else could it be? Little Yao is unwilling, all these years under his nose, and he couldn't even make her his." He thought the girl was so aloof, only to have his brother-in-law enjoy 3 years with her. Indeed, it's a painful thought. Jiang Qingyan walked behind the crowd, his expression calm, seemingly oblivious to their malicious jests and lewd banter. Yet, as his gaze swept across the group, it ultimately landed on Yao Tianyu, and his hand, tucked into his pocket, gradually tightened, when Ruan took a taxi straight from the airport to Huanyuan. Arriving at 7 in the evening, Aunt Joan was tidying up the coffee table in the living room when she saw Wen Wan enter, her face lighting up as she hurried to greet her. Lan Ai, Wen Wan set down her suitcase and embraced her, Aunt Joan lovingly patting her back. "It's good to be back." It was already late June, and Haicheng's highest temperature had reached 37 degrees Celsius today. The evening had cooled slightly, but remained muggy. Aunt Joan noticed the sweat on Wen Ruan's forehead and urged her towards her room. "Your mother has 2 dishes left. Hurry and take a shower. Dinner will be ready when you come out." When Ruan glanced towards the kitchen, the door was closed, and she could hear the sounds of the range hood and cooking within. She wheeled her suitcase back to her room. After graduating, Wen Wan returned to Haicheng for work, renting a place outside, and later moved to Huadangbei while dating Jiang Qingyan, rarely returning here except for family gatherings during festivals. The main reason was the poor relationship between mother and daughter. As living together often led to quarrels, after taking a shower, she emerged to find the table set with food, her mother serving soup. "Mom," when Huiyan glanced up, her expression somewhat gentle, "wash your hands before eating." During Wen Ruan's absence, Aunt Joan often video-called her, and each time her mother was present. Under Aunt Joan's influence, mother and daughter occasionally exchanged a few words of the earlier incident had been apologized for, and they had moved on. Their relationship was now relatively harmonious, however. That harmony was soon shattered. At dinner, the atmosphere began pleasantly until her mother inquired about her future plans, when Ruan, not wanting to hide anything, replied, "I start work on Monday as the investment director at Mingyi Capital." When Huiyan fell silent for a moment before slamming her chopsticks down heavily, her voice grave. "You're going back to that circle? Do you think the Yao siblings will let you off? Ronli Group has deep roots in Haicheng, powerful and influential. You cannot contend with them. Can't you just take it easy? Why not change fields?" When Ruan replied firmly, "I cannot," when Huiyan's expression darkened, her anger simmering, and Aunt Joan quickly intervened. Just then, when Ruan's phone chimed, she picked it up to see a message from Zhang. "I'm at the entrance of your community. Can you come out?" When Ruan looked up at Aunt Joan, "Lan Ai, my car is with a friend. They're bringing it over now, and it's at the entrance." "All right." Aunt Joan waved her off. "Go quickly and come back soon." Only after the door closed did Aunt Joan release her grip on Wen Huiyan, reproaching her. "What are you doing? The child just returned, and you're already getting angry. You complain daily when she has gone, and now that she is back, you give her the cold shoulder. I can't stand it." No wonder Wan doesn't want to come home. When Huiyan's face darkened, her eyes reddening. "It's not that I want to be angry. I am just scared those people in that circle are ruthless and lacking in humanity. I fear for her safety." Aunt Joan understood her concern, but she also knew Ruan, that girl was as stubborn as her mother. Like a mule, once she made a decision, no one could change her mind. Having been away for over half a year, she still chose to return to that circle, indicating that it was a decision made after careful consideration. And no one could sway her. Therefore, Aunt Joan could only advise Huiyan, "You can't always think the worst. Ruan has been wise since childhood and is not impulsive. Each of her decisions comes with her own considerations. You should trust her instead of constantly doubting her." When Huiyan was hesitant, what if something happens? That medical dispute almost cost Ruan her life, let alone with a family like the Yaos. Aunt Joan replied, "Since Ruan dares to choose this path, she must have prepared herself thoroughly. The things you can think of she certainly has as well." She paused, glancing at Wen Huiyan. "The reason that young lady from the Yao family is so arrogant and able to bully Ruan is solely due to her father. If it comes down to family connections, our Ruan is not without her own enough." Before she could finish, Wen Huiyan shot her a fierce glare. "I will force Ruan to quit, not let her work. I will support her for life, but I will never beg that family, not even in death." Aunt Joan sighed, wisely falling silent. A black Audi parked by the roadside, the window rolled down, Zhang's dark eyes fixed intently on Wen Ruan as she approached. She wore a light gray cotton dress, low-cut, revealing her slender, fair swan neck, the dress reaching her calves, her ankle curves elegantly smoothed, her long hair was casually styled into a fluffy bun, her face clean and devoid of makeup. The orange glow of the streetlights cast a captivating aura around her. As when Ruan drew near, he opened the door and stepped out. "Didn't I ask you to drive the car to the company?" Jiang was aware of her return today to pick her up from the airport, but she had insisted it was unnecessary. On the way back, he had called to say he would bring her car. The car was one she had lent him during last year's Ronli celebration. After she left Haicheng, she had simply left it with him. "I told you it wasn't necessary. I could just drive back from the company on Monday. You didn't have to make a special trip." Leaning casually against the car, Jiang looked at her lazily. "I happened to be in the area for business, so I swung by." When Juan responded with an "oh" and reached out her hand. "Thanks, then, please give me the keys." Jiang gazed at her delicate, fair hand, desperately wanting to clasp it, but ultimately refrained. He retrieved the keys from his pocket and casually asked, "You mentioned wanting to buy a house. Have you found one yet?" When Juan accepted the keys, "Not yet, it's not that quick." Jiang took out his phone, his long fingers tapping the screen a few times before handing it to her. "I have a place in Qingyu. Take a look. It is fully furnished and only 20 minutes to Mingyi by car." Chapter 38. There's a banquet tomorrow night. When Juan took Jiang's phone, the screen displayed photos of the exterior and interior of the house, and she clicked through them one by one. She was familiar with Qingyu, a high-end residential area that had seen rapid development over the past couple of years. With rising property prices and a shopping mall set to be built this year, selling at this moment didn't seem prudent. "Are you sure you want to sell?" Jiang's gaze remained fixed on her. "I am not selling, I'm giving it to you." When Juan suddenly looked up, her eyes widening in disbelief. "What? Of course, there are conditions." Jiang's voice was low and leisurely. "The condition is that you must secure IUA technology. This is your first shot at competing with Ronli, tied to your honor and my reputation. And if you win, I can take a jab at Yaotianyu. If you lose, my face is also in jeopardy. So the outcome of this gamble is crucial. If you secure IUA, the house will be a reward from the company. As long as IUA signs a contract with Mingyi, I'll take you to transfer ownership immediately. The house will be yours, even if you leave the company later. They won't take it back." When Juan queried, "And if I can't secure IUA?" Jiang, hands in his pockets, replied with a swagger. "If you can't, then the house won't be yours. That's the condition, only this one chance, and once it's gone, it's gone." He added, "However, you can still stay there. Consider it company-provided accommodation. As long as you're with Mingyi, you can live there for free." Winning would yield a house as a reward, losing would still allow her to reside in Qingyu until she left the company. When Juan truly felt that this man was quite suited to be a boss, generous, which explained why Mingyi Capital had the lowest turnover rate in the industry. However, when Juan handed him his phone, "Rest assured, AIU is my first battle with Ronli, and I will certainly give it my all. Furthermore, I cannot take such a significant advantage upon my arrival. I would be immensely grateful if you could allow me to enter Mingyi." Jiang reached out to take the phone, placing it directly into his pocket, his fingertips slowly caressing the spot where she had just touched. No longer interested in the house, when Juan smiled and replied, "If you truly wish to sell it, then I will take it. I quite like the house. Let us do this. I will use it as a dormitory for now, and once I secure AIU, you can offer me a friendly price, and I will purchase it." As she smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, sparkling like stars shining above her. Having known her for so many years, Jiang understood her all too well. This girl is quite stubborn. Once she makes a decision, no one can change her mind. If he insisted on gifting her the house as a reward, she likely wouldn't even move in. But it's fine, once he brings her home as his wife and hands over his salary card, all his money will belong to her. "Alright, as long as you can secure AIU, I will give you the purchase price." When Juan smiled brightly, "Thank you, boss." Jiang's lips curled slightly, exuding a sense of joy. "So when will you move in?" "Tomorrow is Sunday. How about then?" When Juan pondered her belongings in the rental house, "I have quite a lot of things. I'll need to call a moving company. Perhaps next week would be better. Moving can be arranged, but after that, I'd still need to tidy up. And I have to work the next day. It would be too exhausting." Jiang suggested, "Qingyu has everything you need, or you could take a week's worth of clothes over to stay, and then call the moving company next weekend." It seems he is rather eager to have her move over, although he truly is impatient. Jiang stole a glance at her, cleared his throat, and added, "Mainly because this place is far from the company, and it gets quite congested in the mornings and evenings. Qingyu is closer and less congested. I worry that you might waste time on the road. You must focus all your energy on AIU technology right now." When Juan considered his words, "That is true, this area is near Sonli Hospital, and the traffic is indeed quite heavy. Moreover, Qingyu is closer to Mingyi than I will move over tomorrow." Given her mother's attitude earlier, she would likely take some time to accept her new job, since she now has a place to stay. Leaving early would be for the best. With her goal accomplished, Jiang felt a surge of satisfaction, but there was something even more significant on his mind. Tomorrow evening is the Internal Investment Circle Gala in Haicheng. Hosted by Ron Li this year, Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man will both be there. Do you dare to attend the Internal Investment Circle Gala in Haichang, when Ruan was aware of it? The gala occurs annually, typically at the year's end, but this year it has been postponed. She could guess the reason. Last year, her situation with Ron Li Capital had caused quite a stir. And many had reveled in her misfortune. Those venomous mouths discussed not only her but also Ron Li Capital, and even the Yao siblings and Jiang Qingyan were subjects of ridicule. On the tip of the spear. The Yao family did not wish to be the laughingstock, and with Ron Li hosting this year, they undoubtedly sought to delay the gala now that Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man are engaged. And she has been absent for over half a year. They have little to fear. Of course, I dare, why wouldn't I? When Ruan looked at Yi Zhang, her eyes sparkling with mirth, I have nothing to fear now. Rather, Mr. He, are you ready to appear with me? Last year, she had caused a scene at the Ron Li celebration banquet, and in everyone's eyes, she was the traitor cast out by Ron Li. The abandoned lover of Jiang Qingyan. By bringing her to the gala, He Zhang would be thoroughly swept into the whirlpool of public opinion. She would be the subject of scrutiny, and He Zhang would also become the target of observation. Moreover, his attendance would be a public slap in the face to Ron Li. With Yao Tianyu's petty, face-saving nature, he would undoubtedly be furious and might resort to some underhanded tactics against He Zhang. Are you ready? He Zhang's voice was languid, the last syllable lingering, his slender fingers brushing aside a stray lock of hair. Ready for what? Do I need to prepare? With my striking looks, is there any need for preparation? His gaze swept over Wen Ruan, his words tinged with a hint of teasing. As for you, make sure to dress nicely tomorrow. Don't embarrass me, Wen Ruan. Perhaps the atmosphere was too pleasant at that moment. As she pointed to her own face and mimicked his earlier joking tone, with such a beautiful face, how could I possibly embarrass you? She laughed, her eyes shimmering like water, and Yi Zhang felt as though he were bewitched. How utterly adorable she is. I just want to pinch her cheeks. A kiss would be even better. Ahem. He Zhang, feeling flustered, quickly diverted his gaze, casting his eyes afar, and only returned his focus once he had steadied himself. Subtly changing the subject, when will you head to Qingyu tomorrow? When Ruan thought for a moment, after the gala. I want to sleep in tomorrow morning. I need to go shopping for clothes and do my hair in the afternoon. I have quite a few dresses, but they haven't been worn in ages, and with the new year, they're all out of season. Tomorrow night is crucial for me. I must prepare well. He Zhang moved aside, opening the door to the driver's seat for her. All right, then hurry back. Get some rest to recharge. I'll have the driver pick you up at 3 tomorrow afternoon. 3 o'clock, when Ruan was taken aback. Is it really that early? The gala usually begins at 6:30. He Zhang glanced at her. Tomorrow night is a very important opening, so of course, I want you to outshine everyone. That way, I'll have face. You've been away for over half a year, and your dresses cannot be worn anymore. Tomorrow is too late to buy, so just follow my arrangements, rest well, and let the driver take you. You outshine everyone, and I gain face. This statement was not incorrect. Starting tomorrow night, she and He Zhang would be irrevocably bound together. If she encountered any issues, He Zhang, as the one harboring her, would also be ridiculed. His concern and fastidiousness were entirely reasonable. When Ruan accepted without objection. All right. When Ruan returned home, only Zhong Lan was there. There was an urgent matter at the hospital, and your mother went there. She likely won't return until midnight, so we won't wait for her. When Ruan, who had been at the north gate, hadn't seen her mother, who probably left through the south gate. The closest route to Songli Hospital, just a short walk across the street. Zhonglan pushed all the dishes toward Wen Ruan. Knowing you were coming back today, your mother personally cooked. It's all your favorite dishes. Make sure to eat more. You've lost weight after being out. Wen Ruan picked up a piece of rib, the red sauce clinging to the tender bone, the rich aroma filling the air. Biting into it, the taste was just as she remembered. The dishes on the table were hardly touched. Her mother must not have eaten much. Aunt Lan is my mother. Still upset, Zhonglan put down her chopsticks and used a napkin to wipe the sauce from the corner of her lips. She is no longer angry. She is just worried about you. She fears that you might be bullied again and that she can't protect you. Don't blame her. Wen Ruan shook her head. I don't blame her. I'm just worried she is upset. Under the warm yellow light, Zhonglan watched Wen Ruan quietly eating, her heart heavy with thoughts of the online harassment Wen Ruan had faced last year. If Huiyan hadn't been so proud, if she hadn't chosen to divorce back then, Wen Ruan could have been a child cherished and protected by her father. A sigh, 1,000 words lodged in her throat. But Zhonglan could only utter one sentence. Ruan, your mother said, since you've made your decision, as long as you don't regret it, then move forward courageously and fear nothing. When Ruan understood in her heart that her mother could not possibly say such sentimental words. But she chose not to expose it. Thank you, Aunt Lan. After dinner, Zhonglan had to return to the hospital. When Ruan gave her a peace talisman she had prayed for at the temple and packed some food in a thermos for her to take to her mother. Zhonglan affectionately patted her head, saying, You're so considerate. After seeing her off, when Ruan returned to wash the dishes and tidy up the dining room, having worked up a sweat looking for He Zhang earlier. She took a shower. After a long day of exertion, she was utterly exhausted. Once her hair was dry, she collapsed onto the bed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, she awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock. Her mother was not home, but a note on the refrigerator confirmed her mother had returned. Breakfast was in the steamer, and milk was in the refrigerator. I will be busy today and won't return until the evening. Your Aunt Lon said you would be moving to the company dormitory today. Go ahead and come home for dinner when you have time. When Ruan ate her breakfast as lunch, placed the gift for her mother in her bedroom, and left a note under her mother. Rest. Thank you, Mom. I prayed for your peace at the temple, and it's on your vanity. I'm sorry for making you angry last night after eating. When Ruan went back to sleep for a while, dozing until 2 in the afternoon, she then refreshed herself and began packing her belongings for Qingyu at exactly 3 o'clock. He Zhang's driver called. Miss Wen, Mister, he has sent me to pick you up. I'm already downstairs at your building. Chapter 39. That must be when Ruan, the car drove into a private villa. It was only upon arriving that when Ruan discovered the villa belonged to Shen Yifan's little cousin, Shen Yining. She had met Shen Yining twice. The first time was last year during her 3rd anniversary with Jiang Qingyan. When Jiang Qingyan abandoned her for Yao Man, she had gone to the movies alone and happened to run into He Zhang, who was with Shen Yining at the time, and she had thought Shen Yining was He Zhang's girlfriend. The second time was also last year at the hospital, when Ruan did not expect that He Zhang had sought out Shen Yining's styling team. Upon seeing when Ruan, Shen Yining was not surprised. She was currently filming in Haichang and had received a call from her cousin last night, asking her styling team to assist with a look. Her styling team had been changed in February of this year. The stylist was a former classmate of her cousin from middle school, who had previously served as the styling director for one of the top 5 publications. After resigning, he opened his own styling studio, and her cousin secured the contract for her with a single dinner. He was quite impressive. Since February, she had had several standout looks, and her resources had noticeably improved. Assisting with a look was no problem. But her cousin mentioned it was for Wen Ruan. The name Wen Ruan was familiar to her. She had encountered that woman once at the cinema last year and once at the hospital. She harbored an aversion towards her, always sensing that He Zhang treated her differently. Shen Yining initially hesitated to acquiesce, but her cousin warned her that Wen Ruan now represented Mingyi capital, which was synonymous with He Zhang's reputation. Urging her not to act impulsively, reluctantly agreeing, she felt a tinge of displeasure. She discreetly instructed the stylist not to make Wen Ruan too beautiful, fearing that He Zhang might be ensnared by her allure. Shen Yining was to shoot night scenes that day. Her original plan was to sleep through the afternoon, yet she found herself wide awake. As when Ruan was being styled, she pulled up a chair and sat beside her, occasionally pointing out flaws and subtly hinting to the stylist not to invest too much effort. The stylist shot her several disapproving glances, but Shen Yining paid no heed, with several pressing questions bubbling within her. She finally blurted out, "Why did He Zhang send you to Mingyi? Does he like you?" When Ruan recalled He Zhang mentioning that Shen Yifan, this little cousin, had a crush on him, though it was not the romantic kind. She was infatuated with appearances, easily swayed by someone more handsome. When Ruan found it difficult to comment on this, but sensing the underlying acidity and jealousy in the young girl's words, she offered an explanation. "I had a falling out with Rongli. He and Rongli are rivals, and we share a common enemy. We are merely united on the same front. He does not harbor feelings for me." "Really?" Shen Yining frowned. "But he treats you differently. I saw the video from last year's celebration banquet. Weren't you two sworn enemies? Why would he help you?" When Ruan replied, "Our enmity was strictly professional. He Zhang is a man of loyalty. Back in high school, I saved his life, so when I was in trouble, he was willing to put aside past grievances to assist me." Shen Yining pressed further, "You saved his life? How did that happen? What was wrong with him?" When Ruan explained, "Yao Tianyu had his men beat him up. He was lying on the ground, unable to get up. I happened to pass by, and the doctor said that if I had arrived 5 minutes later, he would have been lost." The last part was slightly exaggerated. Shen Yining was incensed. "Damn Yao Tianyu, it's as if he has rabies, always chasing after He Zhang to bite him. He Zhang has severed ties with them. He wouldn't be competing with him over." The words family inheritance were swallowed back. She covered her mouth, her face flushed. It was over. He Zhang was particularly sensitive about his relationship with the Yao family. A significant heartache and secret of his, she nearly let it slip. When Ruan was already aware of He Zhang's background from his own accounts, so she remained calm. Noticing her tranquility, Shen Yining assumed she had not heard clearly and quickly changed the subject. "By the way, I heard tonight's gala is an industry insider event." She had asked her cousin to take her, but he said it was inappropriate for her to attend and advised her to focus on her acting. "Yes," when Ruan confirmed, "then Yao Tianyu will be there too, won't he? He'll bully He Zhang again." Shen Yining momentarily worried, then suddenly remembered, exclaiming, Yao Man and her fiancé, that Jiang fellow, will they be attending too?" When Ruan replied, "Wow." Shen Yining slapped her thigh. "Isn't that just a battlefield akin to a celebration banquet?" With the conversation veering into this territory, Shen Yining's curiosity ignited like a blazing fire. "So, what about you and that Jiang fellow? Did you two ever date?" Recalling that past, when Ruan responded with calmness, "We did, but he does not acknowledge it, so it cannot be considered a relationship." Shen Yining scrutinized when Ruan's exquisitely refined face for a moment, then clapped her hands and pointed at the stylist. Teach your son, showcase your best skills. You must ensure she outshines everyone tonight. Although she did not particularly like Wen Wan, her disdain for Yao Man was greater. Having heard from her cousin that Yao Man had once mistreated He Zhang. If Wen Wan and Yao Man were to appear together, she fervently hoped for Wen Wan to triumph. The stylist responded. Alright, he thought to himself that this girl was always so whimsical. Before the guest's arrival, he had been warned not to make Miss Wen too beautiful, yet now he was being asked to utilize his best techniques. Although he had no intention of following her orders from the beginning, Shen Yining, oblivious to the stylist's silent exasperation, vigorously patted Wen Ruan's shoulder. Wen Ruan, you must give me some face tonight. Make sure to crush that Yao Man woman into the ground. Wen Ruan found her little cousin quite endearing and smiled faintly. I'll do my best. The internal gala of the Haicheng Investment Circle was held annually, with leading enterprises taking turns to host. This year, it was Ron Li's turn. Yao Wei had participated less frequently in such events since 2 years ago, and with his recent absence from the country, he entrusted the matter to his son. Yao Tianyu, the venue for the gala was set at a resort hotel owned by Ron Li Group. Yao Tianyu, who enjoyed lively gatherings, orchestrated a grand affair, inviting a slew of attractive individuals from outside the industry to warm up the atmosphere. Complete with lavish Western cuisine, fine wines, and orchestral music, the appearance of several starlets in revealing gowns further transformed the event into a fashionable soiree. Those in attendance were well aware of Yao Tianyu's reputation and took it in stride. The older attendees, unable to endure the deafening music, retreated to the lounge to engage in discussions, while the younger crowd reveled in the excitement, forming small groups to network and exchange business cards. Yao Tianyu's reputation as a notorious playboy was well known, and as he made his entrance, he was immediately surrounded by beautiful women. Besides them, there were also emerging industry newcomers eager to curry favor with him. It was widely understood that the most effective way to win Yao Tianyu's favor was to belittle He Zhang, rendering him utterly worthless. As the gala commenced, He Zhang had yet to arrive, causing a stir among those gathered around Yao Tianyu. He Zhang still hasn't shown up. Could it be that he's too afraid to come? Perhaps he's intimidated, thinking too highly of himself, while in reality, it's Yao Tianyu who simply does not wish to acknowledge him. He genuinely believes he can compete with Yao Tianyu. How foolish exactly, he couldn't even match a single hair on Yao Tianyu's head. However, this year he has been unusually low-key. He hasn't made many appearances and has turned down several invitations. Indeed, it seems he was frightened after publicly standing up for Wen Ruan at the celebration banquet, directly opposing Yao Tianyu, and is now laying low. That makes sense, huh? Speaking of Wen Ruan, I wonder where she has been hiding now. I initially thought she would go to Mingyi, considering that in all of Haicheng, only He Zhang would dare to take her in, competing for a man with Miss Yao, only to be slapped in the face. How could she possibly show her face in Haicheng again? If I were her, I'd distance myself as far as possible. The two main characters, being discussed, had just arrived at the hotel, with their 2 cars pulling up one after the other in the courtyard. He Zhang had come directly from a video conference at the company, while Wen Wan had departed from Sheninin's villa. The drivers, having received instructions from their bosses, timed their departure perfectly to arrive simultaneously. When Ruan's car halted half a minute later, and He Zhang opened the rear door for her, thank you. Wen Wan stepped out, lifting her gown, and He Zhang waited until she was steady before closing the door, his gaze lingering on her face and form for a prolonged moment, his eyes darkening as he momentarily lost his words. Wen Wan was his companion for the evening, meant to link arms with him as they entered. Noticing his silence and lack of movement, she looked up, puzzled. What's wrong? A faint blush crept up He Zhang's ears, and he awkwardly averted his gaze, handing her a jewelry box he had been holding. Try this on. Wen Wan accepted it and opened the box. Although she did not possess extensive knowledge of jewelry, the pear-shaped diamond necklace inside was clearly of immense value, given its size and exquisite cut. This is far too extravagant. Wen Wan held the box without moving, smiling. Are you really giving this to me? What if I lose it or damage it? I can't afford to compensate for it. You won't need to compensate. He Zhang, seemingly impatient with her hesitation, took the necklace from the box, stepped forward, and leaned in to place it around her neck, murmuring, tonight, you represent Mingyi, you are my face, and you must be adorned in the finest. His towering figure loomed over her, creating an overwhelming presence as he drew near. Wen Ruan did not anticipate his assistance in putting it on, her hand still poised with the jewelry box. His proximity was too intimate, his aura too potent, and the posture too suggestive. Once she regained her composure, feeling somewhat awkward, she was about to insist on doing it herself, but He Zhang had already released his hold and stepped back. It is on. He glanced at her delicate neck, satisfied. Let us not even entertain the notion of losing it. If you perform well tonight, it's yours to keep. Wen Wan lowered her gaze, her fingers brushing the diamond, clicking her tongue. I can't accept such a precious gift. Mr. He should keep it for himself. He Zhang did not pursue the topic further, raising his arm to inquire, are you ready? Wen Wan linked her arm with his, her red lips curving into a smile. Shouldn't it be Mr. He asking if he is ready? If I end up in a scuffle with Yao Man later, you need to have my back. He Zhang glanced at her slender high heels, deliberately walking at a slow pace, his voice leisurely infused with a hint of indulgence. Wen Ruan, now that you've entered Mingyi, you are under my protection. No one shall bully you. Shen Yifan had been out on business in the afternoon and arrived directly thereafter, half an hour earlier than He Zhang this year. With Ronli hosting, he wandered through the crowd holding a drink. Overhearing half an hour's worth of disparaging remarks about He Zhang and Wen Ruan, Shen Yifan was grateful for his steady hands, otherwise the champagne in his grasp would likely have been splashed onto several heads. He texted He Zhang asking when he would arrive. If he didn't show up soon, he'd have to call an ambulance for himself, as he was alone and outnumbered by those flattering the Yao siblings. After 2 glasses of champagne, He Zhang finally replied. At the entrance, Shen Yifan felt a surge of excitement, clutching his champagne and grabbing a few pastries, seeking a comfortable sofa with a good view. Eagerly awaiting the spectacle, a commotion soon erupted at the entrance. I asked that He Zhang, who claimed that He Zhang would not arrive. Has he not come? And who is that stunning beauty beside him? Is she a celebrity? Truly breathtaking, simply exquisite. Oh my goodness, is that Wen Ruan? Chapter 40. Mr. Jiang, it's been a while. The commotion at the entrance grew increasingly pronounced, drawing the attention of all present. He Zhang had arrived. He donned a slender long-sleeved black shirt adorned with subtle patterns, paired with black trousers. His physique was tall and graceful, with pronounced cheekbones, and the collar of his shirt was casually unbuttoned at 2 points. Exuding both composure and a hint of wildness, beside him stood a woman, clad in a flowing purple strapless gown that hugged her waist, accentuating her long legs and curvaceous form. Her features were exquisitely radiant. And a delicate, sheer shawl draped over her shoulders, embellished with asymmetrical fringes that swayed gently with her every step. At first glance, she was undoubtedly a striking beauty. On the second glance, she appeared somewhat familiar. On the third, one could hardly believe it. Could it be Wen Ruan? At that moment, as recognition dawned, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Since the celebration banquet for Ronli, Wen Ruan had been absent from public view. Even missing the engagement banquet of Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man, most had come to accept the notion that she took the Yao family's money and left Haicheng, and no one anticipated that. After more than 6 months, she would re-emerge arm in arm with He Zhang. This revelation was even more shocking than her appearance at the Ronli celebration. The crowd erupted with excitement. Indeed, it is Wen Ruan. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Did she undergo cosmetic surgery? She seems even more beautiful than before. How did she end up with He Zhang? Are they together now? To be honest, they do make quite a stunning pair. The atmosphere was charged, especially with Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man present. Oh my, tonight was bound to be a battleground. Inside, Jiang Qingyan was engaged in discussions when he heard the name Wen Ruan. His hand, which held a glass of champagne, halted instinctively, and he turned his head. Being tall, his gaze effortlessly traversed the crowd, landing squarely on the enchanting figure at the entrance. His expression shifted from astonishment to complexity. Momentarily lost in thought, it was indeed Wen Ruan, yet she seemed altered. Compared to 6 months ago, she had transformed significantly. All traces of her former bitterness had vanished, replaced by a gentle smile, amidst the chaotic crowd. She radiated an aura distinct from anyone else, as an aura he found unfamiliar. Qingyan, Yao Man, initially engrossed in conversation with her friends, instinctively turned her gaze upon hearing Wen Ruan's name, confirming it was indeed Wen Ruan. She glanced at Jiang Qingyan, who appeared dazed, irritated. She nudged his arm. Jiang Qingyan snapped back to reality and looked at her. Yao Man, displeased, scolded, "You're staring. You mustn't look at her." Jiang Qingyan adjusted his glasses. Regaining his composure, "I merely find it surprising. How could she come with He Zhang? There are no other thoughts." Yao Man, equally taken aback by Wen Ruan's presence, was astounded that she was with He Zhang. This event was entirely orchestrated by Yao Tianyu, who had invited He Zhang despite having suffered losses at his hands before. Why was he so forgetful? This foolish boy. The invitation sent to He Zhang had indeed come from Yao Tianyu. But it was not given willingly at first. His father had insisted all enterprises ranked in the top 20 of the city are eligible to participate. He had said this rule had originally been set by Ronli. And Mingyi capital qualified. Refusing them would be inappropriate and would invite criticism. While this reasoning held, Yao Tianyu felt a sense of unease. Why did he harbor such disdain for He Zhang? Firstly, it stemmed from his aversion to He Zhang's mother. Secondly, his father's attitude towards He Zhang left him unsettled. Over the years, despite the fierce rivalry between him and He Zhang, his father had remained indifferent. There was only one thing he knew: he could wager the entirety of Ronli capital against He Zhang. But he could not leverage the power of the group. His father claimed it was to hone his skills, and he had always believed this, striving earnestly for his father's approval. Later, he inadvertently overheard his father on the phone with He Zhang. Only then realizing that his father had maintained contact with He Zhang, speaking to him in a tone far more cordial than he ever used with Yao Tianyu, he had long suspected that his father wished to acknowledge He Zhang. To have him reclaim his ancestry, especially when his father gifted He Zhang the land in the south of the city. In the past 2 years, he had contemplated expanding Ronli capital. Intending to acquire that land to construct a new headquarters, his father had supported this, even praising his ambition, only to turn around and give the land to He Zhang for free. given his father's profit-driven nature. How could he casually bestow billions worth of land upon Yi Jiang? It can only mean he wished to curry favor with him, otherwise, why such overt gestures? Yao Tianyu was seething with frustration. Yet his father had commanded that Yi Jiang be sent an invitation to this banquet, and he had to obey. Initially angered, he later reassured himself that he was in charge of this event. He had nothing to fear. He had yet to avenge the humiliation from the last celebration banquet. During that occasion, he had been completely unprepared, caught off guard by Yao Man and then by Wen Ruan, leading to Yi Jiang seizing the opportunity to humiliate him, bringing him great shame. Tonight, he was in command. This was his domain. He would not allow Yi Jiang any chance to act with impunity. He was concerned whether Yi Jiang would even dare to show up. Should he appear, he would have ample means to deal with him. Yi Jiang had indeed arrived, as one of his subordinates approached to inform him. Yao Tianyu was enjoying leisure by the poolside with a group of young friends. Upon learning of Yi Jiang's arrival, he immediately embraced a beauty beside him and strode over with a flourish. He was determined to confront Yi Jiang, to humiliate him thoroughly, having already concocted a repertoire of scornful remarks. Yet, Wen Ruan, once Yao Tianyu confirmed that the beauty before him was indeed Wen Ruan, he was taken aback, unable to conceal his astonishment. It's really you? I thought I was mistaken. Where have you been for the past 6 months? Did you get plastic surgery? Wen Ruan raised an eyebrow, retorting, surgery? I'll take that as a compliment from you, young master Yao. Yao Tianyu's gaze traversed her face and figure several times, marveling at how she appeared even more radiant than before upon closer inspection. Her face remained unchanged, yet her aura had transformed, smoother and more refined, shedding the sharpness of her previous demeanor, as if reborn, her entire presence exuding vitality. Noticing Yao Tianyu's greedy gaze fixed upon Wen Ruan, Yi Jiang instinctively shifted slightly to obscure his view, his tone laced with disdain. Control your drool. It's rather unseemly. Yao Tianyu reflexively touched his mouth, and upon realizing he had been mocked, his anger surged. You watch your language, Yi Jiang interjected, arching an eyebrow. This is your venue. If a fight breaks out, it will only embarrass you. I'm not here to cause trouble. Upon hearing that last remark, Yao Tianyu nearly burst into laughter, pointing at Wen Ruan. You're not here to cause trouble. Bringing her along is precisely that. The previous Ronli celebration had made quite a stir within the circle, leaving a lasting impression on many. Thus, upon hearing Yao Tianyu's words, the crowd eagerly agreed. Indeed, with Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man both present, Yi Jiang's appearance alongside Wen Ruan could only signify chaos. However, for the onlookers, such turmoil was delightful, providing them with free entertainment. Yi Jiang took a step back, wrapping his arm around Wen Ruan's slender waist, pulling her closer. Wen Ruan was once again thrust into the spotlight. Yi Jiang's clear voice carried just enough for all to hear. I brought our investment director from Mingyi, and she is my companion. We have our invitation. We are here respectfully to attend the banquet. How is that causing trouble? I brought our investment director from Mingyi. Mingyi's investment director, who? Wen Ruan, Yao Tianyu, the crowd. Initially, when Yi Jiang had assisted Wen Ruan at the celebration banquet, speculation arose that she might join Mingyi. However, more than 6 months had passed without any news, leading everyone to believe she had left Haicheng. Yet, here she was, appearing suddenly as Mingyi's investment director. This woman certainly did not play by the rules. Mingyi's investment director, Yao Man, who had been linking arms with Jiang Qingyan, was also taken aback by Yi Jiang's statement. Wen Ruan, did you truly join Mingyi? When Ruan's calm eyes met hers, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yes, you left Haicheng, didn't you? How have you returned? In the past 6 months, Yao Man had been quite busy, having taken over the second investment department, working closely with Jiang Qingyan, while also managing her engagement preparations. Despite her hectic schedule, she had kept an ear out for news of Wen Ruan. Though she remained unaware of her whereabouts, she had assumed Wen Ruan would not return after her departure. Wen Ruan seemed amused by the question, chuckling lightly. I am a Haicheng native, having grown up here. My home is here. I can return whenever I please. Yao Man scrutinized her with increasing disdain, feeling her irritation grow. After all this time, she had no idea where Wen Ruan had been. Now she had returned more beautiful than ever, her aura and attire resembling a stunning transformation. It was infuriating. Wen Ruan paid little mind to Yao Man's judgment, turning her gaze toward Jiang Qingyan. Their eyes met, and she gracefully raised her hand. Mr. Jiang, it's been a while. Jiang Qingyan's gaze fixed upon her exquisitely radiant face, his dark eyes dimming slightly. Her smile was gentle, devoid of resentment, a perfectly ordinary greeting. The casualness of her demeanor struck a chord within him, stirring a subtle pang of discomfort. He concealed his emotions, lowering his head to adjust his glasses before extending his hand to shake hers. As soon as her fingertips grazed the cool, delicate skin, her hand was abruptly pulled back by Yao Man. The words "long time no see" hung awkwardly on her lips. Yao Man, in a display of dominance, intertwined her arm with Jiang Qingyan's, casting a derisive glance at Wen Ruan. You returned, yet why haven't you changed careers? Even if you choose not to, what compelled you to join Mingyi? Who doesn't know that Mingyi and Ronli Capital are rivals? You just left Ronli and went to Mingyi. What are you trying to achieve? Do you believe Ronli mistreated you and are now seeking revenge? Chapter 41. I just want to drive you mad. Why haven't you changed careers? What are you trying to do? Do you feel wronged by Ronli and wish to retaliate? Yao Man's questions were direct and relentless, leaving the onlookers momentarily stunned into silence. Yao Tianyu contemplated a retreat. He had intended to confront He Zhang, but now reconsidered. Although Yao Man was his sister, her multitude of flaws, her capriciousness, arrogance, selfishness, jealousy, suspicion, extreme sensitivity, and vindictiveness, were glaring. Her ex-husband was indeed a scoundrel, yet the dissolution of their relationship had partly stemmed from Yao Man's own shortcomings. She demanded constant access to his phone, forbade any trace of other women's perfume on him, and expected him to be at her beck and call even if he were hospitalized after an accident. She would summon him home. Her ex's infidelity was, in part, a consequence of her stifling nature. Any man would struggle to endure it had it not been for her fortunate backing from the entire Ronli group. That worthless man would have abandoned her long ago. Given Yao Man's temperament, even if Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan parted ways, she would still feel a sense of discomfort upon seeing Wen Ruan. As if she had swallowed a mouse. Now that Wen Ruan had returned, transformed and superior, more accomplished, younger, and more beautiful, Yao Man's sensitive and suspicious nature would undoubtedly lead her to scrutinize Jiang Qingyan's phone repeatedly, causing him considerable annoyance. It remained to be seen how long Jiang Qingyan could tolerate such scrutiny. Their animosity with He Zhang had not arisen overnight. As long as He Zhang refrained from provoking him, he could afford to bide his time, observing the unfolding drama while waiting for the opportune moment to deal with He Zhang once Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan had parted ways. Ideally, Yao Man and He Zhang would engage in conflict, allowing him to reap the benefits. With these thoughts in mind, Yao Tianyu turned to greet a partner from a fund management firm, inviting him to the lounge upstairs for tea and a discussion about potential collaboration. He needed to exit swiftly. Yao Man, concerned about her image in front of so many people, would inevitably attract attention when she faltered against Wen Ruan and He Zhang's onslaught, compelling him to play the villain. Having learned from the previous banquet, he was determined not to be the scapegoat this time. It was wisest to leave. Upon seeing Yao Tianyu depart, He Zhang feigned ignorance. He was not there to provoke Yao Tianyu today and had no time to engage with him. His primary objective was to allow Wen Ruan to shine, to support her when she faltered. His hand rested on her waist, and he noticed a gaze fixed intently on it. Jiang Qingyan, from the moment he had embraced Wen Ruan, Jiang Qingyan's eyes had occasionally strayed in their direction. Annoyed, He Zhang tightened his grip and shifted closer to Wen Ruan, their proximity suggesting an intimate embrace from Jiang Qingyan's perspective. When their eyes met, the tension between the two men was palpable. Jiang Qingyan's gaze was dark and inscrutable as he scrutinized He Zhang, while He Zhang's expression was a blend of provocation and brooding intensity. He would surely confront Jiang Qingyan eventually. Wen Ruan, oblivious to the undercurrents between the two men, remained focused on Yao Man. Responding to Yao Man's pointed inquiries, her tone was calm. Why haven't I changed careers? Why did I join Mingyi? In truth, for the past 6 months, I have been in a small county far from Haicheng, in a place called Jiling Temple. There, I enrolled in a meditation class, attending daily sessions, reading, playing chess, and leading a fulfilling life. If Miss Yao is skeptical, she may inquire there herself. When Ruan cast a glance at the gathered crowd, subtly promoting the temple, the scenery there is quite lovely, perfect for quiet reflection. If any of you are feeling unsettled, consider enrolling. Mention my name for a discount. The crowd was taken aback. A temple? So Wen Ruan's prolonged absence was due to her retreat at a temple? Jiang Qingyan's dark eyes fixed on Wen Ruan, suddenly understanding the unfamiliar aura surrounding her. She had sought inner peace, let go of her grievances, and released herself. Indeed, she had also released him. His palm tightened slightly. He could not quite articulate the mix of emotions within him. Was it relief? No, it felt more like a punch to the chest, a dull ache. Yao Man, too, was taken aback by Wen Ruan's revelation, her initial shock morphing into a frown. And how does that relate to my earlier questions? Wen Ruan smiled. After spending 6 months at Jiling Temple, nearly transcending worldly attachments and on the brink of embracing a monastic life, it was then that Mr. He sought me out, earnestly persuading me to return. She pointed to He Zhang beside her. Ultimately, he offered too much. I am, after all, merely a mortal and lack a true connection to the divine. I could not refuse his generous offer. Wen Ruan regarded Yao Man with a gentle smile. So, Miss Yao, please do not overthink it. My joining Mingyi is simply a professional choice, devoid of conspiracy or revenge. Her warm demeanor left Yao Man momentarily speechless. She had intended to provoke Wen Ruan but found herself unable to pinpoint a single fault in her demeanor, leaving her simmering with frustration. In the past, she had struggled to comprehend Wen Ruan. Now, with her emotions more stable and less revealing, she was even harder to read, yet she could not press further, especially with such esteemed individuals present. She needed to maintain her poise as a lady of distinction. What she could not accomplish, someone else could. Yao Man contemplated enlisting Yao Tianyu to confront Wen Ruan, scanning the crowd for a discreet signal to summon him, only to find him absent. That unreliable scoundrel. Surely he hadn't retreated to a hotel room with some beauty at such a crucial moment. Just when she needed him most, he had let her down. With a quiet sigh, her attention shifted to Wen Ruan's neck. That necklace. It was the one she had coveted recently. Regrettably, on the day of the auction, she had been trying on her engagement dress and arrived too late. only to find it snatched away. She had adored it and wished to buy it back at a premium, only to learn that it had been purchased by Shen Yifan, the second in command at Mingyi capital and He Zhang's sycophant. She would rather do without than beg for a favor from He Zhang's associates. After meticulously scrutinizing the necklace around Wen Ruan's neck and confirming it was indeed the one from the auction, she let out a cold laugh. Wen Ruan, that necklace worth millions, bought by Shen Yifan, now adorns your neck. What are your ties to him? Wen Ruan hesitated. Was the necklace truly Shen Yifan's? She turned to look at He Zhang, who offered her a reassuring glance. Yao Man raised her voice slightly. Isn't Shen Yifan married? Wen Ruan, why do you always seem to attract other women as husbands? Do you have no sense of shame? Hidden in the corner, Shen Yifan was taken aback that he had come merely to observe, yet suddenly found himself implicated. Miss Yao, your information seems incomplete. Shen Yifan moved through the crowd to stand beside He Zhang. Indeed, I was the one who bid on that necklace, but it was on behalf of Mr. He. Yao Man turned her gaze to He Zhang. He released Wen Ruan's waist, his demeanor relaxed and indifferent as he leaned back with his hands in his pockets. Towering over her, initially Ronli utilized Jiaosu to dismiss Wen Ruan, and it was rumored that the idea was yours, Miss Yao. I tend to hold grudges, and I've kept this in mind. However, I cannot strike a woman. So upon hearing you were interested in the necklace, I snatched it up, and knowing you would be present tonight, I deliberately had Wen Ruan wear it. I knew you would be envious and furious. My intention was to drive you mad. In fact, he had acquired it specifically for Wen Ruan. The first time he saw it, he felt it suited her perfectly. Although he was in Singapore during the auction, Shen Yifan had helped him secure it. Upon learning of Yao Man's interest, he was informed that she had been inquiring about who had won the necklace, initially considering offering a high price for it, but had given up when she discovered it was him. I heard you were interested in that necklace, so I took it. I just wanted to drive you mad. Yao Man was indeed incensed, especially when he brought up Jiaosu. She nearly lost her composure. Had she not feared He Zhang's unpredictable nature would make her look foolish, she would have slapped him. Once her father returned from his trip, she vowed to report this incident, understanding that He Zhang was formidable. Yao Man swiftly turned her attention back to Wen Ruan, her mocking smile widening. Wen Ruan, you truly are quite capable of managing to attract a man like He Zhang. During Jiaosu's time, he protected you. At the celebration banquet, he shielded you again, and tonight, he continues to do so. So, when exactly did you two become entangled? Wen Ruan's expression remained serene, unfazed by the provocation, just as she was about to speak. He Zhang interjected. Yao Man, enough. Entangled? Who could possibly compete with you? You were in a hotel room with a man the day before your college entrance exams, missed the test, and then went abroad to buy a degree. You dated 2 men in college, had 2 abortions, and later fell for a scoundrel who deceived you into marriage. Because of this, your grandmother was driven to her grave, with a background like yours. Had you not been fortunate to be born into the Yao family, what man would ever look your way? The crowd erupted in shock. Yao Man's marriage was no secret within their circle. After all, her ex-husband had boasted about their family connections at the time. However, back in the day, Yao Man did not hold a wedding ceremony when she got married. She spent most of her years abroad. And the Yao family was quite displeased with this union. Consequently, they deliberately suppressed any news regarding it, leaving only a select few in Haicheng's elite circles privy to the information. This evening, the invitation was not merely extended to those within the circle, but also to numerous outsiders whom Yao Tianyu had invited to liven up the event. Thus, as He Zhang concluded his remarks, whispers began circulating about Yao Man's scandalous past, including her missed examination due to a rendezvous with a man and her subsequent abortion. Many were astonished to learn that the esteemed Ronli had, in fact, been married. The surrounding clamor grew increasingly louder. Yao Man was taken aback by He Zhang's audacity to publicly expose her vulnerabilities. Her face fluctuated between shades of green and white, trembling uncontrollably, rendering her speechless. Jiang Qingyan swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, his dark eyes fixed on He Zhang with a brooding intensity. He Zhang, is it not excessive to humiliate a woman in public? Excessive, He Zhang scoffed, an icy aura radiating from him. Who is truly being excessive here? Was it not excessive last year when you spread vile rumors about Wen Ruan, when you subjected her to online harassment? The fact that Wen Ruan chose not to retaliate only speaks to her magnanimity. At that time, I had no standing to intervene. He then placed an arm around Wen Ruan's shoulders, drawing her closer. Now she is my investment director, my associate. No one shall mistreat her. Yao Man, with her incessant insinuations of impropriety and scandal, constantly trying to drag Wen Ruan into the mire of slander, can you not hear her? Jiang Qingyan fell silent for a moment, turning his gaze toward Wen Ruan, who was smiling at him. Under the lights, her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness, her aura strikingly ethereal, and her faint smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Almost ethereal, the depth of emotion in Jiang Qingyan's eyes was unfathomable, leaving him momentarily speechless. Chapter 42, Yao Man exposes He Zhang's origins. Yao Man had always been the center of attention, growing up under a spotlight where no one dared to cross her, except for Wen Ruan and He Zhang. When Ruan had once slapped her, Yao Man had retaliated by snatching Jiang Qingyan away from her. expelling Wenwan from wrongly tarnishing her reputation and subjecting her to online bullying. Only then did she forgive Wenwan for that slap. After casting Wenwan aside, she turned her ire towards He Jiang. He Jiang repeatedly thwarted her plans, and now, in front of a crowd, he had unveiled her sordid history, shattering her reputation and humiliating her, leaving her utterly disgraced. Even her father had never uttered a harsh word to her. Who was He Jiang to humiliate her? How dare he? Yao Man clutched the champagne tightly, overhearing the murmurs around her, accusations of her missing the college entrance exam due to a liaison with a man, of her having undergone an abortion, and of her previous marriage. These past transgressions had long been suppressed by her father, and no one dared to speak of her scandals openly, yet now, He Jiang had so casually laid them bare. Enraged to the point of nearly bursting, Yao Man hurled the champagne at He Jiang. At that moment, He Jiang was still holding Wenwan close, and as the glass flew towards them, it was too late to evade. He swiftly turned, shielding Wenwan, the liquid splattering across his shirt as the glass shattered against his back, cascading onto the floor with a resounding crash. Wenwan, hearing the dull thud above her, felt a wave of trepidation wash over her. The surrounding chatter and gossip abruptly ceased. Jiang Qingyan observed the two embraced figures, his dark eyes reflecting a depth of emotion akin to a bottomless abyss. His fingers gradually tightened into a fist, momentarily oblivious to Yao Man's escalating agitation. Her emotions were precarious. He Jiang's public exposure of her past had ignited her fury, which surged to a crescendo with the shattering glass. Her eyes reddening, she pointed an accusatory finger at He Jiang, cursing him vehemently. "You, a wild child forsaken by your father and neglected by your mother, what right do you have to confront me? Have I given you cause to presume upon my generosity? What makes you so audacious? You think that because you share blood with the Yao family, you are entitled to speak to me in such a manner? Let me enlighten you, He Jiang. Even if your mother is now Mrs. Yao, she was a mistress when she carried you. You were born a bastard, and you shall forever remain a wild child, a mere wild child. Unable even to claim a place in the Yao family genealogy, dares to raise your voice at me. Call your little mistress mother, ask her if she would dare to speak to me so insolently. You are but a wild child." Yao Man's tirade was abruptly halted as Jiang Qingyan suddenly swept her up in his arms. Startled, she glared at him, signaling for him to release her. Ignoring her protests, Jiang Qingyan marched straight toward the lounge on the first floor, momentarily pausing as he passed Wenwan, still cradled in He Jiang's embrace. She made no attempt to escape, rather amidst Yao Man's piercing accusations. She raised her hand to cover He Jiang's ears, shielding him from the venomous words. As Jiang Qingyan shifted his gaze away, hastening his departure with Yao Man still writhing in his grip. She spat at He Jiang. "You will pay for this." With his broad shoulders and long strides, he moved swiftly, and as Yao Man's curses faded, they entered the lounge, the door shutting behind them and plunging the hall into an eerie silence. All eyes turned sharply toward He Jiang. Rumors had circulated within the elite circles that He Jiang was a secret heir to a wealthy family, some speculating he was connected to the Yao family, though it had never been confirmed, and Yao Tianyu had publicly denied it. Thus, the gossip had gradually subsided. However, it became apparent now that He Jiang was indeed a member of the Yao family. Moreover, from Yao Man's words, it seemed clear that He Jiang was the offspring of Yao Wei and the current matriarch. He Miaizhud. It was evident why He Jiang had clashed so fiercely with Yao Tianyu over the years. While Yao Wei remained silent, refraining from intervening, after all, both were sons, it was a delicate balance, and aiding one over the other would be fraught with complications, though it seemed that He Jiang had yet to acknowledge his lineage. The glances directed at him were already shifting. The struggle for power among the elite is ever-changing. Until the final moment, one can never be certain of the true heir. After all, Yao Wei, once the least favored son among the four, ultimately ascended to prominence. It remained uncertain whether Yao Wei had other illegitimate children, but presently the known offspring were three: Yao Man, Yao Tianyu, and now He Jiang. If one were to wager on either Yao Tianyu or He Jiang, many would lean toward He Jiang, considering his recent victories in their confrontations. Furthermore, He Jiang's biological mother was now the head of the Yao family, and surely a mother would look out for her son. What began as an extravagant and opulent soiree had taken an unexpected turn. After Jiang Qingyan whisked Yao Man away, the hall erupted into a brief chaos before the host took to the stage with a microphone. The atmosphere shifted back to its intended purpose, networking and exchanging business cards. The earlier interruption had merely delayed the mingling, as numerous industry titans had gathered, presenting ample opportunities for collaboration. Engaging in conversation could lead to immediate partnerships, while a less fruitful interaction could prompt a swift pivot to another influential figure. Such gatherings were rare, and the guests were eager to resume their socializing, exchanging cards and toasting glasses. Yet, amidst casual chatter, glances were occasionally cast toward He Jiang and Wenwan, who remained in their original position, seemingly untouched by the surrounding tumult. He Jiang cradled Wenwan, resting his forehead against her shoulder, while she shielded his ears from the onslaught of harsh words. Xin Yifan stood nearby, initially concerned for He Jiang's well-being, but now relaxed, discreetly capturing the moment with his phone. Wenwan was lost in her thoughts, grappling with the revelation of He Jiang's origins laid bare by Yao Man. He Zhang had confided that Yao Man and Yao Tianyu were particularly sensitive to his identity, fearing its exposure, yet now she had unwittingly disclosed it herself, referring to him as a forsaken child born of an affair. When Ruan had also endured such slurs in the past, having been called a wild child and an illegitimate offspring, and thus she empathized deeply with He Zhang's plight. He must be feeling despondent. In the past, when she was similarly tormented, she would merely cover her ears to block out the hurtful words. In truth, she could hear Yao Man's piercing insults, and He Zhang could likely sense them too. But his simmering anger began to dissipate, quelled by when Ruan's gentle gesture of covering his ears. Did she feel pity for him? Perhaps it was merely sympathy, but that was sufficient, amidst her relief and gratitude. He Zhang was also struck by a wave of apprehension. He couldn't shake the thought that had Yao Man intentionally targeted him, that glass might have struck when Ruan had he not been vigilant. The mere notion filled him with dread. He recalled a time in their sophomore year when they were participating in gym class with another class, where a particularly obnoxious boy had deliberately thrown a basketball at her. Only to saunter over afterward, flipping his hair and pretending to be charming, claiming it was an accident. He Zhang had been a distance away, only learning of the incident when Shen Yifan returned with drinks. Informing him that when Ruan had been hit, that boy, the sports representative from Class 5, had boasted in the dormitory the previous week about his intent to pursue Ruan, and it was clear that the ball had been aimed at her. What a despicable way to chase a girl. He Zhang had rushed over to find her sitting on the steps of the bleachers, her eyes red from tears, while a classmate beside her was pulling back her uniform to examine the injury. It was summer, and she donned a white short-sleeved school uniform, her skin fair and delicate. A bruise marred her shoulder, and when the girl accidentally brushed against it, tears streamed down her face in response to the pain. Li Jun intended to escort her to the infirmary. Meanwhile, He Zhang, with a basketball seemingly endowed with a mind of its own, aimed it squarely at Li Jun's shoulder, striking him forcefully before apologizing. Claiming it was unintentional, yet, it was deliberate, a scheme he had been executing for a full 2 months. As a member of the school's basketball team, Li Jun had previously ignored He Zhang's invitation to join. However, after when Ruan was struck, He Zhang secured a place on the team, meticulously targeting Li Jun in every match, ensuring he was his adversary, denying him any opportunity to score. He seized every chance to strike Li Jun's shoulder with the ball. With Shen Yifan providing cover, so no one suspected his malice. Li Jun suffered considerable humiliation. Initially furious, his anger only intensified as he found himself unable to triumph over He Zhang. Ultimately, he challenged him to a fight, only to be decisively defeated, with a warning to refrain from pursuing when Ruan any further. From that moment on, Li Jun avoided when Ruan altogether. Fortunately, the drink that Yao Man hurled did not hit her. Otherwise, he feared he might unleash the pent-up fury within him and publicly confront Yao Man. He Zhang's grip tightened around her, as if he wished to meld her into his very being. Leaving when Ruan breathless in his embrace. By now, Yao Man had departed, and the onlookers had dispersed. He released her, patting his arm as if to check the state of his back, knowing that blow had surely left a bruise. However, before she could speak, He Zhang's phone rang. Shen Yifan quipped from the side, "You should answer the call, you're holding her too tightly," and when Ruan can hardly breathe yet feels shy to push you away. His tone was laced with playful mockery. At this, He Zhang promptly loosened his grip, casting an apologetic glance at Wen Ruan. She reassured him, "It's fine, just take the call." He retrieved his phone from his pocket, glanced at the screen. An unknown number, yet familiar, belonging to Yao Wei's secretary, who had previously contacted him. Presumably Yao Man must have reported him, and Yao Wei was calling to reprimand him. He Zhang hesitated to answer but recognized he needed to step away for a moment. His back throbbed with discomfort. He needed to wash his face in the restroom and dry off, as his shirt was damp and uncomfortable. Sensing his unease and understanding his concern for Wen Ruan, Shen Yifan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Go ahead and take the call. I'll stay with Wen Ruan, rest assured. I'll take good care of her," with a solemn promise. The moment He Zhang departed, Shen Yifan received a call. The voice on the other end was muffled, but his expression shifted from shock to profound dismay, remaining silent throughout, only to finally utter, "I'll be there in 20 minutes. With that, he made to leave but paused, suddenly recalling something, and turned back to Wen Ruan. "My wife has fallen. She's pregnant, at the hospital, and the situation isn't good." His words tumbled forth in a rush, fraught with urgency and confusion. "Then you must go," Wen Ruan interrupted, taking the champagne from his hand and urging, "You need to hurry to the hospital." "But there are so many people here." "I'm fine, your wife is the priority. You must go quickly." At that moment, Shen Yifan could indeed afford no further concern for her. After a brief admonition, he dashed for the exit, while Wen Ruan watched his retreating figure, silently offering a prayer on his behalf. Shen Yifan had married soon after graduating from university. Wen Ruan had received an invitation but was still in Rongcheng at the time and could only send a monetary gift. It was said that Shen Yifan and his wife had grown up together, their bond strong. However, in gatherings like tonight's, where spouses were typically invited, Shen Yifan had never brought his wife along. Hardly anyone in their circle had met her. And it seemed she had never worn a wedding ring in his presence. One could only conclude that every family has its own struggles. As Jiang had yet to return when Ruan took her champagne outside for some fresh air. Seeking a more secluded spot, yet, someone approached her. Ruan, the voice was familiar. She turned to find Jiang Qingyan before her. Chapter 43. Are you concerned for him? The resort hotel owned by Rongli Group is situated at the end of Haicheng Bay's promenade. Spanning 70,000 square meters, it boasts over 400 seaview rooms and a 2,000 square meter presidential villa, where tonight's cocktail party is being held. The villa features a large outdoor swimming pool, with guests primarily congregating around the pool and the banquet hall on the first floor. Exiting the banquet hall and turning left leads to a rose garden, the yard of which is vast and somewhat secluded. When Ruan sought tranquility here, waiting for Jiang, but was surprised when Jiang Qingyan appeared. Shouldn't he be accompanying Yao Man? Ruan, he chuckled. Mr. Jiang, my surname is Wen, not Ruan. You've made an error. In the center of the rose garden stood a swing, and when Ruan sat upon it, her toes lightly touching the ground as she swayed leisurely, Jiang Qingyan walked around the swing and stopped before her, close enough to discern the indifference and detachment hidden within her smiling eyes. When Ruan, he corrected himself, extending his hand. It has been a long time. A long time. She glanced at his outstretched hand, a hint of scorn curling her lips. What does this mean? Are we to resume the pleasantries interrupted by Yao Man? The champagne Ruan had brought was long consumed, resting on the stone table beside her as she gripped the swing's ropes with both hands, refusing to shake his hand. How did you know I was here? I came to have a smoke, Jiang Qingyan replied, slowly withdrawing a cigarette and lighter from his pocket. He had taken Yao Man to the lounge but failed to placate her. She had directly called Yao Wei, demanding he return and deal with Jiang, crying and ranting the whole while. Later, Yao Tianyu learned that Yao Man had exposed Jiang's background, and in a fit of rage, he stormed into the lounge to confront her, leading to a sibling quarrel. Seeking a breath of fresh air, he overheard someone mention seeing when Ruan head in this direction, compelling him to follow suit. Upon finding her, when Ruan, upon hearing he had come for a smoke, chuckled lightly. I see, it appears I have misinterpreted your intentions. She felt no embarrassment and even suggested he find another place. After all, your fiancée possesses quite the jealousy. If she were to see us alone together, I would surely endure online harassment. So, Mr. Jiang, kindly do me a favor and smoke elsewhere, away from me. Jiang Qingyan remained unmoved, his gaze locked onto her, as if ignoring her dismissal, when Yao Man struck Jiang with the cup. Did you want to shield him? During the banquet, his attention had predominantly been on Ruan. He had clearly observed the moment Yao Man hurled the cup, when Ruan instinctively moved towards Jiang, seemingly intent on protecting him. Fortunately, Jiang had reacted swiftly, turning to embrace her, preventing the cup from striking her chest. Yao Man's throw was no light matter. Had it not been for her half-step, Jiang would have absorbed the blow in his arm instead of his back. She harbored a sense of guilt, contemplating taking him to the hospital later. As when Ruan pondered the hospital visit, Jiang Qingyan observed her silence, his brow furrowing deeply. He stepped closer, bending slightly to inquire, why did you attempt to shield him? He embraced you. Why did you not push him away? Why did you cover his ears? Do you care for him? When Ruan recoiled from his proximity, attempting to dismount the swing, but Jiang Qingyan suddenly seized her hand, clasping it over the swing's ropes, his warm palm enveloping her cool hand, his low voice imbued with an inexplicable emotion. When Ruan, do you have feelings for Jiang? Her body was trapped between his chest and the swing, unable to move, yet she did not struggle, raising her gaze to meet his, a playful smile gracing her lips. This is rather personal. May I ask in what capacity you are inquiring, Mr. Jiang? As a former colleague, an ex-boss, or perhaps a past fling, a lover? The final word stripped with deliberation, each syllable emphasized, causing Jiang Qingyan's expression to darken at her mocking tone. Fling, lover. The coldness of those words transported him back to last year's celebration banquet, where before a captivated audience she had interrogated him, compelling him to acknowledge their relationship. His retort had been, when Ruan, we agreed on a mutually beneficial arrangement, devoid of emotional entanglements. Why do you now seem so invested? With that single statement, he had implied to all present that they had never been in a romantic relationship, merely casual partners, each using the other, effectively placing her on a pedestal of shame. The rose garden fell into an oppressive silence, akin to a mute performance. After a prolonged moment, Jiang Qingyan relinquished her hand, retreating 3 steps back, his voice heavy with apology. I am sorry. That belated apology was of no consequence to Ruan. She leaped from the swing, landing lightly on her feet, a soft laugh escaping her lips, her voice captivatingly melodic. Jiang Qingyan, I've said it before, once a choice is made, one must never look back with regret. With that, she turned to leave, taking only a few steps when behind her, a hoarse voice sighed. Jiang is not a good man. He is unworthy of lifelong commitment. When Ruan, I am merely concerned for you. When Ruan did not halt her steps, he is not a good man, and what of you? Jiang Qingyan, mind your own business and remain a faithful admirer. My affairs do not concern you. Jiang Qingyan watched her exit the rose garden without pursuit, settling onto the swing, the cigarette perched between his lips as he fumbled for his lighter. Although the sea breeze occasionally sweeps through, the heat remains stifling, leaving one feeling restless amidst the swirling smoke. He received a call from Yao Tianyu. Jiang Qingyan, where on earth have you been? Hurry and take your fiancée away. The voice on the other end erupted in fury, with faint echoes of Yao Man's screams discernible. After hanging up, Jiang Qingyan took a heavy breath, inhaling too forcefully, causing the smoke to choke him. As when Ruan exited the rose garden, she made her way towards the exit, intending to wait in the car for He Zhang. Along the way, she encountered Lin Yu. Lin Yu scanned the surroundings before rushing over. Grabbing Wen Ruan's arm and leading her to a secluded corner against the wall, Wen Ruan raised an eyebrow, questioning her motives. Are you up to something illicit? Lin Yu glanced around once more. I've heard about the commotion in the banquet hall. My uncle just called, instructing me to steer clear of you. He fears being seen with you. She had come out to take her uncle's call. My uncle said, now that you've joined Mingyi, you're completely on opposing sides with Ronli. If I continue to associate with you, Yao Tianyu and Yao Man will consider me a traitor, Wen Ruan retorted. Then why did you drag me over here? Lin Yu smiled at her, brimming with curiosity. I simply couldn't resist. So, what's the situation between you and He Zhang? Goodness, he looks exceptionally handsome tonight. Wen Ruan raised an eyebrow. Have you fallen for him? Lin Yu laughed. How could that be? I prefer younger men under 25. He is simply not my type. Clearly exhilarated, Lin Yu chattered on. From my experience, He Zhang likely has some interest in you. You should seize the opportunity. When Ruan turned her gaze towards the banquet hall, keeping an eye out for He Zhang's appearance, though she had no intention of pursuing a romantic relationship at the moment. Lin Yu patted her shoulder. Don't be so serious. I've told you before, men are merely here to balance our hormones. It's foolish to invest genuine feelings. Her enthusiasm grew as she continued. He Zhang is quite the catch, handsome and fit. With a physique that surely has stamina. If you're not interested in a relationship, just have some fun first. After all, you're in Mingyi now, why let someone else benefit? When Ruan's expression was difficult to decipher. She urged Lin Yu to return. If someone sees you with me, the jinx, Yao Man will truly consider you a traitor. You should hurry back. Lin Yu, her slender high heels tiring her out, leaned against the wall and let out a weary laugh. If it weren't for my uncle and the Lin family, I might just consider being a traitor myself. You have no idea how many foolish things Yao Man has done since she took over your position. Without delving into specifics, she recalled a 400-character essay that had been a topic of suspicion in the forum. Yao Man suspects the people from the second department the most, believing they are your confidants most likely to stand up for you. She has reassigned all of them to peripheral departments, cutting salaries and pushing them to resign. Several have already succumbed to the pressure. Furthermore, she has even extended her reach into my department when Wen Ruan was still at Ronli. The second department had been the most formidable, followed closely by her own. Yao Man dismissed the original members of the second department and sought to poach talent from her department. Luckily, she currently had a major project that required manpower. And Yao Tianyu had temporarily refused her request. Once this project concludes, it remains uncertain whether she will be able to retain her team. Yao Man was intent on completing a project to prove herself. During the more than half a year since Wen Ruan's departure, her primary focus had been on Jiang Qingyan's engagement banquet. Now that the engagement was confirmed, she had the time to fixate on the project in Wen Ruan's hands. My uncle insists that if she wants it, let her have one, but why should she? She is a spoiled heiress who lacks for nothing. I have a team that needs to make a living. Each of them has mortgages and debts, and losing a project also means losing bonuses. This project was painstakingly sourced by everyone. Why should we let her benefit? I'm truly exasperated. Although Yao Tianyu is a scoundrel, he has shown some wisdom in his work over the years. Why does everything fall apart the moment Yao Man arrives? The entire investment department is in disarray. It's truly a case of one rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. Lin Yu merely vented her frustrations. She had too much to consider and couldn't afford to openly offend Yao Man. I must be off. She straightened up, glancing back at Wen Ruan, momentarily taken aback. Why do you look so creepy while smiling? Wen Ruan chuckled. Ayue Technology, the VR gaming project, this should be from your department, right? Is Yao Man trying to snatch that? Lin Yu was taken aback by her awareness, but then realized it wasn't his secret. He Zhang would undoubtedly know. No, Ayue is quite significant for Rongli's strategic plan this year. Yao Tianyu would never agree to give it to Yao Man. I'm responsible for that one. She wants a different project. When Ruan studied Lin Yu, Yao Tianyu cannot allow Yao Man to continue her reckless behavior indefinitely. If you wish to oust her from the company, find an opportunity to hint at it. My first project at Mingyi is Ayue Technology. She spoke succinctly, and Lin Yu, having known her for years and being an old rival, understood immediately when Ruan was aiming to challenge Yao Man. In the banquet hall, in the lounge on the first floor, Yao Tianyu was seething with rage. Had he known Yao Man would be foolish enough to publicly expose He Zhang's identity, he would never have left midway. When he received a call from a friend, he was on the second floor, enjoying an engaging conversation with a partner from a fund management firm. The deal was nearly finalized, and the smile on his face was still radiant when he heard his friend exclaim, Tianyu, wow, He Zhang is truly your biological brother. Your confidentiality efforts were exceptional. Your sister just admitted it. He Zhang is the offspring of your father and He Meizhu. In that moment, a string in Yao Tianyu's mind snapped, leaving him utterly stunned. He rushed downstairs, grabbing a passerby to inquire about Jiang Qingyan, who had taken Yao Man to the lounge on the first floor. He stormed in, consumed by a furious rage, and in a moment of blind fury, he slapped Yao Man, unleashing the pent-up frustration he had been holding back. Yao Man, are you out of your mind? Are you brainless? How could the Yao family produce such a fool like you? You have accomplished nothing since coming back. The siblings clashed fiercely, and when Yao Man went on a rampage, no one could rein her in. Her nails raked across his face and neck, and as he turned to call for Jiang Qingyan's help, he found that he had vanished. A phone call summoned him back, and Jiang Qingyan arrived swiftly. Entering the room and shutting the door behind him, after venting his anger, Yao Tianyu regained a semblance of composure and refrained from further provoking Yao Man, instead directing his ire at Jiang Qingyan. You've been standing next to my sister all this time. When she was speaking, couldn't you have intervened? Jiang Qingyan glanced inside. Yao Man was still throwing a tantrum, having smashed everything in the room. Leaving chaos in her wake, he withdrew his gaze and addressed Yao Tianyu. I apologize, I didn't react in time. Yao Tianyu's face and neck were bloodied, with 2 deep gashes inflicting pain that made him grimace. He was eager to rush to the hospital for treatment and had no patience to deal with Jiang Qingyan's excuses. He shoved him aside forcefully. You're useless, get lost. Jiang Qingyan stumbled back, hitting the wall, the pain causing him to furrow his brow. Hearing the commotion, Yao Man turned to look, and upon seeing Jiang Qingyan, she hurled the ashtray at him, launching herself in his direction. Qingyan, don't listen to Zhang's nonsense. It must have been Wenruan who instigated this. Where is Wenruan? Take me to find her. After parting ways with Linyu, Wenruan headed straight to the parking lot at the hotel entrance. As the driver opened the back door for her, he quietly reminded her, Mister, he is already waiting for you inside. Wenruan was taken aback. The door was now open, and as she bent down to look inside, she found Zhang sitting there, the car parked under the streetlight, casting a warm golden glow upon him. Noticing her frozen state, Zhang chuckled. What are you doing? Get in. Wenruan climbed into the car. How did you get here before me? Zhang replied. I came as soon as I saw your message. In truth, it was Shen Yifan who had called him. Shen Yifan had driven himself to the hotel, had a drink inside, and since he couldn't drive afterward, he took Zhang's driver with him. He called Zhang to inform him of the situation. My mother said Cheng Shuang fell down the stairs and, upon reaching the hospital, discovered she was pregnant. The situation isn't looking good, and the doctors say she might not make it. I've taken Lao Gao with me. You should return and join Wenruan. By the way, she is alone in the banquet hall right now, so try to hurry. Zhang had just washed his face, and with 2 buttons of his shirt undone, he rebuttoned them after hanging up and stepped out of the restroom. Before Wenruan went to the rose garden, she had messaged him, saying she would wait for him there, so he headed straight to the rose garden, though he did not enter. When he arrived, Jiang Qingyan was already inside, and he overheard Jiang Qingyan asking her, Wenruan, do you like Zhang? He didn't dare to enter, feeling like a pitiful creature hiding in the shadows, yearning to hear her answer. Fully aware that she did not harbor feelings for him, even if she merely intended to provoke Jiang Qingyan with a disingenuous statement, she didn't even utter that. After feeling dejected, he reassured himself. It is fine, at least she didn't outright deny it. She still left me with some dignity. She cares about me to some extent. To spare her any embarrassment, he hid when she emerged, wanting to confront Jiang Qingyan but fearing that if he turned around, Wenruan would vanish. Thus, he followed her out. As he attempted to catch up with Wenruan after exiting the rose garden, he was intercepted by the general manager of an asset management firm from a bank. Having collaborated before, their relationship was not shallow. When greeted warmly, he could hardly respond with indifference, pausing for a brief exchange. His gaze remained fixed on Wenruan upon observing her being pulled away by Linyu and seeing her send a message on her phone, which was directed to him, informing that she would not be at the rose garden and would wait for him in the car. He decided to conclude his conversation with the general manager of asset management. After noticing she was still engaged in conversation with Linyu, he retreated to the car to await her arrival. The vehicle swiftly departed from the hotel, and Wenruan instructed the driver to head towards the hospital, mentioning she wanted to check on Zhang's back. Zhang did not decline, and they proceeded to Songli Hospital. He turned to Wenruan and explained that Shen Yifan was at Songli, and his wife's condition was not good. They might as well pay a visit. Wenruan replied, Oh, with such a large hospital, we probably won't run into my mother, recalling the events that transpired in the banquet hall that evening. A tinge of concern for Zhang lingered in her mind. Do you think Yao Man will retaliate against you for publicly exposing her past? They had agreed to take things slow that night, yet he had launched a significant offensive. The revelations about Yao Man's past, missing the college entrance examination due to a hotel affair with a man and her subsequent abortion, were news to her. Upon hearing them, she could only reflect that Jiang Qingyan's affection for him was undeniably genuine. After that thought, her worry for Zhang resurfaced. During her earlier chat with Linyu, the topic of that evening had come up. Yao Man had indeed been deeply affected and had directly exposed Zhang's background. It was not surprising, considering her profound concern for her reputation. being publicly shamed over her past had undoubtedly crossed her boundaries. Yao Man's outbursts were indeed frightening. She had previously suffered from bipolar disorder, and when one had thought she had recovered, yet tonight she seemed to exhibit signs of an episode. Yao Wei cherished her dearly, indulging her unconditionally. Thus, He Jiang was bound to face misfortune this time. Inside the car, He Jiang's gaze lingered on Ruan's exquisite and vibrant visage. Noticing her brow furrowed with worry, he managed to smile. Are you concerned that Yao Wei will take action against me? Are you worried about Minghe's stability, or is it merely that you're concerned for my well-being? When Ruan replied, I am worried about both. He Jiang, with a nonchalant smile gracing his lips, reassured her, do not fret, I won't let you lose your job. Even if Yao Wei disapproves of me, he won't act against me for the time being. He Jiang understood Yao Wei's nature all too well. Over the years, his rivalry with Yao Tianyu had been fierce, and Yao Wei's silence could be attributed to three reasons. First, Yao Wei perceived value in him and desired to mend their relationship, hoping he would acknowledge his roots and pledge loyalty to the family. Second, Yao Wei utilized him to challenge Yao Tianyu, who, previously unambitious, had only improved through their conflicts. If these were the only two reasons, Yao Wei might have retaliated against him during the celebration banquet or the evening's gathering. However, even in anger, he would not act against him now. When Ruan listened intently, noticing He Jiang had paused, her curiosity piquing, and the third reason, He Jiang fell silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting inscrutable depths. Yao Wei has focused on expanding overseas markets in recent years, and several key projects of Ronli Group are abroad. He paused again, meeting Ruan's gaze, his brows arching with a hint of audacity. To put it plainly, if I wished to sabotage those overseas projects of Ronli Group would face ruin. This was the primary reason Yao Wei would refrain from acting against him. Although he harbored disdain for Yao Wei, a tacit understanding existed between them. As long as Yao Wei did not jeopardize Minghe, he would not engage in a destructive conflict. He Jiang anticipated that Yao Wei would likely reprimand him as a father would, yet would certainly not threaten Minghe. Though Yao Wei adored Yao Man, he would not allow her to jeopardize his overseas endeavors, which represented his hard work and ambition. Moreover, he merely intended to embarrass Yao Man without encroaching on the core interests of Ronli Group. Hence Yao Wei would not escalate matters. He Jiang was reluctant to delve further into this topic, and when Ruan refrained from probing, simply giving him a thumbs up. Mr. He, you are impressive. He Jiang lifted his eyelids to glance at her, a smirk playing on his lips as he replied, you are the truly impressive one. She was indeed remarkable, accomplishing so much without lifting a finger, merely a click away from toppling him. The first time he felt suffocated was when Ruan chose Ronli Capital after graduation. Upon learning that she returned to Haicheng to develop her career and had joined Ronli, He Jiang was elated and sought her out immediately. Inviting her to Minghe, she declined, stating her dreams lay with Ronli. He was infuriated, losing sleep for several days, yet felt powerless to stop her, for Ronli had the entire Ronli Group backing it, reigning supreme in Haicheng, while Minghe Capital was in its infancy. Uncertain in its foundation and future, anyone would choose Ronli. He could not hinder her prospects. The second time he felt this way was when he discovered Ruan had joined Ronli for Jiang Qingyan. She harbored feelings for Jiang Qingyan and had pursued him for quite some time. By the time he became aware of their relationship, they were already together. This revelation struck him like an atomic bomb, shattering his heart and lungs into fragments. For several days, he could not sleep, drinking himself into the hospital, suffering from pain akin to post-accident trauma. Despite the enormity of the project at Baiwei, he could not muster even a modicum of interest. The industry claimed he and Ruan were arch-rivals, and she believed he bore a grudge over their high school days when she toyed with his feelings, perpetually opposing her. In truth, it was not personal. It was primarily because Ruan was too exceptional. During her years at Ronli, most of the promising projects were unearthed by her, their goals aligned, leading her to mistakenly believe he was merely opposing her. In reality, his conflict was with Ronli and Yao Tianyu. Now, however, he finally glimpsed the light after the clouds parted. Although he had not yet won her over, at the very least, she had come to Minghe. He Jiang did not disclose how he could interfere with Ronli Group's overseas projects, yet when one could vaguely surmise that he had endured considerable hardship to reach this point, when he mentioned the matter, his expression shifted noticeably, his eyes sharp and guarded, yet when he turned to look at her, that wariness inexplicably faded, as if he intentionally concealed the rising intensity within him. Just moments ago in the banquet hall, the instant He Jiang departed, Shen Yifan began to drone on, lamenting Yao Man had made a valid observation. Alas, this poor child, He Jiang, truly lacks parental affection and has suffered greatly in this life. What was the source of his suffering? Shen Yifan did not elaborate, as his phone rang just as he was about to launch into a detailed account of He Jiang's hardships. A half hour later, the car halted at the entrance of Songli Hospital. He Jiang exited first, and when Ruan followed from another door, intending to rush over to support him when she spotted Yao Tianyu striding towards them. Seething with rage. He Jiang, Chapter 45, Let us get divorced. Yao Tianyu had followed He Jiang's car from the hotel. The hotel had a dedicated medical room, and his face and neck bore deep Bloody scratches inflicted by Yao Man. He first went to the medical room to tend to his wounds. Two of the cuts were particularly deep, nearly exposing flesh, and fearing the possibility of scarring, he planned to seek further treatment at the hospital. As the car exited the hotel gate, he spotted He Zheng's vehicle passing by. He instructed the driver to follow closely, intent on giving He Zheng a couple of punches. He Zheng, you are truly courting death. Yao Tianyu rushed over, raising his fist, the wind from his punch aimed directly at He Zheng's face. He had previously lost to He Zheng in fights and had taken up boxing to improve his skills. Although he still struggled to win in practice, his fury now fueled his speed and force. He Zheng had an injury on his back. He Zheng dodged swiftly, avoiding a direct blow, yet the motion strained his entire back, causing his tall, slender figure to wobble precariously. Fortunately, when Ruan reacted quickly, leaping forward to grasp his arm, providing the support he needed to steady himself. As Yao Tianyu swung his fist, the movement aggravated the wound on his neck. Igniting a sharp pain, he refrained from throwing a second punch, instead glaring at He Zheng with scorn. You, a grown man, dare to publicly expose a woman's dark past? You truly have some nerve. He Zheng withdrew his arm from Ruan's grasp, casually draping it over her shoulder. Understanding his intent to lean on her for support, she did not resist, wrapping her arms around his waist and helping him move forward. The night breeze tousled the strands of hair falling over He Zheng's forehead, concealing the cold sweat that betrayed his pain. He gazed steadily at Yao Tianyu, his handsome features cold and sharp, his eyes like a frigid pool, with a smirk that bore an ominous undertone. Yao Tianyu, why are you so angry that my background has been exposed? Because you know full well that Yao Wei has always wanted me to acknowledge my roots, and the greatest obstacle has been the pressure from your maternal grandfather. But now, with Yao Man's revelation, Yao Wei can naturally recognize me. Whether I go to the Yao family is now my decision. He Zheng's bone structure was strikingly symmetrical, and when he squinted at others, he exuded a hint of mischief. He raised his lips in a provocative grin. Did you just say I have guts? I can be even bolder. Previously, I had no interest in being family with you, but my perspective has changed. I must thank Yao Man for reminding me that I am also Yao Wei's son, and I deserve a share of Ronli group. Wouldn't you agree? He was a demon. Indeed, He Zheng was scheming against the group. Yao Tianyu's anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead, and the pain from his injuries made him grimace. He Zheng ignored him, wrapping his arm around Ruan as they headed toward the hospital entrance. Yao Tianyu attempted to pursue them when he received a call from his father. Did you hit your sister? Yao Tianyu nearly cursed aloud. Damn it, his foolish sister, aside from being a telltale, seemed utterly devoid of talent. How could a man like Jiang Qingyan, who was as pure as a breeze, possibly be attracted to Yao Man? He must have ulterior motives, either for money or power. What normal man would be drawn to Yao Man? He wondered if that love letter was genuine and resolved to investigate thoroughly in due time. When Wan intended to take He Zheng to tend to his injuries first before seeking out Shen Yifan, but He Zheng insisted they find Shen Yifan first. Aunt Shen just messaged me, saying she went home to get something. Only Shen Yifan is with Cheng Shuang at the hospital, and she fears Shen Yifan might say something unpleasant that could upset Cheng Shuang. She asked me to hurry over once I arrive at the hospital. Indeed, He Zheng's phone had chimed earlier during their journey, when Wan recalled how he had urged the driver to accelerate after putting down his phone. She initially thought it was due to his aching back. After escorting He Zheng to the ward, Wan signaled that she would wait outside and not enter. Just as she finished speaking, a furious roar erupted from within the room, the voice of Shen Yifan filled with exasperation. Cheng Shuang, are you out of your mind? The child was lost because of your own negligence. What do you mean by it was according to my wishes? Did I instruct you to fall? Stop making unreasonable accusations and creating trouble. When Ruan glanced at He Zheng, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. He Zheng shrugged. It would be awkward for me to go in now. I'll wait until they finish their quarrel. He leaned heavily against her, causing Ruan to wobble slightly, prompting her to pat his lower back. Brother, you're too heavy. I can't support you. Your feet aren't injured, so stand up straight. As she tilted her head to converse with He Zheng, she found herself ensconced in his embrace, their proximity heightened by the warmth of his breath against her neck. Suddenly, He Zheng's gaze darkened, his body tensing in response, especially as he felt her soft hand patting his rigid back. A rush of conflicting sensations flooding through him, he found himself frozen, thinking how invincible this woman was, utterly bewitched. A simple gesture had thrown him into disarray. He Zheng quickly released her, stepping aside several paces, turning his back to her as if facing a wall in contemplation. When Ruan was taken aback. Had she not merely suggested he stand on his own? Why had he retreated so far? Was she somehow a fearsome beast, or was he upset with her for finding him too heavy? The atmosphere outside the ward was tense, while the air inside was thick with gravity. Shen Yifan stood with his hands on his hips, casting a disdainful glance at the woman in the hospital bed, his handsome features marred by frustration and indifference. His words were laced with barbs. Cheng Shuang, you were right about one thing. I never intended to have a child with you. I've always taken precautions, except for that one time 2 months ago when you said you would take the morning after pill. So you got pregnant because you didn't take the pill. Right, the child's arrival was due to your mistake, and now that the child is gone, it's also your fault. I haven't even lost my temper yet, so why are you throwing a fit? Cheng Shuang, having just escaped the clutches of death, lay pale upon the bed, turned away from Shen Yifan, her dim eyes fixated on the window, lost in her thoughts, silent and inscrutable. Shen Yifan found her demeanor particularly irksome, her attempts to downplay her errors while attributing blame to him. When their arguments escalated, she resorted to silence, refusing to cry or express any emotion, rendering him powerless to hurt her with words. Her grievances paled in comparison to his. Cheng Shuang, despite my shortcomings, I have never wronged you. From start to finish, it has been you who has wronged me. You know full well how our marriage came to be. It was your scheming that led us here. Some of the suffering you endure is indeed yours to bear. I told you from the outset that no matter how you endeavored to ingratiate yourself with my family, I would never love you. I offered you a marriage devoid of affection, a practical union that you accepted. If you can no longer endure this arrangement, let us not torture each other any further, let us divorce. Divorce. The words hung in the air, cold and unfeeling. Cheng Shuang slowly turned to face him. Her beautiful yet hollow eyes locking onto the man before her, the promise of protection and care she once knew from him had faded into obscurity. Time had altered everything. This man, clad in a luxurious white shirt and black trousers, tall and striking, was still Shen Yifan, yet he was no longer the boy she had once known. They were married, yet they had become adversaries. Divorce. Cheng Shuang managed a faint, resigned smile, her expression tinged with bitterness. All right, can you wait until I am discharged? All right. Shen Yifan paused, taken aback by her unexpected agreement. Previously he had broached the subject annually, only to be met with her silence or defiance. This time, she had acquiesced. A mix of frustration and relief washed over him as he gazed at her pale yet beautiful face, releasing a breath. There is no rush. I've endured you for years. It's unreasonable to expect to get through this in just a few days. Focus on your recovery, and only then should you think of leaving. Not he intended to speak to her in a calm manner, yet his words cut deeper than he anticipated. Observing Cheng Shuang's response, he noticed her turning away, returning to her previous position, avoiding his gaze. Shen Yifan contemplated stepping outside for a smoke, but, noticing her foredrip nearing depletion, opted to remain, pulling up a chair and staring at her back. Lost in thought, the hospital room door was ajar, allowing Wan to overhear their conversation with clarity, leaving her momentarily speechless. Everyone in their circle knew He Zhang, the audacious and sharp-tongued head of Mingyi, who was notoriously difficult to please. In stark contrast was Shen Yifan, the amiable and diplomatic second-in-command, who never raised a brow in anger. The dynamics between Shen Yifan and his wife were complex. Yet it seemed cruel of him to speak so harshly, especially considering she had just lost a child. Or among the men Wan had considered reliable and suitable for marriage, only 3 remained: Jiang Qingyan, Pan Rui, and Shen Yifan. Now that Jiang Qingyan had fallen from grace and Shen Yifan displayed such disregard for his wife, while Pan Rui's recent conflicts with Zhang Tongtong revealed troubling signs of dependency, it seemed her judgment was lacking. Thus for her, the wisest course was to distance herself from men altogether. Lost in thought, she felt an arm drape over her shoulder. He Zhang was guiding her toward the elevator. Shall we go? When Wan followed him, aren't you going to check in? She inquired, recalling the message Shen Yifan's mother had sent, implying she wanted him to intervene. They're about to divorce. He Zhang's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Letting out a heavy sigh, they can't part ways. Divorce might be a relief for both, but their situation is complicated. It's hard to assign blame. Neither is completely at fault. Noticing the curiosity etched on Wan's face, He Zhang lightly patted her shoulder with a smile. Want to hear a story? Treat me to a meal, and I'll share it with you. Forget it. I'm not interested in love stories right now. As they reached the elevator, the doors slid open, and upon seeing the occupants inside, when Wan's words faltered, she quickly masked her expression, greeting them politely. Mom, Aunt Lan. The 2 individuals in the elevator froze, their gazes shifting from Wan to He Zhang and then to the hand he had draped over her shoulder, finally landing on her flat abdomen. When Huiyan's expression shifted dramatically. At 10 o'clock that evening, at Sangli Hospital, the 4 stood in a tense standoff, the air around them stifling. When Wan pointed at He Zhang, introducing him to the 2 in front of her. This is He Zhang, my boss. He Zhang, realizing the gravity of the moment, quickly withdrew his arm from around Wan, the movement aggravating his back injury. He refrained from uttering a sound of pain, instead bowing respectfully towards Huiyan. Hello, Aunt. He then turned to Zhong Lan, recalling their previous encounter. Hello, Aunt Lan. Zhong Lan recognized him as well, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement, and offered a polite smile. Hello. Understanding the situation, she nudged the silent Huiyan, signaling her to extend some courtesy to Wan. However, when Huiyan's gaze remained fixed on He Zhang, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Feeling the weight of her scrutiny, He Zhang's skin prickled with discomfort, and he stood slightly awkwardly with Huiyan maintaining her silence. It was Zhong Lan who took charge, calling over a nurse to escort He Zhang for an examination of his back, while she pulled the mother-daughter duo into the elevator, having restrained her temper to avoid disturbing the patients in the ward. When Huiyan finally turned to Wan once the elevator doors closed, Her voice sharp with inquiry. That man, yes, the one you were rumored to have dated back in the day, the one named he Zhang, yes, that's the name, she confirmed, recalling how much he had changed over the past decade. Appearing more mature and refined. If they had crossed paths on the street, she might not have recognized him, yet, seeing him embrace Wen Ruan, she had instantly identified him as the boy from her past. When Wen Ruan was reported for early romance, Wen Huiyan had believed it. The day before the report, she had seen He Zhang's hand resting on Wen Ruan's shoulder from a distance. Wen Ruan had not resisted, even wrapping her arms around his waist. In that moment, she had felt an urge to confront them, but a phone call about a severe car accident had pulled her away. By the time she returned home, she had received the call from the school regarding the allegations. Wen Ruan had explained that He Zhang had injured his foot and she was merely assisting him to the clinic nearby. But Wen Huiyan couldn't shake her disdain for He Zhang. Wen Ruan had always been obedient until this boy had sparked her rebellion, deepening the rift in their mother-daughter relationship. In the elevator, Wen Huiyan recalled the intimate posture they had displayed earlier, pointing at Wen Ruan's flat abdomen. Are you pregnant? The question caught Wen Ruan off guard, and she slowly realized that coming to a gynecologist in the middle of the night with a man could indeed lead to misunderstandings. I'm not pregnant, I'm here because a friend's wife fell while pregnant, and I came to check on her. Wen Huiyan still wanted to say something, but the elevator reached their floor, and Zhonglan pushed her out. Enough of this late-night interrogation. Dr. Zhang and the others are waiting for you, hurry and take a look. I'll see Wen Ruan off. Tonight, there was a high-risk patient in the gynecology department who needed surgery in the morning but suddenly experienced severe discomfort due to arrhythmogenic right ventricular cardiomyopathy. Prompting an urgent call for Wen Huiyan, Zhonglan pressed the elevator close button and selected another floor. Duty called, and although Wen Huiyan had much to say to Wen Ruan, she could only watch the elevator descend. Inside the elevator, Zhonglan looked Wen Ruan up and down, complimenting her. You look truly beautiful tonight. Wen Ruan sometimes thought that her desires were not extravagant. All she wished for was for her mother to occasionally praise her like Auntie Lan did instead of constantly belittling her. Thank you, Auntie Lan. Zhonglan linked her arm with hers and remarked pointedly that He Zhang, I saw him back in school. It's evident he holds a fondness for you. He appears far more agreeable than that Jiang Qingyan. Wen Ruan was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head with a smile. Auntie Lan, he's merely my boss. Zhonglan chuckled and said nothing further. Exiting the elevator, Wen Ruan intended to find He Zhang in the emergency room. After taking a couple of steps, her phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and she answered it casually. Hello, Wen Ruan, it really is you. Why do you always linger around? Yao Man's shrill voice nearly pierced her eardrum, prompting Wen Ruan to hold the phone farther away, yet the volume remained loud. Wen Ruan, you wait for me, you. Hey, Jiang Qingyan, what are you doing? Give me back my phone. I want to scold her. Are you feeling sorry for her? Wen Ruan coldly hung up the call, bewildered. What a lunatic. At 10:30 in the evening, at the Yao family's old residence, Yao Man's phone was snatched in the middle of her call, leaving her furious. She had instructed Jiang Qingyan to take her to find Wen Ruan, but he claimed not to know where she was and simply returned her home. Fine, she thought she would go home, feeling particularly disheveled today, and would seek out He Zhang and Wen Ruan another day to settle the score. Jiang Qingyan had said he had lost contact with Wen Ruan, yet when she checked his phone, she found a contact labeled WR. Everyone else had names, but this one was in English, and her intuition told her it must be Wen Ruan. Sure enough, when she called, it was indeed Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan's previous number had been deactivated. This was a new one. Jiang Qingyan claimed they had lost contact, yet he had her new number. Yao Man was on the brink of exploding with anger. Everyone was bullying her. Everyone. First, Wen Ruan had made a grand entrance at the party, overshadowing her. Then He Zhang had publicly exposed her hidden past, and now even Yao Tianyu dared to hit her. Now, Jiang Qingyan was also bullying her. Yao Man lost control of her emotions, no matter how Jiang Qingyan tried to explain. She wouldn't listen. She smashed everything she could in the living room, her voice shrill as she ordered Jiang Qingyan to leave. Just as Yao Wei entered, Man, stop making a scene. Yao Tianyu had just returned after treating his wounds and had been sitting quietly, watching Yao Man throw a tantrum. Seeing Yao Wei enter, he quickly found a spot and knelt down. Yao Man immediately threw herself into Yao Wei's embrace, crying so hard she could barely catch her breath. Dad, they are all bullying me, all of them. Yao Wei gently patted her back, soothing her. Good girl, don't cry, your father has come back to take charge, hasn't he? His sharp gaze swept over the obediently kneeling Yao Tianyu, then turned to the steadfast Jiang Qingyan. Lastly, he glanced at Meizhu, who was hesitating on the second floor about whether to come down. He spoke in a calm tone, issuing a command. Meizhu, call Li Zhang and ask him to come home tomorrow. If he doesn't answer, you go find him yourself and bring him back no matter what. He Zhang's back injury was not severe, it was merely a minor soft tissue injury that would heal with some ointment. The two of them left the hospital well past 11 o'clock. As they drove away from the hospital parking lot, He Zhang stole several glances at Wen Ruan, repeatedly hesitating to speak, sensing his demeanor. Wen Ruan could roughly guess what he wanted to ask and smiled. My mom recognized you as my early crush and misunderstood that we are dating now, scolding me for it. He Zhang's anxious heart finally found solace. He had thought that the future mother-in-law's gaze towards him had been ominous, filled with hostility. This was bad. His current state was poor, looking somewhat disheveled while casually draping his arm around Wenwan, which surely left a negative impression on her mother. It was absurd. He hadn't even started pursuing her yet and had already been rejected by his future mother-in-law. How much more suffering in love must he endure? The urgency to win her heart was palpable. Should he muster the courage to push forward tonight? Jiang fell into a contemplative silence, his mind swirling with thoughts, while Wenwan assumed he was in pain and chose not to speak. The car drove all the way to Qingyan Mansion, unaware of the time they had left the party. The driver had taken the opportunity to place her luggage in the trunk when he picked her up. As Wenwan received her suitcase from the driver, she prepared to say goodbye to Jiang, only to see him exiting the car. "Hey, you don't need to walk me upstairs, it's too late. You should head back." He had sent her the detailed address and door number the night before, along with the password, which was his birthday. Jiang reached for the suitcase in her hand, saying, "I live here too. I have 2 apartments here." Wenwan paused. "Alright then." Both of his apartments were on the 20th floor across from each other. Wenwan turned right after exiting the elevator, while Jiang turned left. As Wenwan opened her door, Jiang asked, "Haven't you eaten dinner? I'm about to cook a bowl of noodles. Are you hungry? I could make one for you too." Wenwan was indeed quite hungry. She had only eaten once today, having breakfast for lunch, and had only drunk some champagne in the evening. Now feeling as if her stomach was touching her back, she had initially planned to buy something on the way but, noticing Jiang's pained expression, felt reluctant to voice her hunger, thinking she would just order takeout later. Sure. It was also the perfect opportunity to discuss IUA technology with him. Qingyan Mansion was an upscale residential complex, and Jiang's apartment boasted over 200 square meters of usable space. Upon opening the door, Wenwan anticipated a lavishly decorated interior, befitting Jiang's affluent taste, but was pleasantly surprised to find a simple European style that exuded a sense of design and comfort. The apartment was fully equipped with everything needed, from daily necessities and kitchen utensils to bedding and women's slippers, all new and presumably prepared by Jiang himself, reflecting his thoughtfulness. After spending half an hour showering, Wenwan, due to dining with Jiang, opted not to change into pajamas but instead chose a gray t-shirt and matching casual pants from her suitcase, after drying her hair and loosely tying it into a messy bun. The doorbell rang just as she finished getting ready. Upon opening the door, Jiang entered with 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles. When Wenwan's gaze wandered over him, he had also showered and was wearing a black bathrobe, loosely tied at the waist, with matching casual pants below. The robe hung loosely, revealing a significant portion of his chest. As Wenwan took a bowl of noodles from him, her eyes briefly lingered on his well-defined physique, and she remarked, "Mr. He, please put on proper clothing before knocking. Dressed like this, one might think you're trying to flirt with me." She intended it as a jest, but to her surprise, Jiang's dark eyes fixed on her intently as he playfully replied, "What if I am trying to flirt with you?" After finishing his shower, he initially wore a t-shirt and casual long pants, but before stepping out, he changed into a bathrobe, deliberately loosening the belt a little to reveal more of his chest. He had been working out for years and was quite confident in his well-defined pectorals and 8-pack abs. Indeed, when Wenwan opened the door, her gaze lingered on his chest several times, suggesting she was pleased with his physique, which brought him a slight sense of comfort. If it weren't for the 2 bowls of noodles he was holding, he would have liked to tug at the bathrobe a bit more. "Mr. He, please make sure to dress appropriately before knocking. With you looking like this, I might think you're trying to flirt with me." He could tell she was joking, yet he seized the opportunity to express a heartfelt sentiment concealed within the jest. She would likely take it as mere banter, but that was alright. He had an abundance of genuine feelings that, after being expressed often enough, would surely find their way into her heart someday. "What if I actually wanted to flirt with you?" Wenwan paused for 2 seconds upon hearing this, then smiled and replied, "No, thank you, right now. My heart is as solid as cement. I prefer you to shower me with cash instead. If I manage to secure AIU, you should increase my bonus." He sighed softly, knowing that this was precisely how things would unfold. Undeterred, he closed the door and followed Wenwan into the small dining area. "I said if you manage to secure AIU, this house will be a bonus for you, but now you want a bonus from me. How much do you think I can give you? I've never met anyone as foolish as you. If it were someone else, they would have pressured me into signing a contract by now." Wenwan placed the noodles on the dining table and went to the kitchen to fetch 2 pairs of chopsticks, handing 1 pair to Jiang. "I'm just worried you might be at a disadvantage finding such a good employee like me. You should be secretly pleased." He took the chopsticks and, with a smile in his eyes, pulled out a chair for her. "I'm genuinely touched." "Speaking of the house," Jiang inquired, "how do you like this place? Are you satisfied with the decor? If there's anything you don't like, we can certainly redo it." He had purchased the property as an investment, but he had a good relationship with the developer, who offered him the best price and top-notch renovations, furnishing the entire place beautifully, although he had never lived there. A cleaning lady would come regularly to air it out and tidy up, just like at Shin Yifan's place, so it was ready to move in at any time. "I quite like it." Wen Ruan replied as she settled into her chair, expressing no dissatisfaction. The small dining area was well designed, offering a stunning view of the district's nightscape from this height. However, Wen Ruan had no time to appreciate the scenery, as her thoughts were solely focused on the bowl of noodles before her, which was visually appealing and fragrant. "You have quite the culinary skills, Mr. He. The beef is very flavorful," she praised. He Jiang, being honest, replied. The beef was marinated by Aunt Shen. She brought it over when Shen Yifan came for dinner yesterday. He had just moved in last night, with Shen Yifan accompanying him. After swallowing a mouthful of noodles, he glanced at Wen Ruan and added, "My cooking skills are indeed commendable. You can come over for meals often, and I won't charge you for it." "Thank you, boss." After their casual conversation, Wen Ruan shifted to more serious matters, stating the person in charge of AIU technology at Ronli should be Yao Man. When He Jiang had people stock the fridge, he made sure it was filled to the brim. He grabbed 2 bottles of water, opening one and placing it beside Wen Ruan while he drank from the other. "Yao Man, that's impossible." AIU is a lucrative opportunity and crucial to Ronli's strategy this year. Yao Tianyu may be incompetent, but he isn't foolish enough to entrust it to Yao Man. Wen Ruan took a sip of water and continued, "If she knows that I'm in charge of Minghe, she'll certainly want AIU." Yao Tianyu was indeed clever enough not to hand AIU over to Yao Man, but Yao Man was favored more than he was. She could throw a tantrum if she wanted. Furthermore, even if Yao Tianyu managed to persuade Yao Man to stay away from AIU, it wouldn't matter. She had a backup plan. Lin Yu would assist her. For Lin Yu, losing AIU wouldn't significantly impact her. How much Ronli gained or lost was irrelevant to her. What mattered was that Yao Man would be competing for personnel, and Wen Ruan had no fondness for Yao Man. Moreover, after Wen Ruan's departure, the position of Deputy General Manager at Ronli's Investment Management Center was originally supposed to be Lin Yu's. However, it was rumored that an external deputy was parachuted in, lured by Yao Tianyu with a high salary from abroad, which had Lin Yu fuming. In the small dining area, Wen Ruan turned to He Jiang. "If I compete with Yao Man, I can handle whatever move she makes, but I'm just afraid that Yao Wei will come looking for you." Previously, no matter how He Jiang and Yao Tianyu clashed, Yao Wei had reasons to remain in the shadows, but now that He Jiang's identity was public knowledge, everyone knew he was also Yao Wei's son. If Minghe and Ronli were to clash, outsiders would perceive it as a farce within the Yao family, and the one who would lose face would be Yao Wei himself. Especially with Yao Man involved in the AIU project. At tonight's cocktail party, He Jiang had made Yao Man feel humiliated, and she would undoubtedly seek revenge through AIU with her involvement. The showdown between Minghe and Ronli would be anything but trivial. Would Yao Wei remain uninvolved? Certainly not. He was overly fond of Yao Man, and the one facing criticism would only be He Jiang. Though He Jiang had previously stated his reasons why Yao Wei wouldn't act against him, one could never be too sure with someone like Yao Wei. If he were truly angered, he would have countless ways to retaliate. When Ruan asked He Jiang, "Is there any way to handle Yao Wei so that he doesn't interfere with AIU? If you can, I will go all out against Yao Man. If not, I'll take it easy, making my victory as hard-fought as possible to spare Yao Man too much embarrassment." When Ruan wanted to compete with Yao Man, seeing it as an excellent opportunity to exploit Yao Man's animosity towards her, stirring up chaos within Ronli capital, which would ultimately drive a wedge between Yao Tianyu and Yao Man. If Yao Tianyu grew resentful towards Yao Man, he would likely also develop a distaste for Jiang Qingyan. When Ruan was essentially molded by Jiang Qingyan, in the future, they would inevitably cross paths. Competing with Jiang Qingyan would present fewer chances of success. However, if Jiang Qingyan's focus were split between the sibling rivalry, that would indeed be advantageous. Internal conflicts had always been the most brutal. This was her way of preparing for the future, preemptively wearing down Jiang Qingyan. As when Ruan gazed at He Jiang, her eyes sparkled with concern and care, softening his heart. "You can go ahead and fight, don't worry about Yao Wei. I have my ways to handle him." Just then, He Jiang's phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. He recognized it immediately as his overly persistent mother. Since leaving the hospital, he had received countless calls from unknown numbers. At this hour, such persistence could only belong to He Meizhu. He had long since blacklisted her, and she likely borrowed all the servants' phones in the house. He answered the call. He Jiang, "You little rascal, you finally answered. I borrowed all the servants' phones. I nearly exhausted myself. If you didn't pick up, I would have sent someone to your company to kidnap you tomorrow. Get to the point, you have half a minute. After that, I'm hanging up you." He Meizhu hesitated, realizing his temper was serious. Suppressing her anger, she said, "Your father wants you to come home tomorrow. Don't refuse just yet." "All right, tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, I'll go to the Yao family mansion." He Meizhu had prepared a lengthy speech to persuade him, but upon hearing He Jiang's agreement, she was momentarily taken aback. "Huh, you really want to come? Don't trick me." He Jiang hung up the phone abruptly, throwing it onto the table. He looked up at Wen Ruan with a smile. "Tomorrow afternoon, I'll be negotiating with Yao Wei." Seeing his calm demeanor, when Ruan sensed he had a plan and didn't pry into the details, she raised her bottle of mineral water to clink against his, her smile enchanting. "Let us toast with water to a victorious start." He Jiang gazed at her radiant smile, his eyes darkening slightly as he picked up the bottle she had touched and took a deep swig. "You just focus on charging ahead, pursue whatever you wish. You needn't worry about anything else, I'll handle it. When Ruan looked at him, her eyes shining brightly. Alright. After finishing the bowl of noodles, considering his back injury, when Ruan intended to wash the dishes. But Jiang wouldn't allow her to lift a finger. In a moment, I'll take care of that. You come help me with something. When Ruan washed her hands and followed him to the living room, where Jiang pulled a small, exquisite medicine bottle from the pocket of his bathrobe and handed it to her. I just showered and haven't applied the medicine yet. When Ruan glanced at his back, took the bottle without hesitation, and said, alright, take off your bathrobe. Chapter 48. When Ruan truly came to Minghe, when Ruan looked down to twist the cap open, then raised her gaze only to find Jiang had already discarded his bathrobe. He stood quietly before her, his eyes fixed intently on her. When Ruan reminded him, you should turn around, your injury is on your back. Jiang thought to himself, why turn? Isn't this an opportunity to flaunt my physique and entice you? Fearing she might be put off, he didn't dare to say it outright, instead feigning a casual demeanor as he rubbed his abdomen with his long fingers. Oh, I overate earlier and feel a bit bloated. Just giving it a rub. When Ruan followed the motion of his hand with her gaze, and, in that moment, her eyes instinctively roamed over his form. To her surprise, his physique was admirable, defined chest, sculpted abs, and a well-formed V-line, everything one would expect from someone who dedicated themselves to fitness. Jiang kept his gaze locked on her eyes, waiting for her to finish her inspection before finally turning around. When Ruan glanced at his back and thought, well, there's more to admire here, broad shoulders, slender waist, firm muscles, straight lines, a healthy and powerful presence, she suddenly recalled Ling Yu's words, Jiang is handsome with an impressive physique. That waist is definitely strong. If you don't want to date, just enjoy it until you're bored and then move on. Her gaze unconsciously fell on Jiang's lower back. Indeed, it looked quite robust, exuding a wild charm. When Ruan mused that she'd probably wouldn't marry in this lifetime, but in Lin Yu's words, it was occasionally necessary to have a man to balance one's hormones. If the need arose in the future, she would seek out someone like Jiang for a casual romance. Standing in her flat shoes, Jiang was too tall, prompting her to ask him to sit down. Jiang complied, settling onto the sofa while when Ruan sat behind him. As the warm palm glided slowly across his back, Jiang's breath became increasingly labored, a twinge of regret surfacing within him. He had overestimated his resistance to her. The slightest touch from her sent his entire body into a state akin to boiling, as if he were about to explode. With great difficulty, he endured the fiery desire, allowing Wen Ruan to finish applying the medicine. Suddenly, Jiang sprang to his feet from the sofa, not daring to look back, and with a swift motion of his long fingers, he retrieved the bathrobe, wrapping it around his waist. It's too late. You should sleep early. I'll head back now, he stammered, and without waiting for a response, he turned and fled towards the door, almost in a panic. When Ruan, still holding the medicine bottle, called out his name a couple of times. But he seemed not to hear her, quickening his pace until he broke into a run. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut behind him. Standing there, when Ruan gazed at the closed door, then glanced down at the medicine bottle in her hand, clicking her tongue in frustration. Having been with Jiang Qingyan for 3 years and approaching her 30s, she was no longer the naive girl she once was. She understood all too well what Jiang's flushed face and sweaty body indicated. She had seen him use the bathrobe to shield his modesty, and it was clear to her that he had reacted. To be honest, she didn't find it off-putting. During their earlier idle chatter, he had mentioned that he was currently single. It was the dead of night, and here they were, two single individuals, he a nearly 30-year-old man, and she a stunning beauty, touching him. It was entirely normal for him to respond physically. His ability to control himself indicated good character. Besides, she wasn't entirely innocent either. She had no qualms about not marrying in this lifetime. But to say she would never engage with men again seemed unrealistic. After all, she was not yet 30, and her youth was still flourishing. There were still decades ahead of her. One could not live this life denying oneself pleasure. She was quite satisfied with Jiang's physique. Had he moved a tad slower, she might have truly pushed him down. Alas, what a pity. Jiang, after running back and shutting the door, suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten the bowl. However, there was no time to dwell on that. He needed to hurry and take a shower. Cold water cascaded over him, flowing down his chiseled face and collarbone, gliding over his firm chest and slender waist, finally trickling down his long legs to his toes. He closed his eyes, and after a while, the heat within him gradually subsided. Jiang wiped his face with his hand, pushing his damp hair back, and let out a heavy sigh. He was extremely thirsty. Draping a towel over his shoulder, he stepped out of the bedroom, only to be startled by a figure on the sofa. Aren't you supposed to be at the hospital? How did you get back? Shen Yifan, who sat there dejectedly with a half-burned cigarette in hand, did not turn to look at him. My mom left, so I came back. Jiang went to the fridge and retrieved 2 bottles of cold water. Sitting down on the nearby single sofa and tossing one to Shen Yifan caught it but did not drink. He asked Jiang, my mom said you went to the hospital to find me. Why didn't I see you? Jiang took out his phone to message Wen Ruan, informing her to leave the bowl for him to wash tomorrow. Hearing Shen Yifan's question, he raised his eyelids to glance at him. I was there when you were berating Cheng Shuang and talking about divorce. I was right outside. Shen Yifan, your words were truly harsh. Regardless of the situation, she had just lost a child, emotionally and physically. She was vulnerable. Even if you were angry, you should have softened your words a bit. Since the topic had been broached, He Zhang turned his body towards him. My aunt messaged me, suggesting I persuade you to treat Cheng Shuang better. Honestly, I'm tired of giving advice. My stance hasn't changed. I believe Cheng Shuang is not the manipulative type. If she claims she didn't do anything, perhaps there really is a misunderstanding. Especially since so much time has passed, you chose to marry her, so you ought to treat her well, yet clearly, you can't seem to get over that hurdle. I didn't enter the ward today because I thought it would only embarrass Cheng Shuang. Besides, if you could wake her up with your scolding, that might be for the best. Her leaving you could be a form of liberation for her. But Wolshan, ask yourself, do you truly want a divorce? Shen Yifan suddenly lifted his head to look at him. Of course I want a divorce, I bring it up every year, but she refuses. He Zhang let out a scoff, adopting the tone of an observer as he dismantled his argument. Do you really want it? Deep down, you know that even if Cheng Shuang agrees to the divorce, as long as your mother disapproves, it won't happen. Not if you were truly resolute about wanting a divorce. You shouldn't be pressuring Cheng Shuang, you should be persuading your mother. Your annual mentions of divorce are merely a way for you to leverage Cheng Shuang's love for you, knowing she wouldn't want to part ways. You're just being difficult. He Zhang observed Shen Yifan's trembling hand, which nearly dropped the cigarette. Today, you were flustered, weren't you? You didn't expect Cheng Shuang to actually agree to the divorce. Shen Yifan choked on his words, unable to finish the remaining half of the cigarette, which he pressed firmly into the ashtray. Uncertain if he had struck a nerve, he instinctively tried to divert the conversation. Is Wenruan staying over there? Seeing him evade, He Zhang chose not to press further, recognizing that matters of the heart could only be advised upon by an outsider, not resolved upon mentioning Wenruan. Shen Yifan's expression softened and he appeared more cheerful. Yeah, I just came from there. He had just washed up again, and the medicine on his back had washed off. He had left the medicine bottle with Wenruan. But fortunately, there was a new one available. He Zhang brought it over and asked Shen Yifan for help. Before long, Shen Yifan began to complain that He Zhang's hands were too rough. Be gentler. When Wenruan applied it earlier, it felt amazing. You're going to rub my skin off? Shen Yifan was speechless. How could I rub your skin off? I'm not even pressing hard. Wait, Shen Yifan caught the crux of his words. Wenruan applied medicine to you earlier, so she really treated you. Then why did you take a shower again? Why take another shower? It's just that. You know how it is with men, Shen Yifan chuckled. I can guess you have a thieving heart but lack the courage, sneaking back for a cold shower. He Zhang dragged out his tone. Laugh all you want. If you can't get a divorce, you'll only end up annoying Cheng Shuang more, and you'll be stuck with cold showers too. Shen Yifan fell silent. The matter of personal pride had been brushed aside. And as they turned to serious topics, Shen Yifan mentioned he had heard He Zhang was going to the Yao family tomorrow afternoon and wanted to accompany him, suspecting it would be a trap. I'll act as your bodyguard. No need. When negotiating with Yao Wei, I know how to handle it. After He Zhang spoke, his phone vibrated, and when Ruan's message came through, the bowl is washed. Thank you for the noodles, sleep early. He Zhang replied, you didn't drive over, will you take my car in the morning? Wenruan, are you still going to the company tomorrow morning? Is your back injury okay? Don't you need to rest for a couple of days? He Zhang, it's your first day reporting in tomorrow, how could I not be there? How will I introduce you properly? Wenruan, by tonight, news of the event will likely have spread. Everyone from Mingyi should already know. No need for a grand introduction. He Zhang stared at the message, realizing that indeed the company group chat had erupted with inquiries about whether Wenruan was truly joining Mingyi. The chatter had yet to die down. Of course, the messages in the group had been sent by his assistant Yu Yang. The employees had formed numerous smaller groups excluding him, the boss, while Yu Yang had infiltrated and was discreetly gathering information for him. Yes, the boss, He Zhang was the boss. He sent Wenruan a message, I'll go to the company tomorrow morning. You take my car, I'll wait for you downstairs at 8. Don't be late. With a commanding tone befitting a boss, Wenruan finally acquiesced. Alright, Mr. He. A new job, a new life. The next morning, Wenruan woke at 6, went for a half-hour run, returned to shower, and even washed some clothes. The fridge was stocked full. As He Zhang had mentioned last night, everything was available for her use. She cooked a pot of millet porridge, had an egg, and drank some milk. At 7:50, she left home, and upon exiting the elevator, she found He Zhang's car already waiting. He was seated in the back. Legs crossed, engrossed in reviewing documents while sketching notes with a pen. The driver opened the door for Wenruan, allowing her to sit beside He Zhang. He Zhang was perusing materials for that morning's meeting, which he should have finished the night before but had run out of time. Having come down half an hour early, he was nearly done, closing the file and putting away his pen. He turned to look at Wenruan. Today, she wore a fitted white, traditional-style half-sleeve suit that accentuated her figure, exuding an air of sophistication and competence. He Zhang thought to himself that fate had been kind to him. At long last, when Juan was back in his life, the Mingyi building also stood on Financial Street, its location not as prominent as Ronli, which occupied the heart of the area. Mingyi was slightly southeast of it. Nonetheless, it remained a coveted spot within the industry. The car stopped right at the entrance of Mingyi Plaza. Mingyi's office hours began at 8:30 during summer, and it was currently 8:20 peak time for employees to arrive. As people came and went at the entrance, upon seeing He Jiang, they hurriedly greeted him with utmost respect. "Good morning, Mr. He." When they turned their gaze to the woman beside him, they froze, eyes widening in disbelief. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? The news from last night was true. When Juan has really joined Mingyi. However, in truth, Yao Tianyu had always yearned for independence. He did not wish for others to perceive that his achievements were merely a byproduct of the conglomerate's support. When the real estate group's grand edifice was up for auction, both Yao Tianyu and He Jiang set their sights on it. The competition between the two was fierce, and although Yao Tianyu seemed the most likely to secure it, ultimately, He Jiang emerged victorious. On the day the building was renamed Mingyi Tower, when Juan learned from Lin Yu of some insider information, revealing that Yao Wei had intervened during the auction, prior to the second round of bidding. He Jiang met with Yao Wei. The details of their discussion remained unknown, but Yao Wei effectively prevented Yao Tianyu from placing a bid and clandestinely ensured He Jiang's success by allowing him to purchase it at the most advantageous price. During that period, Yao Tianyu was perpetually irate at the company. If one were to ascertain why Yao Tianyu's disdain for He Jiang intensified, Yao Wei would undoubtedly be the principal reason. Following his loss of Mingyi Tower, Yao Tianyu set his sights on a plot of land in the southern city. To be precise, it was He Jiang who had initially coveted it. Yao Tianyu merely sought to seize it from him. During this contest, Yao Tianyu consulted a master who proclaimed it a land of auspicious feng shui, destined to bring him fortune. His determination to acquire it grew stronger, as he intended to establish the headquarters of Ronli capital there. Yet again, He Jiang triumphed. He Jiang claimed that the southern plot of land was a complimentary gift from Yao Wei, as Yao Tianyu had schemed against Mingyi during the Chos project, and this was his way of extending a gesture of goodwill. Enraged, Yao Tianyu even confronted He Jiang earlier this year, leading to a physical altercation that escalated to the police station. The plight of a son under such a father. Mingyi Tower boasts 36 stories, with Mingyi capital occupying the uppermost 5 floors, while the lower levels are fully leased out. In this land where every inch is precious, rental prices are exorbitant, yet enterprises flock to secure a place. It is, after all, the financial street, a symbol of wealth. Who would not wish to be part of it? However, space is limited, and every other office building is fully occupied, leaving only Mingyi Tower with available spots. Yet even there, slots are scarce. Familiar faces come seeking connections, while strangers leverage relationships to gain favor. Thus, He Jiang proclaimed that sentiment would not dictate the terms, only the highest bidder would prevail. It was later calculated that He Jiang could sustain a small company solely through rental income. During peak office hours, the entrances to several elevators were crowded with people. In their haste, the dapper urban elites surged into the elevators at the mere flicker of an opening, quickly overwhelming the capacity. He Jiang, a man who never denied himself certain luxuries, had arranged for a dedicated elevator during the building's renovations, one exclusively for the president of Mingyi. He Jiang, amidst envious glances, when Juan followed He Jiang into the elevator marked for special use. As the doors closed, the whispers from outside began. That woman beside He Jiang must be when Juan. So she is officially reporting to Mingyi today? What a surprise! Who could have imagined she would end up here? The most astonishing revelation was that He Jiang was actually the son of Yao Wei, making him Yao Tianyu's brother. The fierce competition between them over the years was, in fact, a battle for inheritance. The simultaneous appearance of He Jiang and Wen Wan at Mingyi Tower stirred quite the commotion. The most animated discussions unfolded at Mingyi capital. In a small group devoid of leadership, the atmosphere grew charged. Risk Control Center, Suya. I watched the video from last night's gala. General Manager he referred to Wen Wan as the investment director, with Qianwei from the investment department's 5 teams having left. Is she taking over for him? Legal Department Changbin. That seems likely. Qianwei's departure left a vacancy earlier this year. The office of the 5th team was even renovated, reportedly at General Manager He's behest. And now it appears they were simply waiting for Wen Wan. Public Relations Department Xingke. Indeed, last year during the Ronli celebration banquet, Wen Wan faced online harassment, and General Manager he called our manager. Having the entire PR department work overnight to clear her name. At the time, I thought General Manager he had taken a liking to her, but later our manager mentioned he had inquired with General Manager Shen, who revealed that General Manager he intended to bring Wen Wan in as a personal favor. Fund Management Division, Luyu. But what about General Manager he is the young master of Ronli Group. Finance Department, Luo Dandan. You'd best keep quiet. General Manager he has refrained from discussing this identity over the years and has been openly competing with Yao Tianyu. Clearly, he detests this identity. It is best not to bring it up. Fund Management Division, Luyu. Right to Investment Department 5 NFA. My goodness, do we finally have a leader? Wen Wan is my goddess. Oh heavens, my boss is Wenruan, I am fulfilled, haha, Investment Department 3, Wu Shanghui. What are you so happy about, but goddess, did you forget when Ruan's sordid past from last year? Her presence at Mingyi will tarnish its reputation. I wonder what general manager he is thinking. Investment Department 5 NFA, shut it, that was all slander. You're just jealous, fearing Wenruan might join our 5th department and jeopardize your department's top rankings. Investment Department 3 is Zhang Tao, jealous, your 5th department has been at the bottom for years. Do you really think Wenruan is that remarkable? She has only ever relied on Jiang Qingyan. Investment Department 5 NFA, you too, shut up, general manager. He took our boss to the gala and even let her ride the president's exclusive elevator. It's clear how much he values her. Do your directors receive such treatment? You're all just envious. Investment Department 2 Zhang Mingmen, so this is what it means to have a boss. Your 5th department may lack other talents, but you sure know how to flatter. As the conversation continued, it devolved into an internal conflict among the 5 teams of the investment department. Unbeknownst to Wenruan, she was led by He Zheng to his office on the 36th floor. The spacious room, nearly 300 square meters, was adorned in a lavish black and gold theme, opulent and grand, featuring a large executive desk and an imposing black bookshelf filled with books. In addition to the office space, there was a lounge and a terrace equipped with a small golf putting green. Having only known rivalry between Mingyi and Ronli in the past, this was Wenruan's first visit to Mingyi and her inaugural entrance into He Zheng's office. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, ultimately fixing her gaze upon He Zheng. Today, he wore a fitted ash-gray shirt paired with black trousers, his features chiseled and his long straight legs accentuated. At that moment, he stood before the black executive desk, loosening the top button of his shirt, exuding an air of sophistication and charisma. Perhaps due to a restless night, a hint of fatigue lingered in his eyes, yet the corner of his lips curled into a smile. Clearly in good spirits, why are you standing there? He Zhang gestured towards the leather sofa, indicating she should sit. He unfastened the button and made his way to the sofa as well. We have a meeting soon. You can accompany me afterward. I might be quite busy, but I'll have Shen Yifan show you around and help you acclimate to the environment. Just then, Shen Yifan entered the room. Old he, how heartless of you. We agreed I would ride with you to the office this morning, yet you dashed off without me. Shen Yifan, having suffered from severe insomnia the previous night, had hoped to hitch a ride with He Zhang. Knowing he was bringing Wenruan, however, after taking a shower, he found that He Zhang had already left. When he called to have the driver pick him up, he missed the morning meeting and had to take a taxi instead. You re such a lover, neglecting your friends for her. Upon seeing Wenruan seated on the sofa, Shen Yifan refrained from finishing his thought about wanting to be alone with her, despite their past familiarity. He now regarded her as his superior and greeted her appropriately. Good morning, Director Shen. Shen Yifan approached and sat beside He Zhang, chuckling. No need to be so formal, we were in high school together. And I even copied your homework. We're old friends. When it's just us, feel free to call me by my name. Wenruan smiled as they exchanged a few lighthearted comments about high school, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Shen Yifan, noticing He Zheng's sidelong glances, understood he was unhappy with his presence as a third wheel and took the hint. Alright, you two continue your chat. I'll go grab some breakfast. See you in the meeting room shortly. Before leaving, he turned to He Zheng and asked, did you eat breakfast this morning? He Zheng initially intended to respond affirmatively, but upon catching a glimpse of Wenruan, he shook his head. No need, I'm not accustomed to breakfast from outside. Shen Yifan widened his eyes in surprise, realizing He Zheng had glanced at Wenruan and chose not to comment. Fine, I'll eat on my own while you starve. Once he departed, Wenruan turned to He Zheng. You didn't eat this morning? No, He Zheng replied, shifting slightly as his back ached from a recent injury. I haven't been able to cook these past few days, and I can't stand outside breakfasts. Shen Yifan can't cook either, so I suppose I'll just have to go hungry for now. The staff from the president's office usually arrived early to prepare according to He Zheng's routine, ensuring the air conditioning was on and the tea was brewed. He Zheng handed Wenruan the prepared tea, casually inquiring, what did you have for breakfast? Wenruan accepted the tea, replying, I made it myself. He Zheng, feigning indifference, asked, what did you make? How are your cooking skills? Can you actually cook? Wenruan couldn't help but chuckle at his serious demeanor. General manager, if you want to mooch off my meals, just say so. There is no need for subtlety. You didn't complain about the pain when making noodles last night, but now you're starting to feel it? You can't handle outside breakfasts. Back in high school, during their hiking excursions, he would buy 6 buns from a roadside vendor, giving her 2 while he devoured 4, relishing every bite. Realizing he had been seen through, He Zheng decided to be bolder. So, can I come over for breakfast tomorrow morning? Of course, she replied. It's just a meal. Adding another pair of chopsticks is no trouble. However, she glanced pointedly at his chest. Just remember to dress properly when you knock on my door. He Zheng felt a flush of heat at her gaze. Were you referring to last night? I had back pain, so I had to leave my robe slightly open. He assumed her comment about his attire was a reaction to his earlier display, tightening slightly at the thought. He added, rest assured, I am a gentleman and would not behave improperly. Wenruan chuckled lightly. As if jesting, I knew it was fear that gripped me, fear of what I might do to you. Heejin was momentarily stunned, his heart racing, his ears flushed with warmth. What did this mean? Was she truly satisfied with his physique? Wenruan was not one to make such jokes, so was she speaking the truth? Did his audacious approach of enticing her with his body actually hold merit? Heejin felt a surge of delight and was about to speak when Yu Yang knocked and entered. Mr. He, we have a meeting in 5 minutes. Why? Yu Yang's words faltered as he swallowed hard. What was happening? What kind of look was that from the boss? Why was there such an air of menace? As they walked towards the meeting room, Yu Yang felt a mix of trepidation, wondering if he had made a misstep. Heejin ignored him, his mind consumed with thoughts of having Wenruan assist him with ointment that evening. Chapter 50, in Mingyi, I hold the reins at 9 o'clock in the morning, at Mingyi capital. It was Monday, the designated time for the weekly meeting, requiring attendance from all department heads and above. As Wenruan followed Heejin into the conference room, it was nearly filled to capacity. Everyone who needed to be there was present, with no absentees. Upon hearing the commotion at the entrance, all eyes instinctively turned to them. Mingyi and Ronli were fierce competitors embroiled in intense rivalry over the years, with many encounters. Wenruan was a premier investor at Ronli, and virtually everyone involved in project operations at Mingyi had crossed paths with her, whether at banquets, industry summits, or various professional events. Although their interactions were limited, her face was familiar. Now standing before them, she appeared significantly transformed compared to last year. Her fashion sense remained elegantly professional, a refined white Chinese-style suit, short-sleeved blouse, tailored trousers, and a sculpted waist adorned with a three-dimensional button, paired with high heels of the same hue. Her figure was elongated, her posture impeccable, her hairstyle, a simple yet challenging low ponytail, suited her perfectly, accentuating her full head, smooth facial contours, prominent brow bones, and flawless features. The slightly exaggerated diamond-shaped earrings were a striking detail, adding a touch of charisma and enhancing her features even further. Her aura had shifted dramatically since last year. Now, Wenruan radiated brilliance and composure. Heejin's gaze swept the room, irritated by the lingering stares of the men present. Goodness, their eyes were nearly popping out. Couldn't they restrain themselves, standing tall and robust? With a stern demeanor, he exuded an air of aloofness and indifference. The crowd's attention, initially fixated on Wenruan, would inevitably dart towards the formidable presence beside her. In this comparative glance, it was hard to ignore that while both were striking in appearance, the disparity in their aura was palpable. Wenruan was captivating, her smile inviting, encouraging gazes to linger. In contrast, while Heejin was undeniably handsome, he appeared haughty and unapproachable, his furrowed brow signaling a disdainful countenance that deterred repeated glances. Director Wen, please take a seat here, Yu Yang offered, pulling out a chair for Wenruan. Thank you, she replied, gracefully taking her seat. The assembly was not surprised, as just 10 minutes prior to the meeting, the Human Resources Department had circulated a notice regarding Wenruan's appointment, announcing her as the Investment Director of Department 5. The position she now occupied was indeed that of the department head. The interview process was bypassed entirely. She was directly recruited by the boss himself, a privilege no other employee at Mingyi Capital had ever received. Heejin took his place at the head of the table, flanked by Shen Yifan and several vice presidents, with Wenruan seated neither too close nor too far from him. Shen Yifan was set to preside over the meeting. The first order of business was to introduce Wenruan, a crucial segment of the agenda for which he had thoroughly prepared. Given her reputation, she would not need to introduce herself. Instead, Shen Yifan recounted her exemplary projects from her time at Ronli, highlighting key achievements, and, when mentioning Bai Nuop, took a moment to deride Ronli, rallying morale. Such a treacherous company can't last long. We aim to acquire Ronli Capital within 3 years. The crowd reacted with astonishment. Such audacity! Ronli Capital was backed by the entire Ronli Group. Could one simply acquire it at will? However, all eyes turned towards the imposing figure at the head of the table, contemplating that perhaps it was not entirely impossible. After all, he was the scion of the Ronli Group. If his ambitions were vast enough, he could potentially seize the entire conglomerate. Once the impressive resume was presented, Shen Yifan elaborated on Wenruan's significance to Mingyi, concluding with, Wenruan was personally invited by Mr. He. Her achievements at Ronli are well documented. Her joining us is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Henceforth, she will be an integral part of Mingyi. Let us extend her a warm welcome. Heejin initiated the applause, with the boss leading the way. Thunderous claps echoed throughout the conference room. Wenruan rose to acknowledge the applause, embodying harmony. However, a discordant voice emerged. Mr. He, a man in a white shirt, stood abruptly behind Wenruan, his expression grave and tense, as if summoning immense courage. Did you not previously state that the position of Director of Department 5 would be filled through internal competition? Upon hearing the commotion behind her, Wenruan did not turn but discreetly glanced at Heejin, who was also observing her. Upon catching her gaze, he winked at her, prompting her to reciprocate. In the conference room, the applause gradually subsided as all eyes turned towards the speaker. It was Zhu Jieshio, the Deputy Director of Department 5. His emergence was theoretically unproblematic. After all, the previous director, Qianwei, had left the company the previous year. Leaving the position vacant following Ronli's celebratory banquet, rumors circulated that Jiang intended to recruit Wen Ruan, but there had been no subsequent developments, and she had seemingly vanished. As the new year commenced, recruitment surged, yet notably, the position of investment director was absent from the externally advertised vacancies, thus, Deputy Director Zhu Jieshou assumed responsibility for Department 5. Subsequently, two narratives emerged within the company. One suggested an internal restructuring, as Department 5 had consistently underperformed, prompting management to consider dismantling it and redistributing personnel to the other four departments, thereby reducing the investment division to a mere 4 teams. The other narrative proposed an internal competition for the position of director, allowing all deputy directors from departments 1 through 5 to participate in a fair selection process. Later, some inquired about Shen Yifan's stance, and his non-committal response led many to believe that Jiang had no intentions of disbanding Department 5, which fueled the internal competition narrative. If this were indeed the case, Zhu Jieshou had performed commendably over the past 6 months, with Department 5 gradually improving, and both Jiang and Shen Yifan held favorable views of him, deeming him the most promising candidate. Moreover, certain vice presidents present had privately received gifts from him, indicating he had invested considerable resources in securing the director's position. Now, with Wen Ruan's sudden arrival, especially as a woman 2 years his junior, it felt as though his efforts had been in vain. In a fit of impulse, driven by his pride, he found himself compelled to confront the boss. However, to stand up and voice his concerns while the official appointment was being made was tantamount to seeking trouble. Just look at the expression on the boss's face, it was already darkening. Jiang leaned back in his chair, one hand resting on the table, casually spinning a pen between his fingers, his piercing gaze fixated on Zhu Jieshou. Internal competition? When did I ever mention such a thing? Did I convey this to you? Zhu Jieshou hesitated, his complexion shifting, stammering, you did not explicitly tell me, but the company has been abuzz with rumors. Rumors? Jiang interjected, retracting the pen and surveying the room. Who has been spreading this? Who has heard me mention internal competition? His long fingers lightly tapped the table, his tone languid yet commanding. Everyone exchanged glances, none daring to speak or rise. Upon reflection, it was true that Jiang had never made such a statement. How had this rumor even originated? Yes, Shen Yifan. It was unclear who had initially disseminated the notion of internal competition, but once it circulated, some had sought Shen Yifan's insight. His non-denial, however, had led everyone to presume it reflected Jiang's stance. Silently, the assembly's gaze shifted to Shen Yifan, who shrugged innocently in response, conveying, I neither confirmed nor denied it. He then turned to Zhu Jieshou, a smile playing on his lips. Jieshou, do you have objections to Wen Ruan's appointment as director of Department 5? As I just mentioned, her prior accomplishments are evident. Do you truly believe anyone else is more suited for the role? His voice was slow and soothing. Zhu Jieshou pursed his lips, taking a deep breath as if relinquishing his reservations. I dare not voice dissent. But there are whispers that she was dismissed by Ronli. Her motives for joining Mingyi appear questionable. Furthermore, her past affiliations with her former superior raise concerns about the legitimacy of her previous successes. I cannot fathom why Mr. He insists on bringing her to Mingyi, but her presence could tarnish the company's reputation. I am merely looking out for Mr. He and Mingyi, under Jiang's disapproving glare. His voice dwindled to a whisper. With a sudden thud, Jiang's pen slipped from his grasp, landing on the table with a resonant sound. Zhu Jieshou flinched, falling silent entirely. In the vast conference room, an oppressive silence ensued. Shen Yifan sighed inwardly, recognizing that Zhu Jieshou had dug his own grave. Jiang's countenance was austere, his eyes sharp with a tempestuous intensity, poised to speak when Wen Ruan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly called out to him. Mr. E. Jiang turned to regard her. As Wen Ruan gazed up at the refined contour of her chin, she smiled and inquired, I am now the director of the 5th Division. Am I not? Their eyes met, and Jiang discerned from her gaze the subtle suggestion of it's a trivial matter. I can handle it, so please refrain from intervening. Despite his expression remaining grim, he tempered his fierce demeanor when looking at her. Of course, you are personally appointed by me. At Mingyi, I hold the authority. As he uttered the latter part of his statement, his eyes faintly swept over Zhu Jieshou, causing Zhu to feel an involuntary shiver, prompting him to hunch his shoulders and lower his head. So I am officially in my position now. When Ruan gestured towards Zhu Jieshou and turned to Jiang for approval. This deputy director Zhu is part of my 5th division. May I request 5 minutes to address some internal conflicts within the department? Jiang leaned back slightly and replied slowly, very well. The long rectangular wooden conference table and a new Chinese-style accommodated positions all marked with director, with department deputies seated in the back row. In the eerie silence, when Ruan supported herself on the table, tapping her toes against the floor, swiveling both herself and her chair to face Zhu Jieshou directly. You are Zhu Jieshou, correct? On the way from Qingyuan Manor to the company, Jiang had shown her the profiles of everyone in the 5th division. Zhu Jieshou remained standing, a chair's distance separating them, and he looked at Wen Ruan, affirming, yes. Wen Ruan nodded, referencing his earlier remarks. I am unclear about the nature of my previous superior's relationship. I do not understand why Mr. He insists on having me at Mingi. She reiterated his 3 statements and concluded with a suggestion. Deputy Director Zhu, why speak so indirectly? Just say it plainly. My previous achievements were a result of my entanglement with Jiang Qingyan. And my arrival at Mingi is due to my association with Mr. He. Simply put, you are admitting defeat to a woman who has leveraged her body to ascend. Upon her declaration, an unsettling silence enveloped the entire conference room. No one anticipated her to be so unabashedly forthright. Zhu Jieshou certainly did not expect Wen Wan to confront the issue so directly. Initially hoping to embarrass her, he found himself in an awkward position instead. Though he harbored similar sentiments, he would never concede to them. That was not my intent, it is merely what others are saying. I only wish to advocate for Mingi by bringing the situation to Mr. He's attention. I believe it is unnecessary for Mr. He to allow the entire company to be embroiled in public controversy due to you. He Zhang chuckled. So why must thank you then, although he smiled. His voice was chillingly cold, and the veins on the back of his clenched fist were prominent, clearly indicating his struggle to suppress his fury. Zhu Jieshou sensed the palpable tension and dared not look at him. Lowering his head and responding cautiously, I joined Mingi immediately after graduation. Mr. He has treated me well, and I have always regarded Mingi as my home. I genuinely wish for the best for Mingi. He Zhang snorted derisively, casting a glance at him before returning his focus to Wen Wan. He recognized her capability to resolve the issue and understood her desire to handle it herself. Thus, despite a strong urge to hurl Zhu Jieshou out of the window, he restrained himself. Wen Wan squinted at Zhu Jieshou, a smirk playing on her lips. Before coming here, I reviewed the 5th Division's records. There hasn't been a single successful project in the past 2 years. Most of the projects handled were merely those filtered through the other 4 teams. The few that managed to pass were either unprofitable or yielded minimal returns. Consistently trailing at the bottom, it is the most dismal team in the entire investment department. I was planning to hold a departmental meeting to analyze the reasons behind this, but now, I need not do so. I have already discerned the cause. When Ruan pointed at Zhu Jieshou, the 5th division is lacking because of individuals like you and Xianwei. Being publicly labeled a fool by a younger woman was a severe blow to Zhu Jieshou's pride. And his expression soured instantly, his tall stature now imposing. What do you mean by that? When Ruan, undeterred, crossed her legs, arms folded, reclining slightly in her chair, exuding a commanding presence that surpassed his own. Why did Xianwei resign? Because he was bought off by Yao Tianyu and became a traitor. As for you, within 5 minutes, you have repeatedly committed workplace taboos, displaying low emotional intelligence and a lack of common sense. With leaders like you and Xianwei, how could the 5th division possibly thrive? Zhu Jieshou's face contorted with anger as he retorted, who are you calling low in emotional intelligence and senseless? He took a step forward as he spoke. At that moment, Yu Yang, having received a directive from Yi Zhang when Wen Wan first confronted Zhu Jieshou, quietly approached them. He moved slowly and silently. Unnoticed by anyone now, he sidestepped in front of Wen Wan, obstructing Zhu Jieshou's line of sight, and warned coldly, Deputy Director Zhu, please remain calm. Why Yu Yang was a subordinate of Yi Zhang, and he answered solely to him. No one in the company dared to offend him. Realizing his earlier impulsiveness, Zhu Jieshou stepped back upon seeing Yu Yang. I apologize, I've been standing too long, and my legs have grown weak. Yu Yang nodded slightly and also retreated a step, though he did not leave but instead positioned himself beside Wen Wan, standing upright with his hands in front of him like a bodyguard. The onlookers exchanged glances between Yu Yang and He Zhang, calculating the implications. Why Yu Yang's actions clearly indicated He Zhang's support for Wen Wan. Wen Wan tilted her head to glance at Yu Yang but said nothing. Leaning back languidly as she smiled at Zhu Jieshou, your legs are weak, then perhaps you should take a seat. It's tiring for me to keep looking up at you, it would be more comfortable for you to sit. Zhu Jieshou, with his neck stiffened, sat down without uttering a word. Observing his demeanor, Wen Wan smiled faintly. What's the matter? Are you dissatisfied? If so, keep it to yourself, she continued. Firstly, I am brought here by Mr. He, and the appointment notice has been issued. Regardless of your discontent, you should not publicly question Mr. He's decision. That is your first mistake. Secondly, I am now the director of the 5th division, and you should address me as Director 1. Rather than simply you in a company meeting, using external rumors to humiliate your superior. Zhu Jieshou's face flushed crimson. Unable to refute her, he could only cling to her word choice. External rumors, who knows if they are merely rumors? Last year, at the celebration banquet, Jiang Qingyan publicly acknowledged your ambiguous relationship with him. And what about Mr. He? Realizing he was under the scrutiny of He Zhang's gaze, he hesitated and lowered his head. At last night's gathering, you claim to have been in seclusion for over half a year, only returning due to Mr. He's generous salary. How is that plausible? You left Ronli with a compensation of 1 billion. Such a sum is more than sufficient for a lifetime of living without work. Would you truly return to Mingi for a mere salary? Either your relationship with Mr. He is not as clear as you claim, or your motives for joining Mingi are questionable. The mention of 1 billion in compensation caused a collective gasp to ripple through the previously silent conference room. The attendees turned in astonishment to look at Wen Ruan. During her absence, rumors had indeed circulated, suggesting that Ronli had offered her an astronomical sum, which explained her disappearance. A billion, now that's truly an astronomical figure. Upon hearing this revelation, Shen Yifan exchanged a glance with He Zhang. And then He Zhang's gaze shifted to Wen Ruan, who also turned to him and winked eye. In that brief moment of connection, Wen Ruan then returned her attention to Zhu Jiexiu, a smirk lingering on her lips. The compensation I received from Ronli was never publicly disclosed. How did you come to know about it, Deputy Director Zhu? You wouldn't be a mole for Yao Tianyu like your predecessor, would you? Otherwise, how could you be privy to the details of my compensation? Zhu Jiexiu jolted his head up to meet her gaze, panic flashing in his eyes as he instinctively replied, how could I possibly be a mole for Yao Tianyu? I merely heard it from someone else. He hastily clarified, Ronli is such a large company, it's impossible for everyone to keep their mouths shut. I heard it from a friend, he has a classmate working at Ronli. When Ron chuckled, drawing out her words, oh, don't be so tense, I was merely joking. Zhu Jiexiu averted his gaze from her, feigning composure. Once again, silence enveloped the meeting room. He Zhang resumed playing with his pen, the cap occasionally clattering against the table, each sound resonating like a hammer striking the hearts of the attendees. In this charged atmosphere, the onlookers discreetly observed He Zhang's expression, sitting uncomfortably yet unable to suppress their curiosity. They dreaded the prospect of inciting He Zhang's wrath, knowing it would make their lives difficult, yet they were irresistibly drawn to the tantalizing gossip surrounding Zhu Jiexiu, hoping for more explosive revelations. They were particularly intrigued by the nature of Wen Ruan's past with Jiang Qingyan, as well as what motivated He Zhang's unwavering focus on her. Beyond her evident abilities, Wen Ruan, fully aware of their curiosity, realized that aside from He Zhang and Shen Yifan, everyone at Mingyi was likely inquisitive about her history. She had nothing to hide and boldly admitted, I did indeed have a 3-year relationship with Jiang Qingyan. I believed we were in love, while he saw it as a mutual arrangement between adults. Regardless of who is lying, what difference does it make? She turned to Zhu Jiexiu. I was 26 when I was with him. He was 28. We were both adults, entangled for 3 years, and he was the only man I was involved with, just as I was his only woman. There was no third party involved, nor did it infringe upon anyone else's affairs. And certainly, it was not illegal. So how has this become my dark past? By what right do you use this against me? What does it have to do with you? Furthermore, my relationship with Mr. He. Wen Ruan pointed at He Zhang, her smile growing. Let us not dwell on the innocence between myself and President He. Even if our integrity were in question, both of us are single. Should we have crossed that intimate boundary, it would not be an unforgivable transgression, provided we can both accept it. Why do you have so many objections? What business is it of yours? The audacity! The crowd was taken aback, whispering amongst themselves. Has Wen Ruan become this forthright in her speech? Just as they were lost in their own thoughts, her next words left them utterly astounded. She fixated her gaze on Zhu Jiexiu and remarked, however, you were right about one thing. My intentions for coming to Mingyi are indeed not pure. I have ulterior motives. Zhu Jiexiu's heart skipped a beat as he looked at her, but his eyes widened in astonishment at her subsequent revelation. There is something many do not know. President He is my first love. Wen Ruan's voice was neither too soft nor too loud, yet it sent ripples of shock through everyone present. He Zhen, who was already seething with anger towards Zhu Jiexiu, froze in place upon hearing her declaration. His chest heaved, and his mind was a whirlpool of confusion. Why did she suddenly bring this up? Han Ti. She always been reluctant to acknowledge it publicly. Wen Ruan turned her chair to face He Zhen, her eyes sparkling as she addressed everyone in the conference room. I dated President He during our senior year of high school. Although our relationship was brief, we parted ways because we had promised to stay in Haicheng for university. However, due to family circumstances, I deceived him when filling out my application and secretly enrolled at Rongqing University. When I received my acceptance letter, he was furious to the point of tears. In retrospect, I feel quite remorseful towards him. Back then, I was rather thoughtless, preoccupied with family discord, and only wished to escape Haicheng. Neglecting his feelings, after our breakup, he attended Haicheng University while I went to Rongqing University, where I met Jiang Qingyan. I believed I loved Jiang Qingyan, so I followed him to Rongqing and returned to the city I despised for him. She gazed intently at He Zhen, a smile gracing her face as her voice grew slower. Upon returning to Haicheng, I unexpectedly reunited with President He due to work. When we met again, I realized I still had feelings for him. After all, he was my first love, the first person I ever liked, leaving a lasting impression. He Zhen clenched his pen tightly, his jaw tense, struggling to maintain his composure. The fact that he was my first love. Her eyes sparkled as she playfully blinked at him while speaking of love, yet her gaze revealed little affection. He Zhen understood her too well. At that moment, he had already surmised her intentions. She was deliberately stating this, yet his heart raced uncontrollably, especially upon hearing her next words. I have long misunderstood my feelings. I thought I loved Jiang Qingyan, but in truth, I mistook gratitude for love. My deepest affection has always been for President He. Chapter 52. What are you angry about? The morning's regular meeting at Mingyi required attendance from all department heads and above, with 26 present. Except for those confirmed to be out of town. At this moment, everyone exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. The room fell silent as if it were empty. President He is my first love. Had President He and Wenruan actually dated? These two had been at odds since entering the industry, their rivalry fierce, particularly after Wenruan was dismissed by Rongqing. The animosity between them had seemed too intense for there to have been any romantic involvement. When I received my acceptance letter, he was furious to the point of tears. President He cried. Many long-standing employees present had witnessed him endure the company's darkest days without shedding a tear. Despite facing immense pressure and physical pain, he had never faltered, so why would he weep over a lost love? Perhaps it was simply youthful folly. I believed I loved Jiang Qingyan, but I was mistaken. My deepest affection has always been for President He. This revelation implied that her intentions for joining Mingyi were not to seek revenge on Rongqing, but rather to pursue President He. It was she. At this moment, professing her feelings for him, or had they already been together and were now making it public? As the crowd pondered, Wenruan continued, I realized my true feelings for President He when I heard he was in a relationship 2 years ago. I was distressed and couldn't sleep all night. That was when I recognized who I truly loved. Yet, I was already with Jiang Qingyan, and he had a girlfriend, so I resolved to make it work with Jiang Qingyan. However, when Jiang Qingyan's first love returned, I found our breakup surprisingly easy, even a relief. After the celebration banquet at Rongqing, both President He and I were single, yet I hesitated to pursue him because of my tarnished reputation. I withdrew to Heal, attempting to quell my feelings for him, yet, over the past 6 months, I found myself yearning for him more and more, leading me to confess my feelings when he rejected me. I refused to give up, promising him I could secure IUA technology. At the wine gathering last night, the notion that President He was offering me a high salary was merely a gesture of goodwill. He agreed to my joining under the condition that I would secure IUA technology. At this point, she made a solemn vow. If I could secure IUA technology, President He would allow me to pursue him. If I failed, I would leave IUA technology. The crowd's expressions varied, particularly the director of the investment department, whose face darkened recently. A new type of VR headset had emerged, and the market for VR gaming looked promising. IUA technology was indeed a coveted target for investment. However, the fifth department had always been relegated to picking up the scraps. In the conference room of 26 individuals, the silence was palpable, even their breaths could be heard. Throughout, it was Wenruan who spoke, while Heijin remained silent, causing all eyes to turn towards him, awaiting his response. Wenruan mirrored their gaze. Her clear eyes met his dark, inscrutable ones, his expression unyielding. A faint smile replaced by a serious demeanor, gripping his pen so tightly the cap began to warp. Was he angry? Wenruan was momentarily taken aback. She had expected their unspoken understanding would allow him to discern her intentions. Typically, at the conclusion of her confession, he would respond with a haughty remark about focusing on IUA and leaving if she could not secure it, yet now, his silence suggested otherwise, leaving her feeling awkward. Though she masked it well, playfully blinking at him, Heijin's gaze remained fixed on her, his dark eyes swirling with turbulent emotions, his demeanor ominous, as if he meant to consume her. Shen Yifan, perplexed by Wenruan's unexpected revelation, glanced at Heijin, quickly realizing something was amiss. Though confused, Shen Yifan sensed the need to alleviate Wenruan's discomfort, just as he opened his mouth to speak. Heijin shifted in his chair, leaning back and crossing his legs, his enigmatic gaze bore into Wenruan, a smirk forming, exuding both laziness and mischief. I keep my word, if you secure IUA, I will allow you to pursue me. Wenruan sighed in relief, a smile breaking across her face as she expressed her gratitude. Heijin regarded her intently before shifting his focus to Shen Yifan. Shen Yifan was still bewildered by their interaction. But upon being met with Heijin's piercing gaze, he regained his composure, understanding that Heijin wished to continue the meeting. Shen Yifan cleared his throat. All right, back to the agenda. Today's meeting will adhere to the principles of truthfulness and strict execution. First, each department head will report on last week's work and this week's plans, beginning with the finance department. The meeting commenced at 9 and concluded by 11. Although many were still reeling from the revelation of Wenruan and Heijin's past romance, the urgency of work prevailed, especially on a busy Monday. With Heijin present, the executives trailed after him as he exited the conference room, continuing their discussion as they followed him into his office. Wenruan observed Heijin surrounded by colleagues, ultimately missing her chance to inquire about his earlier anger. She dismissed it for now, intending to ask him later. Shen Yifan, initially tasked with familiarizing her with the environment, received a phone call from his mother just as they exited the conference room. His mother informed him that Cheng Shuang insisted on being discharged from the hospital, urging him to hurry. After Shen Yifan left, Yu Yang guided Wenruan around the company. The 32nd floor housed the employee cafeteria, and on the desk in your office, there is a small booklet detailing company regulations. Including dining hours, the 33rd floor serves as a public area for new employee training and cross-department meetings, featuring a gym and several lounges for overnight work. The 34th floor houses the administrative departments. including human resources and public relations. The 35th floor is occupied by the legal department, finance department, risk control center, fund management division, and the audit department. On the 36th floor, you have visited Mr. He's office. If you proceed in this direction, you will find the secretary's office, and over here is Mr. Shin's office. That entire section over there is dedicated to the investment management division. The investment department comprises 5 teams. And currently, it has the fewest personnel, totaling 5 including you and Zhu Jieshou. Yu Yang intends to bring Wen Ruan to the 5th department, coincidentally showing her to her office, just as they turned the corner. Yu Yang received a call from Yi Zhang when Ruan had just finished observing the layout around her when Yu Yang hung up and said to her, "Mr. Yi said you are to go there immediately, as he has something to discuss with you." Immediately upon hearing this word, Wen Ruan assumed it was a matter of utmost urgency and walked quickly. She knocked on the door and called out, "Mr. He." Upon hearing a voice from within saying, "Come in," she opened the door and, before she could discern where Yi Zhang was, her wrist was seized by someone. With a forceful tug, she was pulled into his embrace. Almost immediately, the door closed with a thud, and she found herself pressed against it, her head held down, as a shadow loomed over her. The heat of his lips was searing, rendering Wen Ruan completely still. She blinked in confusion, her gaze meeting a pair of eyes ablaze with fury, wild and icy, yet he was still angry. His bloodthirsty gaze seemed to devour her, his expression fierce, and his actions even fiercer. The kiss was forceful, his tongue prying open her lips, rushing in with an insatiable fervor, claiming her brutally. As when Ruan realized what he was doing, she tilted her head slightly to evade his kiss. Her voice trembling from ragged breaths. He Zhang, what is wrong with you? You need to calm down, let me go. She attempted to push him away, but he glared at her with bloodshot eyes. His fierce gaze laced with stubbornness and grievance. In her moment of panic, he raised his hand and grasped her chin roughly, turning her face towards him before leaning down to kiss her once more. The more she struggled, the more aggressive he became, pinning her entirely against the door. His lips and tongue were insistent, leaving no room for her to resist. The young man's overwhelming masculinity was intoxicating. The air thick with desire. Surprisingly, Wen Ruan found no aversion to it, though his kissing technique was rather lacking, even quite dreadful. He relied solely on brute force, devoid of any finesse, merely gnawing at her. The sole comfort was that he was careful to support the back of her head with his palm, preventing injury. Unable to push him away, she was completely immobilized under his weight. His poor kissing skills left her tongue aching, and Wen Ruan was baffled by his sudden ferocity and anger. After a brief pause, she thought that since the situation had escalated to this point, she might as well seek some comfort in it. Thus, amid Yi Zhang's penetrating gaze, she parted her lips, her resistance transforming into acquiescence. As the storm subsided, the fierce kiss morphed into a tender embrace. Yi Zhang, under her guidance, discovered a hint of technique, gently kissing her lips, his movements becoming increasingly tender. Amid their rising breaths, the temperature in the office soared. Time slipped away unnoticed until Yi Zhang finally ended the kiss but did not release her, resting his forehead against her shoulder, gradually calming the tumultuous heat within him. In that moment, Wen Ruan finally caught her breath, her body succumbing to weakness, lacking the strength to push him away. After regaining a bit of energy, she slapped his back with a firm hand, nearly gritting her teeth. Yi Zhang, what are you angry about? Chapter 53, Yi Zhang's White Moonlight. Wen Ruan genuinely had no idea what was troubling Yi Zhang. On the way from Qingyan Mansion to the company, Yi Zhang had shown her the materials from the 5th department and briefly introduced the situation there. When he mentioned Zhu Jieshou, he indicated that Zhu might be associated with Yao Tianyu. So far, he and Shen Yifan had only suspected him, lacking substantial evidence. Shen Yifan had someone keeping an eye on him. He was rather cautious and had not taken any significant actions until last night. He had met with Yao Tianyu, the content of their conversation unknown. However, based on her understanding of Yao Tianyu, today, as she reported to Mingyi, if Zhu Jieshou were indeed his person, he would surely create some trouble to sabotage her entry. Yao Tianyu would not want her at Mingyi. Zhu Jieshou indeed caused trouble. A reasonable person, even with a modicum of sense, would never dare to publicly question the boss unless they were seeking to resign. Yet Zhu deliberately brought up her past with Jiang Qingyan and her compensation, clearly aiming to undermine her aspirations for a directorial position while leaving no room for retreat, indicating he was undoubtedly Yao Tianyu's ally. Why did Wen Ruan suddenly confess to Yi Zhang? She spoke for the years of those at Mingyi. Zhu Jieshou had reminded her of this. He made a valid point. From the perspective of Mingyi's employees, her reputation was tarnished. In such a vast Haichang, there were countless talents superior to her. Mingyi was not reliant on her alone. Yi Zhang had no reason to jeopardize Mingyi's reputation over her. The employees would certainly gossip about her relationship with Yi Zhang, not only at Mingyi but also outside with those who revel in chaos. Even if she and Yi Zhang were entirely innocent, they would still harbor impure thoughts. After all, during last year's celebration banquet, Jiang Qingyan's remark about adults seeking their own needs had already branded her with a scandalous reputation in today's society. Even if she were blameless, once rumors took root, she could shed skin but never cleanse herself, nor could she remove the stigma. If Yi Zhang were to accept her, many would think she had climbed into his bed And he was merely infatuated. Rather than allow He Jiang to share in her sullied reputation, it was better to divert all the scrutiny onto her, portraying her as the one pursuing He Jiang. While he was merely acting out of self-interest, this way, the employees at Mingyi would find solace, believing their revered Mr. He had not been dragged down by a woman with a tarnished reputation. Their Mr. He remained rational and illustrious. Moreover, if Zhu Jieshou reported this incident to Yao Tianyu, then Yao Wei would also be informed. He Jiang's meeting with Yao Wei that afternoon would likely not be met with harsh criticism. As He Jiang was not harboring someone filled with vengeance against them, regardless of how many would believe her words, at least on the surface, everyone would be satisfied. Thus, she could not comprehend what was angering He Jiang. In the office, as when Wan recounted her thoughts, the previously warm and intimate atmosphere instantly chilled. He Jiang lifted his head from her shoulder, standing rigidly, his entire body tense with anger, the veins at his temples bulging. His expression dark. When Wan believed he might strike her. What exactly are you angry about, you? Her words were abruptly cut off, as she realized her face had turned crimson in an instant. He really was going to hit her. That dog of a man. While holding her tenderly during the kiss, he had been careful to protect the back of her head, yet now he gripped her shoulders and turned her around. Forcing her to bend over the door, with a sharp smack, his palm met her backside. The force was not heavy but also not light. The crisp sound of the slap resonated, and though she was the one struck, he gritted his teeth in anger, his tone looming ominously. Everyone is satisfied, and what about you? Have you given a thought to yourself? Have you forgotten about last year's online harassment? The issues with Jiang Qingyan are not fully resolved. And now you claim you want to pursue me? What do you think they will say about you, that you are fickle? When Wan was momentarily stunned, so that was what he was angry about? She was indifferent, having already been mired in mud. She did not care about the malicious words or rumors. If she was not upset, why should he be, after feeling the sting of the slap? She could sense the pain, but with her shoulder firmly held, she could not turn around, merely biting her lip and calling out to him. He Jiang, you better let me go now, otherwise, I will truly be angry with you. He Jiang paid her no mind, trapped in his own emotions. You don't care. Why should you not care? Are you willing to sacrifice your reputation? You don't care that I do. I brought you here with a high salary. Waited for you for 6 months, just for you to endure grievances. He Jiang's anger escalated, and he raised his hand for another slap. The thin fabric of summer clothes made him wary of hurting her. Thus, this slap was also gentle. His words were harsh, laden with frustration. You do whatever you please without informing me first. I wanted to hit you then, but I feared you might turn on me and leave Mingyi in a huff. Do you think I would allow you to misbehave? Heartless fool, you take advantage of my fear of your anger, knowing I have no recourse, and torment me daily. I have been suffering for half a day, feeling like hitting anyone I see, yet you don't even understand why I am angry, and you still have the audacity to question me. When Wan had never before experienced such humiliation. Being spanked by a man, she felt utterly mortified, practically experiencing physiological shame. Just as she was about to retort, He Jiang released her, his voice hoarse and heavy. What happened in the conference room today will not be leaked. Aside from the 26 individuals in the room, no one else at Mingyi will know. When Wan understood, he was issuing a gag order, signaling that today's events should be treated as if they never occurred. To the outside world, it would still appear as though he had pursued her to the temple, luring her over with a high salary. Supporting herself against the door, she straightened her posture and turned to look at him. Her face still flushed with shame, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. He Jiang's face was ashen, his dark eyes harboring an array of emotions. Their gazes met, but He Jiang was the first to look away. He turned and walked towards the sofa, bending down to sit, retrieving a cigarette and lighter from the coffee table. He placed the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and took a deep drag through the thin veil of smoke. Upon noticing when Wan had not left, he began to issue a cold dismissal. Yu Yang has already shown you to your office, hasn't he? Go back, stay in your office, and don't irritate me here. The sight of you makes me want to hit you. When Wan glanced up at the wall clock, noting that it was nearly 12 o'clock, lunchtime was fast approaching, with a cigarette clenched between his teeth. He Jiang turned to her and said, I have a lunch meeting this afternoon and need to leave soon. Xin Yifan isn't here either, so I've asked Yu Yang to stay behind and take you out for a meal. Since your office lacks a break room, if you wish to rest, have Yu Yang bring you to my place. I have a bed. His words trailed off as when Wan moved closer and settled beside him. They were separated by just the span of an arm. She leaned slightly forward, her gaze fixed intently on him. Why did you kiss me just now? He Jiang, do you like me? She asked, her inquiry refreshingly straightforward. Under ordinary circumstances, He Jiang would have hesitated to admit such feelings, yet, perhaps due to the charged atmosphere or the lingering excitement, he found himself unwilling to deny his true emotions. What if I say I do? He leaned forward, supporting himself on his knee, and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, his voice low and husky. When Wan, I do like you. Their eyes locked for an extended moment as He Jiang studied her expression. Slowly, when Wan straightened her posture, her gaze drifting down to his left wrist, and she suddenly asked, where is your red string? There was a rumor circulating in their circle about He Jiang, suggesting that he was fickle. easily bored by women, yet he had worn a red string on his left wrist for many years, the token supposedly given to him by his white moonlight. Today, however, he was not wearing it. He Jiang followed her gaze to his wrist. I sent it for maintenance, I've worn it for so long. He abruptly realized why she had posed that question and looked up sharply when Ruan met his gaze, a smile brightening her features. You sent it for maintenance, so you will continue to wear it. He Jiang, your heart is not clean. I will not engage in a relationship with a man who has a white moonlight. When Ruan had never met his white moonlight, she only knew it was a university classmate of his. About 2 years ago, at a networking dinner, she had encountered He Jiang after several rounds of drinks. The conversation had turned to a prominent figure in the finance world marrying his white moonlight after multiple attempts. Someone had recalled the rumors about He Jiang and inquired about the story behind his red string. Jiang Qingyan had been present that night, sitting beside Wen Ruan while He Jiang sat across from them. As she conversed with Jiang Qingyan, she had glanced up when the topic arose. He Jiang had raised his left hand, revealing the red string, his tone nonchalant and casual. Oh, what have you all heard about this? Someone chimed in. It's from your white moonlight, right? You've worn it for many years. He Jiang had chuckled in response. Indeed, it was given to me by my white moonlight. People were always drawn to stories, especially the romantic entanglements of affluent individuals. He Jiang had seldom discussed such matters, but that night, he had opened up. And the atmosphere had encouraged further inquiries from the table. Were you classmates? You were already wearing it when I first met you. It's been so many years. High school classmates? No, not high school, university classmates then? Yes, why didn't you end up together? She must have been blind. She didn't fancy me and chose a dog of a man who was neither as handsome nor as wealthy. The group erupted in laughter, belittling his white moonlight, saying, with your conditions, you could have any woman you desire. That white moonlight must be lacking in insight. She'll regret it someday. He Jiang was fiercely protective of his white moonlight. He could tolerate self-deprecating remarks but would not allow others to speak ill of her. He had even threatened to sever ties with anyone who dared to disparage her. And now, as when Ruan mentioned the red string, He Jiang felt a pang of regret and almost unbearable bitterness, as if he could slap himself in frustration. The red string was a precious gift from Wen Ruan, yet she had completely forgotten about it. Despite his attempts to show it off in her presence, she had failed to recall its significance. Even asking him where he had purchased it, she had no recollection whatsoever. Concerned about his pride, he could not admit it was a gift from her. That night at the dinner, he had already realized that she was with Jiang Qingyan. They were seated closely across from him, and he had felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table in frustration. When he claimed they had never dated in high school, it was as if she was denying their past connection entirely, while referring to his white moonlight as merely a college classmate. He had wanted to salvage a shred of dignity in her eyes. Alas, how much was dignity worth? He regretted not having cast it aside sooner. In the office, He Jiang felt compelled to clarify. I was just joking, the red string is really. Before he could finish, Yu Yang knocked and entered only to be met with a cold glare. Why? Yu Yang trembled slightly, the words caught in his throat. Inwardly lamenting, Bo dear, what's wrong with him now? He Jiang maintained a stern expression and gritted his teeth. You better have an urgent matter, and indeed, it was urgent. Why? Yu Yang glanced at Wen Ruan before cautiously addressing He Jiang. It's about Jiang Qingyan from Rumley Capital. He wants to see you. He's waiting at the door. Chapter 54, A Relationship Without Romance. Upon hearing that Jiang Qingyan had arrived, He Jiang instinctively turned to Wen Ruan. She appeared unfazed. Why are you looking at me? He's here for you, not me. He Jiang scrutinized her expression and, finding that she was indeed unaffected, felt a degree of relief. He then asked Yu Yang. What does he want? Yu Yang replied. He said he's here to discuss a collaboration. A collaboration? He Jiang scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Who would want to collaborate with him? Tell him to scram. Why? Yu Yang received his orders and began to leave. But when Ruan interjected, Yao Tian, you would never seek a collaboration with you. If Jiang Qingyan is here, it must be at Yao Wei's behest. He Jiang remained silent, contemplating her words. When Ruan continued, Yao Wei sent Jiang Qingyan to discuss a collaboration, clearly intending to mend relations with you. The projects he brings will surely be worthwhile. If you don't wish to collaborate, simply select a couple of promising ones. After all, why turn down an opportunity? She smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. This could further deepen the rift between father and son, and since Jiang Qingyan is involved, even if he's acting on Yao Wei's orders, Yao Tian you will still be displeased. Let them tear at each other, it's quite beneficial. He Jiang's thoughts aligned with hers. He simply did not want Jiang Qingyan at Mingyi and did not wish for Wen Ruan to see him. He instructed Yu Yang, go tell him I'll be at the Yao family's old residence at 3 o'clock. Have him bring the projects directly there. In the spacious office, only He Jiang and Wen Ruan remained. The cigarette between his fingers had yet to burn out. He extinguished it in the ashtray and turned to face Wen Ruan. His gaze lingered on her lips, which were slightly swollen and glistening, her eyes tinged with red, her complexion radiant and inviting. The memory of their kiss flooded his mind, stirring emotions within him. He felt an intense anger. Earlier in the conference room, he had recalled last year's celebration banquet at Romley. She had stood on stage, publicly humiliated by her beloved's words, her hand clutching the microphone as it trembled, tears streaming down her face while everyone watched her in mockery. She had been utterly alone. Scrutinized by their judgmental gazes, just moments ago, she had spoken, awaiting their judgment, and had it not been for her desperate signals directed at him, he would have yanked her from the room and scolded her. After the meeting, surrounded by a crowd, he had refrained from looking her way, fearing his emotions might boil over. Later, Yu Yang informed him that Shen Yifan had gone to the hospital to pick up Cheng Shuang. He had asked Yu Yang to show her around the company, allowing her to familiarize herself with the place. After finally dispersing the office staff, he had called her over, eager to speak with her earnestly. But as soon as the door opened, he lost control. Why had he lost control? He didn't know. The sound of her high heels clicking against the floor heightened his irritation with each step, intensifying his regret. When Wan had secretly gone to Rongqing University, he had resented her, yet he had also thought it might be for the best. The high school version of Wan had been too stifled. Leaving Haicheng meant she would finally be free, breaking away from her mother's control and embarking on a new life. She deserved to live freely, but now she was not free. Even her private life was subjected to scrutiny. In that fleeting moment when the door swung open, Zhang acted on instinct, his body reacting faster than his mind, and before he realized it, he had kissed her, not so much a kiss as an outlet for his frustration, a means to make her aware of his anger. He had not anticipated her response. As she guided him into the kiss, the tension within him snapped, and he found himself lost in the rhythm of their embrace. Savoring her presence, eventually he could not stop. He feared that his primal instincts would overwhelm him. He had not intended to hurt her, but with her eagerly reciprocating the kiss, his mood lightened, and his anger dissipated. Yet, when she asked him what he was angry about, it reignited the frustration he had suppressed in the conference room. She had never considered that he might worry for her, that he might feel pain for her. Her words reignited the fire he had tried to extinguish, leaving him feeling conflicted. With Yu Yang's interruption, Zhang regained his composure and offered an apology. "I'm sorry for kissing you without your consent and for scolding you. If you're upset, you can retaliate." "Retaliate? How? Kiss you back, spank you?" When Wan, having just been scolded, recognized his concern for her and chose not to dwell on the matter any further. Let's return to our previous conversation. The previous conversation, the white moonlight. Zhang straightened in his seat, realizing they were already delving into a delicate subject. This was the perfect opportunity for honesty. "Was the red string a parting gift you gave me?" When Wan paused, nearly losing track of his line of thought. "Parting gift? I didn't give you anything." Zhang urged her to think again, describing a beautifully packaged blue box. Recalling his description, when Wan suddenly slapped her forehead in realization. "Oh, I remember now, but it contained an apology letter, not a parting gift." When Wan had a vivid recollection of that moment, after receiving her acceptance letter, her mother had erupted in fury, insisting she remain in Haicheng for a repeat year. She had planned to leave for Rongqing ahead of schedule, feeling hesitant to confront Zhang, yet unwilling to simply vanish without a trace of responsibility. She penned an apology letter to emphasize her sincerity. She meticulously wrapped it in a gift box, intending to send it the day before her departure. However, just as she dispatched the package, Zhang arrived seeking her out, only for their discussion to end in disarray. At that moment, when Wan suddenly comprehended the implications. "You mean the string was a gift from me? That's preposterous. The letter was composed by me, and I personally took it to the post. It cannot possibly be the red string." She insisted. Zhang, growing impatient, retorted, "It is indeed the red string, and it was you who gifted it." Zhang remembered the details of this matter with greater clarity than she did, as he had harbored resentment towards her for toying with his affections and then leaving him in the lurch. The mere thought of her name on the delivery slip had almost compelled him to discard the box, yet he ultimately refrained. The box, as she had described, was exquisite, but upon opening it, he found nothing but a solitary red string. Just then, Shen Yifan entered, observing the string and jesting. "It resembles a love charm from a temple. Who is the benefactor?" At that moment, Zhang thought, "What love charm? Surely she is not manipulating my feelings." Burdened by guilt, and purchasing a cheap safety string from a roadside vendor. He should have cast the red string aside or burned it, yet he chose to wear it. One insisted it was an apology letter, while the other maintained it was a red string. Each believed their memory was infallible. After a prolonged argument, Zhang sighed and said, "Wen Ruan, how could I deceive you over a mere string? There is no need for such deception." When Ruan clicked her tongue, "Not necessarily. A man's words are often deceitful. When pursuing someone, he speaks not a single truth. You have yet to turn back to your white moonlight. Yet you seem keener on courting me now." "Wait," Zhang interrupted, correcting her choice of words. "Courting is a rather crude term. I genuinely like you and sincerely wish to pursue you." When Ruan scoffed lightly. "It amounts to the same. Last night, I applied medicine to your wounds, and you reacted. Just moments ago, you kissed me. I am not foolish. You harbor feelings for me now, but after the matter with Jiang Qingyan, I refuse to engage with men who have a white moonlight. Therefore, you are deliberately projecting that issue onto me, hoping to exploit the murky waters. Thankfully, my memory serves me well." Zhang nearly laughed in disbelief. I am truly more wrong than Doi. Lunchtime approached, and when Ruan recalled his earlier mention of a lunch meeting, planning to conclude their conversation, she leaned closer to him. I shall not pursue a relationship with a man who has a white moonlight. But she reached out, poking his solid chest through his shirt, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. I find your physique quite intriguing. Not if you are amenable, before your white moonlight seeks you out again. We could explore a non-committal arrangement. I am intrigued by your physique. A non-committal arrangement. Jiang mulled over these two phrases, and soon a realization struck him, causing his ears to redden and his entire being to feel as if it were boiling. You mean to say you do not wish to date me, but rather, you desire to sleep with me? The ambiguity of the question lingered, the last syllable trembling, just as when Ruan was about to respond. There was another knock at the door. It was the finance director, inquiring about the lunch meeting Jiang was supposed to lead. Noticing the delay, he had come to check on the situation. Upon hearing the first knock, when Ruan stood up, leaning in close to Jiang before departing, I will be waiting for you at home tonight. They were nearly forehead to forehead, and Jiang dared not move. His heart racing, his throat dry. Wait, for what? When Ruan's lips brushed against his ear as she whispered, did you not say we should explore this? If you cannot accept a purely physical relationship, I will only assist you with your back medication. However, if you are open to it, she paused, leaning closer, her warm lips grazing his earlobe. On your way back, stop by the supermarket and remember to buy protection. Jiang's breath caught in his throat. His handsome face flushed, the earlobe she had touched now completely crimson. He stared wide-eyed when Ruan, nearly failing to recognize her. This woman seemed transformed, so bold and direct, leaving him utterly bewildered. What should he do? He had intended to flirt with her, yet now the tables had turned completely, but her audacity was captivating. He felt no sense of frivolity, only an eagerness that surged within him. Yet, why did time drag on so excruciatingly? He yearned for nightfall to arrive swiftly. Under the blazing sun, Jiang Qingyan stood rejected at the entrance of Mingyi building. He gazed upwards at the 36-story edifice, his thoughts drifting to Yu Yang's words. Jiang is currently unavailable. Director Wen is in his office, and he is accompanying her for tea. You should go directly to the Yao family estate at 3 this afternoon. Director Wen is in his office. Accompanying her for tea, Jiang Qingyan's mind wandered, reflecting on his dealings with Jiang over the past few years. He had always sensed an inexplicable hostility from Jiang, not merely the caution expected from a business rival, but an outright aversion. Outside of work, he had never wronged Jiang, leaving him puzzled about the source of such enmity. Now, however, clarity dawned upon him. At last year's celebratory banquet and this year's wine gathering, Jiang had consistently shielded Wen Ruan, seemingly at odds with Yao Tianyu, yet in truth, he sought only to protect Wen Ruan. Jiang must indeed harbor feelings for Wen Ruan. This was the conclusion Jiang Qingyan had reached after a sleepless night. In truth, he should not have come today. After Yao Man fell asleep last night, Yao Wei summoned him to the office, first inquiring about Wen Ruan's phone number. He explained that after Wen Ruan's project was taken over by Yao Man, 2 contracts had been ruined, and he wished to consult Wen Ruan to see if any remedies could be made. Thus, he sought her number. Yao Man had indeed ruined 2 significant contracts, yet the number was provided by Shui Xiao, who had seen it from Lin Yud. He did not know why he had saved that unfamiliar number. After hearing his explanation, Yao Wei said nothing further. In his mind, Wen Ruan was merely an inconsequential ant, incapable of causing much trouble. Jiang's matters were of utmost importance. After Jiang's lineage was revealed last night, it was apparent that Yao Wei was quite pleased. He even suggested a partnership between Mingyi and Rongli. Now that the public knew Jiang was Yao Wei's son, the 2 brothers could no longer openly clash. After years of rivalry, it was time to make peace. Yao Wei instructed Jiang Qingyan to compile the projects from Rongli to see if any could collaborate with Mingyi Capital for mutual benefit. A thorough organization would take several days, yet he had come today. Why, perhaps it was half an hour ago when Yao Tianyu unexpectedly visited his office, tossing his phone to him, almost gleefully playing a recording. When Ruan had mentioned today at Mingyi that she had mistakenly regarded her gratitude towards him as love, stating that her true affection lay with Jiang, mistakenly regarding gratitude as love? Always loving Jiang? Hot back in his car, Jiang Qingyan requested his assistant Chinese phone. Yao Man had deleted Wen Ruan's number, but he remembered the digits. Using Chinese phone, he sent a message to Wen Ruan. I am waiting for you at the Chinese restaurant at the corner of South Street. If you wish to discuss the fate of Zhang Tongtong's husband Pan Rui, come to I am Jiang Qingyan. Chapter 55. No good people in the Yao family. At noon, Jiang took the finance director out, while Wen Ruan followed Yu Yang to the employee cafeteria. Yu Yang first helped her with onboarding, and by the time they arrived, the cafeteria was nearly full. They're here, it's the one next to Assistant Yu. There was a stir in the cafeteria, with nearly everyone glancing in Wen Ruan's direction simultaneously. Those who attended the morning meeting regarded her with subtle expressions, their thoughts varied, while those who were unaware of her earlier statements were simply curious about her. As the crowd scrutinized her and whispered among themselves, Wen Ruan, having grown immune to such attention after the Rongli celebration banquet, ignored the surrounding commotion and followed Yu Yang to the dining area. Just as she received a plate from Yu Yang, her phone buzzed. Glancing at it briefly, she placed the plate back down and turned to Yu Yang, saying, "I need to step out for a moment. I won't be eating here." Why Yu Yang, just about to take a bite of his lion's head meatballs, paused. "Oh, where are you going? Should I have the driver take you?" "No need," Wen Wan replied, taking a few steps before reconsidering and turning back. "I am going out to eat with Jiang Qingyan. If you're free, could you give me a ride?" Eating with Jiang Qingyan, Yu Yang immediately set down his plate. "Sure." As they observed her walking out, the chatter in the cafeteria grew more intense, particularly among the investment division. Nifei, noticing Wen Ruan's entrance, moved in to save her a seat, planning to call her over once she chose her meal. But now felt disappointed to see her leave. "Hey, why did the boss leave?" Zhang Qi, sitting across, snickered. "Boss, you might be jumping the gun there. Tread carefully." Nifei shot him a look. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Zhang Qi chuckled. "Director Zhu already packed up and left. I heard she offended Wen Wan at the meeting." "How impressive, just arrived and already sent a vice director packing." He lowered his voice, dripping with sarcasm. Fired from wrongly relegated to being Jiang Qingyan's lover for 3 years, then lured away by He Zhang with a high salary, and now, fresh in her position, she is driving out a vice director. Is this woman really so simple? In a city as vast as Haicheng, are there not countless talents? Does Mingyi truly need a notorious talent like her? No, they do not. So why did He Zhang offer her such a lucrative position and support her so fiercely? Clearly, her prowess extends beyond mere performance. In short, we should keep our heads down moving forward. Nifei was aware of Zhu Jieshou's departure. The morning meeting had lasted until 11, but Zhu Jieshou left before 10. Many had witnessed it. Shinzong also exited, taking him to the office. The two emerged by 10:30, and after Shinzong patted his shoulder, he returned to the meeting room while Zhu Jieshou went back to the investment division. Directly packing his things with a grim expression, ignoring any inquiries, with a swift motion, he tore off his name tag and flung it onto the table, clutching his belongings as he strode out. Maintaining a frigid demeanor and utter silence throughout, the conference room door was firmly shut, leaving them in the dark about the situation. In their small group, conversations erupted, filled with various speculations. Eventually, someone mentioned that Zhu Jieshi had questioned Wen Wan during the meeting. Inciting General He's ire, the information was credible, yet no one knew the deeper details. Although Nifei was aware of the incident, he did not concur with Zhang Qi's assertion. General He was known for his clear distinction between personal and professional matters. He had recruited Wen Ruan for her abilities. As for Wen Ruan's dismissal from Rongli, hadn't General He addressed that during the Rongli celebration banquet? That was an issue pertaining to Rongli itself. And it was inconceivable that General He would share any inappropriate rapport with Wen Ruan. "Stop spreading such nonsense." Zhang Qi, with a mouthful of rice, lifted his gaze, a malicious smile playing on his lips. "What has got you riled up? Are you interested in Wen Ruan too?" With a resounding clap, Nifei slammed his chopsticks onto the table, his expression darkening. "Zhang Qi, are you out of your mind? Clean up your language." His force was so great that the chopsticks flew off the table, coincidentally striking Zhang Qi on the mouth. Zhang Qi winced in pain, irritation flaring as he retaliated by hurling his own chopsticks at Nifei. "You re the one who is unhinged, can't I even make a joke?" The commotion drew the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Some attempted to mediate, others whipped out their phones to capture the moment. And a few sighed, remarking how the Fifth Department had truly become the center of attention today. An investment director had arrived, a deputy director had departed, and now members of the department were bickering. With Wen Ruan's arrival, it had become quite the spectacle. Unbeknownst to Wen Ruan, chaos had unfolded in the employee cafeteria. Yu Yang was driving her, and just as they exited Mingyi building, He Zhang called. "Why are you dining with Jiang Qingyan? What does he want with you? Just because he invites you doesn't mean you have to accept. He surely has ulterior motives." Wen Ruan glanced at Yu Yang in the driver's seat. Yu Yang met her gaze in the rearview mirror, offering an apologetic blink. Wen Ruan had brought Yu Yang along specifically to report back to He Zhang, and therefore, she had not concealed her plans from him. Jiang Qingyan mentioned he had something to discuss regarding Pan Rui, so I thought I'd hear him out. Detecting the urgency in his tone, she chuckled lightly. "Is General He feeling jealous?" "There is no need for that. I have no intention of going back." At that moment, He Zhang had just arrived at the private dining establishment at number 10 Jingwan Road. He was to meet with representatives from the bank and, having settled into the private room, he received a message from Yu Yang. "General He, Director Wen is meeting with Jiang Qingyan for dinner, and she intends to go." Upon reading the message, he instructed the financial director to engage the others in conversation before stepping outside to make a call. Hearing Wen Ruan declare she wouldn't revisit old flames, he thought to himself, "But I am your old flame. Aren't you planning to indulge in me tonight?" With thoughts of the evening ahead, He Zhang's anger began to dissipate, yet he still felt a twinge of grievance. "Wen Ruan, you lack heart. I just confessed to you, and you immediately turned to meet Jiang Qingyan for dinner. Can you blame me for feeling jealous?" Wen Ruan replied with a smile. "Lack of heart? If I truly had no heart, I wouldn't have brought Yu Yang along. I invited him to ease your concerns. With him here, General, he can rest assured, and I can feel at ease." She cut to the chase. Regarding the matter of Jiang Tongtong's husband, Pan Rui, what does Jiang Qingyan mean by that? Jiang Qingyan fell silent, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wen Ruan compared to the vibrant demeanor she had displayed at the previous night's banquet. Her current makeup and attire exuded an air of intellect and composure. They had first crossed paths when she was merely 18, now at 28, she was approaching her 29th birthday. He had witnessed her transformation from naivety to maturity, participating in every step of her growth, convinced he understood her best. Yet, the revelation struck him. General, he is actually my first love. Yao Tianyu had played the recording for him, even whimsically sending it to him. Throughout the journey from the company to Mingi, and then to this restaurant, he had listened to it multiple times. The realization that when Juan had discussed this with He Zhang was a revelation. Over the years, as they had engaged in mutual schemes, he had never perceived any indication that they had once been lovers. I always believed I was your first love. Jiang Qingyan gazed at her. Wen Ruan, you truly are remarkable. A first love, why bring that up now? Wen Ruan momentarily paused, then quickly comprehended. Oh, so you are aware of what I said in the conference room. She deduced that Zhu Jieshi must have informed Yao Tianyu, who likely related to him. Knowing was one thing, she had no intention of dwelling on how he found out. She smiled at him. Likewise, I had always thought I was General Zhang's first love. The topic seemed to have reached a dead end, prompting Jiang Qingyan to shift to what truly mattered to him. Did you mistake my kindness for love? Your heart has always belonged to He Zhang, hasn't he it? Wen Ruan, those aren't your genuine feelings, are they? Jiang Qingyan had already placed the order before she arrived, and once she was seated, the dishes began to arrive, 4 dishes and a soup, all tailored to Wen Ruan's tastes. She was indeed hungry, picking up a lotus root slice, and upon hearing his words she shot him a sidelong glance, half smiling. Of course, those are my genuine feelings. Is it permissible for you to have a white moonlight in your heart while I cannot? As Jiang Qingyan observed her savoring the lotus root, he paused, then leaned forward to refill her cup with tea. Wen Ruan, you don't love He Zhang, you say so merely to preserve his dignity at Mingi, diverting any harsh judgments from Yao Wei onto yourself. Having known each other for so many years, having been together for so long, he had shaped her. He could see right through her. You've sacrificed so much, aiming to use Mingi to retaliate against me, and Yao Man, you feel guilty towards He Zhang, thus wishing to consider him and do something for him. Wen Ruan, you don't need to. The compensation is enough for you to live comfortably for a lifetime. Take the money and enjoy a peaceful life. There is truly no need to get involved. The Yao family harbors no good people, and He Zhang bears the blood of the Yao family. He isn't a virtuous man either. Wen Ruan lifted her gaze, regarding him with a mocking expression. General Jiang, do you wish to hear what you're saying? The Yao family has no good people. Your white moonlight is the eldest daughter of the Yao family. Once you successfully join their ranks, you'll be half a member of the Yao family yourself. Why insult yourself? Chapter 56. Do not anger. Father Yang's position was neither far from Wen Ruan nor too close. Upon entering, he had found only one available seat, and he had to take it. He couldn't hear their conversation, but it was evident that the two were not enjoying a pleasant chat. Whatever Wen Ruan had said had left Jiang Qingyan looking rather grim, his brow furrowed, his expression dark and serious, with his hands clenched into fists on the table, the veins on the back of his hands distinctly visible. His phone buzzed. It was a message from General He. Are you done yet? Yu Yang felt speechless, thinking to himself that they had only just begun to serve the dishes. How could it be over so soon? General, he sent a message every 10 minutes. Clearly very anxious. Generally, not yet, Yu Yang replied. After sending the message, he pondered for a moment, then aimed his phone at Jiang Qingyan and snapped a photo, sending it to He Zhang. Director, one must have said something to upset Jiang Qingyan this much. In the private room at number 10 Jingwan Road, He Zhang opened the photo Yu Yang had sent. Zooming in even through the photograph, Jiang Qingyan's suppressed emotions and low energy were palpable. He Zhang was well aware of Wen Ruan's ability to provoke. He had often found himself infuriated by her antics over the years, wanting to confront her yet always holding back. What could she possibly have said to incite such a reaction from Jiang Qingyan, the master of emotional concealment? While feeling a sense of satisfaction, He Zhang recalled Wen Ruan's words. Jiang Qingyan mentioned he had something to discuss regarding Pan Rui. So I thought I'd hear him out. Regarding Pan Rui. Pan Rui was doing well. What could possibly be the matter? In the Chinese restaurant, Wen Ruan was disinclined to engage in idle chatter with Jiang Qingyan. My relationship with He Zhang, whether I love him or whether he is a good person, is irrelevant to you. General Jiang, you invited me today to discuss Pan Rui's situation, and if you start rambling about other matters, I'll take my leave. Jiang Qingyan fixed his gaze on her, a cold laugh escaping him. Are you saying He Zhang has upset you? Wen Ruan, do you genuinely believe He Zhang is a good person? Remember when you halted Zhao Su, and Dong Chao and Pan Rui rejected the second olive branch extended by Ronli, only to turn around and sign with fading investment? He finally steered the conversation towards Pan Rui. When Ruan set down her chopsticks and lifted her gaze to him, Jiang Qingyan's expression was taut, his handsome face composed. Do you know that He Zhang is the one who built the bridge between Pan Rui and Fei Ding investment? When Ruan was well aware, it was she who had implored He Jiang to save Zhao Su. Initially she had no inkling that He Jiang was seeking Fei Ding, as she left Haichang right after the celebratory banquet for Rongli. Too preoccupied to concern herself with the matter, it was only when Jiang Tongtong called her via video that she learned He Jiang had made the introduction to Fei Ding Investment. As it turned out, He Jiang was right. After signing with Fei Ding Investment, Zhao Su's market share surged, just as she had anticipated during the decision-making meeting at Rongli. It was even better than expected. Earlier in the year, Ling Yi Technology had been embroiled in a scandal, with the founder of Yanhua Studio Dong Chao becoming a victim. Nowadays, people love to follow trends and sympathize with the weak, riding the wave of popularity. General Manager Zhao from Fei Ding Investment was adept at manipulating public opinion, and after his orchestrations, Zhao Su experienced a minor surge last month. Pan Rui also performed admirably, with the financial backing of capital. He conquered yet another challenge in record time, recently upgrading Zhao Su once more. Fei Ding had already begun to build momentum, and another market surge was imminent. Online, some predicted that Zhao Su's market share would surpass Ling Yi's former blockbuster. When Ruan was puzzled as to why Jiang Qingyan brought this up, "What do you wish to convey?" Jiang Qingyan replied, "General Manager Zhao of Fei Ding Investment is renowned in the industry for his shrewdness and profit-driven motives. He seeks to maximize benefits. His investment in Zhao Su is not to merely support it but to provide the best packaging for it before selling it off. The next market surge for Zhao Su is likely to occur in October, at which point the valuation will peak and he will undoubtedly sell Zhao Su." Jiang Qingyan's gaze bore into when Ruan, shadows of repression lurking in his dark eyes. He Jiang, being as astute as he is, cannot be oblivious to this. That if he genuinely wished to save Zhao Su, there were myriad ways he could assist, yet he deliberately chose Fei Ding Investment, inviting a wolf into the fold. When Ruan, your insistence on halting Zhao Su was to avoid shattering Pan Rui's dreams. If Fei Ding sells Zhao Su in the future, it would contradict your original intention. You could not bear it then. But can you now? When Ruan scrutinized him for a moment, clicked her tongue, and suddenly laughed. Firstly, I do not know why He Jiang chose to save Zhao Su only to later set it up for failure. However, do not attribute the blame of inviting wolves to He Jiang. He introduced them to Fei Ding Investment, saving them at a critical juncture. That is more than sufficient. You cannot expect He Jiang to manage their affairs for a lifetime. Secondly, indeed, my initial intention was to assist Pan Rui, and I am still aiding him now. If Dong Chao were wise enough to secure the controlling stake, no one could sell Zhao Su, thus protecting Pan Rui. If Dong Chao cannot hold on to Zhao Su, then it will be sold at its highest valuation. Pan Rui, as a shareholder, stands to become immensely wealthy overnight. As for the future, if Dong Chao cannot maintain the empire he built, it reveals his lack of capability. It would be better for Pan Rui to part ways with him sooner, to either join a larger company or start his own venture. Both futures are promising. When Ruan sipped her tea and gently placed her cup on the table, she raised an eyebrow at Jiang Qingyan, a smile playing on her lips. If you invited me out today merely to speak these words and sow discord between me and He Jiang, you are likely to be disappointed. As of now, I am particularly fond of He Jiang. I can endure anything he does. Jiang Qingyan's eyes betrayed an inescapable shadow and surging undercurrents. He gripped his teacup tightly. His voice strained. When Ruan, I am looking out for you. He Jiang's background is now public. He is destined to be ensnared in the mire of the Yao family. You should not involve yourself. Why not switch paths and lead a simpler life? Why is it that you refuse to listen? I acknowledge my wrongs towards you and apologize. What can I do to placate your anger? What do you desire? Just tell me what you want. When Ruan, with a smile that seemed both genuine and mocking, replied, "What I want, you cannot provide." Jiang Qingyan fixed his gaze upon her, stated, "As long as you..." "I wish to sleep with He Jiang." When Ruan observed the momentary shock that shattered Jiang Qingyan's eyes, her smile radiant. "I want to sleep with He Jiang. You are not He Jiang, therefore you cannot assist me." With a snap, the glass cup in Jiang Qingyan's hand shattered like the light in his pupils, completely unexpected. After leaving the Chinese restaurant, when Ruan followed Yu Yong to the parking lot, along the way, she called Zhang Tongtong to inquire when she would return to Haichang. After overcoming the technical challenges with Zhao Su, Pan Rui seldom took a break for half a month, and coincidentally, it was summer vacation, so he took Zhang Tongtong and her daughter on a trip. Upon answering the call, Zhang Tongtong was rushing to the high-speed rail station with her daughter, her voice slightly breathless. "We're going back now. We're almost at the high-speed rail station." When Ruan was taken aback, "The high-speed rail station? Were you not driving there? Where is Pan Rui?" "Don't mention him. He is busy enjoying himself with his mother and nephew. I brought Guoguo back first." Zhang Tongtong was filled with frustration, unable to express it all. "I'll tell you more when I get back. I might miss the train." When Ruan did not press further, "What time will you arrive? I'll come pick you up." It was already 2:30, and calculating the time and distance, she would barely have a few minutes at the company before needing to leave. When Ruan instructed Yu Yong to take her directly to the high-speed rail station, "I'll ask General Manager He for leave myself. After you drop me off, you can get back to your business." Yu Yang had received the order from the boss. Everything is to follow Director Wen's command. Understood. After getting into the car, Wen Ruan sent He Zhang a voice message, having recorded her conversation with Jiang Qingyan. Wen Ruan, remember to wear headphones. Also, please ask General Manager He for leave. I'm going to pick up Zheng Tongtong and 1TB at the company this afternoon. When He Zhang saw the message, he had just finished a meal and was en route to the Yao family's old residence. He requested headphones from the driver. Listening intently to the recording from beginning to end, he initially felt anger towards Jiang Qingyan for attempting to sow discord. But as he continued to listen, he found it increasingly enjoyable. As of now, I am particularly fond of He Zhang. I can endure anything he does. I want to sleep with He Zhang. You are not He Zhang. Therefore, you cannot assist me. He replayed the last segment repeatedly until the car came to a halt at the Yao family's old residence. He Meizhu, upon hearing the news, came out to greet him. Prepared to admonish him due to his volatile temperament, having mentally rehearsed a plethora of phrases to counsel him against causing trouble today, yet those words were rendered unnecessary. He Zhang was in high spirits. And upon seeing her, he did not wear a scowl, even raising his chin to greet her first. Isn't it hot outside? Hurry up and go inside. He Meizhu's eyes widened. She was utterly taken aback. Unable to respond for a moment. Although her tone was not gentle, he showed concern for her. He actually cared about her. Was the sun rising from the west? He Zhang ignored her, following the surprised but composed butler into the house. Yao Wei awaited him in the study, and the butler respectfully ushered him in, closing the door behind him. Yao Wei sat on the sofa, having just finished brewing tea. Upon seeing He Zhang enter, he gestured to the opposite seat. Welcome. Sit down and taste this tea. It should suit your palate. He Zhang immediately suppressed his smile, crossing his legs as he sat down opposite Yao Wei. He got straight to the point. Let us discuss business. Are you here to hold me accountable for revealing Yao Man's dark history at the banquet, or do you wish to discuss my recruitment of Wen Ruan into Minghe? Yao Wei placed a teacup in front of him and issued a direct command. Nan is, after all, your biological sister. You should not assist outsiders in bullying her. She is at home. You will apologize to her shortly. As for Wen Ruan, dismiss her. She cannot remain at Minghe. He Zhang replied, what if I refuse to apologize and do not dismiss Wen Ruan? Yao Wei, fiddling with a string of black Buddhist beads, cast a sharp gaze filled with authority toward He Zhang. The two locked eyes, challenging each other for a prolonged moment. Yao Wei sighed lightly. He Zhang, do not always provoke your father's anger. You should know that if I truly become enraged, Minghe will not be able to withstand it. I have numerous ways to acquire Minghe. He Zhang sneered. Acquire? Just like Ronli Capital? I heard Ronli Capital was formerly known as Genoa Capital. Your forced acquisition back then led to the demise of Genoa Capital's founder. What, if I disobey, you intend to eliminate me as well? Outside the door, Yao Man, having heard that He Zhang had arrived, came downstairs to confront him. As she approached, she spotted Jiang Qingyan standing at the door of the study, clutching a stack of documents with a gloomy expression. His thoughts inscrutable, Yao Man walked over. Qingyan, what's wrong? Why aren't you going in? Chapter 57, You will harm her. Jiang Qingyan wore a soft-textured white shirt today, standing tall with his black pants accentuating his long, straight legs. He lowered his head, quietly lingering at the door of the study, exuding an air of coldness that signaled no entry for strangers. He had been standing there for an unknown duration, hearing her voice. He snapped back to reality, adjusted the thin, gold-rimmed glasses perched on his high nose, and then turned to Yao Man, his tone gentle. I just arrived, was about to knock. Yao Man, having been comforted by her father the night before and held tenderly by Jiang Qingyan for quite some time, had calmed down significantly. She had just woken from a nap and was still slightly dazed. Are you looking for my dad? What's the matter? Before she could finish her sentence, the door to the study was abruptly swung open from the inside. Yao Wei's gaze swept over Jiang Qingyan, assessing him critically. Qingyan, what brings you here? Jiang Qingyan glanced into the study. General Manager, he asked me to come over at 3, and the butler informed me he was in the study. I just got here and was about to knock when Man arrived. Upon hearing that it was He Zhang who had summoned him, Yao Wei turned his attention to He Zhang, who remained casually reclined, legs crossed on the sofa. Didn't you instruct him to discuss a collaboration with me? Then let us talk here. Once you finalize the details, just sign, and we can set everything in motion. Otherwise, once Xiao Tianyu finds out, he'll throw another fit, and it would be a waste of my time if we do not finalize it. Yao Wei cast a sharp glance at him before turning to Jiang Qingyan, noticing the documents in his hands with a hint of surprise. I only spoke to you about this last night, and you've already organized it today. Jiang Qingyan respectfully replied, yes, you mentioned to expedite. So I prepared a portion first, thinking to present it to General He. As they conversed, Yao Man had already made her way to the study. Her freshly manicured fingers pointed accusingly at He Zhang, her face a mask of disdain and hatred. He Zhang, have you fallen under Wen Ruan's spell? Why do you always oppose me for her sake? He Zhang's smile was chillingly aloof. What do our grievances have to do with Wen Ruan? You tormented cats in the past, and I released one. You nearly whipped me to death, and that grudge I have carried to this day. I simply find you irksome. Yao Man was taken aback by his audacity within the Yao household. Her complexion fluctuating between shades of fury and pallor, anger surging to her temples. Yao Wei interjected, "Let us all temper our words." He turned to Yi Zhang, "Apologize to your sister." When Yi Zhang departed from Mingyi, when Ruan had advised him that it was not the time to sever ties with Yao Wei, being flexible could alleviate many troubles. "I apologize." Reluctantly offering his apology, Yi Zhang added, "However, I will forever remember the grudge of you whipping me back then. So do refrain from provoking me again." Yao Wei recognized that for someone as reckless as Yi Zhang, uttering an "I'm sorry" was no small feat, and he understood this was a concession to him. So he felt somewhat satisfied. He patted Yao Man's shoulder affectionately, saying, Man, Yi Zhang has always been vengeful. It's commendable enough that he apologized. Can we put this matter behind us? I assure you no one will dare speak of last night's incident." "Dad," Yao Man was unwilling to let it go. "He made a fool of me in public, and a mere apology suffices. Even if it weren't for Wen Ruan, I detest her." Yi Zhang must dismiss Wen Ruan. Yao Wei opened his mouth to protest when Yi Zhang suddenly interjected, "Sure." Jiang Qingyan cast a discreet glance at Yi Zhang, his surprise evident, only to see Yi Zhang pointing at him. "If you want me to dismiss Wen Ruan, then you must compensate me with a." Jiang Qingyan. Over the years, Mingyi has suffered considerable losses due to Wen Ruan and Jiang Qingyan. These two have finally reached an impasse, and I must secure one. Without a moment's hesitation, Yao Man firmly rejected, "No way, Qingyan is my fiancé. We are to be married soon. How can he go to Mingyi?" Yi Zhang lounged lazily on the sofa, unfazed, proposing a second option. "If that won't do, then I shall recruit Wen Ruan to Mingyi to deal with Jiang Qingyan, and if you refuse to give me Jiang Qingyan, then let him leave Ronli. Both sides will lose a major player. And that would be fair." Jiang Qingyan stood speechless, truly cunning yet unscrupulous. Yi Zhang had deftly shifted the conflict onto him, putting him in a precarious position. Yao Man remained resolute. "No, Qingyan cannot resign, having just joined Ronli capital." She found the past luxurious days dreadfully mundane. She was only beginning to relish the feeling of being addressed as Manager Yao by a throng of followers, and she hadn't had her fill of work yet. Moreover, she had taken over Wen Ruan's department and had publicly declared her intention to outperform Wen Ruan. She had yet to prove herself. If Jiang Qingyan resigned, who would instruct her? She had no desire for a spineless husband at home. Her response was precisely what Yi Zhang had anticipated. He turned to Yao Wei. "I've shown you courtesy by apologizing, and I've made several concessions regarding Wen Ruan. If this is also unacceptable, it seems I'm the only one to bear the losses." He rose from the sofa. "Give me a straightforward answer. Either Jiang Qingyan leaves Ronli, or Wen Ruan leaves Mingyi. Otherwise, I will keep Wen Ruan. Or you can acquire Mingyi like a hostile takeover of Genoa capital, and we'll both be left with nothing." Upon hearing Genoa capital, Jiang Qingyan lowered his head to adjust his glasses. The shadowed depths of his eyes clouded with concern. He Mei Zhu entered with a platter of chilled fruit, sensing the heavy atmosphere in Yao Wei's grim demeanor, instinctively rebuking Yi Zhang. "You wretched boy. Have you angered your father again?" She set the fruit on the coffee table and gave Yi Zhang a firm pat on the arm. "Apologize to your father." Noticing Yao Man's displeasure, she added, "And apologize to your sister as well. You helped an outsider bully her last night. This is utterly absurd, and that Wen Ruan, she is nothing but a disaster. Why did you involve her, initially ignoring her?" Yi Zhang's expression darkened at the mention of Wen Ruan. He turned to Yao Man and lightly remarked, "All your sordid history was divulged to me by Mei Zhu. She has spoken extensively of your misdeeds." "Mei Zhu? Did she?" "Perhaps a few complaints, but surely not in such a damaging manner. Even if she did, how can a son be so treacherous towards his own mother?" Before Mei Zhu could explain, Yao Man exploded, her furious gaze directed at her. "I knew it. I knew you were the source of Yi Zhang's knowledge." Mei Zhu hurriedly sought refuge behind Yao Wei. "No, man, please let Auntie explain. Yi Zhang is falsely accusing Auntie." Yao Wei was pained by the commotion and weary of Mei Zhu's antics, deciding to send both of them away. Once the door was shut, the outside world erupted into chaos, leaving the study finally tranquil. Yao Wei, twirling the beads between his fingers, pointed an admonishing finger at Yi Zhang, his face flushed with irritation. "As long as you are present, there shall never be peace." Yi Zhang reclined leisurely once more. "I never wished to be here. It was you who insisted." Yao Wei sat across from him, pressing his fingers to his temples. "Wen Ruan, if you wish to keep her, then so be it." He had long surmised that Yi Zhang would not dismiss Wen Ruan. This rebellious youth thrived on defiance, and the more he was restrained, the more he would resist. "Let her stay. She is merely a woman. What storm could she possibly stir?" Yao Wei took a step back, presenting another condition. "You may keep Wen Ruan, but you must cease all hostilities against Ronli and avoid giving outsiders fodder for gossip." Yi Zhang shrugged. "Mingyi and Ronli are competitors. Competition is inevitable. I can only promise a healthy rivalry moving forward, without any malicious targeting." He added, "Of course, you ought to advise Yao Tianyu to refrain from lunging at me like a rabid dog. I won't provoke trouble, but I will retaliate if necessary." This was the utmost concession he could offer, and Yao Wei was content with the day's developments. He relaxed his brow. "Since it is now clear that you are a member of the Yao family, let us choose a day to formally introduce you to everyone." Yi Zhang sipped the tea Yao Wei had just poured, a smirk playing on his lips. "I have no objections, but you must persuade your children." Recognizing the challenges of officially acknowledging He Jiang, Yao Wei felt that progress had been made since He Jiang was willing to relent. He was in a good mood and, spotting Jiang Qingyan still standing there, beckoned him over. Qingyan, come here, didn't you have some projects for He Jiang to review? Show him the projects and have a discussion with him. He Jiang selected 2 projects, one to monopolize and the other for collaboration with Ronli. Ensuring that the terms favored him heavily, Yao Wei's primary goal was to foster cooperation between the 2 firms, so he was generous. The negotiation concluded, and it was already past 5. Jiang Qingyan followed He Jiang outside. Their cars were parked side by side, and they walked shoulder to shoulder. He Jiang warned him, first, since you have chosen Yao Man, keep your feelings for when Ruan in check, try to disturb her again, and you will regret it. Jiang Qingyan stared ahead, the shadows behind his glasses heavy with thought, letting out a soft sigh. You should know what kind of peril the Yao family represents. You still want to drag her into this? He Jiang, you will bring her harm. The one who harms her is you. He Jiang sneered, all her misfortunes are brought about by you. Jiang Qingyan fell silent. Continuing this conversation would lead to a confrontation, so he pivoted to another matter. You mentioned Genoa Capital earlier. Your claim of Yaodong's hostile acquisition cannot be made lightly. Do you have any evidence? He Jiang stuffed his hands in his pockets, casting a scornful glance at him. That you're already defending your master before even being married in. You truly are a loyal hound. If you wish to know, do your own digging. As 2 cars approached, He Jiang paused before getting into his, leaning slightly towards Jiang Qingyan and lowering his voice. When Ruan kissed me today, it was a passionate kiss. She intends to spend the night with me. What do you think I should do? It's quite a dilemma, really. Jiang Qingyan's expression shifted drastically, nearly delivering a punch. Zhang Tongtong had decided to return after a quarrel with Pan Rui, arriving in a rush and forgetting her house keys. When Ruan took the mother and daughter to Qingyue Mansion, Guodua had fallen asleep on the way, and when Ruan carried her to the bedroom before returning to the living room, Zhang Tongtong sat cross-legged on the sofa. Unable to cry in front of her daughter, having held back the entire journey, her emotions finally surged, and she wept for quite some time before she could speak. Pan Rui claimed that while his mother was hospitalized, I was wronged. Since it was the summer vacation, he decided to take me and Guogui out for a fun time. But we were all so happy as a family of 3. Well, his mother heard we were out having fun and said her eldest grandson was envious and crying at home. Pan Rui, feeling soft-hearted, drove to pick her up, and that round trip took 2 days. I won't comment further, but it was infuriating. Once she arrived, everything had to cater to her eldest grandson's whims. Wherever he wanted to go, we had to go. He even snatched Guogua's things. I could tolerate it, but he deliberately pushed Guogua down the steps. We didn't see it happen. Guogua told us herself, and I believe she wouldn't lie. However, Pan Rui and his mother didn't believe it, claiming that children have no malicious intent and were just playing around. Today, they brought it up again, and the old lady complained about the poor education in their hometown, wanting to send her eldest grandson to Haicheng for schooling. She said since Pan Rui is earning more now, they should move to a bigger house, and she would come too. Caring for us essentially means entrusting her great-grandson to our care. But what gives? The child still has his own parents. Why should I take on this burden? The crux of the matter is that Pan Rui actually agreed. I truly cannot endure this any longer. I wish to divorce. When Ruan has been comforting her, indeed, it is a great injustice, having been scolded for nearly 2 hours without pause. Once the tirade concluded, Zhang Tongtong stated, please don't try to persuade me today. Expressing my feelings has made me feel a bit better. I need to rest quickly. I was so angry last night that I couldn't sleep at all. After another exhausting day, I simply can't hold on any longer. We can discuss this tomorrow. She retreated to her bedroom, and Guogua remained undisturbed as mother and daughter embraced and drifted into slumber when Ruan, lacking an appetite that evening, consumed merely an apple before retreating to her study. The founder of AIU Technology is returning to Haicheng tomorrow, and He Jiang has arranged a meeting for the afternoon. She entered her study to review AIU's materials once more. At 9 o'clock that evening, as she stepped out to refill her water, the doorbell rang. Upon answering, she found He Jiang standing there, clad in a bathrobe, exposing a significant portion of his chest. He extended his hand toward her, holding an unopened small box, glancing at her with a cough, his ears flushed with embarrassment. There are 3 inside. Will that suffice? Chapter 58. Regret is still possible. He Jiang had a dinner engagement that night, and after it concluded, a group intended to head to a club for some card games. He excused himself, stating he had matters to attend to. The car drove straight to Qingyue Mansion, where He Jiang instructed the driver to stop at the entrance of the community, letting him leave for home while he entered a nearby convenience store. Scanning the shelves, various brands caught his eye, though he had never used any and was uncertain which was best. Shen Yifan frequently made purchases there. When Shen Yifan received a call, he was being scolded by his mother, who was poking him on the forehead. He had picked Cheng Shuang up from the hospital at noon and taken her home. Thinking He Jiang was right to show concern, especially since she had just had a miscarriage. However, what was meant to be caring turned into a thorny knife. The conversation soon circled back to topics like, I never wanted to have children with you. Perhaps angered by him, Cheng Shuang began experiencing abdominal pain shortly after arriving home, perspiring profusely and looking pallid. He quickly took her back to the hospital. After examination, the doctor informed him that there was still some infection in the uterine cavity and scolded him for allowing her to leave against medical advice. Cheng Shuang had insisted on leaving, and he had not been able to dissuade her. While the doctor reprimanded him, he dared not speak up. He had spent the entire afternoon at the hospital with Cheng Shuang. In the evening, his mother arrived and unleashed another tirade upon him. Earlier, upon seeing Cheng Shuang's poor condition, his mother had discreetly wiped her tears and then turned her ire upon him, resulting in 3 scoldings in one day. He Zhang's call was a welcome relief. Feeling utterly dejected, he wanted to vent to him, but instead, He Zhang was basking in his own triumph. When Ruan has summoned me to her bed tonight. Though he had not yet won Ruan's heart, her willingness to engage with He Zhang marked a significant step toward his success. After a day riddled with misfortune, he finally had something to celebrate. Shen Yifan and Chang Shuang were living a sexless marriage, devoid of love. After all, he was a normal man, and she was his legal wife. He had desires, and though he did not love Cheng Shuang, he was rather infatuated with her body. Consequently, he had considerable experience with such matters. Under He Zhang's guidance, he procured 2 boxes and, while preparing to pay, remembered something. You only mentioned your preferences. What about the woman? Which brand is comfortable for her? This question left Shen Yifan momentarily flummoxed. His first love had been in college, but Cheng Shuang had schemed to separate them. He had never shared an intimate relationship with his first love. Cheng Shuang was his first and only partner. After graduating, he married Cheng Shuang. Throughout his life, he had only been with her. Cheng Shuang had never expressed her feelings, nor had he inquired. Thus, he had no idea what brand was most comfortable for her. Reflecting on this, he realized he had merely released his desires without considering Cheng Shuang at all. A phone call prompted Shen Yifan to reminisce about the years spent with Cheng Shuang. Leaving him too preoccupied to assist He Zhang. He advised He Zhang to purchase a few more boxes to experiment with and then ended the call, descending the stairs to smoke. He Zhang ultimately selected a box of brands that Shen Yifan had deemed satisfactory. Returning home, he rushed to take a shower, donned a bathrobe, styled his hair to perfection, applied cologne, and took a box containing 3 items to knock on the door. He was elated to the utmost degree. The outcome, however, was disheartening. Tong Tong is with me. She and Guogui are asleep in the bedroom. Tonight is not possible. He Zhang stood frozen in place, the smile on his lips faltering, his expression comically stiff. It was akin to winning the lottery only to discover the ticket had vanished just as he was about to claim his prize. At the doorway, He Zhang withdrew his hand, his dark eyes fixated on Ruan, brimming with grievance and sorrow that seemed on the verge of spilling over. His neck taut, he inhaled deeply, then exhaled in a low, mournful tone. We had all agreed. Why did you allow them to come? When Ruan observed him transform from a valiant warrior into a timid pup under the weight of his forlorn gaze. Feeling as if she were the villain in this narrative. To seduce someone without taking responsibility is to instill hope only to snuff it out. Her gaze flitted across his figure. His hair, nearly dry, had been styled into a voluminous and attractive arrangement, his long neck and alluring collarbone visible, revealing hints of well-defined muscles beneath the loosely tied bathrobe, seemingly intentional in its casualness. Notably, he had bathed and donned cologne in the late hours. Clearly having come in high spirits, when Ruan found herself asking, "Is there anyone with you?" When Ruan was almost pulled into the adjacent room. As the door closed behind her, the hallway sensor light flickered on just as she was enveloped in his embrace. His heated lips descended upon her, and amidst his hurried breaths lay an air of dominance. His movements transitioned from rough to tender. When he sensed her response, he began to explore her with a fervor. His scorching hands gripped her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly as she found herself perched upon the shoe cabinet. His towering figure blocked much of the light above, completely encasing her in his embrace. In such an intimate posture, his breath almost melded with hers. When Ruan did not despise this sensation, however, his technique still left much to be desired. His kisses were fervent to the point of discomfort, leaving her lips tingling and sore. A slight reciprocation sent him into a frenzy as he forcefully pried her lips apart, invading with reckless abandon. When Ruan's arms wrapped around his neck, guiding him patiently. Gradually, He Zhang began to grasp the rhythm, their exchanges becoming more exhilarating. When Ruan had showered before entering the study, clad in a champagne-colored camisole dress, with the air conditioning set to a comfortable temperature. A black shawl draped over her shoulders began to slip away as He Zhang's fervent lips made their way downward. Upon hearing the sounds escaping her throat, he abruptly lifted her. When Ruan, caught off guard and losing her balance, instinctively tightened her grip around his neck. Their foreheads touched, and his usually indifferent peach blossom eyes were now ablaze with fervor. His voice a low rasp tinged with barely contained desire. I want to carry you to the bedroom now. Are you afraid? The door is right there. There's still time to regret. When Ruan's fair cheeks flushed with warmth, her enchanting eyes admiring his restrained fervor, she slightly tilted her chin, her soft lips brushing against his. Are you certain Shen Yifan won't return tonight? If we are interrupted, I cannot be held responsible. With one kiss and a whispered sentence, He Zhang interpreted her implication as, I do not regret this. Nor do I wish to escape. He lowered his head, returning her a kiss that was heavy with longing. He would not be returning. He was with his wife. When he called Shen Yifan, he had even teased him, suggesting that if Shen Yifan returned, he could simply lock the door, for tonight he would be sleeping it. When Ruan's Shen Yifan had mentioned he was at the hospital, as Cheng Shuang was unwell again and had been brought back. Consequently, He Zhang felt no inclination to boast further. Inquiring if Shen Yifan would return, Shen Yifan replied, "I must stay up all night with Cheng Shuang. My mother warned that if I leave tonight, she would break my legs." Thus Shen Yifan would not be returning tonight. He Zhang had believed he would finally fulfill his desires, but as he turned to embrace Wen Ruan, the jarring sound of his phone ringing pierced the air. When Wen Ruan emerged from the study, preparing to call Pan Rui to inform him that Jiang Tongtong and her daughter were with her, the doorbell rang. Before she could dial, He Zhang had pulled her into his embrace. Lost in the fervor of his kiss, completely disregarding Pan Rui, she had grabbed her phone, which she had carelessly tossed aside on the shoe cabinet during their passionate encounter, and now it was ringing in her hand. The caller was none other than Pan Rui. Both glanced at the phone simultaneously. He Zhang chose to ignore it, holding her tightly as he attempted to leave. When Ruan gently patted the back of his head. "It is probably about Tongtong. Let me answer." Though reluctant, He Zhang extended his hand to retrieve the phone for her. As she accepted it, he continued to carry her toward the bedroom, kissing her as they moved, making it difficult for Wen Ruan to answer, resulting in her playfully swatting at him multiple times. Pan Rui had just discovered that his wife and daughter were missing, according to their original plan. They were supposed to visit the amusement park that afternoon. However, due to Cheng Tongtong's ongoing anger over the prospect of moving their mother and nephew to Haicheng, she had been unwilling to go. Pan Rui had initially intended to comfort his wife at the hotel. However, their nephew had been crying to go out, prompting his mother to take him. As she was unfamiliar with the area and directionally challenged, he couldn't let them wander alone, so he drove them. He had intended to return quickly to soothe his wife, but as they were preparing to leave, his troublesome nephew had run amok in the parking lot and been slightly struck by a car. Fortunately, the vehicle was moving slowly, and there were no significant injuries. They had taken far too long to return, as his mother had insisted on arguing with the driver for quite some time, resulting in their late arrival back at the hotel. Upon entering, he realized that both his wife and daughter were missing, along with their luggage, and only then did he grasp the gravity of the situation. He possesses an account on the Jiang Tongtong ticketing platform. Upon logging in, he discovered that she had purchased high-speed train tickets back to Haicheng. The keys to their home were left on the bedside table at the hotel, and she had forgotten to take them. Thus, Pan Rui promptly called Wen Ruan. "I noticed that they would arrive in Haicheng by 4 o'clock. Wen Ruan, is Tongtong with you?" After listening to his explanations, Wen Ruan found herself placed on the bed by He Zhang, feeling dizzy and disoriented. Regaining her composure, she calmly inquired of Pan Rui, "So what do you intend to do now that you know they are safe? Are you planning to enjoy your time with your mother and the others?" If he were to affirm this, Wen Ruan resolved to immediately block him and urge Jiang Tongtong to seek a divorce the following day. In the bedroom, He Zhang loosened his bathrobe and carelessly tossed it onto the rug beside the bed, leaning over Wen Ruan, his body pressing against hers, his kisses trailing from her forehead to her lips. Wen Ruan found her breath becoming heavy and distanced her phone. Pan Rui's voice resonated clearly in the quiet room. "No, I've already asked my mother to pack her things. I'm heading back to Haicheng tonight. I saw that their luggage was missing, and I panicked. I realize I was wrong. I shouldn't have agreed with my mother without consulting Tongtong, even if my mother hadn't mentioned it. I was planning to move to a larger house primarily for the sake of Tongtong and Guagua, as our current place is too cramped, and there's no room for Tongtong to practice yoga, nor for Guagua's toys." Jiasu has prospered. "My income could afford us a larger home." My mother mentioned wanting to bring Debeo over for school, lamenting how pitiful Debeo is and crying about it. "So I didn't refuse." He Zhang's hand tugged at Wen Ruan's shoulder strap, and his kisses followed the movement of his hand. With her eyes half closed, Wen Ruan stared at the ceiling, stifling any sound with her hand. Chapter 59, Be Good over the phone. Pan Rui's voice continued, "I know Tongtong doesn't like Debeo. I never intended for her to take care of him, but my plan was to agree with my mother first, then discuss with Tongtong about possibly renting a place near our new home. Before I could even consult her, my mother blurted it out in front of her, claiming I had already agreed. You know her temperament. Once she gets angry, she won't listen to anything. At that moment, He Zhang was utterly exasperated with Pan Rui, finding his incessant rambling to be utterly pointless. As the call dragged on, when Ruan pressed her mouth shut, ensuring he couldn't hear her voice, raising his head from her delicate waist, He Zhang leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "Tell him to hang up, or I will do it for you." When Ruan, not wishing to endure his incessant chatter any longer, felt overwhelmed by He Zhang's passionate kisses, struggling to maintain her composure, she pulled her hand away from her lips and gently pushed He Zhang. Waiting for him to lift himself off her slightly, taking a few discreet breaths, she repositioned her phone against her face. "Tongtong and the others are staying with me tonight. You can come by tomorrow to pick them up." I have other matters to attend to. I'm hanging up now. After speaking the final words in a calm tone, when Juan ended the call. He Jiang, swift in his reaction, snatched her phone and tossed it aside. Casting aside all restraint as his kisses cascaded upon her once more. Regrettably, the night was destined to unfold differently than anticipated, just as he removed the last piece of fabric that obstructed his view of Wen Juan. Her damned phone rang again. This time it was Jiang Tongtong. Jiang regretted not turning off the phone earlier, but it was too late now. Upon seeing it was Jiang Tongtong, Wen Juan seized the phone from his grasp. Juan, where are you? Did you go out? Do you have any band-aids? Wogwo woke up and said she was hungry, so I told her I'd make her a bowl of noodles, but I accidentally cut my hand while slicing tomatoes. Her tone was disheartened, tinged with a sob. I can't seem to do anything right. I just washed Guogwa's face and turned on the hot water. Almost scalding her, she cried for her dad. And I ended up scolding her. The silence in the bedroom was heavy, and Jiang could hear the conversation on the phone. He understood that tonight's plans were likely thwarted, yet unwilling to concede. He continued to stoke the flames of desire, attempting to ignite her passion further, but when Juan grasped his head, which was provocatively nestled against her neck, pulling his hair upwards, Jiang winced in pain. Forced to lift his gaze, when Juan told Jiang Tongtong, I'll be there in 5 minutes, stay out of the kitchen, I'll cook the noodles once I arrive, ending the call when Juan met Jiang's gaze, which was filled with a sense of longing. His eyes were red-rimmed, whether from suppressed feelings or irritation, and his enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with unshed tears, wrapping her arms around his neck. She smiled and said, if you can finish in 5 minutes, you may continue. 5 minutes, who do you think you're underestimating? Jiang, more frustrated than before, rolled off her and lay beside her, turning his head away. His voice still hoarse yet unyielding. You should be the one to leave within 5 minutes. If you're even a second late, you won't be getting out of bed tonight. When Juan picked up her clothes from the side, leisurely putting them on without hurrying to get off the bed, half of her body rested against his chest as she turned his face towards hers, smiling at his resentful yet fierce gaze. You have no one to blame but yourself. You brought this upon yourself. She mentioned Jiasu. You helped Pan Rui bridge a connection with fading investment, which is quite impressive. Jiasu has prospered. And with Pan Rui's newfound wealth, he plans to move into a bigger house, as his mother wishes to bring her grandson to live with them. When Juan emphasized her point by pressing her fingertip against Jiang's lips. You heard it too. Their arguments stem from housing issues. This is only the beginning. Once fading sells Jiasu, if Pan Rui's mood worsens, they'll likely quarrel again. Initially filled with resentment, Jiang now found himself too distracted by the heat building within him to care. He recalled how earlier that day, when Juan had met with Jiang Qingyan, who had attempted to sow discord, although when Juan defended him, she must have been upset, he thought. He grasped her hand and kissed it gently. I admit, I intentionally sought out fading investment. I wanted to let them in by trouble. I never intended to assist Dong Chao. The Jiaosu matter was merely a catalyst. If he had just informed you that he was in contact with Jianwei, you wouldn't have fallen victim to Yao Tianyu's schemes. And last year's 400-word essay from the forum, he was behind that too. Although he spoke on your behalf, he was merely using you to step on wrongly. I wanted to ruin him outright, but since you're helping Pan Rui, I couldn't refuse. Fading saved them at a crucial moment. You've done enough already, and I haven't misspoken. As for the future, it depends on Dong Chao's capabilities. If he lacks the skill and allows fading to seize controlling interest, that's his own problem. I've already planned Pan Rui's path. Dong Chao is not suited to be a boss. Following him won't lead to a bright future. If he wishes to join a larger company, I'll introduce him. If he wants to start his own venture, I'll invest in him. I understand your relationship with Jiang Tongtong. From the outset, my only target was Dong Chao. I'm considering Pan Rui's interests. I won't allow you to be put in a difficult position in front of Jiang Tongtong. I've been keeping a close watch on Fading's movements. They are likely to sell Jiaosu in October, and I will discuss this with Pan Rui then. As Jiang spoke, he focused intently on Wen Juan. Not missing a single expression on her face, she displayed no signs of surprise. After parting ways with Jiang Qingyan at noon, she had reflected on the entire situation while traveling from the restaurant to the train station. And she could decipher Jiang's intentions. When Juan wasn't particularly fond of Dong Chao, not just because of the Jiaosu incident. In the past, he frequently took Pan Rui to bars, ordering women to their private rooms and even offering them to Pan Rui, who had refused, only to be mocked by Dong Chao. At that time, Pan Rui shared everything with Jiang Tongtong, who urged him to resign. But as Jiaosu was still in development, he hesitated to give up, unwilling to sever his friendship with Dong Chao. Eventually, Jiang Tongtong confronted Dong Chao directly during a meal, telling him not to lead married men astray, which prompted Dong Chao to curb his behavior. When Juan lowered her head and bestowed a nearly 5-minute lingering kiss upon Jiang, his eagerness warranted this reward. Finally, she planted a kiss on his enticing Adam's apple and pinched his flushed cheek. Be good. Next time, I promise to turn off my phone. I must take my leave now. You handle things on your own. As she closed the bedroom door behind her, when Juan swayed her hips leisurely as she departed. Leaving He Zheng lying on the bed, unable to rise for a long while. Frustrated, he muttered to himself about the fickle woman who ignited his desires only to abruptly halt them, after teasing him and then leaving. He felt utterly wronged. He glanced down at himself and, cursing, stormed into the bathroom, letting cold water cascade over him as he offered a litany of curses to Pan Rui and Jiang Qingyan, cursing them repeatedly. Those troublesome couple truly seemed to bear a grudge against him. Why must they choose this day to stir up trouble? When Wan moved in, she had thoroughly explored the entire house. Recalling that there was a medicine cabinet within the TV console, upon entering, she found Jiang Qingyan seated on the sofa, while Guogua was nowhere to be seen. When Wan located the band-aids and took Jiang Qingyan's hand, removing the tissue from her finger, the wound was neither too large nor too small, and a single band-aid sufficed, whereas Guogua, Jiang Qingyan pointed toward the bedroom, saying, "I just got her settled, she's in there playing with her phone." When Ron sighed in relief, "Alright, you stay here, I'll go make the noodles." As Jiang Qingyan was about to agree, her gaze suddenly fixated on Wan's exposed collarbone, taking a few moments to stare in astonishment. "Wait, is that a hickey?" Her eyes roved over Wan's body, growing wider with each glance. "Oh my, not just your collarbone, there are marks on your neck, shoulders, and chest, and look at your lips, they're swollen and glistening as if you applied lipstick." Jiang Qingyan is a married woman who has transitioned from the exhilarating phase of romance with her husband, Pan Rui, to the responsibilities of parenthood. Having already welcomed a child, naturally, she can discern the turmoil that Wan has recently endured. "Who could it be?" Jiang Qingyan exclaimed, leaping from the sofa. "Jiang Qingyan, no, it can't possibly be him." "Then who is it?" As Wan made her way to the kitchen, she did not shy away from the truth. "Hejian." Jiang Qingyan mirrored her steps, her mind racing to piece together the name Hejian. "Hejian, the president of Mingyi Capital, your current boss. What is the nature of your relationship now? Are you two dating?" When Wan tied her apron and succinctly conveyed the essential details, upon hearing this, Jiang Qingyan was left astounded. "So Hejian is fond of you, yet you do not reciprocate his feelings. However, you appreciate his physicality. And thus, you have come to a mutual understanding to engage solely in physical relations without emotional entanglements." Indeed, after a moment of stunned silence, Jiang Qingyan finally managed to exclaim, "You are impressive. The master bedroom boasts a grand 2-meter bed." That night, when Wan slept alongside Jiang Qingyan and her daughter, Guogua, once Guogua had drifted into slumber in the enveloping darkness, Jiang Qingyan posed a question to Wan, "Your relationship with Hejian. It is truly not a means of revenge against Jiang Qingyan, is it?" Feeling fatigued, when Wan drowsily replied, "No." Jiang Qingyan was engaged in social obligations that evening, not concluding until the early hours, with his assistant Chenyi fetching him. After imbibing copiously, he was unsteady on his feet. Chenyi helped him to the sofa and went to prepare a bowl of hangover soup. Leaning against the couch, Jiang Qingyan stared at the soup in Chenyi's hand, yet did not reach for it, as memories of the past flooded his mind. In times of inebriation, it was always Wan who prepared him soup. Suddenly, he remarked, "This afternoon, Hejian sought out Yao, and Yao has agreed for Wan to remain at Mingyi." Chenyi was taken aback, having anticipated that Yao would pressure Hejian to dismiss Wan. As he pondered Jiang Qingyan's words, a troubling thought crossed his mind. When Wan, now associated with Hejian, would undoubtedly become embroiled in danger. The man on the sofa fell into a prolonged silence, and after a while, he let out a faint self-deprecating laugh. "I advised her, but she chose not to listen. Just today, she stood up for Hejian, asserting that once a decision is made, one should not regret it. It is her own choice." Chenyi dared not respond, instead quietly urging Jiang Qingyan to drink the hangover soup he had prepared. Upon finishing the bowl, Jiang Qingyan spoke again. "She claims to have fallen for Hejian. Chenyi, do you believe that?" "I do not. How could she possibly love Hejian? It is merely revenge against me." The next morning at 6 o'clock, when Wan donned her sports attire and stepped outside, just as she opened the door, the door opposite swung wide, revealing Hejian clad in a gray-white t-shirt and black athletic trousers. Upon seeing her, he greeted her with a smile. "Good morning." When Wan closed her door and headed towards the elevator, "Good morning. Last night, just before sleep, Hejian had sent her a message lamenting her teasing, stating that she had ignited a fire yet left it unquenched, causing a slew of chaotic and inappropriate thoughts to swirl in his mind. Leaving his body hot and rigid, unable to find rest, he implored her to visit him discreetly. After Jiang Qingyan and Guogua had fallen asleep, she had declined, advising him to resolve his predicament alone, citing her need for an early morning run. Thus, their meeting at this hour came as no surprise to her. The elevator arrived promptly, and when Wan stepped inside first, when Hejian joined her, she glanced at his back and inquired, "Can you run now? Does your back hurt?" Hejian reached out to touch her high ponytail, playing with the ends of her hair. "Not at all. My skin is tough, and that minor injury will only ache for a day at most." In truth, he did feel some discomfort, yet it would not hinder his ability to run. A light jog would pose no issue. From today onwards, he intended to accompany her daily, lingering in her vicinity until she grew accustomed to his presence. The elevator was empty, and having shared intimacy the previous night, Hejian felt emboldened. Unable to contain himself, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Noticing she did not resist, he leaned in, effortlessly capturing her lips, when Juan remained still, allowing him to kiss her, after all, in the confines of the elevator. Heejin refrained from indulging excessively, wary of his own burgeoning desires. Their lips met briefly, as he seemed to seek only a morning kiss. Satisfied, he added, "By the way, Shin Yifan will not be returning tonight." When Juan smiled and drawled, "Is that so? Then we can continue." Her nonchalance caused Heejin to flush crimson. Adjacent to their residential complex lay a park, where the two jogged in circles, after several laps. When Juan had worked up quite a sweat, Heejin, more disheveled than she had, his back and chest drenched, his shirt clinging to his form from behind, he appeared even taller and more striking, with the contours of his well-defined muscles subtly visible. He removed a towel from his arm and wiped his face and hair. Noticing when Juan's gaze upon him, he mischievously lifted his shirt. As he rubbed the towel across his taut abdomen, he fixed his gaze on Juan, clearly attempting to entice her. Unfazed, she observed his raw masculinity and playfully poked at his muscles, her voice laced with admiration. "Your abs are the most aesthetically pleasing I've ever seen." Heejin's thoughts raced. The most aesthetically pleasing, so she has seen others. Jiang Qingyan. In comparing himself to Jiang Qingyan, he realized they shared similar heights and physiques, both having dedicated themselves to fitness. If when Juan professed her fondness for his body, did she perhaps view him as Jiang Qingyan's substitute? Nonsense, Jiang Qingyan was a relic of the past. There were countless men who resembled him. Why did she not pursue someone else? Her willingness to be with him surely indicated some degree of affection. After their run, they returned home to a breakfast prepared by Jiang Tongtong, when Juan quickly showered and, upon drying her hair, emerged to find Guagua, who turned to her with bright eyes and waved her tiny hand. "Auntie, come eat." When Juan affectionately ruffled her hair, pulling out a chair to sit across from her. Smiling gently, "Guagua, why are you awake so early? Daddy will come to pick up Mommy and Guagua soon." Just then, Jiang Tongtong emerged with a plate of shrimp dumplings. When Juan glanced at her, surprised. "So early?" "There's no rush. It's not too late for him to come at noon." Sitting beside Guagua, Jiang Tongtong grabbed a tissue to wipe the milk from the corners of her mouth. "I woke up when you did. I turned on my phone and saw Pan Rue sent me a plethora of messages, explaining the house purchase and apologizing. Upon reflection, I realize I may have acted a bit impulsively." Jiang Tongtong understood the predicament from Pan Rue's perspective. That is his biological mother and nephew. His family struggled financially in the past, and it was no small feat for him to attend school. His sister had to drop out early to work, and his college tuition was covered by her. He finds himself caught between me and his family, which must be quite challenging for him. Jiang Tongtong was not unreasonable. She recognized Pan Rue's lingering guilt towards his sister. Initially, she had intended to bring his sister's child to Haicheng, hoping to raise him as her own and provide companionship for Guagua. However, Pan Rue's mother was adamant about raising the child herself. Now, having raised him, she felt increasingly overwhelmed. The financial burdens were mounting, and she wished for them to take on some childcare responsibilities. If the child were well behaved, she would have no objections, as she could endure some hardship. The issue was that the grandmother had spoiled the child, who had become unruly, selfish, and of poor character. Could she truly live with such a child? Her forbearance towards him stemmed solely from her sympathy for Pan Rue. Pan Rue asserted that even if they moved to Haicheng, they would not live together. She chose to trust him for the time being. His nephew had been involved in a car accident, and although he was unharmed, the incident had frightened him. His mother had wept throughout the night, and Jiang Tongtong felt compelled to return home to assuage her resentment towards him, having made her decision. When Juan ceased to offer further counsel, merely imparting a piece of advice. It's fine to feel sympathy for Pan Rue, but before you feel for him, you must first consider your own well-being, or you will ultimately find yourself burdened. Upon returning from their run, Heejin suggested that when Juan ride with him this morning. She did not decline, instructing him to shower and wait at home while she brought him breakfast, with plenty of shrimp dumplings left over. When Juan planned to deliver them all to him. As Jiang Tongtong ladled porridge into a bowl, she teased, "You seem to be concerned for Pan Rue. Now you're also concerned for Heejin. Do you truly not harbor any feelings for him?" When Juan slung her bag over her shoulder, balancing the shrimp dumplings in one hand and accepting the porridge in the other. "This isn't concern, it's guilt." Guilt over what? When Juan smiled without answering, simply stating, "I'll be leaving directly from his place. Remember to close the door when you leave." After showering and changing, Heejin settled on the living room sofa, awaiting Juan while responding to a few emails and reviewing the day's agenda sent by Yu Yang. The password for his devices was his birthdate, and when Juan entered the code to access them. As breakfast was laid out on the table, Heejin, having learned it wasn't prepared by Juan, scrutinized the shrimp dumplings, ultimately consuming only a few. Though he finished the porridge. That afternoon, they were scheduled to visit IUA Technology. During lunch, Heejin mentioned Lin Hao, the founder of AIUE.AT36. Lin Hao established IUA Technology 8 years prior, leading a team of approximately 60 skilled individuals focused on creating high-quality VR games. particularly multiplayer experiences. Having released several hits, Lin Hao was exceptionally capable, albeit with a somewhat eccentric temperament, often shunning social interactions, making his intentions difficult to decipher. For instance, when new VR glasses emerged in the market, it presented an opportunity for them. With strategic capital operations, Ayue could ascend to a leading position in the industry, yet, at this pivotal moment, he chose to travel abroad for a meeting that was neither crucial nor required his presence. This afternoon, Lin Hao was slated to meet with two companies. Theirs and Rongli's meeting was earlier, at 2 o'clock, while theirs was scheduled for 3:30. They speculated on who might represent Rongli when Wan suggested, most likely, it will be Jiang Qingyan accompanied by Yao Man. Due to the matters concerning the wine event, Yao Man intended to take a few days off at home before returning to the office. Despite her father's assurances that everything had been resolved and that her past indiscretions had been thoroughly erased, sparing her from further gossip, she still felt a sense of embarrassment and wished to delay her outings for a few days. However, just before going to bed last night, she received news that Ming He was also interested in AIU, with the person in charge being Wen Ruan. This information came from an intern in the second department, who informed her after she had revamped the team. The intern, recruited this past March, was sharp-witted and adept at flattery, qualities she appreciated. Having quickly integrated into various small groups within the company, the intern shared the gossip from those chats with her. The discussions were quite lively when Wan had been absent for so long, and AIU was her first project upon her return. She was undoubtedly determined to secure it. Should she fail, it was likely that Ming He would dismiss her as well. Conversely, if she succeeded, the embarrassment would fall upon them, particularly the young lady, who would be seen as incompetent if she failed to secure a major project. While Wen Wan, after a 6-month hiatus, managed to surpass her. In truth, I am curious to witness the competition between the young lady and Wen Wan. As a member of the first department, I too share this sentiment. Wen Wan had always overshadowed our director, which had become quite irksome now. With her association with He Zhang, who is also the son of Director Yao, our director would likely struggle to succeed. It must be the young lady who takes charge of AIU. The presence or absence of the second department ought to be conveyed to your director, as we are also eager to see the young lady conquer AIU and thwart Wen Ruan's path to reinstatement. Yao Man was aware of the AIU project. During a meeting last week, Jiang Qingyan had mentioned it several times, emphasizing that it was Lin Yu's responsibility and urging her to secure it. Yao Man was interested in another project that Lin Yu was handling, not out of preference, but simply because it appeared to be a favorable option. For the past 6 months, she had been preoccupied with her engagement and personnel adjustments. And now that the preliminary work was completed, she sought a promising project to validate her capabilities. Initially, she had not considered AIU due to rumors about its founder being difficult to manage. But now she was resolute in taking charge of AIU. Early this morning, Yao Man rushed into Jiang Qingyan's office. Qingyan, have Lin Yu hand over AIU to me. I want this project. Lin Yu happened to be reporting her work in Jiang Qingyan's office at that moment. Upon hearing Yao Man's request, she lowered her head, momentarily distracted, thinking that all her efforts to stir up excitement and sow discord in the group chat had not been in vain. Jiang Qingyan, engrossed in reviewing documents, glanced up at Yao Man, then at Lin Yu. Lin Yu blinked, feigning the obedient demeanor of a compliant subordinate, signaling her acquiescence to the leader's directives. Jiang Qingyan tapped his pen on the table, looked back at Yao Man, and replied gently, even if I agree, little Yao will not concur. The two were already engaged, and Yao Man disregarded Lin Yu's presence as she approached and embraced Jiang Qingyan's shoulders from behind. This is an internal matter in the investment department. There's no need to disturb him. You can decide, and if he holds me accountable upon his return, let him come to me. Yao Tianyu was on a business trip to Haicheng yesterday afternoon. Otherwise, he would have accompanied He Zhang to the old residence. Jiang Qingyan adjusted his glasses, his calm gaze flickering momentarily before he fell silent for a few seconds, ultimately smiling as he patted her hand. All right, as long as you're happy. Yao Man beamed, tilting her head to plant a heavy kiss on his cheek. I knew you were the best. Releasing him, she hurried to pull Lin Yu along. Hurry up, give me all the documents, and then tell me the specifics. Lin Yu nearly twisted her ankle as Yao Man yanked her forward, inwardly cursing, but as they reached the door, she turned back to ask, Director Jiang, will you be accompanying Director Yao to AIU this afternoon, or shall I go with her? Jiang Qingyan replied, I will accompany her. Chen Yi, who had been holding files nearby, stepped forward to close the door behind them. Afterward, he returned to place the documents on the table. These were the signed documents sent by various departments, and Chen Yi sorted through them to find the ones that required urgent signatures. Jiang Qingyan did not rush to sign. Instead, he opened a nearby drawer, retrieved a wet wipe, folded it twice, and slowly wiped the area where Yao Man had just touched. The skin beneath the wipe turned red before he discarded it in the trash. Chen Yi observed this without surprise and, once the wipe was discarded, bent down to hand him a pen from the table. Hesitating for a moment, he cautiously inquired, Director Jiang, are you truly going to assign AIU to Yao Man? Wouldn't that pit her against Wen Ruan? Jiang Qingyan, still focused on the documents, looked down, his eyes obscured behind his glasses, his tone cool and dismissive. So what if they clash? She willingly subjects herself to humiliation. I have advised her that he paused, letting out a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. When Juan has been bottling up her frustrations, perhaps it would be good for her to release some steam. Chapter 61. She will indulge He Jiang. When Ruan's office was previously occupied by Qianwei, the former director of the investment division. IT had been recently renovated at the beginning of the year, its specifications nearly matching those of directors at the company, yet its design was more intricate and refined. The predominant color scheme was black and white, with several metallic ornaments adorning the large desk. A geometric file cabinet was half filled with materials from the fifth department, while the other half remained empty. The six-tiered black bookshelf held books on 3 levels, with the remaining 3 empty abstract art pieces adorned the walls, complemented by a genuine leather sofa, a coat rack, a safe, and a refrigerator. Everything necessary was present, arranged with meticulous care, giving the entire office a poised and elegant ambience. He Jiang had mentioned that he personally reviewed the blueprints, and when Juan was quite satisfied, as it aligned with her aesthetic preferences. Although Minghe Tower lacked the prime location of Ronli, it still occupied valuable real estate in the financial district, offering a view of the busiest and most prosperous parts of the city from its 36th floor. She could also see the twin towers of Ronli Group, standing before the window, when Juan shifted her gaze from the East Star Tower of Ronli to the West Star Tower. Ultimately fixing her attention on the floors occupied by Ronli Capital, she could feel the blood coursing through her veins with fervor. It was only at this moment, truly standing in Minghe and gazing at Ronli, that she dared to acknowledge, that her resentment toward Jiang Qingyan and Yaman had never faded. For over half a year, she had crafted an impenetrable facade, allowing her to control her indignation and maintain an unruffled exterior in front of others. Had it not been for the humiliation at Ronli's celebration banquet, she would have taken her money and fled far away, yet they had chosen to shatter her bones and trample her dignity. Her principle was this: if you wish to undermine me, go ahead, but you better finish the job in one go. Do not grant me a moment to breathe, for otherwise, I shall seize the opportunity to destroy you. He Jiang was her opportunity. This morning, Zheng Tongtong had asked her what she felt guilty about concerning He Jiang. She did feel guilt. She knew full well that He Jiang held disdain for the Yao family and was disinterested in contending for Ronli Group. Yet she had exploited his affections, pushing him to compete and seize opportunities. That He Jiang loved her. She had known this for some time. It wasn't too early to realize, as it was during the celebration banquet at Ronli last year. When she and He Jiang were dining at number 10 Jingwan Road, after drinking too much, He Jiang had cradled her in his arms and said, "Why does no one love you? I love you." He Jiang would forever love Wen Wan. He Jiang would forever love Wen Wan. She had indeed heard him, though at that moment she was at a loss for how to respond, her head throbbing as if crushed by a vehicle. The very notions of love made her stomach churn. Jiang Qingyan had uttered similar words, and during their 3 years together, he would declare on her birthday each year, "Jiang Qingyan will forever love Wen Wan." But what was the outcome? Love was a mere illusion. Men's words are deceptive. She was uncertain when He Jiang had fallen for her or how long his affection would endure, yet she intended to exploit his feelings while they lasted, using him to exact revenge on those within the Twin Towers. When Wan recognized that her actions were despicable, even loathsome, which was why she hadn't confided in Zheng Tongtong, as she felt too ashamed to voice it. She did not wish to harm He Jiang, yet he was her only opportunity, her sole choice. She had contemplated the ramifications of her actions. If they succeeded, and He Jiang secured Ronli Group, she would shatter Yao Man's hopes and trample Jiang Qingyan's dignity, and He Jiang would no longer be bullied by Yao Tianyu, an outcome that would please all parties involved. Conversely, if they failed, the worst-case scenario would revert everything back to square one. She would leave Haichang, Yao Tianyu would inherit Ronli Group, and He Jiang would struggle to survive under Yao Tianyu's oppression. In truth, she was also acting in He Jiang's best interests, given the animosity between him and Yao Tianyu. If one day Yao Tianyu were to assume control of Ronli Group, he would undoubtedly go to great lengths to suppress He Jiang. She was merely allowing He Jiang to strike back preemptively. Of course, while her decision theoretically benefited He Jiang, in reality, if he had truly wanted to contest, he would have done so earlier, and now, she was leveraging his affections to thrust him into this conflict. Thus, her sense of guilt remained. Whatever He Jiang desired, she would provide. She understood that what he wanted most at present was her heart. Since she could not give that yet, she would offer her body instead. After all, she genuinely found him appealing. When he touched her, she felt no aversion. If they were to act on it, both would find pleasure, and they would both be satisfied. Out of guilt, she wished to make He Jiang even happier. From this day forth, she would indulge He Jiang. Whatever he wished to do or desired, she would indulge him. For over half a year, Zhu Jishou had temporarily taken on the leadership of the 5th Department, and he resigned yesterday. After Yu Yang facilitated Wen Ruan's onboarding procedures, he instructed his team to transfer all of Zhu Jishou's documents to Wen Ruan's office. Wen Ruan glanced at the clock, noting it was 10:30, and she stepped out to summon the 5th Department personnel to the adjacent small conference room. There had been 5 people in the 5th Department yesterday. With Zhu Jieshou's departure, only 4 remained upon entering the conference room when Wan took her seat, followed by investment manager Luo Ziwen. Director Wen. Luo Ziwen greeted respectfully and with formality, to which Wan inclined her head slightly. Luo Ziwen pulled out a chair and sat at her left side. The two individuals have already met, and Luo Ziwen was also present at yesterday morning's regular meeting. She sports a chic bob hairstyle and is clad in a simple yet elegant blue professional outfit today. Although not particularly tall, her striking features and upright posture exude a sense of competence and efficiency. When Wan had previously reviewed her profile, Luo Ziwen, age 30, is a graduate of a prestigious university and joined Mingyi right after her studies. She possesses commendable abilities and was the fastest among her cohort of interns to secure a full-time position and subsequently ascend to the role of manager. Unfortunately, her promotion was short-lived as she was involved in a car accident on the highway while returning home for the Spring Festival holiday. Leading to over a year of leave this year, she returned to work, and Mingyi, known for its integrity in the industry, granted her a paid leave while retaining her position. Coming from a modest background, Luo received half of her surgical expenses covered by Mingyi. He Zheng's assessment of her is that she is of good character, diligent, and previously the most hardworking and committed employee in the company. However, it is indeed unfortunate that, given the fierce competition in this industry, her departure from the position for over a year has had its repercussions. Perhaps due to the accident, her mindset has also shifted, making her somewhat more negative than before. Shen Yifan suggested relocating her to a less demanding position, which she declined, reasoning that the 5th department does not impose significant pressure, so she will remain there for now. The third person to enter is Jiang Qi, an analyst who has been with the company for 2 years. He Zheng's evaluation of him is not particularly favorable. Jiang Qi has talent and intelligence but does not apply them appropriately. Often preoccupied with ingratiating himself with superiors, it is said that during Zhu Jieshou's tenure he had promised Jiang Qi a promotion to deputy manager if he were elevated, but with Zhu's departure and your arrival, he now has to start anew, undoubtedly harboring some grievances. Upon entering, Jiang Qi glanced at Wen Wan and took a seat in the farthest corner from her. Just as he settled in, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and the door was forcefully pushed open. When Zong, the voice rang out, crisp and vibrant, with a palpable excitement. The newcomer, standing at 1.8 meters, radiated energy in a flamboyant green suit. When Wan quickly recognized him by his tousled curls, Nifei, a recently hired analyst from last year. He Zheng described him as a recent graduate, a rebellious spirit in school, and the most unique character in the company. While he possesses potential, he can be impulsive and straightforward. And despite his short tenure, he has a knack for offending others. When it came time for his formal employment, no department wanted him, and it was Qianwei who took him in. Though capable, his temperament requires tempering. If properly honed, he could be a valuable asset, but if not, he may ultimately be undone by his own nature. Although the 5th department is small, each member presents their own set of challenges. He Zheng's original intention was for her to oversee the entire investment department, yet when Wan opted for the most challenging 5th department, it was not a matter of wanting to demonstrate her prowess by transforming the 5th department. Rather, she was mindful of He Zhang. Regardless of her previous capabilities, entering Mingyi while bearing a tarnished reputation would have led to discontent among her peers, making it difficult for He Zhang to justify. By assuming the directorship of the underperforming 5th department, she alleviates some of the pressure on others, reducing potential dissent. After Nifei entered, he sat beside Jiang Qi but closer to Wen Wan, his eyes shining with enthusiasm, clearly welcoming her to the 5th department. Today marks Wen Ruan's inaugural meeting in the 5th department, yet she refrains from discussing work matters. Yesterday, Yu Yang had added her to the company group chat, and in the afternoon, there was a public reprimand aimed at Nifei and Jiang Qi for their brawl in the employee cafeteria, which escalated to the point of overturning tables, described as a serious incident. The specifics of the altercation were not disclosed, only that it originated from a verbal dispute. Without probing He Zhang about the internal conflict, Wen Wan had reached out to Luo Ziwen via WeChat while reviewing materials in her study the previous night. Inquiring about the fight. At the time of the incident, Luo Ziwen was seated at the adjacent table and overheard a few remarks. Having never been particularly fond of Jiang Qi, she relayed the unvarnished truth. Jiang Qi's motivations for joining Mingyi align with Zhu Jieshou's public remarks, while Nifei defended her and He Zhang. In the meeting room, when Wan turned her attention to Luo Ziwen, during yesterday's meeting, neither Nifei nor Jiang Qi was present. Manager Luo, could you elaborate on Zhu Jieshou's departure and the reasons for my entry into Mingyi? Upon hearing the latter statement, Luo Ziwen looked surprised. And when Wan smiled, instructing her to recount the events as she had shared them during the meeting, Luo Ziwen opened her mouth, responding, understood. The remainder of the time was dominated by Luo Ziwen's discourse. When it was revealed that Zhu Jieshou had the audacity to publicly question He Zhang and insinuate an inappropriate relationship between Wen Wan and He Zhang, both Nifei and Jiang Qi's expressions shifted noticeably. Jiang Qi mentally chastised Zhu Jieshio for his foolishness. The speculation surrounding Wen Ruoan's motives for joining Mingyi was rampant, and who would be foolish enough to voice such suspicions publicly, especially in front of He Zhang? Luo Ziwen concluded by mentioning Wen Ruoan's declaration of affection for He Zhang during the meeting, when Zhang expressed that she came to Mingyi because of her fondness for He Zhong. To pursue him, as these words left her lips, both Anai Fei and Jiang Qi's eyes widened in disbelief, but when Ruoan was too preoccupied to acknowledge their reactions, her mind raced with Luo Ziwen's statements, consistent with Zhu Jieshio's claims. Regarding the rationale behind her ability to join Mingyi, aside from those present at the meeting, there must be many within the company who share Zhu Jieshio's perspective. When Ruoan messaged Yu Yang, inquiring if he could provide her with a recording of the meeting, Yu Yang replied that he would need to access the conference room's surveillance and would require authorization from He Zhang. Consequently, when Ruoan messaged He Zhang requesting the necessary permission, He Zhang quickly responded, "What do you need the video for?" When Ruoan fabricated an excuse, "I told Zhang Tongtong that I publicly declared my feelings for you, and she doesn't believe me. I need to show her the video." He Zhang replied, "Wait a moment." Before when Ruoan could send it, she received the video clip, which contained her declaration of affection for He Zhang. She was taken aback. "So fast," He Zhang explained. "I copied the video right after the meeting, keeping only this segment. Although it's fabricated, I enjoy hearing it." When Ruoan teased, "Are you pleased that I professed my feelings for you in public?" He Zhang affirmed of course. When Ruoan playfully asked, "Would you be even happier if I did something more?" He Zhang replied, "What would make me happier? Would you come over and kiss me?" When Ruoan retorted, "Check the group chat." Chapter 62. I said when Ruoan wouldn't behave. When He Zhang received Wen Ruoan's message, he was engaged in a video conference with the head of the Singapore branch. As when Ruoan urged him to check the group chat, he pondered what she was referring to. Momentarily distracted from their personal conversation, exiting their chat, he opened the group chat and was left dumbfounded. The segment of the video he had sent her, her public declaration of love, had been shared in the group chat. The entire company was now privy to it. He Zhang's long fingers tapped on the screen several times as he tried to exit and re-enter the group, only to find the video still there. Confirming he wasn't dreaming, he dialed Wen Ruoan's number. However, the meeting on her end was not yet over, and she did not answer. Instead, she messaged him, "I'm in a meeting and can't answer the phone. Is this about the video? I didn't send it to the wrong person." He Zhang replied, "What sudden stimulus did you receive? Does the fifth department have a following now?" When Ruoan countered, "I wasn't stimulated. Nor do I have a following. There are no secrets that remain hidden. Over 20 people in the company are aware, and eventually, the whole company will find out." She added, "Moreover, Jiang Qingyan brought it up yesterday. Zhu Jieshio undoubtedly informed Yao Tianyu, that fool who thrives on chaos, that he might spill it any day now, so rather than wait for him to make it public, I might as well release it myself." He Zhang asked, "Aren't you worried about being the subject of gossip?" When Ruoan replied, "Not at all. Tsk, don't act innocent now. I've gone public to maintain my persona. From now on, I must openly pursue you. Just imagine me chasing after you. Doesn't that make you feel good?" He Zhang stared at his phone screen for several minutes. The video on his computer continued to play, and the speaker from Singapore was still droning on. But He Zhang absorbed none of it. "Just imagine me chasing after you. Doesn't that make you feel good?" Indeed, it felt exhilarating, even though she had not sought his consent for such a public display. He was over the moon, publicly pursuing him. He had never dared to wish for such a thing, even during his annual temple visits. As he prepared to respond to Wen Ruoan, he received a call from Shen Yifan. He Zhang answered casually, "Wow, He Zhang, you're quite impressive now, aren't you? What spell did you cast on Wen Ruoan? She actually posted the video in the group chat. Is she intending to publicly pursue you?" Shen Yifan had known Wen Ruoan for over a decade and found this behavior utterly perplexing. In his understanding, Wen Ruoan was reserved and introverted, and the notion of her pursuing He Zhang seemed fantastical. Now, with her bold actions, she seemed unrecognizable. Shen Yifan was baffled. The only explanation he could conjure was that Wen Ruoan's character had transformed dramatically due to some hurt caused by Jiang Qingyan. However, in their interactions, she treated him as she always had, but her demeanor toward He Zhang appeared to change from an observer's standpoint. Shen Yifan cautioned He Zhang, suggesting that Wen Ruoan's kindness might have ulterior motives. "She seems to be using you, taking advantage of your status as Yao Wei's son, to help her secure a position at Rongli Group, possibly as revenge against Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man." As the speaker from Singapore noticed He Zhang on the phone, he wisely fell silent. He Zhang muted the video. He tapped his toes against the floor, rotating his chair toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, remaining silent for a moment before sighing softly. "She wants me to strive for Rongli Group, but in truth, if she merely asked, I would go to great lengths to assist her. She doesn't need to curry favor with me. Yet now she chooses to indulge me, to sweeten my mood with a morsel of affection, and I'm more than pleased." Shen Yifan discerned the implication in his words, realizing that He Zhang recognized her intentions were purely utilitarian. "Hezhen, I know, so what if she takes advantage of it? I used to despise the fact that I had the blood of the Yao family flowing through my veins, but now I am immensely grateful to be the son of Yahweh. Shen Yifan was left speechless. This person truly was beyond saving, hopelessly infatuated. Fine, so what should we do now? The group chat is eerily quiet. No one dares to reply. Wen Ruan must feel embarrassed. Should I take the lead? The video posted by Wen Ruan sent the entire Mingyi capital into a frenzy. All departments were buzzing with excitement. Messages flooding the small group chat, yet no one dared to speak in the larger group of those who attended yesterday's meeting felt silenced by Hijin's warning. Upon seeing the video, they were momentarily dumbfounded. Considering Hijin's ambiguous attitude during the meeting, no one was brave enough to voice their thoughts. Of those who had missed the meeting yesterday were left agape, both astonished and admiring of Wen Ruan's audacity. Yet none dared to be the first to speak, lurking in the shadows to observe the unfolding situation, until Shen Yifan tagged Hijin in the group. Shen Yifan, Hijin, Mr. He Director Wen is publicly confessing to you. Don T play dead now, ha ha ha. Half a minute later, Hijin tagged Wen Ruan in the group. Hijin, Wen Ruan, I never said you couldn't pursue, just keep it low-key, don't make a scene. As soon as this message was sent, everyone began to interpret it wildly. Some claimed that Mr. He tagging Director Wen indicated that he was indeed upset, while others suggested that the phrase don't make a scene carried a hint of fondness. There were also analyses of I never said you couldn't pursue, implying that he was encouraging Director Wen to chase after him. So was Mr. He really that easy to pursue? Could all the single women in the company pursue him? Director Wen had taken a bold step indeed. Amidst the heated discussions, Wen Ruan replied, Hijin, sorry Mr. He, I sent this to the wrong group, I will delete it immediately. 2 minutes had already passed. And the video couldn't be deleted. Following Hijin's instructions, Shen Yifan shared Mingyi's achievements in the industry for the first half of the year, and Hijin was the first to like the post. As soon as the boss liked it, a flood of likes from the entire company followed, with the screen filled with notifications exceeding 99. Wen Ruan's message was completely overshadowed. After finishing the meeting, it was already lunchtime, but Hijin had messaged her earlier, stating that he wouldn't be going downstairs for lunch as he was in a video conference that hadn't concluded yet, and Yu Yang would bring lunch to his office. Hijin, would you like to join me for lunch? Wen Ruan, no, according to the script, you should be a bit indifferent to me now. I want to approach you in the office. And you shouldn't take the initiative to find me either. Hijin, during lunch, when Ruan was with Luo Ziwen in the employee cafeteria, the restaurant was bustling with people. Given her position, everyone in the workplace was aware of the social dynamics. Even if they looked down on her, mocked her, waited to see her make a fool of herself, or admired her, they still greeted her politely when they crossed paths. Ignoring the subtle glances, Wen Ruan maintained a facade of professionalism, and the atmosphere during lunch was quite cordial. Having slept late the night before, Wen Ruan returned to her office for a quick nap after eating. Hijin, unable to take a nap himself, moved the afternoon meeting to lunchtime since he was accompanying her to AIU Technology in the afternoon. After Yu Yang packed his lunch, he continued the meeting until it ended at 2:30. The journey from Mingyi to AIU would take at least half an hour without traffic, so they needed to leave now. As they headed downstairs, Wen Ruan was already waiting for him in the car. Finish the meeting? She asked, shifting aside. If you're busy, I can go by myself. She could easily go alone, but he insisted on accompanying her. Hijin sat down beside her. It's not that I'm not at ease with you. I'm just wary of Jiang Qingyan. What if he shows up and bothers you? The driver was Yu Yang, and without hesitation, Hijin grasped her hand resting on her lap, his palm feeling the delicate softness of her skin, which he found irresistible. And you didn't mention that Yao Man would be there. If she is present, I definitely need to go to act as your bodyguard. Why Yu Yang drove out of the parking lot, sneaking a glance in the rearview mirror, seeing his boss holding Wen Ruan's hand. To his surprise, she didn't pull away, leaving him startled. Had they gotten together? When did this happen? How could he not know about their relationship? Considering he was with the boss every day, Yu Yang, being Hijin's trusted confidant, saw Hijin holding her hand without any reservations, which meant Wen Ruan had nothing to fear and allowed him to hold her. The sofa in her office had been personally selected by Hijin, making it incredibly comfortable. After a deep nap, she awoke not long ago, feeling somewhat languid as she leaned against the seat. Almost boneless. Didn't you previously analyze that Lin Hao isn't too interested in this opportunity, therefore, he shouldn't be too enthusiastic about us offering investments. Our appointment with Rongli is at 2. While ours is at 3:30, that leaves us an hour and a half in between. By the time we arrive, they should have already left. Hijin, what if they haven't? Men are as sensitive as women when it comes to rivals. He could sense that Jiang Qingyan still harbored feelings for Wen Ruan. Knowing that Rongli would be there today, Jiang Qingyan was likely aware of Wen Ruan's attendance as well. What if that scoundrel intentionally delayed things? Hijin's expression was calm, but fatigue was evident in his eyes. Wen Ruan considered that he must not have slept well last night, woke up early this morning, and hadn't taken a nap. So she simply leaned against the car door and patted her lap. We have a 30-minute drive, you should lie down and rest, I'll wake you when we arrive. Hijin was indeed quite tired. His tall frame made it difficult to lie down comfortably, but he ultimately stretched out, bending his knees just enough to fit, resting the back of his head on Wenruan's lap while still holding her hand. With one hand held by him and the other supporting his head, Wenruan felt relieved that Yu Yang drove smoothly, allowing Heejin to sleep through the journey, undisturbed by the gentle sway of the car. They arrived at AIU Technology at 3TEN. Yu Yang parked at the entrance and opened the back door. Heejin was still asleep, and Wenruan gently tapped his face, speaking softly. Heejin, we arrived, wake up. Heejin opened his bleary eyes, his voice hoarse from sleep. What time is it? Yu Yang replied, 3:10. Heejin released Wenruan's hand, his large palm moving to the back of her neck. Pressing down slightly as he kissed her lips, let me sleep for 5 more minutes. Just as Wenruan was about to respond, a sharp, mocking voice rang out nearby. Qingyan, I told you Wenruan was restless. Look at her, getting cozy with a man right outside. Wenruan turned to see Jiang Qingyan's dark eyes swirling with tumultuous emotions. Yu Yang, standing beside the open car door, had intended to let the two inside exit. But upon hearing Heejin's request for more sleep, he was about to close the door when the unexpected voice startled him. Turning back, he was taken aback to see Jiang Qingyan and Yao Man. Chapter 63, Pursuing True Love. Just as Yao Man exited the building, she spotted Heejin's car parked there, her pent-up frustration finding an outlet. They had scheduled their meeting with AIU Technology for 2 o'clock. Having spent the entire morning poring over materials to secure the project, she had even dragged Lin Yu along for advice, sacrificing her nap. She had prepared thoroughly only to find Lin Hao indifferent. Sharing incomprehensible topics without expressing any interest in their proposal, merely indicating he had another important meeting, essentially ushering them out. Later, when Jiang Qingyan mentioned that this was a tea house from Rong City, it piqued Lin Hao's interest. He remarked that his wife was from Rong City, and the tea was local, picked by her from the mountains. Though Yao Man typically didn't enjoy tea, she had tried expensive varieties and found the nameless inferior tea leaves unworthy of her palate. Jiang Qingyan, however, praised it. When Lin Hao learned that he was a graduate of Rong City University, he became engaged in conversation with Jiang Qingyan, completely disregarding their intent to leave. They had arrived at 2 o'clock and were just now exiting after more than an hour of idle chatter, having discussed nothing of substance, mostly about Rong City. It became clear to Yao Man that Lin Hao had no intention of collaborating. She had nearly lost her temper in the elevator, but Jiang Qingyan reassured her that Lin Hao must have his own considerations and that they could arrange another meeting in the future. Yao Man, of course, understood that not every collaboration could be finalized in one meeting. What infuriated her more was that, as the daughter of Rongli Group, Lin Hao had consistently overlooked her, spending the majority of their time discussing Rong City. A place she despised. It was where Jiang Qingyan and Wenruan had met, a place filled with their memories. She resented Wenruan's presence. If it weren't for her, Jiang Qingyan's 12-year wait would have been perfect. Wenruan was like a stain, tarnishing their love. As Yao Man struggled to contain her anger, she spotted Heejin's car. She still hadn't settled the bill from the cocktail party with him. When she had pulled Jiang Qingyan over, Yu Yang had just opened the back door. From their angle, it appeared that Wenruan had leaned down to kiss the man resting on her lap. His face hidden, only his head visible. However, since it was Heejin's car, with Yu Yang opening the door, it was clear that Wenruan had kissed Heejin. She mused that Wenruan and Heejin certainly weren't innocent. It must have been Wenruan who seduced Heejin. Seeing Wenruan kiss Heejin, Yao Man turned to look at Jiang Qingyan. He was dressed in a custom-made light gray shirt and black trousers. Tall and elegant, exuding a refined charm, he looked handsome, but Yao Man found his current demeanor displeasing. Upon witnessing Wenruan kiss Heejin, his expression darkened, his demeanor grave, as if he had been frozen in place. Yao Man stepped closer, wrapping her arm around his, her irritation evident in her tone. Qingyan. Jiang Qingyan's dark eyes withdrew from Wenruan as he lowered his head to adjust his glasses and gently patted Yao Man's hand. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of the car door opening interrupted him, and Heejin emerged. Who was that, making such a ruckus? Heejin circled around the rear of the car. Hands tucked into his pockets, shoulders relaxed, the blazing sun casting a languid shadow of his tall figure. His eyes, now fully awake, held a deep intensity as he glanced at Jiang Qingyan, then turned to Yao Man. A casual smile playing at the corners of his lips. Oh, isn't this Miss Yao? You just mentioned being restless. Look at you, so stable. Back in high school, you were having flings. In college, you dated one after another. And now, fresh from a divorce, you return as a mistress. What a picture of stability at Heejin. Yao Man was infuriated by his mention of past events, but she regained her composure. She directed her scorn at Wenruan. You sure are impressive, finding Heejin as your support. Wenruan stood beside Heejin, a hint of amusement dancing in her expression. I'm not seeking a support, I'm just pursuing true love. Much like President Jiang, chasing after my first love after a breakup, chasing after true love, just like President Jiang. Jiang Qingyan gazed at her, his eyes meeting hers, a flicker of fire hidden within his cold, desolate gaze. Heejin caught a glimpse of Jiang Qingyan's impassive face, feeling a surge of satisfaction, straightening his posture as if his aura had grown 2 meters taller. Only Yao Man seemed bewildered. Processing the words first love and true love, her eyes widened in shock as she flicked her gaze between Wenruan and Heejin. You mean Heejin is your first love? When Ron smiled, feigning surprise, "You didn't know? Miss Yao must have known. I thought he told you." As if suddenly remembering, she pointed at Jiang Qingyan. "President Jiang knows too. He invited me to lunch yesterday and brought it up. I assumed he mentioned it to you." Yao Man was still reeling from the revelation that he Jiang was when Ruan's first love when she latched onto the phrase President Jiang invited Wen Ruan to lunch yesterday. Jiang Qingyan had lunch with Wen Ruan. Before she could react, Wen Ruan continued, "Miss Yao, I hope you keep an eye on your fiancé. He has caused me quite a bit of trouble that night at the banquet. He cornered me in the rose garden, and yesterday at lunch, he insisted I steer clear of he Zhang." Yao Man's face grew even more sullen, even Jiang Qingyan's expression began to falter. He stared directly at Wen Ruan. Not expecting her to undermine him so openly, his deep-set eyes cracked with emotion, ultimately settling into resignation. He nearly forgot that this girl held grudges. Ignoring his shifting expressions, Wen Ruan continued, speaking to Yao Man. "I don't know what President Jiang means, but we have already broken up. If he continues this way, it will cause me distress and lead to misunderstandings with He Zhang, so I hope Miss Yao can keep an eye on her fiancé." Seeing Yao Man trembling with anger, Wen Ruan turned to He Zhang. "Shall we head inside? The time is right." He Zhang, feeling invigorated, raised his tone with a hint of cheerfulness. "Sure." After they left, Yu Yang, who had witnessed the entire scene, hurriedly dove into the car, fearing Yao Man's wrath would also ensnare him, and swiftly drove off to the parking area. Left behind were only Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan. The rose garden at the banquet? Lunch yesterday, Yao Man could hardly believe it. The banquet, she had not left his side, and the only time they separated was when He Zhang humiliated her, and she quarreled with Yao Tianyu in the lounge. He had seemed to have stepped out then. So he went to find Wen Ruan during her moment of vulnerability, and yesterday at lunch, when she had no appetite, he was with Wen Ruan instead? Slap! Yao Man struck out, her anger erupting as she shouted, "Jiang Qingyan, are you still thinking about her?" Jiang Qingyan took the hit squarely, his glasses askew as he adjusted them, a cold glint flashing through his downcast eyes. When he looked up again, his expression softened, and he spoke gently. "The rose garden was a mere coincidence. I went out for a smoke and just happened to see her. Yesterday at lunch, I was delivering a project to He Zhang. He didn't meet me, so I intended to pass the materials to Wen Ruan, with Chen Yi following me and Yu Yang accompanying Wen Ruan. We didn't team-eat privately." Yao Man had not intended to hit him. She was simply too furious to control herself, but upon hearing his calm explanation, her anger subsided slightly, though she still resisted apologizing. "Is it wrong for me to like He Zhang? Why do you want her to stay away from him?" Jiang Qingyan was silent for a moment before asking her, "Do you want Wen Ruan to be with He Zhang? Isn't it good? If she is with He Zhang, she won't cling to you anymore." Yao Man thought it was a good idea. As long as Wen Ruan didn't linger around Jiang Qingyan, it was fine. Moreover, He Zhang was a rogue, a crude man. Wen Ruan and He Zhang, a match made in heaven, wasn't that perfect? Jiang Qingyan's gaze deepened, a slow smile gracing his lips. "That if your father wants to recognize He Zhang, and if Wen Ruan truly ends up with him, one day they might marry, and we would all be family." Gathering at the same table during festivals, Yao Man's expression changed completely. That's right, how had she not thought of that? Her father wanted to recognize He Zhang, and if He Zhang truly entered the Yao family, then if Wen Ruan married He Zhang, she would become her sister-in-law. Surely she was destined to marry Jiang Qingyan. Imagining the four of them as a family dining under the same roof, it was simply unbearable. The very thought infuriated her. No, she must either prevent her father from recognizing He Zhang or ensure that Wen Ruan could not be with He Zhang. Jiang Qingyan observed her changing expressions, a slight smirk playing on his lips, his dark eyes glimmering with intrigue. Pursuing true love? Aiyu was located within a tech park in the southwestern corner of Haicheng's urban area, when Wen Ruan and He Zhang arrived at the designated floor. It was precisely 3:30. Lin Hao's secretary came out to greet them, leading them past the bustling office area into a spacious and brightly decorated office with a traditional Chinese aesthetic. Lin Hao was already waiting inside. Upon seeing them enter, he rose to greet them, politely shaking hands with He Zhang and nodding at Wen Ruan. Once the necessary pleasantries were exchanged, the three took their seats, with Lin Hao settling into a single sofa while Wen Ruan and He Zhang occupied the adjacent long couch. The tea table was adorned with freshly brewed tea, its fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Lin Hao and He Zhang engaged in light-hearted banter. Wen Ruan discreetly assessed Lin Hao, but he was dressed in a black casual outfit. His face angular, with fine wrinkles on his forehead and a few strands of white hair not befitting his age. Though his appearance was not meticulously maintained, he exuded a steady and mature aura. He Zhang expressed his disinterest in the opportunity presented, showing no enthusiasm for the olive branch extended by the investors. This was indeed the case. After sitting down, Lin Hao steered the conversation toward unrelated topics, such as China's economic consumer market, the misdeeds of capital, and the investment philosophy of the Yale Donation Fund. He Zhang responded fluently to each topic, receiving Lin Hao's appreciative gaze, yet the subject of collaboration was never broached. Eventually, He Zhang redirected the conversation to the current collaboration, flipping through the proposal before setting it aside and sipping his tea. In that case, you two should head back. I have another meeting shortly. So we will conclude here for today. I will discuss the proposal with the other responsible parties, as AIU was not solely mine. This was an indication that the meeting was over. When Ruan held her cup and suddenly remarked, "This is tea from Rongqing Isn't it?" Lin Hao had primarily been conversing with He Zhang, but now he turned to give her a proper look. Director Wen has tried it. When Ruan responded with a smile, "Yes, I studied at Rongqing University. 2 years ago, when I returned to my alma mater for a reunion, I spent a few days in the area and stayed at a homestay called Shengyue. The tea brewed by the owner tasted exactly the same. He grows his own tea." Upon hearing her mention Shengyue homestay, Lin Hao's expression shifted subtly, and after a moment of surprise, he remarked, "President Jiang from Rongli just left." Director Wen's words are almost identical to his. He Zhang felt a surge of displeasure at the mention of Rongqing, but upon hearing Lin Hao's comment, his irritation deepened. After the initial annoyance, a bittersweet feeling washed over him as he turned to Wen Ruan. Wen Ruan maintained a composed demeanor, smiling broadly. "Is that so? I wonder if President Lin watched the video of the Rongli celebration last year. Both Jiang Qingyan and I graduated from Rongqing University. I attended the reunion with him 2 years ago, and we shared that tea together, so it's only natural we would say similar things." The video of the Rongli celebration had circulated wildly within the Haiqing circle last year, and Lin Hao had seen it in some founder groups. However, it hadn't concerned him, so he hadn't paid it much attention, merely observing it as news. Now that Wen Ruan brought it up, he recalled the event. For Wen Ruan, it had been a harrowing ordeal, while Lin Hao remained an outsider, refraining from passing judgment on their complexities. Yet, his previous comment had indeed put her in an awkward position, prompting him to apologize. "I apologize." Wen Ruan smiled and replied, "It's alright, it's not a significant matter, but since we're on the topic, I'll speak candidly." She set down her cup, facing Lin Hao. "Mr. Lin, you wish to seize this opportunity, don't you? However, your wife has left you with many reservations." Upon hearing this, Lin Hao's expression changed completely. Chapter 64. It's Chen Shengyue, whom she knows. 3 hours later, Lin Hao personally escorted Wen Ruan and He Zhang downstairs. Mr. He, Director Wen, I sincerely apologize for taking up so much of your time. Will you not stay for dinner? By this time, it was already 6:30. Well past dinner time, and Lin Hao had been urging them to stay when Ruan glanced at He Zhang. He Zhang caught her cue and smiled at Lin Hao. "We will definitely treat you to a meal on the day we sign the contract. But tonight, we truly have other commitments." With that, Lin Hao ceased his insistence, looking at Wen Ruan with a calm expression that hinted at a subtle expectation. "Director Wen, I shall await your good news. As long as you can assist me with this favor, I would not hesitate to offer my support, not merely for a contract, but in any matter you might require my help." The setting sun paints the horizon crimson. The cicadas' calls gradually fade, and the heat dissipates as the vehicle turns onto the elevated road from the entrance of the technology park. In the back seat, He Zhang leans against the door, facing Wen Ruan. His long neck held high in an air of arrogance, his brows lowered as he clicks his tongue. "Director Wen, you truly are impressive. I have perused the materials on IUS several times, yet I failed to recognize that the crux of the matter lies with Lin Hao's wife." When Ruan explains, "It was not my intention to conceal this from you. I wanted to be certain before I informed you. The information regarding IUA was provided by He Zhang, and it is remarkably detailed. The founder Lin Hao's entrepreneurial journey, as well as his marital status, are all clearly outlined." Upon discovering that his wife is named Chen Shengyue and is from Rongqing, Wen Ruan felt an unsettling familiarity. After reviewing all the materials, she understood the source of that inexplicable familiarity. The records indicate that Lin Hao established IUA Technology 8 years ago. In the earlier years, he was ambitious, relishing competition and challenges. At his peak, within less than half a year, he successfully developed several VR games, earning the highest copyright revenue in the industry during that period, far ahead in innovation and market presence. At that time, IUA welcomed the olive branches extended by investors, commercializing their games immediately after development, with a clear objective: profit above all. However, 3 years ago, just as IUA was transitioning from the third tier of domestic competition to the second tier, Lin Hao ceased collaboration with venture capital firms and politely declined all investment offers. The records reveal that Lin Hao's wife, Chen Shengyue, became pregnant that year, but tragically suffered a miscarriage, marking the beginning of Lin Hao's transformation. A thick stack of documents reveals little about Chen Shengyue, summarizing her introduction in a single sentence: a dance instructor who married Lin Hao after college, with a harmonious relationship, took time off to recuperate at her hometown in Rongqing following the miscarriage. As when Ruan finished the documents, she recalled an event from 2 years prior. During the centennial celebration of Rongqing University, she and Jiang Qingyan were both invited. After the celebration, Jiang Qingyan expressed a desire to explore Rongqing for a few days. They flew to Rongqing, and on that day, Jiang Qingyan rented a car, driving for over 2 hours to the foot of Rong Mountain. Rong Mountain, a popular tourist destination in Rongqing, had been visited by Wen Ruan during her university days with Zhang Tongtong. The mountain is known for 2 attractions: the marriage tree at its base and the cloud sea at its summit. Jiang Qingyan first led her to the marriage tree before taking her to view the cloud sea. They stayed at a newly opened guest house named Shangyue, and by coincidence, they were the first guests to make a reservation. The proprietress, a woman in her 30s who favored wearing kipayos, exuded grace and elegance. Embodying an air of affluence, she generously declared that they were the inaugural guests of her establishment and, feeling a sense of fate, waived their accommodation fees, even gifting them tea that she had grown and processed herself. Unfortunately, their luck was somewhat lacking. Aside from the sunny day they arrived, the subsequent days were plagued by rain, preventing them from witnessing the cloud sea. With the cloud sea out of reach, Jiang Qingyan spent most of his time in their room attending to work. While when Ruan, not particularly busy at that time, found the room stifling and often sought out the proprietress for conversation, they discussed various topics, during which the proprietress revealed her fondness for tea. Mentioning that she had a tea garden on the mountain, she shared that she and her husband had married after college and that she was a dance instructor while her husband worked in VR gaming. The proprietress did not divulge much, nor did she mention her husband's name, but the timeline and narrative she recounted aligned perfectly with the information in the documents. Her name was also Chen Shangyue, and she hailed from Rongqing. Thus, after completing her review of the materials sent by He Zhang, when Wan felt compelled to search online for photos of Lin Hao's wife, however, she found none. No images could be located. Although she already harbored suspicions, when Wan felt it necessary to confirm her findings. In truth, she had Chen Xingyue's WeChat contact. A simple message or phone call could reveal the truth, yet, given that this was a professional matter, she deemed it prudent to verify through Lin Hao first. Upon arriving at Lin Hao's office today, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed a photograph on his desk featuring him and Chen Shangyue. Chen Shangyue, she was indeed the same individual she knew. Perhaps you were seeking to seize this opportunity, yet your concerns for your wife weigh heavily upon you, she said to Lin Hao. She felt emboldened to express this because during her stay at the guest house, Chen Shangyue had shared a poignant sentiment: separating from my husband would ultimately benefit us both. He has grand ambitions, desiring to take the company public, but our relationship has deteriorated, partially due to the pressures of his business. Moreover, she remarked that their aspirations in life had diverged significantly over the years, leaving her exhausted and desiring separation, while he was reluctant to part ways, sacrificing many opportunities in the process. According to Chen Shangyue, Lin Hao was inherently ambitious, intent on expanding his company, yet fearful of the growing distance between him and his wife. He found himself caught in a struggle between his marital obligations and professional aspirations. When Ruan later revisited the materials on IUA, noting that indeed, since 3 years ago, the company's growth had stagnated, with few new games emerging, it appeared they were facing challenges, yet, in reality, IUA had been continuously optimizing its existing VR games, having produced hit titles and maintaining a solid position in the market, especially given their strong retention among longtime users. From a different perspective, while IUA may not have been as aggressive as before, it was becoming increasingly stable and grounded. Jiang Qingyan favored investing in such enterprises. Although IUA had not made significant waves in the past 3 years and lacked groundbreaking new games, it had matured. Furthermore, IUA's core team remained intact. Therefore, when Wan came across news of new VR glasses in the market and reviewed domestic VR gaming companies, she was confident that Jiang Qingyan would take an interest in IUA. As the vehicle traversed the road from the technology park to Qingyue Mansion, He Zhang, having listened to Ruan's explanations, straightened his posture and pulled her into his embrace. Must we go tonight? Can it not wait until tomorrow? Earlier at IUA, while Lin Hao had stepped out to take a call, when Wan had informed He Zhang that she would not be staying for dinner, as she intended to rush to Rongqing overnight. He Zhang had an important meeting the following morning regarding the utilization of land in the southern city, one that could not be postponed. Moreover, he believed there was no need for such urgency in going to Rongqing. Lin Hao had shown no intent to discuss collaboration today. He merely agreed to meet with them and only out of basic courtesy. Not wishing to offend anyone with a direct refusal, it was merely a formality. Only when Wan mentioned his wife did Lin Hao's demeanor shift. Upon hearing that she had stayed at his wife's guest house and conversed with her, sharing details about him, Lin Hao seemed to relax and opened up. He poured tea from a purple clay teapot, his gaze fixed on a floating tea leaf, the strands of white in his hair stark against his face, as if he aged a decade in an instant. His voice was low, laden with weariness and sorrow. Shangyue wants a divorce, but I do not agree. She wishes to file for separation, yet fears that making a spectacle of it would harm my career. So we have been dragging this out. It has been a year since she has refused to see me. I visit the guest house for a couple of days each month. She knows I am there but keeps her distance, engaging in a cold war with me, ignoring my messages. She resents my busyness, claiming that once we have enough money, that should suffice. However, with the company reaching its current stage, I cannot afford to halt my progress. I must consider those who have fought alongside me for years. This opportunity is one I truly do not wish to miss. After all, we cannot rely solely on our past successes. The emergence of these new VR glasses is a critical juncture that could widen the gap between competitors. If we fail to seize it, IUA cannot sustain itself for many more years relying on mere optimization. If we grasp this opportunity, IUA will ascend to the next tier, but I will be busier than ever. drifting further from Shangyue, potentially losing her entirely. If I do not seize it, I would let down those who have supported me. After he poured out his grievances, when Juan interjected, Lin, while I cannot intrude upon the specifics of your marital discord, I am but an outsider. If I could persuade Sister Shangyue to meet with you, would you grant Mingyi an opportunity? Lin Hao was skeptical, stating our mutual friends, even her parents, have continually urged her to see me. Yet she remains resolute in her refusal. She even wishes to cut all ties with me. What could you possibly do? When Juan replied, consider it a wager with me, whether you win or lose. You stand to lose nothing. Lin Hao agreed without stipulating a deadline, leading He Zheng to conclude that there was no need for haste, and that postponing their visit by a day would not be detrimental. Inside the vehicle, he toyed with Wen Ruan's delicate hand, his gaze resting on her profile as he proposed, shall we not go tomorrow afternoon? I will accompany you. That will not do. Wen Ruan, her slender back pressed against his chest, sighed as she relayed unfavorable news. Jiang Qingyan is also aware of Chen Xingyue's story. He specifically mentioned the tea today, indicating he likely understands that the key lies with her, that he should be coming to verify just as I am. What if they decide to go tonight? She pondered aloud. Sister Shangyue holds a favorable impression of Jiang Qingyan, and he excels at swaying hearts. If they go tonight, I would feel much more at ease. He Zheng felt a pang of jealousy at the thought of their shared visit to the marriage tree in the cloud sea, unable to suppress his irritation. It's merely a cup of tea. Yet you recall it so vividly after 2 years. Is it that anything related to Jiang Qingyan remains etched in your memory? Detecting his jealousy, Wen Ruan turned to him, playfully poking his displeased face as she laughed. I remember it so clearly because I drink it often. During their stay at the guest house, Chen Shangyue had insisted on waiving their accommodation fees and treated them to exquisite tea and delicious food. Wen Ruan had always felt a twinge of guilt, as the tea was sourced from a dedicated supplier who operated an online store, and she frequently purchased it. It was indeed delightful, fragrant, and unique in flavor. Wen Ruan bought considerable amounts each time, sharing it with her mother and Aunt Lan, as well as giving some to Zhang Tongtong. The tea she and Jiang Qingyan had enjoyed at home was also Chen Xingyue's. He Zhen found the explanation even more intriguing. He seized her hand and brought it to his lips, planting a gentle kiss upon it. Why don't you send some to me? I have no tea to drink. You should buy some for me in the future. When Ruan felt a tingling sensation at her fingertips from his kiss and instinctively pulled back. No tea to drink. How could a high-ranking CEO like him lack tea? There was clearly a whole cabinet of expensive tea leaves in the office. Realizing he was feeling jealous, when Ruan let out a light chuckle, even though she found the jealousy rather inexplicable. Alright, I'll buy some for you. Chapter 65. It seems they are living together at 7 in the evening. The car halted at Qingyue Mansion. Zhang Tongtong and her mother had departed in the morning. Upon entering, when Ruan headed straight for the bedroom, she had booked the latest flight for the day, departing from Haicheng Airport at 10:30 to Rongqing. Time was of the essence. She pulled out her suitcase and began packing essential items. Emerging from the bedroom 20 minutes later, as she made her way to the living room, He Zhen appeared, carrying a steaming bowl of noodles from the kitchen. When Ruan had entered, He Zhen had indeed followed her inside. Though He Hen Ti entered the bedroom, and She Hen Ti paid him any mind. So he had come to cook for her. What are you standing there for? Come over here. He Zhen pulled out a chair, waited for her to sit, and handed her the chopsticks. During my university days, I took that flight you booked a few times. There was food on board, but it was quite unpalatable, since we're short on time. I'll have to make do with this for now. As when Ruan settled into her seat, she paused, caught off guard. You flew from Haicheng to Rongqing in the middle of the night during university? What for? He Zhen had spoken thoughtlessly and was now at a loss for words. Indeed, why would he have flown from Haicheng to Rongqing in the dead of night? It was certainly to see that heartless woman who toyed with his feelings. Sometimes, He Zhen felt like a masochist. After their breakup, he was so furious that just mentioning Wen Ruan's name would infuriate him, yet when he was thousands of miles away from her, he began to think of her again. Seeing the couples at university, he often fantasized about how wonderful it would have been if when Wen Hen Ti stood him up, they could have been one of those pairs. Later on, He Zhen pondered why when Ruan didn't tea like him. After much contemplation, he concluded that it must be his fault. He wasn't tea good enough, and he needed to work harder to be worthy of her. He was so busy during university, juggling academics, working to earn money, and later starting a business, his days were filled to the brim, leaving him hardly any leisure time. Yet whenever he truly missed her, he would force himself to carve out a moment to visit. Perhaps it was the day they broke up when Ruan's indifferent gaze and calm demeanor wounded his pride. He didn't dare to disturb her. He would only fly to Rongqing at night, find a hotel to stay in, and the next morning, he would go to Rongqing University to look for her. Like a wretched voyeur, he would steal a glance at the person who occupied his heart, too timid to greet her, only daring to take a photograph with his phone. Once he took the picture, he wouldn't even have time for lunch before hurrying back to the airport. Shen Yifan scolded him for being cowardly, suggesting he should just confess his feelings and take a chance. But what a foolish gamble. She simply did not like him, and every time he tried, he lost. He was not cowardly. He wanted to wait until he was successful in his career before setting aside his pride to pursue her. Shen Yifan had once reminded him that when Ruan was the campus belle of Rongqing University and many wolves and tigers were eyeing her, wasn't he afraid she would be snatched away? He certainly wasn't afraid when he went to look for Wen Ruan. He had once witnessed a handsome young man confessing to her, although the fellow wasn't as good looking as him. He still had some charm. At that moment, he thought if Wen Ruan accepted him, he would rush over to challenge that handsome man. Wen Ruan, however, told the young man, "Sorry, I don't date in university." She had always been a woman of her word. Since she said so, she certainly wouldn't date anyone during her time at university, which reassured Heejin, but perhaps he had been too reassured and too busy. He hadn't visited her for a long while, never expecting that Jiang Qingyan would suddenly emerge. Concerning his pride from years ago, Heejin didn't dare to admit it. He returned from the kitchen with another bowl of noodles and sat down beside Wen Ruan. He had a university roommate from Rongqing who liked to take evening flights when visiting. Wen Ruan responded with an "oh," and upon finishing that topic, she lowered her head to eat the noodles, tomato and egg noodles. Rich in color, aroma, and flavor. As she was pressed for time, she ate quickly, and on the second bite, she burnt her tongue, letting out a pained cry. She opened her mouth only to have her chin grasped by Heejin. He turned her face toward him. Their chairs were close together, and he leaned in. When Ruan felt her tongue being enveloped, her body stiffening for a moment, yet she did not resist. Her hands rested on his shoulders as she allowed his breath to mingle with hers. Heejin merely soothed her burnt tongue, gently enveloping and licking it before releasing it, meeting her autumn-like, watery eyes. He suppressed the urge to kiss her again and pinched her cheek, his voice softening several degrees. "Does it still hurt?" When Ruan shook her head, and Heejin went to the fridge to retrieve a bottle of yogurt, inserting a straw and placing it before her. The noodles just came off the stove. "Eat slowly. We're leaving at 8, so there is still time." He specifically emphasized 8 o'clock. When Ruan finished her noodles at 7:40, leaving no time for an early departure, with her suitcase pushed aside. Heejin pinned her against the wall of the entrance and kissed her, with the wall behind her and Heejin in front. She became a sandwich, but thankfully, Heejin's kissing skills had improved. And with her willing cooperation, they shared an intimate, lingering kiss fraught with tension. Heejin nearly lost control. His final motion was forceful, and the grievance in his tone was palpable. "You heartless one, you've stood me up again. You said tonight, and now you're running away. Every time you tease me, you leave me hanging." The grievance was evident, as was the physical response it elicited from Wen Ruan. She wanted to ignore it, but it was impossible. She glanced up at the time, 7:50, with only 10 minutes until 8:00 this moment. Heejin had already released her, helping her straighten her clothes while muttering about the importance of honesty. "You go ahead, I'll join you as soon as I'm done here." When Ruan climbed onto her tiptoes, wrapping her arms around his neck and planted a heavy kiss on his lips. Her breath brushing against his ear as she whispered something. Heejin's body stiffened instantly, his ears turning crimson with heat, his face feeling as if it had been cooked through, gazing into her sparkling eyes. He began to stammer at this isn't right, is it? Wouldn't it be too troublesome for you? When Ruan smiled at his conflicted expression, eager yet hesitant. "There are still 10 minutes, if you don't want to." "I'll leave." She prepared to grab her suitcase when Heejin suddenly hoisted her onto his shoulder, striding toward the bedroom. The man, accustomed to working out, was panting heavily with each step, but it didn't hinder his fierce tone. "Wen Ruan, you're truly a life-taking enchantress. I'll inevitably perish at your hands." After Yu Yang dropped the two off, he remained in the car without stepping out. His instructions were clear. Wen Ruan was headed to the airport, and he was to wait here. As promised, the two emerged at 8 o'clock, 5 minutes late. Yu Yang got out to open the door and noticed his boss's grim expression, assuming they had quarreled. However, turning to glance at Wen Ruan, he saw her lips curved in a smile, a look of wanting to laugh yet holding back, which didn't resemble a quarrel at all. He refrained from asking and instead tried to minimize his presence. Driving steadily and swiftly. On the way to the airport, Heejin held Wen Ruan's hand the entire time, yet not a word passed between them. His gaze remained fixed outside the window, his heart feeling as if it had died. After all these years, his once proud self-control had just shattered, not to mention Wen Ruan's astonished gaze. He himself could hardly believe it. Just a hand. Just a hand. Within a minute, he raised the white flag and surrendered. It was absurd how quickly it happened. He felt embarrassed and frustrated, while that heartless woman comforted him with a smile. "It's alright. Don't feel inferior. I believe this isn't your usual standard." Of course, it wasn't his usual standard. He was simply too excited. For the first time, a dream that had lingered for years was materializing before him. With such a long build-up beforehand, once she grasped his hand, he felt as though he had been electrocuted, tingling from head to toe. Alas, no matter how one looked at it, he had embarrassed himself tonight. That damned Jiang Qingyan, if it weren't for him, Wen Ruan wouldn't have had to rush away, and he would have had the entire night to prove himself. It was all that dog's fault. In the early hours of the morning at Ronli Capital, Jiang Qingyan had a stack of documents on his desk, delivered by the lower departments earlier in the afternoon for his signature. Yao Man insisted on staying at his place tonight, and not wanting to return too early, he decided to stay and work late. He had just signed half of the documents when Chen Yi knocked and entered. Jiang Zone, as you expected, Wen is headed to the airport, and she should be nearing Rongqing by now. Jiang Qingyan flipped through the documents without raising his head, letting out a low chuckle. She must have realized, Chen Shengyue is the key. She probably thought I would rush over tonight to snatch her away, hence her hurried departure. He had no intention of going at all. Of the story about the guesthouse owner Chen Shengyue had been told to him by Wen Ruan. And he remembered everything she had mentioned clearly. The tea leaves that Wen Ruan frequently bought and they enjoyed together were also vividly etched in his memory. When he reviewed AIUS information, he discovered that Lin Hao's wife was indeed the guesthouse owner. This afternoon, while drinking tea at Lin Hao's, he recognized the flavor of the tea leaves right from the first sip. From the way Lin Hao spoke, it was clear he still loved his wife. Therefore, whether or not he could win over AIU hinged on this Chen Shengyue. He was aware of this, but didn't he plan to inform Yao Man? If she wished to outshine Wen Ruan, she would have to figure it out on her own. He would pretend to be oblivious. Wen Ruan couldn't he possibly expose him? Could she? Chen Yi lingered. Hesitating to speak, Jiang Qingyan glanced at him, urging him to voice his thoughts. Chen Yi took a deep breath and cautiously articulated, Wen Ruan and Hijin, it seems they are living together. He had followed AIU's car to Qingyue Mansion, then to the airport, and on the way back, he saw Hijin's car heading back to Qingyue Mansion. His curiosity piqued. He trailed behind. Sure enough, after dropping Wen Ruan off, Hijin returned to Qingyue Mansion and didn't he come out again. While Yu Yang also drove away. Thus, Wen Ruan resides in Qingyue Mansion, while Yi Zhang also makes his home there. With a snap, Jiang Qingyan's grip tightened, his fountain pen slicing through the document, splitting it in twain. He abruptly raised his gaze, his piercing stare fixed directly on Chen Yi, who averted his eyes in trepidation. The office fell into a profound silence. Jiang Qingyan discarded the pen, refraining from signing another word. In this eerie atmosphere, a phone rang. It was a call from Yao Man, which he initially ignored, answering only on the second ring. Her voice was charged with excitement. Qingyan, I just received news from Lin Hao's secretary, stating that the key to this collaboration with Lin Hao hinges on his wife. She has opened a guesthouse in Rongqing, and Wen Ruan has already gone there. It's too late now. I am booking the earliest flight for tomorrow. I'm heading home to pack, so you needn't go to Rongqing. I will go myself. I will surely outmaneuver Wen Ruan. Chapter 66. He felt jealous after returning from AIU Technology in the afternoon. Yao Man felt restless. They had not secured a deal with Lin Hao. What if Wen Ruan had a way? After all, Yi Zhang was involved, and Yao Tianyu had never managed to outsmart Yi Zhang in all these years. That fellow possessed some capability. This was her first confrontation with Wen Ruan, and she absolutely could not afford to lose. That evening, she hoped to stay at Jiang Qingyan's place to nurture their relationship and casually inquire about their next steps. But he was perpetually working late. At 10 o'clock, a friend in their group mentioned seeing Wen Ruan at the airport. What was she doing there at such an hour? Was it related to AIU? Agitated, she engaged in a chat with a few close friends in the group, seeking their collective insight. One friend replied, My husband said he has a friend who knows Lin Hao's secretary. Should we arrange a meeting? After a roundabout way, they managed to secure an appointment with the secretary at a bar under Yao Tianyu's name. Yao Man arrived at 11, but the secretary was rather tight-lipped, claiming ignorance about how her boss was negotiating with Wen Ruan. Eventually, her friend's husband, accompanied by several others, got him quite drunk, and he finally divulged a couple of useful snippets. When Lin was conversing with them, I had entered once to deliver an urgent document and overheard Lin say, Director 1. As long as you can persuade my wife to return to Haicheng, you win, and I will sign with Mingyi. Lin's wife is in Rongqing running a guesthouse named Shangyue. After arranging for the secretary's return, Yao Man immediately checked flight tickets. When Ruan's appearance at the airport in the middle of the night surely indicated she was heading to Rongqing. She needed to hurry there. Unfortunately, it was too late, and she had already missed the last flight, leaving her no choice but to depart early the next morning. Initially, she had wished for Jiang Qingyan to accompany her, but upon realizing Wen Ruan would be there, she thought better of it. Jiang Qingyan was in a poor state, and Chen Yi drove him home. After moving from Huadang Bay, Jiang Qingyan resided in an apartment previously rewarded to him by the company. Located next to a quiet bar, Jiang Qingyan instructed Chen Yi to park at the bar's entrance, inviting him in for a drink with ice-cold whiskey. He consumed 2 glasses before turning to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, do you think I made the wrong choice? Wrong choice? What do you mean? The entire wrongly. Only Chen Yi could comprehend this query. As Jiang Qingyan's assistant, he was also considered a family member. Chen Yi was an orphan. Jiang Qingyan's mother had financed his schooling through middle school, high school, and university. In gratitude, he had entered Haicheng University and subsequently joined Rongli Capital to assist Jiang Qingyan. In his heart, Jiang Qingyan was akin to a brother. Chen Yi admired him, respected him, yet feared him, for in his memories, Jiang Qingyan was always serious, meticulous, complex, and guarded, particularly fearsome when angered. It seemed he held such wariness towards everyone, save for Wen Ruan. At least, before their separation, Chen Yi had witnessed Jiang Qingyan's love for Wen Ruan firsthand. Throughout their 3 years together, Jiang Qingyan had never regarded Wen Ruan as a mere substitute nor a means of healing. He cherished, adored, and spoiled her, bestowing all his tenderness upon her. Their relationship remained undisclosed not out of desire but necessity. Jiang's mother, with her own motives, forbade him from revealing it, even threatening his life. As for Yao Man, how could a man like Jiang Qingyan harbor feelings for a woman as overbearing as her? Or rather, who could possibly fall for the daughter of their father's murderer? All those notions of white moonlight and love letters were merely veils for revenge. Jiang Qingyan had never loved Yao Man. His sights were always set on Yao Wei and the entirety of Ronli capital, perhaps even the entire Ronli group before Jiang Qingyan, when Wan represented his love. While Yao Man was merely a pawn in his vendetta against the Yao family, yet prior to Yao Man's return to the country, he had chosen love. Upon her return and relentless pursuit, he had ultimately opted for Yao Man. Taking the shortcut and forsaking Wan. Chen Yi, do you think I made the wrong choice? This question required no answer from Chen Yi. Jiang Qingyan already knew the answer with Wan's temperament. Having hurt her so deeply, she would never return, not even if he revealed everything to her, whether right or wrong. He was fated to lose Wan. He must resolutely walk the path he had chosen. For indecision would lead to losing both. Jiang Qingyan had never been a man of indecision. He posed this question purely out of jealousy, such as the flawed nature of man had when Wan remained single. Jiang Qingyan would never have regretted his choice today, nor would he have posed this question now that when Wan was with another man. Jealousy, resentment, and discomfort stirred within him, leading to his doubts, a fleeting moment of regret and uncertainty. Ultimately, he would still marry Yao Man. When Wan finally checked into a hotel near Rongqing Airport at 1 in the morning, rising at 8, she had breakfast and took a taxi to Rongshan. She had contacted Chen Shengyue in advance and proceeded to check in at the guesthouse. After dropping off her luggage, she returned to the front desk, only to find a young man, fresh-faced and resembling a recent graduate, had replaced the girl from years past. The young man, initially blushing and stealing glances at her, straightened his demeanor upon hearing her inquiry about the owner. Is there something I can assist you with? Is there a lack of hospitality? Just as when Wan was about to respond, a voice nearby exclaimed, "When Wan." It was a cloudy day in Rongshan, a gentle breeze dispersing the heat. Chen Shengyue, having just returned from a stroll in the back mountains after breakfast, recognized the woman conversing with the young front desk staff. Upon closer inspection, it truly was Wen Wan, who had changed significantly in the past 2 years. The guesthouse's back courtyard boasted a beautifully decorated tea room, where Chen Shengyue led Wen Wan for tea. "Why didn't you contact me in advance? You've made the journey. I would have arranged something for you." Wen Wan accepted the tea and smiled. "I came here with a purpose today. I apologize for imposing on you." Shengyue. "A purpose?" Chen Shengyue raised an eyebrow in surprise, smiling as she asked, "What purpose could you possibly have? Pray and enlighten me." Since opening the guesthouse, Chen Shengyue had encountered numerous guests, but none left a more profound impression than Wen Wan, partly because she and her boyfriend were the first guests at the opening. Their striking looks and chemistry made them unforgettable. More significantly, Wen Wan's eloquence made conversations enjoyable. She relished their exchanges. Chen Shengyue was aware of Wen Wan's tea purchases, as sales had not been stellar, yet there were consistent orders during holidays from Haichang. The largest buyer was Lin Hao, who bought a significant portion of her tea, while the other was a Miss Wen from Haicheng. There was only one Wen Wan she knew. Both purchased their tea discreetly, and since they did not mention it, she refrained from bringing it up, treating it as a matter of ignorance, for her tea was fair and honest. Chen Shengyue thought to herself, given Wen Wan's support for her business, she would assist with whatever request she made today. To her surprise, "Shengyue, I came today to wager a bet with Lin from AIU Technology. I'm here to invite you back to Haicheng." Meanwhile, Yao Man, on her way to the airport that morning, called Yao Tianyu. "Please inform the person in charge in Rongqing to send a car to the airport for my pickup and prepare a gift, something particularly valuable." Yao Tianyu, currently inspecting projects outside, had entrusted the AIU project entirely to Jiang Qingyan. Upon receiving Yao Man's call, he realized she was responsible for this project. While conversing over breakfast with the local business leader, he was so incensed he nearly spat his tea in the man's face. Taking out his phone, he answered, his anger boiling, while Yao Man urged him, "Don't forget, the gift for Lin Hao's wife must be exceptionally extravagant. It should make Wen Wan look like a country bumpkin." After issuing her demands, she abruptly hung up. Yao Tianyu nearly threw his phone in frustration and called Jiang Qingyan, unleashing a torrent of curses. Ultimately grinding his teeth as he spoke, "Jiang Qingyan, have you lost your mind? You handed AIU over to Yao Man. Wen Wan is responsible for Mingyi. Are you sending Yao Man to clash with Wen Wan? What were you thinking? She is utterly incompetent. You're practically handing AIU over to her." At that moment, Jiang Qingyan was in a meeting, seated among several directors from the investment department. He did not step out but took the call directly in the conference room. His tone calm and composed. "Young Yao, I tried to stop her, but she insisted on taking charge of AIU. I couldn't dissuade her. If you can manage to convince her now that it's just starting, you could bring her back and I can personally go." The directors exchanged glances, realizing that Jiang Qingyan had not willingly handed AIU to her. She had taken it upon herself. AIU was originally Lin Yu's project. And they cast sympathetic looks towards Lin Yu. Lin Yu wore an expression of I am tragic but dare not speak of it, yet secretly reveled in her own satisfaction, seizing the opportunity while Jiang Qingyan was on a phone call. She stealthily messaged Wan Lin Yu, did you go to Rongqing? Yao Man went too, and Yao Tianyu knows she is in charge of AIU, he is currently throwing a fit at Jiang Qingyan. In truth, Yao Tianyu was well aware that Yao Man had sought out AIU herself. Her behavior was akin to madness, as she seemed intent on confronting Wan. He was utterly baffled. If she truly loathed Wan that much, there were countless ways to ensure her disappearance from High City rather than constantly meddling in his company affairs. If necessary, could he not take action to make Wan vanish from High City? Upon reflection, it seemed like a rather appealing notion. This way, Yao Man would finally be quiet and would no longer disrupt his company. Moreover, He Zhang could no longer use Wan to provoke him. After all, if Wan were to secure AIU, it would render Ronli a laughingstock. The very person he had dismissed could turn around and help He Zhang seize his project. Where would he find the face to show? He Zhang would undoubtedly trample over him. So how could he ensure Wan's departure from High City? It seemed her mother was affiliated with Sunli Hospital. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yao Tianyu heard Jiang Qingyan say, Young Master Yao, aside from the matter of AIU, there is something else I need to report. Jiang Qingyan had just exited the conference room and returned to his office. Closing the door behind him, he mentioned the two projects He Zhang was interested in from the Yao family. Chairman Yao intended for Mingi to collaborate with Ronli, and he asked me to select a few promising projects. This matter is quite urgent, and since it was Chairman Yao's directive, I did not have the opportunity to discuss it with you earlier. He Zhang has his eye on two projects, one he intends to take entirely for himself, and the other he wishes to collaborate on, but he insists on leading the investment. Chairman Yao has agreed and already signed. There are areas that require your signature as well. When do you think you will return? On Yao Tianyu's end, he had already erupted in fury. What the hell, favoritism, is it not enough to show bias towards Yao Man? Now he is favoring He Zhang as well, to snatch away his two projects without a word. And to insist on leading the investment, on what grounds? If this gets out, where would his dignity lie? What kind of potion has that bastard He Zhang fed his father? Yao Tianyu bellowed for his secretary. Book me a flight back to High City immediately. Had it only been a few days since he left, had the world turned upside down in High City, did they truly believe he was dead? Jiang Qingyan gazed at the hung-up phone, his narrow eyes narrowing slightly. The key to expelling Yao Tianyu from Ronli capital lay with He Zhang. Not less, the flames between them were set to ignite completely. Yet they were still not fierce enough. More fuel was needed. But what was He Zhang's weakness? Who could possibly send He Zhang into a tailspin? Wan, Chapter 67, I cannot help you in Rongqing. At the Shangyue guest house, in the tea room of the backyard, when Wan had recorded her conversation with Lin Hao yesterday, and now Chen Shangyue listened intently, not missing a single word, remaining silent for quite some time before finally speaking. So, you wish to persuade me to return to High City in order to secure the AIU contract? When Wan detected a hint of displeasure in her tone and reached into her bag to retrieve a stack of documents, presenting them to her sister Shangyue, please take a look at this first. The materials were what she had gathered after realizing Lin Hao's wife was the owner of the guest house, prompting her to have He Zhang investigate Lin Hao's private life. He Zhang was quite capable, managing to obtain comprehensive information in the shortest time possible. The documents she provided to Chen Shangyue had been printed during her journey, having asked the driver to make a detour to a print shop. Sister Shangyue, I had no intention of forcing you. When we spoke earlier, I sensed from your words that you still harbor feelings for Lin Hao. I visited him yesterday and discovered that he has always loved you. From what I currently understand, there is mutual affection between you two, and Lin Hao has remained virtuous since your departure. Therefore, I dared to come to you. I believe there may have been some misunderstanding between you. If there is, this is the perfect opportunity to clarify things. I can secure the contract, and you two can reunite, achieving a happy resolution. For all the aroma of tea wafted through the room, and the air conditioning was set to a cool temperature, soothing the restless spirit. Chen Shangyue placed the documents back on the tea table, leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes, and remained silent for a prolonged period before letting out a soft sigh. Do you know why Lin Hao said that as long as I return to High City, it means you have one? Because we made a pact. My return signifies my forgiveness of him. I do not wish to forgive him. Chen Shangyue and Lin Hao had journeyed from university to marriage. Lin Hao came from a less affluent background, earning his own tuition, while Chen Xingyue's family owned a tea garden, allowing her a comfortable life as the only daughter who was free from the burdens of daily toil. Lin Hao was rather dull, unromantic, and taciturn, yet she found herself drawn to him. Initially, her parents were quite disdainful of Lin Hao, accusing him of harboring ulterior motives and seeking to take advantage of her family's tea garden, but she refused to listen. She had a falling out with her family, and Lin Hao's family was too poor to afford a bride price. They had no wedding ceremony. After they obtained their marriage certificate, her career faced setbacks, and Lin Hao was oppressed by his superiors. They rented a house, had no savings, and lived a frugal life when life took a downturn. Misfortune seemed to follow. During that time, Lin Hao was often required to work overtime until the early hours. One night, upon returning home, she was forcibly dragged into their apartment by a drunken middle-aged man from next door. She was 5 months pregnant at the time. The man did not succeed, but during her struggle, she was forcefully pushed, causing her abdomen to collide violently with the corner of a cabinet. Lin Hao rushed back in a panic. But they lost the child, and her womb was nearly irreparably damaged. At that time, they could not even scrape together 50,000 yuan. It was Lin Hao who borrowed from various sources. Her mother learned of the incident and rushed from Rongqing to High City overnight. Weeping as she held her, berating her disobedience, and scolding Lin Hao before leaving, she secretly stuffed her with a considerable amount of money. After she survived that ordeal, Lin Hao began to develop a desire for wealth and ambition. He wished to start a business, and although his father was still angry, he did not want her to suffer anymore, so he provided Lin Hao with startup capital. Her friends criticized her for her foolishness, saying she was taking a gamble with high stakes. It was indeed a gamble, but she emerged victorious. The first few years of entrepreneurship were arduous, but Lin Hao catered to her every need. And though their lives were frugal, they were content. As the company prospered, he treated her even better, loving her more than before. Yet, there was one matter that remained unresolved. After her miscarriage, she suffered physical damage, and the doctor informed her that the chances of conceiving again were minuscule. My mother provided me with numerous herbal remedies, and I endured for years to the point that the mere scent would make me retch. Yet, I persevered, seeking out every doctor I could find, enduring all manner of suffering, even consulting shamans. Finally, 3 years ago, she became pregnant. Everyone was overjoyed, but just as she eagerly awaited the arrival of her child, a woman appeared, cradling a 2-year-old child, claiming he was Lin Hao's. With a clatter, the cup that Wen Wan had just lifted to her lips was set down as she stared in shock at Chen Shengyue. A child. The information she had obtained was documented from the year Lin Hao started his business, so she was unaware of Chen Xingyue's past ordeal, nor did she know about the child. It had not been in the documents, and Lin Hao had not mentioned it. So Lin Hao had indeed been unfaithful. Chen Shengyue exhaled softly. The child is indeed his, but it was not of his own volition. That year, I did not accompany Lin Hao back to his hometown for the new year. He went back alone. Lin Hao's parents had always disapproved of me, and upon learning that I might be unable to conceive, they became even more disdainful, openly calling me a barren hen. I overheard this, which is why I chose not to return that year. Lin Hao's parents had their eyes on a woman from their hometown, claiming she had a good appearance and was well built, perfect for bearing children. They continually urged Lin Hao to divorce me and remarry. Lin Hao was unwilling, so they took advantage of my absence that year, procuring some stimulating drugs from somewhere to use on Lin Hao. That year, Lin Hao's relationship with his parents soured, and he never returned home again. He concealed this from me. I was curious at the time. Lin Hao had always been filial, returning home for the new year every year. I wondered why he suddenly stopped. When I asked, he said his parents were constantly pressuring him to divorce, which annoyed him, so he simply refused to go back. I did not think much of it until that day when the woman came with the child. She claimed to have feelings for Lin Hao, stating that it was Lin Hao's parents who had promised her that if she became pregnant that time, Lin Hao would divorce me and marry her, but she had given birth, and the child was already 2 years old. Yet Lin Hao had neither divorced nor even visited her. She sought out Lin Hao's family, having heard that I was pregnant, and came directly to confront him. Chen Shengyue paused for a long while, her hand slowly covering her flat abdomen, closing her eyes as her voice trembled. She brought the child to me, and I was deeply affected. After all the hardships, after finally having a child, it was gone. The doctor said I would never have my own children again, that I lost the chance to be a mother. Wen Ruan, do you know, I have always adored children. The years I spent drinking herbal remedies were not entirely for Lin Hao. It was my own desire. I genuinely wished for a child, yet I have no opportunity now. She understood that she could not place all the blame on Lin Hao when she was half conscious. She heard Lin Hao weeping at her bedside, confessing his remorse. He said that when he woke up that day, he was filled with anger and fear, terrified that she would divorce him and therefore did not dare to tell her. He lamented that he never anticipated that one encounter would lead to her pregnancy. He confessed that after he learned the woman had given birth, he had no intention of acknowledging it, providing her with a substantial sum of money to ensure she would not disrupt their lives. That woman had clearly agreed, yet unexpectedly returned. He sobbed, expressing his regret over that year he returned home. But in this world, there is no such thing as a regret pill. They could never go back. Ultimately, she blamed him. Lin Hao had grand ambitions, wishing to take the company public. She could not provide him with an heir, and she no longer wanted to live under such oppressive circumstances. Divorce would be beneficial for both of them, yet he was unwilling. Thus, she had to distance herself from him. Her parents and friends urged her, saying Lin Hao had not meant to err, that they could adopt a child. They argued that now Lin Hao was successful, and her decision to divorce was foolish, allowing another woman to benefit. But she did not wish to return. Here, there were mountains and winds, sunrises and sunsets. This was the life she had come to love. Therefore, Wen Ruan, I am sorry, but I cannot help you. Her voice was tinged with regret as Wen Ruan gathered the documents from the coffee table and returned them to her bag. Smiling gently, "It's alright, I thought there might be a possibility of reconciliation, which is why I came." Chen Shangyue felt even more remorseful. The matter concerning the child was the most painful point in her life. She never spoke of it, and when discussing Lin Hao she only mentioned that it was due to his busy work schedule, never revealing the truth to Wenruan. "Not if I don't return to Haicheng. What will happen to your contract?" Wenruan leaned in to pour her more tea. Lin Hao's dilemma has two sides. One is you, and the other comprises the brothers who fought alongside him to build his career. If this side doesn't work out, then I will find a way through his brothers. Chen Shangyue lifted the tea she had poured, smiling as she asked, "You truly do not blame me?" Wenruan replied with a smile. "I genuinely do not blame you. However, since you are returning to Haicheng, I must intervene. Men can be quite insufferable. When they err, they must face the consequences, and forgiveness is not an option. If I were in your shoes, I would never go back. It was true that Lin Hao still loved Chen Shangyue, but how long could a man's love endure? Perhaps he would always treat her well. After all, he felt guilty towards her. But what of the child? To deny their existence now was one thing, but what about the future? After all, Chen Shangyue would never have the chance to be a mother. If Lin Hao were to bring their son home, Chen Shangyue would feel discomfort, and with time, they might become estranged. She was determined to secure the contract with Aiyue, initially hoping for a shortcut. After hearing this story, she conceded defeat in her wager with Lin Hao and decided to focus on other partners of Aiyue. Chen Shangyue was taken aback by her remark that men are insufferable and hesitantly inquired, "What is going on with you and your boyfriend?" Wenruan understood she was referring to Jiang Qingyan. "We broke up since leaving Haicheng." Chen Shangyue had ceased to pay attention to events there, living in a semi-reclusive state, unaware of the celebration for Ronli. Wenruan did not hide this from her. Recounting the events leading up to her breakup with Jiang Qingyan, after listening, Chen Shangyue was struck speechless for a while, her expression tinged with sympathy as she gazed at Wenruan, maintaining her composure. Wenruan suddenly remembered something regarding Jiang Qingyan. Given Jiang Qingyan's character, he should have arrived with Yao Man by now, so why was there no sign of them? Just then, Chen Shangyue received a call from the front desk. "Boss, a lady by the surname Yao is looking for you. She says she has come to discuss a collaboration." The surname Yao, discussing collaboration. Chen Shangyue looked up at Wenruan, who nodded in acknowledgement. As if to say, "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear." Upon arriving at the guesthouse, Yao Man immediately messaged Jiang Qingyan to inform him of her safe arrival. Jiang Qingyan saw the message but did not respond. At that moment, he was sifting through the materials that Chen Yi had sent over, which he had asked Chen Yi to investigate after the cocktail party, specifically regarding He Zhang's romantic history. Due to the brief time frame, there was not much to find, but one detail caught Jiang Qingyan's attention. Shen Yifun's cousin is interested in He Zhang. Chen Yi confirmed, "Yes, Shen Yifun's generation consists of boys. And only Shen Yinin is a girl, who is the family's darling." Shen Yifun dotes on his little cousin. Shen Yinin was a moderately successful actress. When not filming, she would frequently run to Haicheng, often visiting Mingyi to curry favor with He Zhang. However, after Shen Yifun forbade her from going, she became busier and thus ceased her visits. Among He Zhang's former girlfriends and rumored flings, she did not fit his type. Likely due to a lack of interest, yet, out of respect for Shen Yifun, he had always treated her well, and they had even watched movies together. Jiang Qingyan narrowed his eyes, rhythmically tapping his pen on the documents. It's intriguing that Shen Yifun's cousin harbors feelings for He Zhang. He lifted his gaze, his penetrating eyes fixed on Chen Yi. Shen Yining likely remains unaware of He Zhang's affection for Wenruan. "Find a way to inform her," Chen Yi replied. "Understood." Jiang Qingyan resumed flipping through the documents, and after a moment, he chuckled. Shen Yining is filming in Haicheng. It is quite commonplace for actors to encounter minor mishaps while on set. Yao Tianyu currently harbors deep resentment towards Mingyi, so let's give him a push. He contemplated stirring the pot between He Zhang and Yao Tianyu, yet he was reluctant to make Wenruan a target. Thus, it seemed that Shen Yining would have to bear the brunt of it. Chen Yi grasped his intentions, to create a situation for Shen Yining implicating Yao Tianyu. As Chen Yi prepared to leave, Jiang Qingyan suddenly called him back. Isn't He Zhang said to have a white moonlight? Ensure to uncover the identity of his white moonlight. It was common knowledge within the industry that He Zhang had worn a red string bracelet for many years, claiming it belonged to his white moonlight. He had never denied it, yet no one had been able to uncover her identity. Jiang Qingyan recalled hearing He Zhang mention during a dinner that she was his university classmate. Since Wenruan was not He Zhang's classmate, she undoubtedly did not harbor feelings for him. Given his understanding of her, and having learned from his own experiences, she would never entangle herself with a man who had a white moonlight. Jiang Qingyan's mood significantly improved. After Chen Yi left, he picked up his phone again. Yao Man had messaged him half an hour ago, and he was only just now responding. "I was in a meeting earlier and just saw your message." Chapter 68, Gifts from Your Friend. Yao Man rose early and, after nearly 6 hours of travel, finally arrived at the guesthouse. Having neither eaten nor drunk water, she held a luxurious perfume in her hand. One that could buy a house in a small city. With such sincerity, she expected to hear, "I'm sorry, Ms. Yao, the boss is entertaining guests and says there is no collaboration to discuss. Please return." This was her first time working so hard. Only to be met with a closed-doored Yao Man almost lost her temper but ultimately restrained herself. She took out her ID and booked a room, since the car couldn't drive up the winding road at the mountain's base. She walked over drenched in sweat and needed to shower urgently. After obtaining her keycard, Yao Man rushed to her room, showered, and emerged just before 2 o'clock, planning to eat first before devising a plan. The guest house had a restaurant, but at this hour it was nearly empty, with only a few couples and a family of 3 scattered about. Upon entering, Yao Man spotted Wen chatting and laughing with a middle-aged woman clad in a white traditional qipao. Heading in her direction, a photo of the boss hung on the wall of the guest house, and it was none other than Chen Shengyue. Alarm bells rang in Yao Man's mind as she hurriedly approached. "Mrs. Lin, hello, I am from Rongli Group." Without missing a beat, Chen Shengyue scrutinized her and interjected, "I am not Mrs. Lin, my surname is Chen." Just as she finished speaking, Chen Shengyue's phone rang, she answered, and then hung up. Turning to Wen, "I have matters to attend to at home, I must return." "You are coming back tomorrow afternoon, right?" Wen confirmed, yes, initially intending to return that afternoon. She had checked the weather and, seeing a storm approaching, decided against leaving. During dinner, she informed He Zhang of the situation, and he suggested that she leave the following day since it would be clear, and he could come to see the sea of clouds. Chen Shengyue hung up her phone and took Ruan's hand. "I will come by tomorrow at noon. I just happen to be heading to the airport as well, so I can drive you." She was also departing for Beijing to attend her cousin's baby's 100-day celebration in the afternoon. After speaking, Chen Shengyue took her leave, and Yao Man stomped her foot, thinking that indeed they were a couple. Much like her husband Lin Hao, lacking in awareness, she glared at Ruan. "What have you two been discussing? Has she agreed to return to Haicheng with you?" Yesterday, Lin Hao had mentioned that Jiang Qingyan had only spoken to him about tea leaves and Rongcheng. Without any mention of the guesthouse owner Chen Shengyue, clearly Yao Man was privy to this information, likely having been informed by Jiang Qingyan. However, Yao Man was surprised that Jiang Qingyan had sent her alone. Blocking the path, Yao Man prevented Ruan from passing. Ruan sidestepped her, raising her lips in a radiant smile. "Want to know?" Guess Yao Man glared at her departing figure, infuriated, thinking that of course, they had reached an agreement. The front desk clerk had said the boss was entertaining guests, and now Ruan was coming out of the restaurant with Chen Shengyue, clearly having dined together. Chen Shengyue had just mentioned going to the airport with Ruan the next day. The two had indeed reached an agreement. Chen Shengyue was going back to Haicheng with Ruan. Yao Man clenched her fists, realizing that if Mingyi signed a contract with Aiyue, she would be thoroughly humiliated. Their competition had just begun. This was only the first day, and she had already lost. To lose from the very start, was her face worth anything? She could not afford to lose, thus she must not allow Ruan to take Chen Shengyue back to Haicheng. Having not eaten, Yao Man returned to her room and called Yao Tianyu, asking where he was. Although Yao Tianyu found her bothersome, he answered honestly, "At Beijing Airport, preparing to return to Haicheng." "Beijing, isn't that very close to Rongcheng?" Yao Man urged him to change direction. "Don't go back, come to Rongcheng." Yao Tianyu, knowing she was in Rongcheng, took the opportunity to persuade her. "I don't have time, He Zhang is competing for my project. I need to return to check on things. Are you afraid you can't outdo Ruan? If not, why not let Lin Yu or Jiang Qingyan go help you? He understands Ruan and can win against her." Yao Man ignored him and continued, "Haven't you always wanted to sleep with Ruan? Now's your chance. Do you want it?" Yao Tianyu was taken aback. "What do you mean? I saw Ruan kissing He Zhang." "They are together now. Ruan is now He Zhang's woman." Yao Man's mind was unusually clear at that moment. "He Zhang was competing for your project with your father's approval, even if it infuriated you. You could not stop it. He Zhang would soon surpass you, and didn't you want to retaliate against him?" When Ruan returned to her room, took a shower, and lay down on the bed, preparing to catch up on some sleep. Before drifting off, she opened WeChat to find a plethora of unread messages. The first was from her mother. "Can't you just listen to me once, change your industry, or open a coffee shop? I'll fund it." Since her mother had seen He Zhang in the hospital last time, such messages had been flooding in daily, urging her to resign and stay away from He Zhang. At first, when Ruan replied a couple of times, asking her not to worry, but eventually she ceased responding. Both mother and daughter were stubborn, hitting a wall before turning back. Neither could persuade the other, exiting the chat with her mother. She entered the conversation with Zhang Tongtong. Zhang Tongtong messaged, "I just had a huge argument with the old lady. She infuriated me. I was just doing the laundry when I came out to see the old lady feeding Guagua oranges. Guagua found them sour and was about to spit them out, but the old lady covered her mouth and scolded her, insisting she swallow them." The key point is that during the old lady's last hospitalization, she was found to have Helicobacter pylori. She had bitten into an orange, found it sour, and then directly stuffed it into Guagua's mouth. She claimed that a bit of sourness is good for children, which is nonsense. If it were truly beneficial, she would have fed her great-granddaughter long ago. I mentioned that Helicobacter pylori is contagious, and she retorted that I was being overly fastidious. Pan Rui was called to the company by Dong Chao during lunch and was busy when the old lady called him back, wailing that I was rejecting her and demanding Pan Rui take them back to their hometown. Guagua was crying continuously, and I lost my temper in front of Pan Rui, scolding her. She pretended to be ill, clutching her chest and collapsing to the floor, and now Pan Rui has taken her to the hospital. Oh dear, how did I end up with such a troublesome old lady? Wenruan tried calling, but after 2 attempts with no answer. She assumed they were busy and sent a message. Call me back when you're done. Lin Yu also messaged, seemingly eager for gossip, asking if she had seen Yao Man and if they had gotten into a fight. Wenruan replied with a guest sticker. Just as she exited the chat, He Zheng called, "Have you eaten?" His voice was low, tinged with fatigue. Wenruan turned over, replying that she had just returned to her room to catch up on sleep. "Have you finished your meeting?" He had still been in a meeting when he messaged earlier. "Yes, just finished and out for a bite." Wenruan relayed what she had seen regarding Yao Man, mentioning that she had asked the receptionist, who said Yao Man had come alone, while Jiang Qingyan was surprisingly absent. He Zheng chuckled softly, perhaps feeling a bit jealous. "Maybe she didn't want to face you. Considering you both were once a couple, it could be awkward meeting the boss." After exchanging a few more words, Wenruan heard a welcome from his end, guessing he had entered a restaurant. "You should eat, I'll hang up now." He Zheng agreed but added, "I'll arrive at dawn. Should I book another room? I don't want to disturb your sleep." He had another meeting in the afternoon and a dinner engagement that night, so managing to fly over was quite a feat. Wenruan detected a hint of testing in his tone and played along, assuring him it wouldn't be an issue. "I'm catching up on sleep now. I could sleep all afternoon and be fine for tonight." Satisfied with her response, He Zheng felt a sense of relief, thinking it implied he could do as he pleased tonight. The more he thought about it, the lighter his mood became, until someone called out, "Mr. He." This was a Chinese restaurant on Central Street of Haicheng, where Lin Hao had arranged to meet someone for lunch. As he finished up and stepped outside, he spotted He Zheng approaching with his associates. Upon seeing Lin Hao, a thought flashed through He Zheng's mind. Lin Hao has a love child. He now regarded Lin Hao with disdain, feeling that if Lin Hao had clarified this matter yesterday, Wenruan wouldn't have had to make the trip to Rongqing, wasting her time. But He Zheng maintained a polite facade, greeting him with a cool smile. Mr. Lin. Accompanying He Zheng were the legal and financial directors of Mingyi, while Lin Hao was flanked by the founders of 2 gaming companies. After brief introductions and pleasantries, Lin Hao pulled He Zheng aside. "Mr. He, any news from Director 1? Lin Hao had messaged Wenruan that morning, inquiring when she would go to Rongqing, to which she replied she had already arrived and was on her way to Rongshan. At noon, he messaged her again, asking if she had seen Shengyu, but her response was, "We'll talk about it later," and she ceased replying, leaving him anxious and restless. Now, faced with He Zheng, he could no longer contain his curiosity. "Mr. He, has Director 1 seen my wife?" "Surely she has." "What did she say?" Lin Hao offered He Zheng a cigarette, which He Zheng accepted but did not smoke, pausing in silence as Lin Hao's anxiety grew. "Mr. Lin, you're being unfair. You didn't tell us about your love child. Do you have any idea how awkward this is for our Director 1? When she met Boss Chen, she praised you to the skies, only for Boss Chen to drop the bomb that you have a love child, robbing her of the chance to become a mother." Seeing Lin Hao's expression darken, He Zheng smirked, patting his shoulder. "Director 1 has said that she concedes the bet. You've caused her so much distress. If she were to persuade someone to return, wouldn't that be morally questionable?" Lin Hao's face turned pale, his shoulders slumping as he forced a bitter smile. "I knew this wouldn't end well. I know I've wronged her. I don't dare to hope for her forgiveness. Her health is poor, she has had 2 miscarriages, and the doctor advised she needs to take care of herself." He hung his head, looking like a wilted eggplant, with tears brimming in his eyes. "I just want to take good care of her." He Zheng sighed. "Mr. Lin, I must say, just let her be out if one day you regret it and bring your love child home to inherit the family business. Boss Chen will have another breakdown." Lin Hao immediately shook his head. "No, I don't plan to acknowledge it. If Shengyu wants a child, we'll adopt one." He had rushed home after receiving a call from the nanny, only to find Shengyu lying in a pool of blood on the floor, while that mother and child sat on the sofa munching on apples as if nothing had happened. Seeing that scene made him relive the moment of despair. For 2 years, he had nightmares and could hardly bear to see them. The sight made him physically nauseous. Children were a taboo topic for Shengyu. If she wanted to reject Wenruan, she could simply say so, but she shared such a subtle matter with Wenruan, indicating their good relationship. Lin Hao held on to a glimmer of hope. "Mr. He, I was wrong to conceal the child's existence. Here's what I propose. Shengyu hasn't seen me in a year. You tell Director 1 that as long as Shengyu agrees to meet me, I will concede." He Zheng raised an eyebrow at him, his handsome face carrying a hint of sarcasm, yet his tone remained light. "Sure, Mr. Lin, don't worry, I will convey your message." Taking a step back, He had learned that after Lin Hao met with them in Jiang Qingyan yesterday, several partners pressured Lin Hao at this morning's meeting to accept the capital's olive branch. Lin Hao indeed wanted to win back Qin Shengyu, but at the same time, he genuinely sought to seize this opportunity. Taking a step back was a way for him to save face. After a quick meal, He Zheng hurried back to the company for another meeting. Once the meeting ended, he suddenly recalled something. Wenruan's implication was that Yao Man likely misunderstood her relationship with Chen Shengyu. Yao Man was manageable when there were people around to temper her temper, but when alone, she acted entirely on impulse. Feeling uneasy, He Zheng stepped out of the conference room and immediately called Yu Yang, instructing him to change his flight. Wenruan slept soundly until 7 in the evening, disturbed by persistent knocking at her door. Unwilling to respond, she tried to ignore it, but it continued. Donning a knitted long-sleeve top, she peered through the peephole to find a staff member from the inn holding a large bouquet of roses. She opened the door, the staff member handed her the flowers, saying, "These are from your friend." When Ruan didn't take the bouquet immediately. Instead, she reached for the card attached just as she grasped it. Another person emerged beside her, snatching the flowers away and smiling at Wen Ruan. "There from me." When Ruan was momentarily stunned, Yao Tianyu, seizing the opportunity while she was distracted, Yao Tianyu stepped forward, pushing Wen Ruan inside, lifting his foot to slam the door shut with a bang. Chapter 69. There is still time to leave. Wen Ruan did not anticipate Yao Tianyu's sudden appearance. Startled, she stumbled back a few steps before regaining her balance. 99 roses in hand, Yao Tianyu stepped forward, offering them to her. "Do you like them?" His face bore marks of injury from the night at the wine party when Yao Man had scratched him. With a band-aid covering the wounds, complementing his mischievous grin with an unsettling charm, with the distance between them was merely half a meter, the scent of roses mingling with his overpowering cologne, causing Wen Ruan to wrinkle her nose in distaste. She did not accept the flowers and took 2 steps back, forcing a smile. "What does this mean, young Master Yao? Are you attempting to act inappropriately?" Seeing her unflustered demeanor, devoid of any panic or fear, Yao Tianyu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He stepped aside, placing the flowers on the table. "What do you mean?" After placing the flowers down, he turned back to her, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her figure. She wore a gray cotton casual long dress, covered by a black knitted long coat, likely having just woken up, her hair disheveled and face free of makeup, exuding a delicate beauty. It was a sight that stirred primal desires. "You know I've always been interested in you. Of course, I came here intending to sleep with you. Are you scared?" When Ruan's expression remained calm. "Scared? It's just a body. If young Master Yao desires it, take it, just don't be afraid of ghosts." Her fierce spirit was something Yao Tianyu had long since encountered. "Let me be frank with you, Yao Man sent me here according to her wishes. When you opened the door just now, I was supposed to drug you, take advantage of the situation, and record a video or take pictures. If you cooperate, just hand over AIU. If you don't, I'll post your naked photos online." When Ruan was taken aback by his honesty. "So young Master Yao has had a change of heart and is willing to let me go?" Yao Tianyu let out a laugh. "It is not about letting you go. Yao Tianyu, only sleep with women who willingly let me." Yao Man was a foolish brat, spoiled and ignorant of the law. He understood that in the years spent trying to outmaneuver He Zhang, he had brushed against legal boundaries, but those matters could be resolved with money. Anything solvable with money was not a problem. Women, however, were the most troublesome, especially a fiery woman like Wen Ruan, if he forced himself on her. Handling the aftermath would be a hassle. "I have come today solely to engage in a conversation with you, Wen Ruan, regarding the matter of Jiaosu. I must admit my actions were rather unscrupulous. Yet, who could have anticipated that you would entangle yourself with Jiang Qingyan? Yao Man is my elder sister. It is only natural for me to assist her, is it not? Dismissing you from your position has pained me deeply. But I have been quite generous towards you. You asked for a substantial amount, and I consented, considering it as an additional compensation for your emotional distress. You claim you have departed, yet why do you return? The moment you set foot here, Yao Man wreaks havoc in my life, making my existence exceedingly difficult. Furthermore, you've aligned yourself with He Zhang. You truly are a handful. Zhu Jieshio is indeed one of my associates, and I have no qualms about disclosing this to you. It was no mere coincidence that I stumbled upon Qianwei engaging in illicit activities. That woman was actually procured by Zhu Jieshio, and I merely timed my encounter with Qianwei perfectly. Why does Zhu Jieshio dare to humiliate you and confront He Zhang during meetings? Indeed, it was my directive. I wish to see you unable to remain at Mingyi. Yet you unexpectedly confessed your feelings for He Zhang in public. I genuinely did not foresee that you two had an affair back in high school. Quite remarkable, considering I was oblivious to it all. Had I known of your involvement, I would have pursued you back then. In high school, when Ruan was the belle, and Yao Tianyu was indeed enamored with her beauty, yet alas, she was merely a naive and obedient girl, and he did not pursue the likes of her. During middle school, he had a brief dalliance that resulted in complications, and he nearly faced dire consequences from his father, spending a significant sum to rectify the situation. Had she been from elsewhere, it might have been forgivable, but when Ruan is a local, and local affairs tend to be far more complicated. Moreover, she is an academic prodigy, a favorite among teachers, making her a high-risk target for trouble. Thus, he never took her seriously, as there were plenty of beautiful women to choose from. Speaking of high school, Yao Tianyu recalled an incident. To elaborate, it was I who orchestrated the report on your early romance with He Zhang. That was a deliberate act on my part. When Ruan, being the top of her class, was cherished by the faculty, if He Zhang were to engage in a romance with her, the school would undoubtedly take action against him. As exams approached, I had someone report them, hoping to use Wen Ruan to adversely affect He Zhang's performance. Little did I expect that He Zhang would fare remarkably well, which only served to earn him disdain from his father. Infuriating me further, each room at the Shangyue Inn is exquisitely designed, offering a comfortable and romantic ambience, complete with tranquil and warm amenities, enveloped in a homely atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, Wenwan feels no tranquility. She is seething with rage. The case has finally been resolved today. She laments the existence of that vile individual who, with nothing better to do, chose to report her, and it turns out to be this very person. She is truly grateful to him and his entire family. Young Master Yao, Wenwan takes a deep breath, suppressing her anger as she remarks, "So, what exactly do you wish to convey? You cannot possibly have come merely to engage in idle chatter." Yao Tianyu gazes at her in response. "I hope you will leave Mingyi and depart from Haicheng." He kindly advises her, "Wenwan, I genuinely offer you this suggestion. Take that 100 million and go as far as you can. Find a good man to marry. If you insist on meddling in my conflict with He Zhang, you may end up regretting it. Do you truly believe He Zhang would harbor feelings for you? You hold value to him only as a fleeting amusement. Have you not suffered enough at the hands of Jiang Qingyan? How can you dare to provoke a man like He Zhang? Given your appearance, you should not lack for male attention. If you must seek within this circle, would it not be better to consider me? With Yao Man in the picture, you may not be able to return to Rongli. But I could invest in establishing a company for you without her knowledge." Wenwan summarizes, "So, young Master Yao, you have presented me with two options: either I leave Haicheng or become your mistress." Upon seeing Yao Tianyu nod, she smiles. "What if I choose neither? Is there a third option?" Yao Tianyu shrugs. "Of course, there is. I am allowing you the courtesy of choice, should you choose to remain obstinate. I will have to enlist your friends and family to persuade you." Wenwan comprehends his implication, that should she refuse to heed his advice, he would take action against her loved ones. The air conditioning is set to a cool temperature, yet a wave of inexplicable heat courses through Wenwan from head to toe. Sensing something amiss, she feigns a smile and replies, "Very well. But regarding such a significant matter in life, I trust young Master Yao will grant me a few days to contemplate." Yao Tianyu, observing her, discerns the subtle furrow of her brow and the gradual flush of her cheeks. His gaze darkens as he chuckles. "Of course, a few days of contemplation is perfectly acceptable." This conversation should have reached its conclusion, yet he displays no intention of departing, even going so far as to tug at his collar. Revealing a considerable expanse of skin upon meeting his suggestive gaze, when one understands his intentions, Yao Tianyu innocently shakes his head. "What do you mean? I have done nothing at all. He merely applied a touch more perfume." As the young Master Yao of Rongli, he is not lacking in women willing to initiate intimacy, yet among the multitude, few possess the allure of Wenwan, who seems entirely unaware of her appeal. Unable to act unlawfully, he seeks alternative methods. He has invested in the fragrance industry, pouring considerable resources into research over the years. The scent he wears was launched earlier this year, designed to have aphrodisiac effects, enhancing female hormones, stimulating desire, and improving the quality of intimate encounters. He has tested it, and the results have been exceptionally promising. Typically, he carries 1 or 2 bottles during business trips, and he spritzed himself before entering. He has no intention of forcing Wenwan, but should she take the initiative, he cannot be held accountable. Had he not needed to allow the fragrance time to take effect, he would not have wasted so much time bantering with her. "Wenwan, I have heard that you once threatened to leap from a building to obtain that 100 million in compensation. Is it truly worth risking your life for such an amount? If you were to be with me, I could provide you with a standalone villa in the new district, which is worth far more than a mere 100 million. Wenwan meets his gaze. Suddenly laughing, "Young Master Yao, you still have time to leave." Yao Tianyu raises an eyebrow, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "I fear for your discomfort." When Wan steps closer to him, "I am not the one in discomfort. You are." With one hand gripping his shoulder and the other clasping his wrist, she exerts a sudden force outward. In the next instant, a blood-curdling scream fills the room. "It hurts, it hurts, what the hell? What the hell? It hurts, it hurts." Yao Tianyu experiences the unprecedented agony of having his arm dislocated, nearly losing consciousness as his left arm dangles limply at his side, unable to move, beads of sweat trickling down his back. "When Ruan, you mother," the pain renders him speechless. When Ruan dusts off her hands and gently shakes her wrist. "Young Master Yao, your earlier suggestions have prompted me to offer you some advice. Fixate on me at your peril. You should be wary of whom. Primarily, you ought to be most concerned about He Zhang, as your father wishes to reclaim him. You fear he may threaten your position, but he is not your only concern. Do not forget that Rongli Group has a history spanning many years, with 2 former female leaders. You are well aware of your father's affection for Yao Man. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that he may pass control of Rongli Group to her in the future. Indeed, she may be foolish and lacking in intellect, yet she has Jiang Qingyan to support her. You should be acutely aware of Jiang Qingyan's capabilities. To put it bluntly, Rongli Capital's current success owes 2/3 of its glory to him." At this moment, Yao Tianyu is still sweating profusely from the pain, and upon hearing her words, his expression darkens further. He is indeed wary of Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan. "What exactly do you wish to convey?" When Ruan replies, I am self-aware, I have no intention of opposing you. I am not afraid to confess that my joining Mingyi was solely for the purpose of avenging Jiang Qingyan. I aim to dismantle his relationship with Yao Man. You should find some solace in that, thus we are not enemies, we could very well be allies. With that, when Ruan allows him to return and ponder her words, then gestures to his arm, now, step outside. And I shall assist you in reattaching it. 2 minutes later, Yao Tianyu stands outside, moving his arm, casting a speechless glance at Wen Ruan, before finally managing to utter, you possess quite the skill, truly impressive. Wen Ruan smiles, remaining silent, then steps back and tosses the bouquet of roses she holds at him, slamming the door with a resounding thud. During her school days, when her mother was preoccupied, she often left her in the care of Aunt Lan at her orthopedic clinic. Growing up, her mother never bought her toys. Instead, she played with the skeletal models in the clinic, assembling and disassembling them until she could do so with her eyes closed. As the elderly woman treated dislocated patients. When Ruan observed closely, and the woman even considered taking her on as an apprentice, having taught her a few techniques. During her college years, she had encountered some unsavory characters, and had her circumstances been different, she could have easily dislocated both of Yao Tianyu's arms. After closing the door, when Ruan heads to the bathroom to wash her face, once finished, a lingering ember of anger remains within her. She checks the time on her phone. It is still early, and with He Zhang absent, she finds herself at a loss. As she prepares to take another shower, a knock at the door interrupts her. If it is Yao Tianyu again, she will not hesitate to call the authorities. Approaching the door and peering through the peephole, she swiftly opens the door, seizing the man outside and pulling him inside forcefully. Then slamming the door shut once more. He Zhang, caught off guard, finds himself pressed against the door, his mind still reeling as he instinctively wraps his arms around Wen Ruan's slender waist. The intensity of her affection exceeds anything he could have anticipated. She entwines her arms around his neck, pressing her body against him, parting his lips with hers, kissing him deeply and fervently. As He Zhang feels the heat rising within him, he keenly detects the lingering scent of perfume in the room, one that Wen Ruan has never worn. Moreover, it bears a distinctly masculine quality. Tilting her head slightly to evade her kiss, He Zhang leaned on a modicum of self-control and inquired, who visited just now? When Ruan, displeased by his retreat, grasped his face and kissed him again. Her lips brushing against his ear, her voice soft and seductive. I'll tell you after it's done. Chapter 70. A feast on the tip of the tongue. Yao Man was taken aback by how swiftly Yao Tianyu had returned. She shut the door and followed him into the room. Didn't we say you would sleep there tonight? Wait until she wakes, then threaten her properly. Why are you back? Yao Tianyu tossed the roses he held onto the table. Remaining silent, not done, Yao Man raised her voice, her gaze sweeping over the perspiration glistening on his forehead and the shirt that was nearly unbuttoned down to his abdomen. You were in there for half an hour, sweating profusely and disheveled, and you claim you did nothing? Her anger flared, but then a thought struck her, and she smacked his shoulder hard. I told you to exercise restraint, don't be in a woman's bed every day. Look at you, not even 30 and you're already failing. Among her circle of friends, there were those who had long associations with the bars of Rongqing and were skilled in night fishing. Obtaining some drugs was quite easy, and the effects were reportedly quite effective. A quick spray to the face would render someone unconscious. With him persistently yearning for Wen Ruan, such a splendid opportunity would surely not be wasted by that lecherous man. Yet, it seemed he had not acted on it. However, judging by his current state, he appeared to have done something, for how else could he be sweating so profusely in a room with the air conditioning on? Yao Man's first thought was that he was incapable, considering his rapid succession of partners was more frequent than her purchasing of handbags, and he looked utterly disheveled, pale and despondent, as if his health was failing. Although Yao Tianyu's arm had been reattached, the pain lingered. Yao Man's slap landed squarely on his left arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Hearing her words only intensified his discomfort and anger. Twisting his face as he clenched his teeth to suppress his frustration, she dodged me quickly. She didn't drug me, but she dislocated my arm. I'm the one suffering. He shouldn't have come. After 2 days of business trips and late-night socializing, the wounds from scratching were still healing now, with He Zhang's anger and the torment of the road, compounded by Wen Ruan dislocating his arm. He was truly enduring a great deal of suffering. All he wanted was to return to Haicheng, to escape the venomous Yao Man and the terrifying Wen Ruan. A delicate beauty could dislocate an arm. How frightening, yet he truly ought to ponder Wen Ruan's words carefully. An ally, if she could dismantle the bond between Yao Man and Jiang Qingyan, it would serve his purpose splendidly. If she could act as his mole, assisting him in bringing down He Zhang, that would be even better. While Yao Man was still astonished by the dislocation, she saw him pulling the suitcase with his right hand ready to leave. And she felt an immediate surge of anxiety. What are you doing? Are you leaving just like that? What will happen to AIU? Yao Tianyu found her voice annoying, since Wen Ruan had failed to persuade Chen Shengyue. He had no intention of returning to Haicheng. Just earlier, when Wen Ruan had seen him out, she had suddenly said, tell Yao Man that Chen Shengyue is attending a 100-day banquet for a relative's child tomorrow. Her conflict with Lin Hao is irreconcilable, and I have also failed. I will return to Haicheng tomorrow. She need not disturb Chen Shengyue any longer. Yao Man was incredulous. She must be deceiving you. I saw her speaking with Chen Shengyue today, and they seemed very close. Their relationship appears to be exceptionally good, not a failure at all. When Wan had indeed mentioned this, she had said that 2 years ago. Before her split with Jiang Qingyan, when she came to travel here, she had met Chen Shengyue. Yao Tianyu glanced at Yao Man, his words tinged with sarcasm. Jiang Qingyan has known Chen Shengyue for ages. A matter this significant, and he hasn't even mentioned it to you. He has acquaintances, yet he refuses to assist you. He cares for you. My foot. Yao Man's expression changed. It was true that she had prevented Jiang Qingyan from coming. But she had relayed Lin Hao's secretary's words to him. Even after arriving here, she had checked in with him, sent him her location, and taken a photo of the homestay entrance, yet he had never mentioned knowing Chen Shengyue. Furthermore, after returning from the restaurant, she immediately messaged him to complain about Wen Wan and Chen Shengyue, and he had never brought it up. What did that mean? Was he afraid she would outdo Wen Wan? Wanting to confront him directly, Yao Man felt that asking over the phone would not reveal Jiang Qingyan's expressions. She needed to see him in person to gauge his sincerity. Coincidentally, she was also uncomfortable in this homestay. Although the room was clean and spacious, it was still too small, not even larger than one of the bathrooms in her home. She decided to pack her things and leave with Yao Tianyu. Outside, a torrential rain was falling, and since they hadn't purchased tickets yet, they couldn't leave tonight. Staying in a hotel near the airport would be preferable to remaining here. Both siblings departed. Seething with frustration, meanwhile, when Wan was enveloped in a different atmosphere altogether. He Zhang had initially pressed her against the door to kiss her, but as she leaped onto him, he held her, kissing her as they walked. It was he who had thrown her onto the bed, but now she was the one pinning him down. She was more assertive than he, her kisses traveling from his lips to his earlobe, then trailing down his neck to his Adam's apple. His body stiffened, unable to withstand the sensation, and he clutched her tightly. She responded by nibbling on his lips and tongue. As He Zhang's breaths grew heavier, he grasped the edge of her skirt, but just then, her phone, hidden under the pillow, rang. She continued to kiss him, reaching out to grab the phone, glancing at it, revealing a call from Zhang Tongtong. He Zhang noticed too. Snatching the phone away, his face flushed, eyes reddened, brows furrowed with a mix of resentment and determination. Don't answer it. I told you to turn it off last time. Exasperation washed over him. How was it that Zhang Tongtong always called at the most inopportune moments? He intended to switch off the phone, but when Wan seized it back, I told her this afternoon to return the call when she had the chance. She planted a heavy kiss on his lips, playfully pinching his displeased face, soothing him softly. I'll try to hang up quickly. You take off your clothes first and lie there waiting for me. We'll definitely finish today. This afternoon Zhang Tongtong had sent numerous messages. Her mood evidently sour. After not returning calls all afternoon, she finally did, and it was clear she wanted to talk. What if there was an urgent matter? When Wan rolled off He Zhang, propping herself up with her arm on the bed, sitting against the headboard, managing her breath before answering the call. Zhang Tongtong, aware that she was in Rongqing, inquired when she would return. When Wan glanced at He Zhang, who was obediently undressing beside her, while she replied, I'll be back tomorrow afternoon, arriving in Haicheng by evening. What is going on? Why did it take you so long to return the call? Zhang Tongtong sounded drained. I've been overwhelmed by the old lady and the 2 kids all day. I haven't watched TV in ages. What are you watching? When Wan recalled a phrase, a feast on the tip of the tongue, Zhang Tongtong exclaimed, Oh, are you watching a cooking show? That reminds me, a new Sichuan restaurant just opened on Central Street. Run by the brother of Guigua's homeroom teacher, they even gave out discount coupons. Many parents from the group have gone and posted pictures. Let us go this weekend, just you and Guigua. Don't let Pan Rui come, or the old lady will go mad. When Wan hesitated to respond, she wasn't watching TV. A feast on the tip of the tongue was a gift from He Zhang. He Zhang had just gotten out of bed to go to the bathroom when another clap of thunder erupted in the sky. It was at that moment that when Wan spoke into her phone, saying goodbye, as Zhang Tongtong was about to hang up. Oh dear, it's thundering again over there. No more talking, just hang up quickly. We can talk when you return. Be careful up in the mountains. When He Zhang emerged from the bathroom and saw that she had finally ended the call, he swiftly walked over, took the phone from her hand, and turned it off. When Wan tilted her head to look at him, patting the space beside her, waiting for him to sit down, she leaned in to wrap her arms around his neck, her voice soft and laced with laughter. He Zhang, you really know how to handle this. Chapter 71. She is your responsibility. Handle what? Are you afraid she'll get interrupted again like last time? So you're taking advantage of the situation to keep her wanting more. He Zhang would never reveal that it wasn't his expertise. Although he had never been in practice, he had heard quite a few techniques. Over the years, he had encountered many social gatherings in the financial world, a place teeming with both the genuine and the unscrupulous. While he had only participated in reputable events, he occasionally came across a few low-quality men who would make vulgar remarks at the dining table. In a man's circle, when such topics arose, there were always those willing to chime in, leading to more conversations. He Zhang had reluctantly listened to a few of those exchanges. In his past dreams, he had often encountered such scenarios, and while it was his first time putting it into practice tonight and felt somewhat awkward, judging by her expression earlier, she seemed to enjoy it, while she was at ease. He was on the verge of bursting. With the phone now off, Heejin gave her no further opportunity, directly pushing her down, although it was not akin to a ravenous wolf pouncing on its prey. It was assertive enough to nearly overwhelm when Wan. On the wooden bedside table lay some contraception supplies provided by the inn. Heejin had not used them. He had packed 2 boxes he bought from the supermarket during his last trip. At the moment his desires were finally realized, Heejin could not distinguish whether it was a dream or reality. The dreams that had hinted at adulthood or the spring dreams that had eased his urges over the years all featured the same face beneath him, leading him to a state of confusion. Later, as waves of pleasure surged from his scalp throughout his body, accompanied by soft pleas in his ear, he finally recognized that this was reality. The phone on the bedside table buzzed. This time it was Heejin's phone. In a critical moment, he ignored it, feeling frustrated that he had forgotten to turn off his phone earlier. When Wan, momentarily distracted, reached out to check who it was. But he caught her hand, intertwining their fingers atop her head, pressing down while admonishing her. Don't get distracted. After that, neither had the energy to focus on anything else. The phone rang twice more, but neither paid it any mind. Outside, the relentless rain poured, occasionally accompanied by thunder, drowning out all sounds within the room. Time passed, and gradually the room grew quiet, with only the faint sound of their breathing lingering. Heejin asked, "Did Jiang Qingyan come by?" Upon hearing this, when Wan looked up in surprise, "How did you know?" "By the scent of perfume." When Heejin first caught the scent, it felt unfamiliar, but the more he inhaled, the more familiar it became. While rinsing his mouth in the bathroom earlier, he suddenly recalled where the familiarity stemmed from. At the last cocktail party, Yao Tianyu had worn that very perfume. Heejin pulled Wen Wan closer, his palm stroking her smooth, fair shoulder. "What did he come for? Did he cause you trouble?" Wen Wan shifted in his embrace, seeking the most comfortable position, and did not hide anything from him, recounting in detail Yao Tianyu's arrival and departure. As her words faded, Heejin released her, throwing back the covers to get out of bed. When Wan assumed he was going to take a shower, but when she saw his thin lips pressed tightly together, his handsome face shadowed with a chill, and his dark eyes glinting fiercely, it was clear he was not in a mood for bathing. He looked as if he were off to commit murder. She quickly grabbed his arm. "Where are you going?" Heejin squeezed out a terse reply through clenched teeth. To deal with Yao Tianyu. He had thought about how boldly Wen Wan had acted upon his arrival, attributing it to the perfume, realizing that Yao Tianyu genuinely intended to make a move on her but failed because Wen Wan was formidable. What if she couldn't fend him off? Just the thought sent a chill down Heejin's spine, and the latent brutality within him surged uncontrollably. He attempted to twist Wen Wan's arm, fearing he might hurt her, yet he dared not exert too much force, merely resting his palm on her hand and giving it a gentle pat. "Let go." When Wan could likely surmise what was troubling him, she leaned in and embraced his slender waist, laughing. "It's just perfume. It's not like it's an aphrodisiac. If it were that powerful, I would have reported him to the police by now." Heejin's expression remained stern. "You were affected. When I came in, you were eager." When Wan freed one hand and gently poked his Adam's apple, "The perfume might have a slightly aphrodisiac effect, stimulating hormones. But it's not that magical. My longing is due to the plethora of impure thoughts cluttering my mind." Yao Tianyu had used a lot of perfume and had spent a considerable amount of time in the room, so she had indeed been influenced. However, the primary reason was her own fanciful thoughts, likely fueled by the recent flirtation with Heejin, stirring her romantic feelings. Noticing Heejin's momentary daze, when Wan leaned closer to his ear, attempting to cheer him up. "The true aphrodisiac isn't the perfume, it's you." When Wan intended to lighten his mood, but those words acted as a potent stimulant for him, unleashing the rogue beast within. Thankfully, before embarking on this new round of passion, he still remembered to carry her off to the shower, though regrettably, his stamina had significantly improved during this second encounter. At first, when Wan playfully punched him a few times, but eventually she surrendered, allowing him to take the lead. Once everything settled back into tranquility, Heejin carried her off for another shower. When Wan, feeling too comfortable, languished in his embrace, allowing him to attend to her while they engaged in light conversation. When Wan brought up the incident from high school when she was reported, still fuming. "Do you think Yao Tianyu has no morals? He wanted to affect your college entrance exams. Why drag me down with him? What did I do to provoke him? If it weren't for him, would I have received a slap from my mother?" As Heejin cleared the marks on her legs, he mused that while it was indeed morally reprehensible, it indirectly did some good. What good could possibly come from it, had it not been for his lack of integrity? "You wouldn't be my first love." Speaking of which, Jiang Qingyan doesn't acknowledge your relationship. "So both your first love and ex-boyfriend are meet. That's something to be proud of course. Think about it. We met at 16, and we're about to turn 29. It's been over a decade. You were my first partner, my ex-boyfriend is you, and now I'm here taking a romantic bath with you. We are destined by fate, and so, do you think I have any hope of being your official partner?" "Not at the moment." Don't move your hands. I'm out of energy, yet if you still want more, we can continue in the morning. Oh, then I'll endure." When Wan had been pampered so well that she fell asleep shortly after returning to bed, Heejin lay beside her, wrapping her in his arms, keeping her close to him. Before turning off the lights, he retrieved his phone from the bedside table, opened the chat with Shen Yifan, and could feel his grievances even through the screen. Why can't I open the door? Why is the password always wrong? My fingerprint doesn't work either. My mom just called. She said she had you change the password and delete my fingerprint. You actually listened to her. Heejin, you ungrateful wretch, I drank so much for you tonight that I'm about to vomit and you just throw me out. You have no conscience. After reading, Heejin replied to him. Heejin had finally achieved his desires, holding Wen Ruan as they drifted into a deep slumber.